Sooner or later, I'll personally push you into the incinerator and burn you to ashes yourself. Just wait, you old bastard." After saying this, he hung up the phone and instantly crushed the mobile phone into dust. The old man was now holding an urn of ashes, standing at the edge of a large fish pond, sprinkling some ashes into the water, looking up at the sky, and muttering, "I never expected my old bones, concealing my identity, would be receiving so many bodies of cultivators to burn lately. The Devil City is getting restless. It's going to be fun around here." Cultivators roam the metropolis, aiding the tyrant, acting lawlessly. For so many years, even the Temple of War couldn't manage, but it seems this time, things are going to change. When the mountain rain comes, the wind fills the tower, the storm gathers, and the true dragon emerges. I really want to see who this true dragon is. Interesting, interesting. Ha ha ha. The old man laughed heartily a few times, then left in a hurry. More bodies of cultivators arrived. Time to work. The head of the Cultivators Association was truly enraged, raging inside the room. How could any crematorium worker insult him like that? He immediately dispatched even stronger experts, all at the peak of the innate stage, secretly deployed to the Devil City. They must bring back Lin Feng's head. Furthermore, they had to go to the crematorium and throw that old man who insulted him into the incinerator, burning him alive into ashes. On the Su family's side, Old Master Su was also furious, smashing and destroying everywhere. The main perpetrator behind all this, up to now, has not been identified. Originally, the Magic Academy was a very important lead. However, those who went to investigate at the Magic Academy were all wiped out. His own grandson turned into a vegetable. Others were either killed or taken away. With the Su family's power, there was no chance to even take a look. No matter how much bail money was given, it was impossible to contact them. Old Master Su knew that this matter had already become very serious. Directly attacking the Magic Academy, the bodyguards by his side said that with the involvement of practitioners, it was highly likely that the Temple of War had intervened. Losing the lead at the Magic Academy made it even harder to find the culprit. All that was known was that the culprit had long hair, was wearing sportswear, and was quite handsome. Yet Old Master Su could not bear it and mobilized almost everyone from the Su family to continue searching everywhere. At any rate, even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground, they must find the culprit. Not to mention, their 2 grandsons, one had their hand disabled while the other was turned into a vegetable. This was something Old Master Su could not accept. On the other side, Lin Feng was temporarily calm, and Gu Haitong asked, "Junior brother, what happened in the morning? Why were you beaten so badly?" Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "I encountered members of the Practitioners Association. I was running at that time, just returning, and the Practitioners Association sent 15 strong individuals after me, with the weakest being at the peak of the tier of heaven. Each one stronger than the last, with the 2 strongest already at the peak of the tier of heaven after birth, all aiming to kill me. The situation at the time didn't even give me a chance to call for help. They didn't give me the opportunity to call for assistance, so I fought desperately and managed to take them down, but I also got injured in the process." Upon hearing Lin Feng say this so casually, Gu Haitong's heart surged with emotions. She was truly shocked. 15 super strong individuals. How did Lin Feng manage to deal with them? At that time, Lin Feng's strength had only recovered to the late stage of the Earth tier. However, Gu Haitong didn't inquire further. Lin Feng must have some secrets. After crossing realms for battles, his strength was completely lost, and he had to start over again, leading to his current attainment of the peak of the Earth tier. Otherwise, Lin Feng might have already recovered to a terrifying level. Taking a deep breath, Gu Haitong said, "The Practitioners Association is truly despicable, becoming more and more outrageous. However, the Practitioners Association has a strong background. Even the Temple of War has to abide by their rules. The Practitioners Association is supported by a powerful force within the Kunlun Mountains. Seems like they won't give up until they kill you. But no matter how powerful they are, if they want to continue fighting, we will fight them." Lin Feng nodded and said directly, "Second senior sister, why are there so many old men and old women in the Practitioners Association? Aren't they all practitioners?" Lin Feng had long wanted to figure this out. Those old men and old women in the Practitioners Association were so old that they should have already missed the prime time for practicing. If they had started as practitioners from a young age, those old men and old women couldn't possibly have such low strength, with cultivations ranging from the beginner to advanced levels, which was very abnormal. Gu Haitong explained, "It's because the Practitioners Association collaborates with foreign practitioners, obtaining potent potions for rapid power enhancement. After injecting the potion, normal old men and old women can become practitioners. Many of these old men and old women are often recruited from remote areas, typically in their 50s or older. Once they join, each person is rewarded $1 million, but the side effects of the potion are severe. I managed to get a vial and research it. Indeed, it can rapidly boost one's strength. However, it consumes lifespan. Despite looking very powerful, each of them, after injecting the potion, will lose at least 10 years of their lives." Lin Feng was shocked to hear Gu Haitong explain this. The success rate of 80% seemed terrifying to him. After all, those who couldn't bear it and lost their lives amounted to 20 people. Lin Feng also realized that as long as a person joined the Practitioners Association, they would be rewarded with $1 million. For the impoverished, this would be a significant opportunity. If they die, their families would have $1 million. If they survived, they would become powerful and earn money through the association. Lin Feng estimated that even a bodyguard at the Che or Feynman stage would easily earn tens of thousands every month from any random old man or old woman. Why are these practitioners so loyal and willing to die for their employers? It's simple. If a practitioner, trained by the Practitioners Association, employed as a bodyguard, disobeys their employer, violating the rules of the Practitioners Association, their families will also not survive. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, could no longer remain calm. This Practitioners Association was truly arrogant. Lin Feng had also made up his mind to fight the Practitioners Association to the end. The Association of Practitioners must be completely eradicated. The harm to the entire world is just too great. Junior brother, let us work together, and when the time comes, join forces with your other senior sisters to completely eradicate this Practitioners Association." Gu Haitong's eyes were slightly fanatical as she gently smiled and said to Lin Feng. She had long had this idea, but she couldn't unite with the other senior sisters and junior sisters. With her own strength, she truly couldn't compete with the Practitioners Association. MI's background is too big, but now, with Lin Feng's appearance, a union within the sect, perhaps Lin Feng will be an important link. Lin Feng nodded, warmly smiled, and said, "Go." Gu Haitong then added, "By the way, junior brother, I must warn you about something. You know your 7th senior sister, Su Xiao, the world's #1 assassin. You must be careful of her. Very careful. It's best not to regard her as a senior sister. The elixirs obtained by the Practitioners Association are acquired from the Dark Alliance of Assassins, and your 7th senior sister has a high position in the Dark Alliance." Gu Haitong stopped there without continuing, because there are even deeper and more frightening things involved. Right now, Lin Feng hasn't even fully recovered his peak state, so there is no need to tell him too much for now. Just reminding him to be careful of Su Xiao is enough. Lin Feng had been thinking before that if there is evil among the fellow disciples, he will definitely clean house for the sect. Now it seems that this Su Xiao might just be an evil presence. If there is truly evil, Lin Feng will definitely clean house. At this moment, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Feng, come out and face your death. Come out and face your death immediately. If you don't come out within 10 seconds, we will destroy this villa. Outside, an old man's roar could be heard, very loud. The old man spoke like this naturally because he had the power to turn the whole villa into ruins. Just when it had calmed down until now, another disturbance arose. Lin Feng and Gu Haitong went out together to take a look. Outside, in the yard, stood 20 old men in yellow robes. Each of them had already released their formidable aura. Lin Feng felt immense pressure. His face changed, surprised. All 20 old men were at the peak of the innate realm. Lin Feng definitely couldn't handle them. Even if he had already recovered to the innate realm, even if he used blood explosion, it would not be enough. Fortunately, with Gu Haitong present, otherwise, once Lin Feng was caught by these guys, he would definitely be dead. The Practitioners Association was too ruthless. Kill. Lin Feng and Gu Haitong had just appeared, but the other side didn't give them a chance to say anything. They all immediately rushed over to attack. According to the Practitioners Association leader's command, upon seeing Lin Feng, they were to kill immediately, Absolutely no room for words. It was a deadly order, a deadly mission. If they failed, they would all be finished, even their loved ones would be finished. Seeking death, collapse of the mountains and rivers. Gu Haitong's eyes turned cold. Instantly appeared in front of Lin Feng, her right hand gathered at her abdomen, quickly lifted upwards, majestic check condensed on her palm, and with a forceful push towards the 20 old men, sending them flying out. This was Gu Haitong's palm technique, collapse of the mountains and rivers. With Gu Haitong's strength, able to use martial arts, this attack sent out a destructive force that swept across the yard, lifting up the grass. Roar! In an instant, a strong wind howled, sand and stones flew. A powerful force directly pounded towards the 20 strong men. Doom! All 20 Pekinate realm old men were sent flying, crashing through the wall 7 meters away, landing on the main road outside, each one bleeding from their 7 orifices. Some bodies even twitched a few times, while others lie motionless. 20 Pekinate realm old men were taken down by Gu Haitong with just one palm strike. Before dying, these 20 Pekinate realm men only had one thought: how could someone be so powerful? Even if they were to die, they never expected that there would be such a powerful expert by Lin Feng's side. The death of these 20 Pekinate realm powerhouses was an even greater loss for the Practitioners Association, because these senior practitioners, both men and women, began receiving elixirs from the early stages of cultivation. As they progressed to higher levels, they continued to ingest even higher grade elixirs, all the way to the top. The potions were also very expensive. The stronger the practitioners who die, the greater the loss for the Practitioners Association. All the money earned by the practitioners was for the organization. When practitioners as strong as these Pekinate realm fell, the Practitioners Association suffered even greater losses. They hadn't contributed anything to the organization before dying. What a loss! Astounding! Lin Feng, looking at this scene, was deeply impressed. But truly, there was a hint of envy in his eyes. If he were to fully recover to his peak and use his dragon slaughtering palm, the power would definitely be much more terrifying than Gu Haitong's collapse of the mountains and rivers. This made Lin Feng's blood boil with excitement. It was crucial to quickly recover to his peak state. Otherwise, even small fries could come and trample him. Gu Haitong also feels a surge of passion. It had been 10 years since she came out of seclusion, and this was the first time she had used the martial arts move ranking mountains and toppling seas. In these 10 years, she had rarely fought, mostly focused on treating people's illnesses everywhere. It must be said that being by Lin Feng's side was truly enjoyable. Without Lin Feng around, it was really difficult to find opportunities to fight. Second senior sister, you're truly domineering. Lin Feng gave Gu Haitong a thumbs up. It was evident that Gu Haitong was feeling excited at this moment, surely feeling a great sense of satisfaction. Gu Haitong then realized and with a gentle smile said, "It's nothing. If you reach your peak strength, you will surely be even more formidable than second senior sister. Okay, I'll leave the rest to you. Second senior sister, continue overseeing the concoction of the medicine." Gu Haitong left with a smile, showing a faint dimple at the corner of her mouth. Very charming. Lin Feng immediately called Yi Qingcheng, asking her to send someone to take away the bodies of those deceased cultivators. Additionally, he requested workers to come and repair any areas in the courtyard that needed fixing. Yi Qingcheng promptly arranged for the bodies to be removed and sent over hundreds of workers to complete repairs within an hour, restoring everything to its original state. Inside the room, the president of the Cultivators Association paced back and forth, continuously checking the Rolex watch on his wrist, waiting for the 20 perfected innate cultivators dispatched earlier to report back. He had instructed that as soon as they eliminate Lin Feng, they should immediately call him with the update. It had been over 8 hours since they were dispatched, suggesting they should have reached the City of Demons by now and completed the mission. However, no calls had come through, leaving the president of the Cultivators Association feeling uneasy. Unable to contain himself, he dialed the number. After several attempts, he finally reached an elderly man on the other end, the same person from the crematorium. "You old bastard again. Didn't I ask you to send someone to collect the ashes? Are you deaf? It's been so long, and no one has shown up. Why the hell are you calling now?" Upon hearing the voice of the elderly man, every cell in the president of the Cultivators Association's body was on fire with rage. Evidently, the 20 perfected, innate cultivators he sent out might have met with a tragic end. If the mission was completed successfully, the next task would be to throw the old man from the crematorium into the furnace and burn him alive. But the old man from the crematorium was still very much alive and well, which was baffling. At this moment, the president of the Cultivators Association forcibly suppressed his anger and asked calmly, "I will send someone to collect it. May I ask whether another 20 yellow-robed old men have been sent to your place?" "Yes. They were sent here a while ago, and they've all turned to ashes by now." "Why are you only asking about this now? I don't have time to waste on you. I'm busy, exceeding performance targets for the whole month," the old man replied before crushing the phone into powder. "Ah, damn it, ah." The president of the Cultivators Association roared, losing his composure, and began vigorously punching the walls, creating large holes in the solid structure. At this point, the president of the Cultivators Association was at his wit's end. The losses were devastating, and it was unbearable to think that Lin Feng was likely still alive. The most powerful cultivators the Cultivators Association could dispatch were the 20 perfected, innate cultivators. Those who surpassed this level were kept in the association for other tasks. The medicines purchased from the Dark Alliance could only train cultivators up to the perfected, innate level. There were few within the association who surpassed this level. Most of them were from the Kunlun Mountains. The president of the Cultivators Association dared not dispatch anyone further. Each time, he was confident that those sent could solve the issues, only to have them all perish without clear reasons. After much contemplation, the president of the Cultivators Association decided to contact the Dark Alliance directly. He offered a bid of 1 billion to have the assassination hull of the Dark Alliance eliminate Lin Feng. The Dark Alliance was known for carrying out assassination missions for a fee. The world's #1 assassin, Su Xiao, originated from the Dark Alliance. Entrusting the mission to eliminate Lin Feng to the Dark Alliance seemed most appropriate. Since the inception of the assassination hull in the Dark Alliance, all missions undertaken were successfully completed within the stipulated time frame set by the employer. The president of the Cultivators Association gave the Dark Alliance 1 week to eliminate Lin Feng. If Lin Feng was killed within the week and the video evidence was uploaded to the Dark Alliance's dark web for the president of the Cultivators Association to view, then the task would be considered accomplished. $1 billion deal was no small amount. The Hall Master of the Assassination Hall in the Dark Alliance, Su Xiao, swiftly deployed experts to the City of Demons to carry out the assassination targeting Lin Feng. The information provided indicated the target as Lin Feng, male, age approximately 25, an unemployed vagrant, dressed in sportswear with long, handsome hair, a cultivator of unknown strength. According to reliable sources, he had recently reached the level of perfected, innate cultivation, residing at the address of the Xia family villa. Despite this information, there were no pictures of Lin Feng. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, his 7th senior sister, Su Xiao, had sent people to the City of Demons to kill him. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Xia Ruoxu returned and brought Lin Feng more than 10 sets of clothes. There were suits, casual wear, all kinds of them, except for sportswear. Then she asked Lin Feng to sit down and gave him a haircut. For the past 3 years, she had been the one cutting Lin Feng's hair. Anyway, Lin Feng used to be a fool who didn't understand anything and stayed at the Xia family all day, so it didn't matter how she cut his hair. At the beginning, the haircuts were weird and messy. Slowly, she became as good as a professional barber. Just cutting Lin Feng's hair shorter made him much more spirited. Putting on a silver gray suit, Lin Feng looked like a whole new person. Xia Ruoxu and Gu Haitan were both stunned. They never thought that just by changing clothes and cutting his long hair, Lin Feng would become so handsome and charming. "Second sister, I'll leave the house to you. I process the fruits, so if you're hungry, just eat some fruit. When we come back, we'll bring you some food." Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu walked hand in hand, warmly saying to Gu Haitan. Xia Ruoxu also changed into a white dress with a chest strap design, accentuating her alluring collarbone and impressive figure. The dress had a high waist design that made her slender waist look like it could be held in one hand. The silky white silk material seemed tailor-made for Xia Ruoxu, perfectly displaying her figure's proportions elegantly and tastefully, yet still exuding sensuality. The two of them together looked extremely harmonious, like a match made in heaven. "Okay, just eat some fruit. You don't have to bring food back for me." Gu Haitan gently smiled, then nodded, truly admiring Xia Ruoxu and Lin Feng. Up to this point, she had actually never eaten anything processed by Lin Feng. After Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu left, she started to feel a little hungry. She picked up an apple, took a bite, and was instantly shocked by its deliciousness. She started eating it eagerly, forgetting everything else, trembling with excitement. After a few minutes, Gu Haitan quickly regained her senses, went to check on the herbs she was boiling, added a bit of water, grabbed some fruits, and continued eating eagerly. This was truly an unparalleled delicacy that surpassed everything she had ever tasted. If Lin Feng, her junior brother, could create such exquisite flavors, she would follow him for a lifetime. On the third floor of the Huiting restaurant, in the Mingyu banquet hall, there were more than 10 tables set up, creating a lively atmosphere. Not only were members of the Xia family and their relatives and friends present, but also some of the Xia family's major clients or business partners, as well as a few people from other third-rate families who came to celebrate for Xia Laotai. With Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu yet to arrive, there was a table set up at the entrance specifically for receiving gifts and presents. Several of the younger generations of the Xia family, such as Xia Jianwo, Xia Jianjun, and Xia Jianhua, were outside welcoming guests. Xia Jianhua had sought Lin Feng's help to recover from his condition after yesterday's lunch. Without Lin Feng's help, he wouldn't have been able to show his face in front of people, as he had been beaten quite badly. Ruoxu, you're here? Who is this? Is this your new boyfriend? Oh my goodness, he's so handsome. Ruoxu, you actually have a boyfriend now. Not bad. This boyfriend of yours is truly handsome. Ruoxu, introduce your boyfriend. You two are a perfect match. When Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu walked hand in hand coming over, Xia Ruofei, Xia Ruyun, Xia Mingkai, and others were surprised and gathered around. They had seen Lin Feng before, but in their minds, he had always been seen as a fool, wearing sports clothes all year round. Now, at first glance, they didn't even recognize Lin Feng. They felt that Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu were extremely harmonious and that Lin Feng truly looked incomparably handsome. Xia Ruofei, Xia Ruyun, and others even felt jealous. Xia Ruoxu sweetly smiled and was about to introduce Lin Feng when Xia Ruofei, Xia Ruyun, and others approached, scrutinizing Lin Feng carefully. Each and every one of them was wide-eyed. Xia Ruofei even screamed, saying, "Oh my goodness, isn't this the fool? Oh my goodness, isn't this Lin Feng, the idiot? Heavens, this simpleton in a proper outfit looks quite presentable." Others also recognized Lin Feng, and their tone, demeanor, and choice of words underwent a drastic change. Indeed, no one expected that by wearing a well-fitted outfit, this fool Lin Feng would look so remarkable. However, they now looked down on him even more. Prior to this, they had already known that Xia Ruoxu had been willing to sell herself for 10 million, and Lin Feng had also recovered his memory and was going to be driven out of the Xia family, yet here he was in this place. Hearing these siblings speaking in such a manner, Xia Ruoxu's expression turned unsightly. Leaving behind a big red envelope containing 6,600 yuan, with Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu's names written on it, she went inside without buying any gifts, simply without the time. Ruoxu, this fool can't come in. Today is Grandma's birthday. Although he looks quite presentable in that outfit, Grandma wouldn't be pleased if she finds out. Xia Mingyu, as the eldest among the younger generation, directly blocked Xia Ruoxu and Lin Feng, slightly frowning and looking unhappy. Today, leveraging Grandma Xia's birthday celebration, Xia Mingyu had invited one of his classmates over. That classmate was no ordinary person. He was the young master of the Zheng family, a first-class family, who had just returned from studying abroad. Xia Mingyu wanted to introduce Xia Ruoxu to the young master from the Zheng family, mostly because the classmate had always known that Xia Ruoxu was very beautiful. Having seen recent photos of Xia Ruoxu, and hearing that she was still unmarried and without a boyfriend, he had volunteered to make an introduction, as he was interested in seeing her. For the Xia family, such an opportunity was precious. People don't care about Xia Ruoxu's past, which is really a great thing. Also, Xia Laotai asked Xia Ruoxu how she got the 10 million. Xia Ruoxu initially said it was from Tang Qingfeng, but later, only after confirming with Tang Qingfeng, did Xia Ruoxu tell Xia Laotai that it wasn't from Tang Qingfeng, and she doesn't know who it was from. Xia Ruoxu also thought for Lin Feng's sake, kept it low-key, and didn't say it was solved by Lin Feng. Even if it was said to be solved by Lin Feng, Xia Laotai and others wouldn't believe it. This made Xia Laotai also believe that the 10 million was given by the Zheng family young master. Now the Zheng family young master is inside, being treated with great respect and even sitting in the main seat. If Xia Ruoxu brought Lin Feng inside, and the Zheng family young master saw it, the young master of the Zheng family would not be pleased. Xia Ruoxu frowned and said, "Big brother, Lin Feng is now my boyfriend and also a member of the Xia family. I brought him in. What's wrong? Move aside." "Yes, Lin Feng is Ruoxu's boyfriend. I also acknowledge this. Let them in." Xia Jianhua also spoke. If it wasn't for Lin Feng saying to keep a low profile, the Xia family might have already turned Lin Feng in by now. How could these younger generations dare to yap? Don't know how terrifying Lin Feng is. Just the sight of him could scare the urine out of you. Xia Jianhua spoke, and Xia Mingyu couldn't say anything more, so he just turned and hurried inside to inform Xia Laotai. Xia Jianhua and Xia Jianjun also frowned and couldn't stand it anymore. When Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu entered, both of them said a few words to Xia Jianhua, advising him to quickly drive Lin Feng away. It would be best to call him out now and have Lin Feng leave the Xia family. But Xia Jianhua didn't say anything, just disagreed. The seats were almost full. Xia Ruoxu held Lin Feng's hand and went directly to the table where Wang Guifan and others were. There were 2 empty seats at that table, specially reserved for Xia Ruoxu and Lin Feng. My goodness, isn't that Xia Ruoxu? Her new boyfriend looks so handsome. Wasn't it said that Xia Ruoxu kept a useless man at home, tarnishing her reputation? And for so many years, no one liked him. How did Xia Ruoxu manage to get such a handsome boyfriend now? Who is that man? Which family's young master? Truly a remarkable talent, exquisite and refined. Many relatives and friends, as well as many guests, saw Xia Ruoxu and Lin Feng holding hands and exclaimed everywhere. The moment they appeared, they instantly became the center of attention in the whole venue. Truly, a match made in heaven. Originally, Xia Laotai and several elders were chatting with smiles on their faces. Xia Mingyu went over and whispered a few words to Xia Laotai. Xia Laotai's smile became somewhat stiff. She directly greeted the elder generation, got up quickly, leaned on her phoenix-headed cane, and walked towards Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu with an angry look. Xia Ruoxu and Lin Feng arrived at Wang Guifang's table, and before they could sit down, Xia Laotai arrived, her face full of anger. However, she couldn't erupt in anger. After all, there were so many guests and many relatives present. Xia Laotai whispered to Xia Ruoxu, "Ruoxu, why did you bring this useless person? Make him leave immediately. Don't make Grandma angry. This useless person is good for nothing. No matter how good he looks, he's still useless." Moreover, today, the young master of the Zheng family returned from studying abroad, and he really likes you. The 10 million was given by him, without any interest. Grandma will officially arrange for you to be together with him later. Why did you bring this useless person? Are you deliberately trying to anger Grandma? At this moment, Xia Ruoxu was about to explode. Not to mention the 10 million was given by Lin Feng, not some young master of the Zheng family. The young master of the Zheng family even shamelessly claims he gave it himself. The main point is that today, even though it's her grandmother's birthday celebration, her grandmother also said it was her celebration. Why can't she bring Lin Feng? What's wrong with that? Why is everyone targeting Lin Feng? At this moment, Xia Ruoxu realized that not only people from other family forces look down on others, even these members of the Xia family, including her grandmother, look down on others. And Lin Feng, from beginning to end, just smiled and remained unperturbed. In his heart, he was calm and indifferent, not caring about what these people said. In Lin Feng's eyes, there was only Xia Ruoxu. All he saw was her. No one else mattered. Lin Feng, at this moment, had this feeling. Even if Xia Ruoxu looked angry, Lin Feng found her beautiful, and he also felt a little bit distressed. Xia Ruoxu frowned and said to Xia Laotai, "Grandma, Lin Feng is my boyfriend. If you must drive him away, both he and I will leave now. Our whole family will leave." Xia Ruoxu had reached her limit. She only brought Lin Feng to have a meal. What's wrong with that? Xia Ruoxu, are you trying to anger me? Xia Laotai was really furious. She was getting along well with the young master of the Zheng family and was about to introduce Xia Ruoxu to him. The young master of the Zheng family is now sitting in the main seat. How can she explain to him? The Zheng family is a first-class family. They couldn't afford to offend them. If the young master of the Zheng family becomes unhappy, not to mention what he might do to them, just a little suppression in business would be the end for the Xia family. Is this Miss Ruoxu truly so beautiful and elegant? At this moment, the young master of the Zheng family came over, dressed in a gray suit, his shiny hair combed into a big back style, looking handsome indeed. But compared to Lin Feng, he was still far behind, not even comparable. Xia Laotai felt a slight tang in her heart. If young Master Zheng of the Zheng family knew that Lin Feng is now Xia Ruoxu's boyfriend, Xia family would be done for. Old lady Xia quickly smiled and said to young Master Zheng, "Zheng, this is indeed Ruoxu. Thank you for investing 10 million, helping Ruoxu, helping our Xia family through this difficulty. The one holding hands with Ruoxu is not her boyfriend, but a fool. Ruoxu does not have a boyfriend at the moment. Please do not misunderstand. Young Master Zheng." Young Master Zheng smiled and said, "It's all right. I had heard 3 years ago that Ruoxu was saved by someone, a poor orphan who became a fool due to his harsh circumstances. Because of Ruoxu's kind heart, she has been taking care of him. It was Ruoxu's kindness that touched me deeply. When I learned about the economic crisis in the Xia family's company, I didn't hesitate and transferred 10 million directly to Ruoxu's account. Let him sit down and have something to eat. He seems pitiful." And my young Master Zheng lied without blinking. His eyes were fixed on Xia Ruoxu, feeling extremely moved, mainly because he wanted to possess Xia Ruoxu, who was truly beautiful. As for the 10 million, Xia family mistakenly believed it was his contribution, so he decided to play along. Even if the real person who gave 10 million appeared later, what could Xia family do to him? Old lady Xia finally breathed a sigh of relief, smiled and nodded, saying, "All right, Zheng." Xia Ruoxu glanced at young Master Zheng indifferently and paid him no more attention, deeply despising him in her heart and not in the mood to converse with him further. Although young Master Zheng falsely claimed to have given the 10 million, making Xia Ruoxu angry, she decided to deal with that later and sat down with Lin Feng, wanting to keep a low profile and have some peaceful days with him. Old lady Xia invited young Master Zheng to continue as the host, and he requested to sit at the same table with Xia Ruoxu. Other guests began to rise, but Wang Guifang remained seated with her child, dismissing young Master Zheng and paying no attention to Lin Feng. Miss Chu Mengyao from the Chu family, here to wish old lady Xia happy birthday. A birthday gift of 8,666,666. Before old Master Xia could return to the main table, a loud voice was heard from outside, announcing the extravagant gift. The entire banquet hall could hear it. When families, regardless of size, came to celebrate a birthday, if the guest's status and gift were prestigious, the gift would be announced publicly. Oh my goodness! Old lady Xia's heart jolted with shock and fear upon hearing the grand gift. This was far more surprising than the 8,666,666 gift. How could Miss Chu from the esteemed Chu family come to celebrate her birthday? Old lady Xia, baffled by the situation, wondered if they were even aware of the existence of Xia's third-rate and insignificant family. Old lady Xia had invited even third-rate families and some second-rate families, but had never gathered the courage to invite first-rate families, let alone top-tier wealthy clans. The presence of Chu family was beyond her comprehension, leaving not only her but all attendees stunned and shocked. However, old lady Xia quickly composed herself. Excited and slightly trembling, she hurriedly went to greet Miss Chu. Under the enthusiastic escort of Xia Jianhuo, Xia Jiangwo, and Xia Jianjun, Chu Mengyao arrived. Old lady Xia approached with respect and chatted eagerly, but Chu Mengyao seemed indifferent to the conversation as she looked around, searching for Lin Feng. If he was present, she would sit with him, otherwise, she would leave. Offering a gift was a gesture to show gratitude to Lin Feng, her savior. She had been following news about the Xia family and Lin Feng, seizing this opportunity to repay him. The radiance of Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu was dazzling. Soon, Chu Mengyao spotted the two of them, and was astonished. She walked over and sat down at Lin Feng's table. The night before last, Chu Mengyao was on the brink of death before being saved by Lin Feng, and the first person she saw upon waking up was him. Since then, Lin Feng had left an indelible mark on her heart. She could not forget him no matter how hard she tried. Seeing Lin Feng now made her heart race uncontrollably. When Lin Feng glanced at Chu Mengyao, she appeared delicate and beautiful, dressed in a tight-fitting white tank top and a short skirt, slightly shorter in height at about 1.55 meters. Though her figure was good, she seemed a bit slim in certain areas, giving off a somewhat flat impression. Old Lady Zia and the others were puzzled and apprehensive, not understanding why Chu Mengyao had come. Old Lady Zia invited Chu Mengyao to the main table, but she replied casually and did not leave. Young Master Zheng was also on edge, being respectful and polite, but Chu Mengyao paid him no attention. Young Master Zheng, not wanting to provoke her, stared at Zia Ruoxu, becoming increasingly agitated with each passing moment. He glanced at Zia Ruoxu, thinking she belonged to him. The sight of Lin Feng holding her in his arms and kissing her forehead made him unable to bear it any longer. Lin Feng deliberately provoked it. Of course, he also thought so in his heart. He wanted to keep a low profile, but sometimes he had to act when necessary. Zheng Shao, the beast, even boldly stared at Zia Ruoxu despite claiming that the 1 billion was from him. It was fine to have a quick glance, but he kept staring, which annoyed Lin Feng. As long as Zheng Shao acted out, he would make this guy kneel in front of him and repent. Zheng Shao stared coldly at Lin Feng, clenching his fist and sneering, "I heard you're a loser, but you don't look like one." At these words, Chu Mengyao, Wang Guifang, and Zia Ruoxu were instantly enraged. Just based on that statement, Zheng Shao wouldn't get away with it. "You are the real loser. Your whole family is full of fools. You are an idiot. Is it your place to speak since my boyfriend is also your target? You really have no eyes." Zia Ruoxu couldn't bear it anymore and directly scolded him. She was also very displeased with Zheng Shao, who not only belittled her but also dared to curse Lin Feng. Damn it! With Zia Ruoxu's harsh words, Zheng Shao was infuriated, his anger nearly making him tremble. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Zheng Shao, my girlfriend is right. Your gaze is too unsettling. Stop staring at my girlfriend. If you continue staring like this, I will gouge out your eyes and feed them to the dogs." Upon hearing Lin Feng, Zheng Shao stood up abruptly, pointing at Lin Feng and Zia Ruoxu, and coldly said, "You two apologize immediately, or I will make sure you regret it." "Zheng Shao, what's going on?" At this moment, Grandma Zia rushed over. She had been watching Lin Feng and others at the table all along. Now that Zheng Shao stood up, Grandma Zia felt uneasy. Both Zheng Shao and Chu Mengyao were formidable figures. She was truly afraid of offending them. "Ruoxu, why are you so close to that useless person? Step aside. I will have him thrown out and break his legs." Grandma Zia came over and immediately berated Zia Ruoxu and Lin Feng as she saw them clinging to each other. No wonder Zheng Shao stood up. He must have been provoked. Zia Ruoxu had truly crossed the line. Pointing at Lin Feng, Zheng Shao coldly informed Grandma Zia, "That guy cursed at me. Isn't he just Miss Zia Ruoxu's dog? Hurry up and have someone break his limbs in front of me. If they can't break his limbs, I will be really angry. Your Zia family owes me 1 million, and if you can't pay up now, don't blame me for being ruthless." Grandma Zia was taken aback by this statement. 1 million was certainly impossible to pay now. Even if they could, the Zia family's company would go down faster. She never expected Zia Ruoxu to be so naive as to anger Zheng Shao like this. Originally, she wanted someone to drag Lin Feng out and teach him a lesson. But now that Zheng Shao made this request, she had no choice but to agree. Grandma Zia immediately nodded and said, "Zheng Shao, rest assured, I will have someone break his limbs right in front of you." Zia Ruoxu wanted to say something but suppressed her anger and decided not to speak. She realized that the people from the Zia family needed to be taught a lesson. If her grandma wanted to break Lin Feng's limbs, she would let her do it. Let the Zia family see who the real trash was. Jian Wu, Jianjun, Jian Huo, Ming Hao, Ming Yu, Ming Feng, Ming Kai, Jianglong, you all go in. Hurry up and go in. Break Lin Feng's limbs until he's half dead. Grandma Zia ran out and shouted at Zia Jianwo, Zia Mingkai, and others outside, in a fit of rage. "Mom, what's going on? Lin Feng is Ruoxu's boyfriend. We've acknowledged that. Why do you want to hurt him?" Zia Jianwo frowned and spoke. I have told you to kick that idiot out ages ago. If you don't kick him out, do you still recognize him as Ruoxu's boyfriend? Are you out of your mind? Now he's provoked Zheng Shao, and no one can save him. Immediately go in and beat him, until he's half dead. Grandma Zia shouted directly. Zia Jianwo, Zia Jianjun, Zia Mingkai, and others couldn't care less and rushed in. Previously, preventing Lin Feng from entering. Xia Jiangwo had interfered. Now that an issue had arisen, Xia Jiangwo's statements were ignored, and they had issues with his constant interventions. Xia Jiangwo, Xia Jianjun, and the rest charged inside. Many people in the banquet hall stood up to watch the commotion. They mostly understood what was happening and found it quite thrilling. Xia Ruoxu and Lin Feng backed off, a bit worried. Xia Ruoxu looked at Lin Feng and cautioned, "Be careful." Lin Feng was fine, but her uncles and cousins who were now charging over were a concern. If they decided to fight Lin Feng, he would be the one in real trouble. But they couldn't be too harsh. After all, they were all high-ranking employees of the Xia family's business. If Lin Feng took them all down, what would happen to the company? Lin Feng nodded and stood up. Looking at Xia Ruoxu, he decided to take action. But to go easy. Xia Jianhui and Xia Jianglong stayed outside, watching. The Xia family wanted to beat up Lin Feng, which was basically seeking death. But they also hoped that Lin Feng would go easy and not really beat someone to death or disable them. Beat him to death. Beat this idiot to death. Beat this animal to death. Xia Jiangwo, Xia Jianjun, and others rushed in and started beating up Lin Feng. In their view, it was just one person against 7 or 8 of them. Surely they could beat Lin Feng, but in just a few moves, Lin Feng had them all on the ground, unable to get up. Their faces quickly swelled up, some even bleeding from the corners of their mouths. Lin Feng tried to go easy on them. Otherwise, a slap could easily send them searching for their teeth on the ground or have their heads explode, all with just a light touch. What the heck is going on? Wasn't that guy raised by Xia Ruoxu a waste? How can he fight so well? His moves are terrifying, so scary. The people on the scene were stunned. 7 or 8 people came to beat up Lin Feng. No one expected that in just 1 or 2 seconds, the problem would be solved. And it was the Xia family members who were down on the ground, not Lin Feng. Xia Jianwo, Xia Jianjun, Xia Mingkai, Xia Mingyu, and others were all left dumbfounded. They couldn't believe how well Lin Feng could fight. They didn't even see how he moved. They just felt a big slap knocking them down, leaving them dizzy and unable to comprehend how it happened. At this moment, Xia Laotai finally rushed over. She wasn't as fast as Xia Jianwo and the others, but when she saw them all being knocked down, she was also dumbfounded. Where did this idiot Lin Feng learn to fight like this? Lin Feng clapped his hands and walked over to Zheng Shao. It was time to deal with this scum. He was quite cunning, even using others' strength against them. Zheng Shao was also starting to feel afraid. He never thought that he couldn't beat Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng approaching, Zheng Shao yelled at Xia Laotai, "If this idiot dares to touch a hair on me, the 100 million I wired to Xia Ruoxu the other day, which the Xia family can't pay back tonight, then the Xia family is finished." Zheng Shao's voice was very loud, almost hysterical. The place was relatively quiet with everyone whispering to each other, but his yelling was very abrupt, revealing his fear. You could tell how scared he was. Miss Yi Qingcheng from the Yi family, president of HUA Ding Group, is here to wish Xia Laotai happy birthday, presenting a gift of 88,888,888 yuan. But the next moment, another voice came from the entrance, sounding a bit shaky. It was Xia Jianhui's voice. Xia Jianhui and Xia Jianglong were also stunned. They never expected Yi Qingchen to come in person and get a check just like Chu Mengyao. But this check was much larger than Chu Mengyao's. The Xia family had no relationship with the Yi family. They couldn't climb that social ladder. Yi Qingcheng's visit and the extravagant gift made Xia Jianhui and Xia Jianglong feel like they were dreaming. But they quickly shouted and welcomed Yi Qingcheng, trembling as they did. Yi Qingcheng came for Lin Feng. Xia Jianhui and Xia Jianglong knew that Yi Qingcheng's visit, like Chu Mengyao's, was surely because of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was truly frightening. Yesterday, Yi Qingcheng had gone to the Xia family to protect Lin Feng, but she was disguised and didn't speak. Only Xia Ruoxu knew her true identity. Otherwise, the impact might have been lessened. The sudden yell made the entire banquet hall even quieter, and you could hear a pin drop. Many people held their breath, hearts trembling in shock. Yi Qingcheng, the president of HUA Ding Group, worth billions of dollars, known as the wealthiest woman and most beautiful in the city. Everybody knew Yi Qingcheng's name. For her to personally wish Xia Laotai happy birthday and present such a horrifying gift of nearly 90 million yuan, who could afford to offend her? With just this near 9 million yuan gift, the Xia family would become one of the top-tier families among the third-rate ones. And the fact That the Zia family could connect with Yi Qingcheng meant their status would skyrocket. What did it matter if they were a third-rate family? Even Zia Laotai was astounded deep in her heart, overwhelmed and unable to stand steadily, collapsing on the ground. Her heart was racing so fast that it felt like it might jump out of her throat. Overwhelmed with astonishment, she felt like she was hallucinating, thinking she heard wrong. But as she saw Yi Qingcheng walking towards her on the crystal staircase, the shock was real. The one who came over is indeed Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng must not recognize Zia Laotai, but Zia Laotai is naturally very familiar with the appearance of Yi Qingcheng, including the scene. Basically everyone knows Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng, standing at a net height of 1.78 meters, stepping on crystal high heels to nearly 1.90 meters in height, wearing a snow-white fitted skirt embellished with diamonds, revealing a pair of straight and long jade legs, draped in a snow-white blazer, holding a brand-named handbag, wearing sunglasses, long hair fluttering, walking over like this. The aura, however, is immensely powerful. Moreover, that figure, truly devilish, incredibly dazzling. Su Keifeng and Zhang Chunmei hurriedly helped Zia Laotai up. With Yi Qingcheng's arrival, lying paralyzed on the ground the whole time, how disgraceful is that? Now Zia Laotai is just a supporting role, but Zia Laotai is still trembling, not knowing what to say. No matter how hard she thinks, she can't figure out why Yi Qingcheng would come to wish her a happy birthday and even bring such a grand gift. You should know, even if it is someone from other top luxury families, even for a birthday celebration at the master level, Yi Qingcheng may not necessarily come. And if Zia Laotai were to die, all her brain cells would die as well, and she really can't understand why Yi Qingcheng came. In their Zia family, no matter who, they really have no connection with Yi Qingcheng. No matter how much they try to climb up, they can't reach Yi Qingcheng. Zia Laotai is also burning with hot-blooded excitement, unprecedentedly agitated. The Chu family has arrived, and the Yi family as well. And the one from the Yi family who came is actually Yi Qingcheng. These two families are among the top 3 luxury families in the Magic City. Only the Su family did not come. How can they afford to provoke? The Zia family's fortunes have turned at this moment from decline to prosperity. They are set to rise up in the world at a rapid pace. Just by networking with the Chu family and the Yi family, their future business will flourish. Lin Feng, seeing Yi Qingcheng coming over, smiled speechlessly. Never expected that Yi Qingcheng would also join in the fun. And Yi Qingcheng's attire is truly dazzling, exuding a fatal charm. The scene was still quiet for a while. Tang En just got up, ready to make a move against Lin Feng and the others, but they were all instantly stunned, hearts pounding. Yi Qingcheng walked directly in front of Zhang Xia and said coldly, "I just heard someone shout outside, saying that the Zia family has to return 10 million, claiming that you transferred $1 million to Zia Ruoxu a few days ago. Was that you? Did you give Zia Ruoxu $1 million? Zhang Xiao trembled slightly. Even though the Zhang family is a top-tier family, the distance between them and the top luxury families is too far. Even 10 top-tier families couldn't match up to one top luxury family. Zhang Xiao trembled slightly and said, "Yes, President Yi. The Zia family encountered an economic crisis. When I heard about it, I transferred $1 million to Zia Ruoxu to help the Zia family through the crisis." Yi Qingcheng sneered and said, "Are you so capable? Zia Ruoxu borrowed $1 million from my Huiting Bank, which I personally approved and transferred to Zia Ruoxu. The transfer record is here. You say you also transferred $1 million to Zia Ruoxu. Can you show your transfer record?" This. Zhang Xia instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect to get caught so quickly. It turned out that Zia Ruoxu's $1 million was borrowed from Huiting Bank. Why does Zia Laotai not know about it? And to borrow $1 million, even if the whole process went smoothly, it would take at least 2 weeks, unless there were connections. But no matter what, now that he is asked to produce the transfer record, where does he even get it from? He didn't make the transfer at all. At this moment, Zia Ruoxu stood up and sneered, "John, you have no shame. Can you tell me when you transferred the $1 million to my account? I haven't said anything before, but you really are shameless, lying to President Yi in front of everyone. You are a shameless creature. How can the Zhang family have such a shameless existence?" Zia Ruoxu was also filled with anger at this point. This Zhang Xiao was truly disgusting. At this point, everyone understood what was going on, and they were all silently cursing Zhang Xiao, this disgraceful person. How could he lie so blatantly? 1 million is not a small amount. Zhang Xiao had no shame, claiming it was his transfer and asking the Zia family to repay. Isn't he satisfied now? He was humiliated on the spot. Zhang Xiao's face instantly turned green, trembling all over. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. He had never been so humiliated in his life, but he couldn't say a word. Yi Qingcheng coldly smiled, then didn't care about Zhang Xiao, but saw Zia Ruoxu sitting at the table, so she sat down next to Zia Ruoxu. Even Chu Mengyao was very surprised. In Chu Mengyao's eyes, the Zia family really had no qualifications to have any connection with Yi Qingcheng. Obviously, it was because of Lin Feng, right? Lin Feng truly is terrifying. Where does he come from? The scene was still very quiet. Lin Feng grabbed Zhang Xiao's hair and coldly said, "You shameless creature, it's time for you to be taught a lesson. How dare you lie that you transferred 1 million to my girlfriend, asking my girlfriend to repay it? Where do you get that audacity from?" After saying that, he struck Zhang Xiao several times, hitting and slapping him hard, causing Zhang Xiao's teeth to fly and him to scream in pain. When Lin Feng let go, Zhang Xiao fell to the ground. Lin Feng did not continue to attack. This despicable person would definitely keep causing trouble, so he ignored him for now and would deal with him properly next time. At this moment, Zia Laotai reacted. Burning with rage, she swung her cane and tried to hit Lin Feng. She roared, "You despicable person, you don't know your place. President Yi is here. Miss Zhu is here. How dare you hit Zhang Xiao? You have no sense of shame." Zia Laotai's emotions were too high and she lost control all at once. Seeing Lin Feng hitting Zhang Xiao, she thought Lin Feng needed to be taught a lesson. The Zheng family was really in trouble. Whenever Grandma Zia remains calm, as long as she can maintain good relationships with the Chu family and the Yi family, she doesn't care about the Zheng family at all. Grandma Zia also thought that Lin Feng wouldn't dare to touch her even if he's capable of fighting. But at this moment, Lin Feng really didn't touch Grandma Zia, letting her hit him several times with her cane to show Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng gifted over 88 million in one go, making Lin Feng feel like it was too much. Lin Feng was truly disappointed in the Zia family. When the Zia family faced an economic crisis, as long as the whole family united and tightened their belts, they would definitely get through it. But Grandma Zia directly brought the main members of the Zia family to pressure Zia Ruoxu to accompany Shai Shangfei. Lin Feng has been holding a grudge against this till now. In addition, Grandma Zia truly treats Zia Ruoxu as a tool. When Zhang Xiao appeared, he wanted to use Zia Ruoxu to curry favor with others. Zhang Xiao said to transfer 10 million. Without any doubt, she directly believed it. She even let Zia Jianwo and others come to beat him, which was really going too far. If it weren't for Zia Ruoxu, Lin Feng would have left the Zia family long ago. Yi Qingcheng stood up directly, saying coldly, truly looking down on people, "It seems I came to the wrong place. The check is void. Goodbye." Yi Qingcheng's check was from Waiting Bank. It could only be cashed at Waiting Bank, so if she says it's void, then it's really void. No one can cash it elsewhere. Miss Yi, please don't go." After a moment of confusion, Grandma Zia quickly went to chase after her, ending up in tears as she thought it was her own fault. After all, Yi Qingcheng had been waiting there for half a day, and she didn't even greet her, instead focusing on Lin Feng. Yi Qingcheng was truly a powerful presence. She didn't even bother to say hello when she came here, truly showing that she didn't care about Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng only left because of Lin Feng. She came because of Lin Feng, and she was leaving because of Lin Feng. Grandma Zia chased her to the door, knelt on the ground, cried bitterly, but still couldn't bring Yi Qingcheng back. With over 88 million lost in an instant, and possibly offending Yi Qingcheng, what could be done? Fortunately, Chu Mengyao was still here. By pleasing Chu Mengyao, the Chu family, being a top-tier family, might be able to mitigate the situation if Yi Qingcheng decided to cause trouble. Grandma Zia hurried back, but when she arrived at Lin Feng's table, Chu Mengyao also stood up and said coldly, "Miss Yi is right. Your Zia family truly doesn't know how to appreciate people. You've underestimated us. Goodbye. My check is also void." When Yi Qingcheng left, Chu Mengyao also prepared to leave. She could see that Yi Qingcheng left because she was unhappy seeing Lin Feng being attacked, and she couldn't stay here any longer. After all, the Zia family was too outrageous. They failed to appreciate having someone as great as Lin Feng amongst them. They seemed completely blind and unaware. She turned and left. Miss Chu, please give me a chance, don't go. It was my fault for not hosting you properly. Please give me a chance. Grandma Zia went to plead and chase after her, bursting into tears again. After a moment of confusion, she truly did not expect to offend both the Yi family and the Chu family. Their visit was a rare honor for her. She couldn't comprehend her bad luck. But now, both Yi Qingcheng and Chu Mengyao had left. For Grandma Zia, losing nearly 9 million was a small matter compared to offending the Yi and Chu families. It was overwhelming for Grandma Zia to bear. However, Chu Mengyao didn't linger at all. She didn't even take back the check she left behind. With just a word from her, who would dare to cash it? Grandma Zia was truly in despair. But upon some thought, at least there was still Zhang Xiao. The Zhang family was a first-class family. If she could win over Zhang Xiao, the situation might improve a bit. Lin Feng, I will never spare you, you beast. Grandma Zia returned, trembling all over, cold sweat streaming down her body as she angrily shouted at Lin Feng. Suddenly, she felt that everything was because of Lin Feng being a waste. If it weren't for Lin Feng, she was sure she would have hosted Chu Mengyao and Yi Qingcheng properly. Everything turned into a mess because of Lin Feng, causing her to truly be an inadequate host. Kill this beast. Zia Jianwo and the others were also extremely angry, believing it was all because of Lin Feng. Each of them grabbed a chair, a bottle, or even a knife, ready to continue attacking Lin Feng. Stop, you trash, you are no match for him at all. Let my brother handle this and finish off this beast. Zhang Xiao, with his swollen head, after being beaten, shouted. Lin Feng was too fast. Even if Zia Jianwo and the others grabbed chairs, bottles, or even knives, they probably wouldn't be able to handle Lin Feng. They would have to bring his brother, Zheng Dehai, with expert fighters, to deal with Lin Feng. Upon hearing Zhang Xiao's words, everyone stopped in their tracks. Indeed, they were feeling quite frightened. They didn't have much confidence even with items in their hands. Before, when he was slapped to the ground, they didn't even see how Lin Feng made his move. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Xiao, smiling warmly and said, Zhang Xiao, who is your brother? Why does he sound so powerful? My brother is Zheng Dehai, respectfully known as Brother Hai in the underworld. You're dead today. Just wait. Zhang Xiao smirked, but whether he spoke or smiled, it felt incredibly painful. His face was full of pain, tears falling continuously, and he had lost many teeth, making it difficult to speak. Lin Feng and Zia Ruoxu shared a glance and smiled. Zheng Dehai was coming. In front of Lin Feng, he was inferior even to his grandson. What could he possibly do to Lin Feng? Before Zheng Dehai, Lin Feng had already taught him a few lessons. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, Go ahead and call your brother. Since you want to kill me, when your brother arrives, you will die even more miserably. Zheng Xiaoyan coldly smiled, not taking Lin Feng's words to heart, and directly called Zheng Dehai. As soon as Zheng Dehai heard that his own little brother had been beaten, he was immediately angry, but remained calm, first clarifying what happened and who had beaten his brother. Upon hearing that it was Lin Feng, Zheng Dehai on the other end of the phone was immediately frightened. Nonetheless, he hurried over. He knew this was trouble. His brother had just returned from studying abroad and was ignorant of the ways of the world. Provoking Lin Feng was a dead end. Especially hearing that Yi Qingcheng and Chu Mengyao had come and gone, Zheng Dehai felt even more fearful. His brother said it was because Zia Laotai wanted to deal with Lin Feng and had neglected Yi Qingcheng and Chu Mengyao. But Zheng Dehai knew that wasn't the real reason. The true reason was that Zia Laotai had hit Lin Feng, which angered the two. Who could provoke Lin Feng? And Zheng Dehai happened to be at Huiting Restaurant, representing his eldest brother to host important guests. His eldest brother Mauj was lying in the hospital, so Zheng Dehai was there to receive guests in his place, and it wouldn't be long before Mauj arrived. At this moment, Zia Mingkai laughed wildly, coming not far behind Lin Feng and saying, Zheng shouted, My big brother is also your big brother. When my big brother comes, even if you have 9 lives, it won't be enough to die. It's best for you to kneel now. Lin Feng glanced at Zia Mingkai and smiled warmly, saying, You beast, your slap just now didn't hit the mark, did it? Wait until your big brother comes, and I will deal with you slowly. Today I want to see how you die. You dare not to respect my big brother. You're nothing. Zia Mingkai sneered and quickly stepped back. At this time, Zia Laotai took Zia Mingkai to the main table to apologize. She hoped Zheng Xiaoyan wouldn't be angry and whispered to him that she would make sure Zia Ruoxu ended up in his bed and that he must kill Lin Feng no matter what. As for Zheng Xiaoyan lying about 10 million earlier, Zia Laotai didn't say much. Even if Zheng Xiaoyan lying, what could they do to him? Would they dare to do anything to the town? Hai Zhe, you finally came. Zia Mingkai, Zia Mingyu, and others waited outside to greet Zheng Dehai when he arrived with two burly retired mercenaries. Zia Mingkai had treated Zheng Dehai to dinner a few times and also some other generous gestures. He had been a lackey under Zheng Dehai. Are my little brother and Lin Feng still inside? Zheng Dehai's face darkened as he quickly moved forward without even looking at Zia Mingkai, that's still asking. Zia Mingkai nodded and said with a smile, they're inside. Hai Zhe, that little beast Lin Feng is too arrogant. Please, Hai Zhe, you must kill him. I'll foot the bill tonight and continue to treat you generously. Zheng Dehai turned around, glanced at Zia Mingkai, and sneered. Zia Mingkai was doomed this time. Even if he didn't die, he would suffer greatly. In an instant, he understood that Lin Feng had not revealed his identity yet. The Zia family didn't know who he was. Otherwise, how could Zia Mingkai dare to say those words? My brother is here. You little beast, you're doomed. Zhe. Over here, come over here. Seeing Zheng Dehai enter with people, Zheng Xiaoyan immediately left his seat and came to Lin Feng's table, not far from Lin Feng. He kept waving his hand and shouting. Zia Laotai also came over, pointing her cane at Lin Feng and shouting, you little beast, if you don't die today, my Zia family's name isn't yours. Zheng Xiaoyan had already promised Zia Laotai that he would kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled lazily and didn't bother to say anything. Lin Feng, my big brother, is here. You're doomed. Why aren't you kneeling down? Zia Mingkai also shouted loudly, and all the guests stood up, watching the spectacle unfold, feeling like Lin Feng was truly finished. Zheng Dehai saw Lin Feng from a distance. At first, he didn't recognize him, but as he got closer, he trembled with fear. It really was Lin Feng. He had just cut his hair short and was no longer wearing sportswear. Zheng Dehai was now trembling. How should he handle this situation? He couldn't expose Lin Feng's identity, but he also couldn't let Lin Feng seem too terrifying, nor could he lose his respect and offer Lin Feng. Regardless, Lin Feng had already stood up and walked out. Zheng Dehai came in front of Lin Feng, dropped to his knees in full view of everyone, and kept kowtowing continuously. Tears bursting out, feeling dizzy and confused. Everyone fell silent. You look at me, I look at you. Regardless of who it was, everyone was puzzled. Zheng Dehai's actions were incomprehensible to anyone. Running up to Lin Feng, kneeling down and continuously kowtowing. What was going on? If he kept kowtowing like this, even if it was a carpet underneath, he might end up with a concussion. Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, get up. What are you kowtowing for? Isn't it just that I found your wallet and returned it to you? Is it necessary to be so grateful to me? Thank you, sir. That wallet is more important to me than my life. Your favor to me is as heavy as a mountain. Lin Feng said this way, and Zheng Dehai followed his words, kowtowing 3 more times before getting up, forehead all swollen. Damn! Is this all? When everyone heard this explanation, they were even more puzzled. Zheng Dehai, a person like that, showing so much gratitude, and kowtowing continuously just because his lost wallet was returned by Lin Feng, sounded like a joke, a huge joke. But looking at it, it seemed real. Besides this, what qualifications did Lin Feng have to make Zheng Dehai kneel down and kowtow continuously? Brother, this little beast just found your wallet and returned it, and you, crack. Zheng Dehai had only said a few words before giving Zheng Lei a big slap across the face. His scream was miserable, unexpected. Before Zheng Xia had a chance to understand what was happening, Zheng Dehai grabbed Zheng Lei's hair and began slapping him left and right, without stopping. Sir, are you someone I can be bullied by? You little beast, I'm going to beat you to death today, you blind good for nothing. While beating Zheng Lei, Zheng Dehai roared. Zheng Lei tried to fight back but was subdued by 2 retired mercenaries who twisted his hands back, with a cracking sound, breaking his hands. Zheng Lei screamed like a pig in pain. This sight shocked everyone present, making it hard to understand why Zheng Dehai was so merciless towards his own brother. Did he lose his mind? Was it really a mother born that way? Why did it feel like they were arch enemies? Zheng Dehai was also torn inside, but he didn't know if his actions could calm Lin Feng down. Seeing Lin Feng silent, Zheng Dehai became even more frightened. He turned to Xia Mingkai, not far away, walked over, and grabbed Xia Mingkai's hair. "Brother, please don't. Brother, I know I was wrong." Xia Mingkai trembled in fear, but Zheng Dehai dragged him in front of Lin Feng. Zheng Dehai growled, "I just heard this beast cursing me and trying to kill me. Now I'm going to take his life." No. Brother, I was wrong. Dad, help. Grandma, save me. Ah! In an instant, Xia Mingkai was terrified and screamed in fear. But the Xia family members were too scared to intervene. Zheng Dehai had lost his mind. So who dared to help Xia Mingkai? Zheng Dehai raised his other hand and started beating Xia Mingkai. Since Lin Feng didn't reveal his identity, it was not convenient for him to intervene. Obviously, Xia Mingkai and the others had offended Lin Feng, so he stepped in to teach them a lesson. The two retired mercenaries also got ready to break Xia Mingkai's hands and feet. Lin Feng waved his hand and warmly said, "That's enough. I already said returning your wallet was just a small matter. You don't need to be so violent. Take your brother and leave. Even if you want to repay me, you have done so. From now on, we have no relationship." All right. The debt has been repaid. I feel relieved now." Zheng Dehai stopped immediately, finally sighing in relief, pushed Xia Mingkai aside, had the two retired mercenaries carry his brother away, and quickly left. Once Zheng Dehai left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, whispering to each other, continued to view Zheng Dehai as a lunatic who went over the top over a small matter. They considered his actions of being grateful and repaying a favor to be overly harsh. The Xia family, on the other hand, felt somewhat lucky, thanks to Lin Feng's timely intervention, or else Xia Mingkai might have ended up with broken limbs as well. Despite being slapped more than 10 times and having his cheek swollen from the hits, it was just superficial wounds. However, the members of the Xia family did not feel grateful to Lin Feng. Instead, they grew to hate him even more. Lin Feng really lucked out and found Zheng Dehai's wallet, or else today, Lin Feng would already be a corpse. Xia Laotai frowned. Now, she couldn't rely on Zheng Xiao anymore. Zheng Xiao's legs and arms were broken, and he would need several months at least to heal, with 100 days of rest for his bones and muscles. Moreover, he hated Lin Feng to the core, but couldn't risk acting against him now. Not to mention that Lin Feng was quite skilled in fighting. Although Lin Feng had already repaid his debt to Zheng Dehai, if Lin Feng asked for Zheng Dehai's help again, what if Zheng Dehai came to his aid? Xia Laotai was about to call the waiter to serve the dishes and deal with Lin Feng's matter later. Other matters could also be dealt with later. The guests were all present, so it was time to serve the dishes. However, at that moment, her phone rang. Xia Laotai took it out and saw that it was her granddaughter, Wu Miaoting, calling. It was her birthday, and naturally, she informed her daughter Xia Jianfang, but she wasn't sure if she would have the time to come. Xia Jianfang was married to Wu Dawei from the capital. Although the Wu family in the capital was powerful and on par with the Xia family, they were not even considered a third-rate family in the capital. Wu Miaoting was her daughter Xia Jianfang's daughter with her husband. "Grandma, have we not started the meal yet? We're already in Megapolis, and in about 10 minutes, we should arrive. This time, I've brought a huge surprise for Grandma. I found a boyfriend. He's a young master from a third-rate family in the capital, but in Megapolis, he would definitely be considered a top-notch elite. I wanted to surprise Grandma once we arrived, but there was some traffic on the way and we got delayed, so I decided to tell you about the surprise in advance." "Oh my. Miaoming, is this true?" As Wu Miaoting said this, Xia Laotai's previously overcast face immediately brightened up. If her granddaughter did find a fiancé from a third-rate family in the capital, they wouldn't have to fear the Chu or Yi families. Even if they didn't cause trouble, having her granddaughter's fiancé on their side would make them influential. A third-rate family in the capital was truly equivalent to a top-tier elite family in Megapolis. Being able to survive as a third-rate family in the capital was no easy feat. "Grandma, it's true. Don't underestimate me just because I'm 18. Your granddaughter is a stunning beauty, so finding such a good boyfriend is not impossible. And my boyfriend has brought you a big gift too. As long as it's true, it's good. Your visit is already making Grandma very happy. Drive safely and Grandma will be waiting for you." Xia Laotai hung up the phone, dispelling all the gloominess and once again smiling brightly. She asked the guests to wait for her granddaughter's arrival before serving the dishes. After speaking, she gave Lin Feng a cold smile. With no one able to deal with Lin Feng now, she wanted to see how Lin Feng would die once her granddaughter's fiancé arrived. Xia Ruoxu wasn't particularly worried, but rather looked at Lin Feng with some pity, saying, "Lin Feng, everyone looks down on you. Does that upset you? If not to maintain a low profile, no one would have dared to speak so unpleasantly about Lin Feng." Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Ruoxu, I never care about others' opinions. Let me tell you a story." An old man had a snow-white beard over a foot long, and everyone praised how good it looked, until one day, a curious boy asked, "Grandpa, with such a long beard, do you tuck it inside the blanket when you sleep, or do you leave it outside?" The old man was speechless because he had never thought about it. That night, he remembered the boy's question, first leaving the beard outside, but it was uncomfortable. Then he tucked it inside the blanket, which was also uncomfortable. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep, feeling very distressed. How had he been able to sleep before? Now, he couldn't sleep all night due to this dilemma. This goes to show that caring too much about others' opinions will make you susceptible to their judgments, making life very painful. Lin Feng indeed didn't care much about what others said. As long as they didn't cross his bottom line, he was fine. If they did cross it, then sorry. Whoever it was would have to pay a painful price. The Lu family from the capital, led by Lu Zhanbo, has come to celebrate Xia Lao Tai's birthday, bringing a gift of 1,888,888 yuan, wishing Grandma oceans of happiness and a long life. After a while, a loud shout came from outside. Wu Miaoting and her boyfriend Lu Zhanbo, along with an old man in a gray robe, enter. Wu Miaoting's parents were busy working and couldn't make it. The two of them walked in hand, looking quite suitable together. Of course, they couldn't compare to the pair of Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu. When Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu cuddled, they looked truly sweet. On the other hand, Wu Miaoting and Lu Zhanbo appeared very proud and had an air of superiority, but it seemed somewhat like a joke. They thought that by giving a gift of 1,888,888 yuan, they would shock everyone and become the center of attention. Little did they know that previously, when Chu Mengyao came, she gave 8,666,666 yuan, not to mention Yi Qingchen. Compared to that, the gift of just over 1.8 million yuan wasn't all that impressive. In Wu Miaoting's view, Lu Zhanbo's gift of over 1.8 million is also a considerable fortune for the Xia family. Grandma Xia was originally quite happy, but upon hearing over 1.8 million, her smile suddenly became stiff, feeling it was too little. After all, they were equivalent to a top-tier family in the Magic City. Why were they being so stingy? Not to mention comparing with Yi Qingchen, even compared to Chu Mengyao, there was a world of difference. Thinking of the gifts given by Yi Qingchen and Chu Mengyao, totaling over 97 million, Grandma Xia felt extremely regretful, feeling blue with remorse. Wu Miaoting brought Lu Zhanbo to the main table, feeling proud and arrogant. She planned to introduce Lu Zhanbo properly to the Xia family when they come to toast later, making them envy him. Grandma Xia had not yet asked Wu Miaoting to have Lu Zhanbo deal with Lin Feng. Since he had just arrived panting and now that a fight would disrupt things, they decided to wait until after eating and drinking before dealing with it. "Grandma, if Ruozu's sister didn't come, I wanted to tell her that if she sees Ruozu's sister today, to give her a message that she's on a lucky streak and will be joining a prestigious family. Last time when my boyfriend's sister saw her in a video call, she found her very pretty. My boyfriend's sister has a friend who happens to be a single emperor's son of a second-rate family in the capital. He saw Ruozu's photo and immediately liked her. Love at first sight. He had planned to come with us this time, but something came up. He promised to come to propose to the Xia family in a few days." Wu Miaoting looked around and couldn't find Xia Ruozu. Ruozu was sitting with her back towards her, and Wu Miaoting assumed she was in Lin Feng's arms. When she mentioned Ruozu, Grandma Xia's face turned sour, saying, "Don't mention her. She's been pampering a useless person for 3 years. Now she caught feelings and made that good-for-nothing her boyfriend. Although she's getting prettier, she's missing opportunities. She's hopeless and pathetic. And that useless person she's nurturing is too arrogant, can't get rid of him. Your third uncle's family is also stubborn, still letting him stay at the Xia family. He almost ruined my big plan before you all arrived. I asked your eldest uncle, second uncle, and all your cousins to beat him half to death and drive him out of the Xia family. but he turned out to be quite skilled and ended up slapping your uncles and cousins, knocking them all to the ground, making me furious. Initially, Grandma Zia had planned to talk after dinner, but Wumaoting's mention of these issues instantly fueled Grandma Zia's rage. The near billion gift they had almost received had turned into nothing, leaving Grandma Zia feeling distraught. "Grandma, what's going on? Why is she still nurturing that useless guy? How come no one can get rid of him? I refuse to believe this. My boyfriend brought a bodyguard who's a martial artist, extremely powerful. No ordinary person can match him. Where are they? I'll go with my boyfriend and have the bodyguard break that idiot's limbs and throw him out. It's outrageous to dare even hit my uncles and cousins without consequences. This is unacceptable." Wumaoting also became furious, finding it hard to accept. She had always been jealous of Zia Ruozu, finding her very pretty but not wishing her well. She knew the era of a second-rate family in the capital was interested in Ruozu, wanting to possess her beauty. After playing with her, he would discard her. So, she wanted to see Ruozu being abandoned for her satisfaction. "Look, they're sitting at that table, that despicable Ruozu, showing no face, entangled with that useless guy." Grandma Zia pointed directly to Lin Feng's table, determined to take care of him first. "Grandma, you stay here and watch. Let my boyfriend deal with him," Wumaoting said, still unable to clearly see Zia Ruozu or where Lin Feng was. But she walked with Lu Zhanbo towards Lin Feng's table. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Zia Ruozu, and today, Zia Ruozu was even more beautiful, with a happy smile on her face, even more captivating. The first time Wumaoting saw Lin Feng, she didn't recognize him, not at all like the foolish image she had in her mind. She was used to Lin Feng looking awkward, like a wooden block, often dressed in sportswear. Today, Lin Feng seemed like a different person, wearing a stylish silver gray suit, incredibly handsome. To be honest, Wumaoting found him very attractive. He was much handsomer than Lu Zhanbo. If possible, she also wanted to pamper such a guy. Just keep him as a secret. Don't bring him home and embarrass herself. "Aunt, long time no see, Ruozu's sister." After a moment of surprise, Wumaoting greeted Wang Weifang and Zia Ruozu with a smile, but her expression suggested arrogance, a patronizing attitude, speaking loudly and forcefully. Meanwhile, Lu Zhanbo couldn't take his eyes off Zia Ruozu, utterly mesmerized. If a woman had a powerful background and abilities, he wouldn't dare stare like this. But a member of Zia family, a third-rate family, Zia Ruozu had been rumored to be beautiful, and now that he saw her, he was truly shocked, his heart racing. Lu Zhanbo was only playing around with Wumaoting, and had never thought about marrying her. However, when he saw Zia Ruozu, he genuinely wanted to marry her. It was the first time he had felt the urge to marry a woman upon meeting her. It was evident that this woman truly captivated him, making his heart flutter. Wang Weifang and Zia Ruozu casually greeted Wumaoting as well. They were all relatives, but Wumaoting's family seemed closer to the Zia family and to Wang Weifang's. They didn't hold them in high regard. Whenever they visited their maternal family, the gifts they brought to Wumaoting's house were always less impressive compared to the other two families, showcasing a significant difference in attitude. Before introducing Lu Zhanbo, Wumaoting briefly mentioned him, then turned to Zia Ruozu with a smile and said, "Ruozu cousin, I heard the useless person you've been raising caused trouble for my uncles and many other cousins." This angered Zia Ruozu. Previously, she would have let Wumaoting's remark slide, but now Lin Feng, whom Zia Ruozu cherished, was her priority. She sensed that Wumaoting had brought Lu Zhanbo along to deal with Lin Feng, so she immediately defended him. "He is your cousin-in-law. How can you speak like that? Have some respect. He is now my boyfriend, my fiancé. Be more careful with your words in the future." Zia Ruozu's smile faded slightly. She directly affirmed Lin Feng's status. She was aware that Wumaoting had always looked down on her and harbored jealousy. Even though Wumaoting spoke politely in person, she would gossip behind Zia Ruozu's back. At that moment, Zia Ruozu saw no need to save face for Wumaoting. "Ruozu cousin, with this useless person, you think he deserves to be your boyfriend? Fiancé, are you joking? This time I came to share good news with you. As you are my cousin, I'm introducing you to a young master from a second-tier family in the capital. He has taken a liking to you. This may lead to a marriage proposal soon. You know the status of second-tier families in the capital. They are even more prominent than the top families in the city. If you continue with this useless person, your family will be finished. I can ask my boyfriend to cripple this useless person and throw him out. What do you think? Wu Miaoting, though also enraged, managed to say a few words with a smile. It's none of your business whom I choose. I have the freedom to decide. Why do you need to meddle? You're being presumptuous. Xia Ruoxu immediately retorted. Wu Miaoting was really trying to cause trouble by introducing a potential suitor. Was she trying to set up Xia Ruoxu? Hearing Xia Ruoxu's words, Wu Miaoting was enraged, and her face instantly darkened. She wanted a reason to take action against Lin Fan, but with Xia Ruoxu's protection, she was hesitant. How could she act against Lin Fan when he remained silent and Xia Ruoxu was standing up for him? Lu Zhanbo also wanted to deal with Lin Fan. He couldn't believe that such a great woman as Xia Ruoxu would be with Lin Fan. What did he have to offer apart from his looks? Lu Zhanbo patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Kid, I heard you're a fool." It was a direct insult to Lin Fan. As long as you provoked him, he would strike back. Lin Fan glanced at Lu Zhanbo, smiled, and remained silent. He understood that this guy was looking for trouble, but as someone from a third-tier family in the capital, Lin Fan decided to ignore him for the time being. If he went too far, Lin Fan didn't mind teaching him a lesson. You really are a stupid fool, being called a fool with no reaction at all. How can someone like you, a fool, deserve Miss Ruoxu? Lu Zhanbo continued to insult Lin Fan. Xia Ruoxu was on the verge of losing her patience. However, when she looked at Lin Fan, all she felt was heartache. No matter what, even if Lin Fan didn't retaliate against Lu Zhanbo, she vowed to silence his disrespectful words once she gained the strength. In the past, she could ignore how others spoke of Lin Fan, but now he was her beloved and precious one. Any criticism of him felt unbearable. Wu Miaoting's smile brightened significantly. Lu Zhanbo was so effective in defaming Lin Fan that Lin Fan dared not speak up. Xia Ruoxu chose to remain silent as well. Everything felt really satisfying. However, Lu Zhanbo wasn't finished yet. Unfortunately, at that moment, a bald, heavily tattooed man, accompanied by a group of 5 or 6 others, entered. He bellowed upon arrival, declaring that they were taking over the banquet hall and ordering everyone else out. If anyone refused to comply, he threatened to make them regret it. The tattoo on the bald man's head was a cobra, and he was known as Cobra, one of the top figures in the criminal underworld. Upon hearing his words, many guests furrowed their brows and started standing up to leave. The Xia family, being only a third-tier family, couldn't afford to offend these individuals. Despite the ongoing service of courses, no one dared to touch their food. Lin Fan paid no attention to Lu Zhanbo or the newcomers, focusing on eating since he was already hungry. Come on, Ruoxu, let's eat regardless of what's happening. Xia Ruoxu was taken aback as Lin Fan personally fed her a few steamed scallops, momentarily lost in thought. If Lin Feng's read on the situation was correct, Lu Zhanbo would make a move, and then he would have to face these guys. One should never underestimate their opponent because Lu Zhanbo's actions appeared dangerous this time. Mrs. Xia was startled, but upon thinking of Lu Zhanbo, a third-rate family in the capital city that equaled the top families in Magic City, these troublemakers surely couldn't afford to provoke them, so she quickly came to Lu Zhanbo and said, "Son-in-law, don't bother with these useless people for now. They've come looking for trouble, and today is my 70th birthday. We can't let them cause trouble. Son-in-law, please help and resolve this, all right? Don't worry, Grandma. I'll take care of these insignificant people." After Lu Zhanbo finished speaking, he directly led the gray-robed old man and Wu Miaoting up there. As for Xia Ruoxu, she couldn't care less after tasting the exquisite food and began to feast with Lin Fan. Wang Guifan also started feasting, unable to care about anything else. With Lin Fan present, there was no problem at all. If the other side dared to step on Lin Fan's toes to a point of unbearable, they wouldn't know how they end up. Lu Zhanbo walked up to the front of the cobra and smiled, saying, "What exactly do you want to do? Today is my grandmother's birthday. Can you just claim this banquet hall as you wish? Let me tell you, I come from a family in the capital city. Who is your leader? Let your leader come and speak to me. You're not qualified enough." Upon hearing this, the cobra smirked and said, "You little brat, quite arrogant, huh? What family in the capital city are you from? Speak up and let us hear. Look at you. Do you have the qualifications to have our leader come out?" The Cobra naturally knew their background was the Song family of the capital city, a top-tier family. Even if someone from the top families in the capital city came over, they wouldn't be scared. At least they could stand on equal footing. Originally, today Song Hongyan was supposed to come, but some things came up and she couldn't make it. The one who arrived first in Magic City was a first-line star under Song Hongyan's entertainment company, and she would appear at Song Hongyan's concert later. Song Hongyan had just signed this first-line star, a popular rising star, who was followed by more than 20 bodyguards. Meanwhile, Song Hongyan had also sent a member of the Song family to come over and personally oversee the construction of the film and television group company and brought along many people. This time their leader, Lei Yi, the chairman of the Blue Dragon Society, personally came to greet. Many of his brothers came along as well. Since the private rooms were unavailable, they had to use a banquet hall. All other banquet halls were in use. Upon inquiries, they found that all the halls belonged to the White Dragon Society. Only the Xia family was using this particular banquet hall. Coming directly here, the Xia family, as a third-rate small family, could easily be stepped on. Today, the White Dragon Society was also hosting the birthday celebration of their chairman with thousands of people. The White Dragon Society and the Blue Dragon Society were evenly matched, so the Blue Dragon Society wouldn't provoke them for now. Lu Zhanbo sneered and said, "Are you sure you want to hear it? If I tell you, you'll be scared to death. Once I say it, all of you will have to kneel before me." Lu Zhanbo appeared very domineering. Upon arriving in Magic City, it felt like stepping into the countryside. He truly didn't regard these rural folks highly. Even the top families in Magic City had to treat him respectfully once they knew he was from the capital city's Lu family. "You arrogant brat, you have no idea of the heights and depths of the heavens and the earth." The Cobra, furious, struck Lu Zhanbo with a big slap across his face, causing his head to lean to the side. His vision blurred momentarily. "Is it really something to be from the capital city? Let me tell you, you won't get away with this today, you brat." After slapping Lu Zhanbo, the Cobra sneered and shouted, "My boyfriend is the young master of the Lu family in the capital city. Though it's a third-rate family there, in Magic City, it's a top-tier clan. If you dare to hit my boyfriend, you're finished." Seeing Lu Zhanbo being hit, Wu Miaoting immediately shouted, revealing Lu Zhanbo's identity. "You vile woman, the Lu family in the capital city, a mere third-rate family, is nothing in our eyes." After hearing this, the Cobra laughed, then struck Wu Miaoting with a big slap, causing her head to lean to the side, her face burning with pain and her eyes filled with tears swirling around. There was a buzzing sound in her ears. Mrs. Xia and the others were horrified by what they saw. They hadn't expected this chubby man with a cobra tattoo to be so domineering, not even fearing a third-rate family from the capital city. Lu Zhanbo regained his composure and pointed at the cobra, shouting, "You're finished, you vile creature. Dare to hit me, and I'll make your whole family perish. Zuo, take action and break all the limbs of these vile creatures." Lu Zhanbo was also fuming, letting the gray-robed old man take action directly. He didn't yet understand the power and background of the Cobra's Sai, but seeing that the Cobra and his group hadn't brought any cultivation guard, he didn't regard them highly. "Cultivation guard, you old vile creature, why don't you try to make a move? You wait, I'll bring people over. Let me tell you, little brat, we are the Blue Dragon Society. If you don't know, ask your elders when they come. All of you will kneel down in repentance." The Cobra quickly shouted and led his people to retreat. Indeed, they hadn't brought any cultivation guard. If they were defeated, whom could they cry to? Lu Zhanbo didn't continue to have the cultivators act as bodyguards. Instead, he covered his face, took out his phone, and called his grandfather. Lu Zhanbo wasn't stupid. When the other person heard that he was from the Lu family and still acted so arrogantly, he knew he needed to clarify the situation. The presence of the Qinglong Society in Modu had put everyone on edge, including Grandma Xia, who was trembling slightly. Everyone had heard of the 3 top-tier families in Modu, but there were also 3 societies that were untouchable. Among them, the Black Dragon Society was related to the top-tier family Chu. However, the White Dragon Society and Black Dragon Society were not to be provoked. Their influence was as significant as that of the top-tier families, if not more intimidating. Grandma Xia said to Lu Zhanbo, "Son-in-law, why don't we just let it go? The Qinglong Society in Modu holds great power. Even the top-tier families in Modu have to give them some face. Let's leave and give them this banquet hall. Grandma Zia was truly nervous, even slightly trembling, feeling immense pressure. The main concern was that the Lu family was in the imperial capital, while they were in Modu. Even if Lu Zhanbo helped resolve the situation, if the Qinglong Society were to target the Zia family, Lu Zhanbo might not be able to come to their aid in time. These people on the streets were truly untouchable. Stop talking nonsense. I'm on the phone with my grandfather. Lu Zhanbo turned around and shouted at Grandma Zia, using foul language. Failing to control his emotions, he received a slap in the face, which left his face stinging. Many onlookers were making him lose face. Grandma Zia continued to mutter, further infuriating him. She was truly making him feel increasingly angry. Being scolded by Grandma Zia made him both angry and resentful. How could her nephew-in-law dare to insult him, challenging his dignity? But Grandma Zia didn't dare to say anything more. She just felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. After inquiring further, Lu Zhanbo learned that the Qinglong Society in Modu was actually backed by the Song family in the imperial capital, making it impossible for the Lu family to provoke. Once they did so, the consequences could be dire for the Lu family. The old master Lu also ranted loudly, furious that Lu Zhanbo, despite being involved with other women, had now tangled with the Qinglong Society. He scolded Lu Zhanbo on the phone, emphasizing the need for him to behave well and not anger them. Otherwise, the Lu family might not be able to handle the repercussions. You damn scum, you've caused me a lot of trouble this time. Screw off, let's break up. After hanging up, Lu Zhanbo, filled with anger, grabbed Wu Miaoting by the hair and slapped her across the face. He hadn't controlled his emotions and now his face burned with pain. With many people watching, how would he maintain his dignity? Wu Miaoting sat on the carpet, totally disheveled, crying and pleading with Lu Zhanbo. Husband, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Don't break up with me. Lu Zhanbo responded with a kick to her stomach, causing her to cry even harder. You almost got me into big trouble, you damn scum. Break up and don't bother me again. Truly. Lu Zhanbo was struggling with the consequences of entangling with the Qinglong Society. He decided to break up with Wu Miaoting, a decision he had made upon first seeing Zia Ruoxu. Wu Miaoting simply couldn't compare to her. After the breakup, he would pursue Zia Ruoxu wholeheartedly. Son-in-law, don't act impulsively. Grandma Zia began to cry, never imagining things would escalate to this point. But she couldn't blame anyone. Previously, she could blame Lin Fan, but now whom could she blame? She had to admit that the Zia family was just a weak. Grandma, please don't cry. Let's see what the future holds and how things play out. We may not be suitable, but it doesn't mean we can't be family in the future. There are many excellent girls in the Zia family. We can take it slow. Lu Zhanbo was moved by Grandma Zia's tears and spoke kindly. He also hinted at the possibility of future ties with the Zia family. Lin Fan, look at my cousin, so status conscious. It's a disaster, right? All she wants is to climb the social ladder, showcasing power and wealth, only to face her own downfall. Zia Ruoxu couldn't help but comment to Lin Fan. Although Wu Miaoting was her cousin, she didn't feel much sympathy for her. Wu Miaoting, at such a young age, kept changing boyfriends. Each time she changed partners, her new boyfriend's family had money or was influential, and they constantly boasted over the phone to her. Zia Ruoxu knew that one day, Wu Miaoting would meet a tragic end, but she had not expected it to happen so soon. Come, Ruoxu, try this Australian lobster. I've separated the meat for you. Forget about these trivial matters, they're meaningless. When it comes to finding a partner, make sure it's someone who genuinely cares for you. Don't choose those who are fickle, loving you one moment like a dog and turning vicious like a wolf the next. Lin Fan chuckled, offering advice before continuing to dine and drink with Zia Ruoxu. But Lin Fan knew he couldn't stay uninvolved in today's events. Lu Zhanbo was of no use. He was considered part of the Zia family, and regardless of how they treated him, when trouble arose, he would step in as necessary. At that moment, the cobra swiftly entered with a middle-aged man, accompanied by an elderly man in gray robes. He didn't bring his other men. The middle-aged man was a trusted confidant of Thunder, and the elderly man in gray robes had recently attained perfection in the Qianji realm after being hired. Everyone in the private room, aside from the waiters, kneel down. If anyone refuses, they will be executed on the spot. With that, the middle-aged man shouted arrogantly, displaying unparalleled arrogance and lawlessness. Lu Zhanbo brought a practitioner bodyguard with him. Upon hearing the other party shout like that, they dared not let the practitioner bodyguard act and just knelt down obediently. All the people inside, one by one, also obediently came out and knelt down. They dared to be angry but not say a word. But more of the anger directly shifted onto the Xia family. If it weren't for coming to attend Grandma Xia's birthday banquet, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. Each of them, with some status, all knelt down. How disgraceful. At the same time, among these guests, those clients and suppliers who cooperate with the Xia family company also decided that after returning, even if it means breaking the contract, they would directly cut off cooperation with the Xia family company. Xia family has really dug their own grave, offending the Chu family, Yi family, the Land family in the imperial city, and even provoking the Qinglan society. It seems that the Xia family's luck has run out. It won't be long before they're finished. Continuing to cooperate with the Xia family poses to greater risk. Grandma Xia also knelt down, tears streaming, but truly helpless. In just a minute, almost everyone knelt down. Only Lin Feng, Xia Ruoxu, Wang Guifan, Xia Jianhua, Xia Jianglong, Su Wenjing, and others sat together, eating and drinking heartily with Lin Feng as though nothing had happened. Xia Ruolin is now at school and has not come out. Wang Guifan, Xia Jianhua, and others are very clear about Lin Feng's terror. Although they are quite fearful, if Lin Feng doesn't kneel, what are they afraid of? Even if the sky falls, Lin Feng is there to bear it. Everyone, it's our Xia family's fault. Now, we will vacate the moonlit banquet hall for you. Please forgive us and show mercy. Grandma Xia trembled as she said a few words, feeling infinite fear inside. Go to hell, you brat, weren't you very arrogant before? Why not now? The cobra grabbed Lu Zhanbo's hair, violently pulled and kicked him a few times, causing Lu Zhanbo to see stars, blood flowing from his mouth, but he didn't even dare to scream, trembling uncontrollably. Big brother, I was wrong. I have nothing to do with the Xia family. Please spare me. I will leave now. When the cobra got tired of beating, Lu Zhanbo even urinated himself, trembling as he begged a few words on his knees. You brat, nothing to me. Get lost immediately. The cobra snapped. Lu Zhanbo trembled, thanked him, got up, and quickly left with the help of the gray-clothed old man, without pausing. Watching Lu Zhanbo leave like that, Wu Miaoting's eyes were blurred with tears, feeling extremely agonized. She still doesn't understand why so many things happen despite everything being fine. She and Lu Zhanbo have broken up again. Xia family is facing such a situation, and now she is kneeling and not daring to move. Where does she go from here? If she had known, she wouldn't have come to her grandmother's birthday banquet. She came here in a hurry despite her family's warnings not to come, insisting on bringing Lu Zhanbo to show off. Where does that get her now? Is there anyone else not kneeling? Are you tired of living? The cobra coldly shouted, looking around, and suddenly realized that at Lin Feng's table, there were still several people not kneeling. Everyone suddenly turned to look at them. Who dares not to kneel with such audacity? When they saw Lin Feng and others eating and drinking heartily, those who were kneeling were mostly infuriated. They hadn't even drunk a sip of water, all kneeling down. While Lin Feng and others not kneeling might make the Qinglan society even angrier, leading to a more severe outcome. Grandma Xia's eyes were almost shooting fire, filled with anger in every cell. She couldn't control herself and shouted, Xia Jianhuo, are you trying to destroy our Xia family? Quickly kneel down, bow to them, beg for their forgiveness. Are you all deaf? Damn it! Grandma Xia was really furious. Lu Zhanbo dared not even make a sound, got beaten up, and slinked away. The Xia family couldn't resist at all. At this moment, Lin Feng and others not kneeling further added insult to injury, pouring fuel on the fire. Damn it! You all are truly bored of living, aren't you? If you don't kneel down, I'll make sure you never walk again. The cobra, seeing that Lin Feng and others still didn't move, roared angrily, prepared to clean them up with a fully cultivated bodyguard. However, the middle-aged man said, Cobra, stop it. At this moment, Lin Feng's warm voice rang out, saying, I don't care what kind of organization you are. Today, Xia family's master is holding a birthday banquet here. They've paid for it, arranged food and drinks, brought together relatives and friends. Why can you just appropriate it, make everyone kneel down, disregarding the law and righteousness? today's events, you must give the Zia family an explanation." When Lin Feng said this, everyone on the scene felt both amused and more fearful. Who is Lin Feng to speak like this? The Lu family can't afford to provoke him. Now Lin Feng dares to say this. Who knows what the consequences will be? Everyone thinks that this time Lin Feng is definitely doomed. No one can save Lin Feng. And the Zia family this time, I'm afraid, will be even more tragic. Talking about righteousness and royal law with these members of the Green Dragon Society. That is truly laughable. You little brat, I. As soon as the cobra heard this, it began to roar angrily. Shut up. However, the middle-aged man instantly gave a low growl to the cobra, his eyes extremely cold, scaring the cobra into silence. The cobra was also puzzled about why the middle-aged man acted this way. Why would the middle-aged man treat Lin Feng and his group so cautiously? After all, in the City of Demons, who would dare to challenge the Green Dragon Society? At first, the middle-aged man did not let the cobra pass, feeling that there might be something unusual about Lin Feng's group, so he couldn't act rashly. Now, hearing Lin Feng's voice, his heart trembled. Wasn't it early in the morning when he went to deliver the Yuan chest stone and saw the young man from a distance? Although he was far away and couldn't see clearly, the voice sounded similar. If it really was that young man, then there's absolutely no way he could provoke him. Even Lei Lord himself would have to kneel and shiver in front of that young man. What status did he have? The middle-aged man was now feeling uneasy and dare not act recklessly, thinking about what to do next. Although they had hired top-tier bodyguards, Lei Lord had said that they could not act until they confirmed the identity of that young man, and any information about him must be reported to Lei Lord immediately. Zia Lao Tai was truly angry to the point of vomiting blood, screaming, "Zia Jianhuo, if your whole family doesn't kneel down and let that fool run rampant, your whole family will not end well." At the same time, she kept bowing her head, apologizing to the middle-aged man and the cobra. "I'm sorry, sirs, we have nothing to do with that foolish young man who spoke. If you want to kill him, go ahead and do it, we beg you. Spare our Zia family. That fool really has nothing to do with us. Please have mercy. That idiot is not from our Zia family. Please, kill him." Zia Jianhuo, Zia Jianjun, Zia Mingyu, Zia Mingkai, and others also joined in, bowing and cursing Lin Feng. They truly wanted to dismember and obliterate Lin Feng. In such a terrifying situation, they were completely powerless, and with Lin Feng causing trouble, the Zia family was truly unable to bear it. However, no matter what they said, the middle-aged man always had a slight frown, and the cobra was extremely perplexed, remaining silent. At this moment, Lin Feng, holding hands with Zia Ruoxu, gradually walked over. Zia Ruoxu heard the people from the Zia family continuously cursing Lin Feng, hoping that the other party would take him out, and she truly felt cold inside. She wished Lin Feng would just ignore them. The members of the Zia family were simply ignorant, that they were still her relatives, and she couldn't just stand by and watch. No matter how hopeless the situation was for the Zia family, she had originally planned to live a peaceful life with Lin Feng, but now it seemed impossible. The members of the Green Dragon Society were very frightening. Even if they kept retreating, they would never let go easily. As Lin Feng approached, the middle-aged man finally saw Lin Feng's face clearly and felt even more shaken. He truly couldn't afford to provoke such a person. This was the same young man from this morning, albeit in different clothes and a shorter haircut, making him look even more handsome. The cobra still couldn't understand what was going on. Just by looking at the middle-aged man, who was showing signs of fear and looking very unpleasant, the cobra's heart sank. Could this young man be so extraordinary? But even if he was extraordinary, how could he compete with the Green Dragon Society? The middle-aged man was at a loss, trembling slightly. Silence. Despite the nosy members of the Zia family, the middle-aged man spoke, his voice low and cold. The Zia family members fell silent. However, they all looked at Lin Feng with a cold smile. This time, Lin Feng was definitely doomed. Smiling warmly, Lin Feng said, "Are you two old beasts mute? Didn't you hear what I said? He's done for. He's done for. Absolutely done for." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Zia Lao Tai and others looked ferocious, fearing that Lin Feng would be dismantled in the next second. But strangely, the cobra didn't dare speak, while the middle-aged man knelt down directly, trembling and continuously kowtowing to Lin Feng, not daring to utter a word. Seeing this, the cobra also knelt down and followed suit, but was even more confused. The middle-aged man was a close confidant of Lei Lor and held a high position. Why did he kneel and apologize to the other party? What the hell was going on? Xia Laotai, the Xia family members, and everyone else were bewildered. They were all staring in shock. They couldn't understand what was happening. Why would the Green Dragon Society members kneel down and kowtow to Lin Feng? Even if they were to be killed, they wouldn't believe it. But the facts were right in front of them, and disbelief was not an option. Just one after another, truly too shocking, too astonishing. Lin Feng remained silent, letting the two of them kowtow. This led to the scene becoming quieter and quieter, only hearing the sound of the middle-aged man and the cobra kowtowing. Even the cobra became more and more frightened as they kowtowed, appearing to have provoked an untouchable presence this time. Before, he was so arrogant, not knowing how miserable he would end up. The question is, in the eyes of all members of the Xia family, this young man is either a fool or an idiot. Not an idiot, then a fool. It seems like he is just a worthless waste of space. What is it about this waste that is so untouchable? Even Xia Ruoxu was puzzled. It seems that Lin Feng has never had any encounter with the Qinglong Society before. Why do people from the Qinglong Society kneel upon seeing him? Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Get up. Stop kowtowing. You're almost breaking the carpet. Just because today you needed to cross the road and there was a car, I reminded you, and you're so grateful to me. It seems like all you guys in the underworld are very loyal." The middle-aged man and the cobra stood up, but as soon as the cobra heard this, he felt it was unbelievable. Isn't this nonsense? If one of Thunder's trusted aides had crossed the row and Lin Feng reminded him, he wouldn't believe that Lin Feng would be so highly respected. However, the middle-aged man calmly said, "Indeed, we all value loyalty. Without it, we can't survive. Thank you for reminding me, otherwise that car was too fast. I would have lost my life. The grace of saving my life is as heavy as Mt. Tai." When then the middle-aged man said this, everyone felt like fainting. Even Xia Laotai and the others found it hard to believe. Before, with Zheng Dehai, Lin Feng returned the lost wallet. Now, with this middle-aged man, Lin Feng just reminded him to cross the road carefully, and the two of them really respected Lin Feng more than their own grandsons, which sounded like a fairy tale. Just a casual reminder, and they are so loyal, it makes those in the underworld less deterred. Apart from this, they couldn't find any reason to explain Lin Feng's terror. Lin Feng is just a waste. How could he be so terrifying? It can only be said that if that's the case, then Lin Feng is really having a stroke of luck. Lin Feng smiled warmly again and said, "Okay, since you are so loyal, that can be considered repaying my favor. In the future, we will not interfere with each other. It's none of our business. Do you still need this banquet hall now? If not, let's all go back. It's time to eat and drink." The middle-aged man quickly said, No need. You have shown me favor. If you are still using this banquet hall, then continue. We will go look for some other vacant private rooms. Finding a few more will be great. To repay your favor, I will settle the bill together when the time comes. You can leave after finishing your meal. I will inform the front desk immediately. The middle-aged man was also very smart. Lin Feng was obviously hiding his identity and strength, so he followed Lin Feng's lead. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "That's not necessary. Our Xia family can afford this amount of money. When people from the Lu family come, they bring gifts worth 1,880,000. Just take some out, it's enough." When Xia Laotai heard Lin Feng say this, she wanted to strangle Lin Feng. Hundreds of thousands in expenses, they were willing to help pay. And Lin Feng said they were rich. All right, sorry to disturb you. I will leave now." The middle-aged man nodded, bowed to Lin Feng 3 times respectfully, and quickly left with his entourage to report to Lord Lei. After they left, the others were still kneeling. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Aren't you going to get up? If you kneel for too long, you won't be able to stand up." Xia Laotai and the others quickly got up. "You fool! Why didn't you agree?" And they wanted to settle the bill. Xia Laotai raised her cane again and wanted to hit Lin Feng, but in the end, she didn't do it. Knowing that Lin Feng knew the middle-aged man from the Qinglong Society also made Xia Laotai feel a bit fearful. But since the favor had been repaid, trying to flatter them further was probably not possible. It can only be said that Lin Feng was really in trouble. With this relationship, she should have been informed earlier. Having refused to settle the bill, Zia Laotai was getting furious. Zia Master, we bid farewell. We will no longer cooperate. Tomorrow we will come to your company to handle the termination of the contract. Zia President, goodbye. The agreed-upon cooperation project is now void. If you want to make my company compensate for breach of contract, then let's go through the legal procedures. Zia Laotai wanted to continue entertaining the guests, but except for Zia's relatives and friends, the rest came to bid farewell, some saying a few words, some leaving without saying anything. Basically, those who spoke were indicating that they were terminating their cooperation with the Zia family. They would no longer work together. Indeed, these people were all very angry and frustrated. They had not even had a sip of water and were forced to kneel down, scared out of their wits, almost causing a big problem. Zia's family had provoked so many untouchable entities again. They would definitely not cooperate with Zia's family anymore. Please, 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 don't leave. We can make some profit concessions in our cooperation. Don't leave, Mr. Wang. Mr. Li. Zia Laotai started to cry anxiously, wanting to kneel down and continuously begging them to stay, but they didn't give her face at all. For the Zia family company, this is definitely a fatal blow and will only exacerbate their troubles. If the other party chooses to breach the contract and go to court, it will take at least several months. The Zia family will be finished long before that. Even many relatives and friends are choosing to leave at this time. It's just superficial relations with the Zia family, and they feel that the Zia family is doomed this time. They advise to stay away early. Oh, God. What should we do? Who did the Zia family offend? Why are they treating us like this? Originally, there were quite a few people in the banquet hall, with over a dozen tables all occupied. Now most of them have left, leaving only the main members of the Zia family here. Old Lady Zia is on the ground, crying in despair. The Zia family members quickly help her up. Zia Ruoxu feels somewhat distressed and says, "Grandma, don't worry, with me here, the family company will surely weather this crisis. Tomorrow, Red Beauty Films will hold a bidding conference. I have already prepared the bidding materials last week. If we can succeed in bidding and cooperate with Red Beauty Films, based solely on this major contract, our Zia family company can survive. Red Beauty Films is also one of the top companies in the country and is planning to establish a branch in the Magic City. This will definitely require a large amount of materials. Winning this contract would be worth at least hundreds of millions, with profits of at least tens of millions. However, winning the bid will be difficult, as countless companies in the Magic City will be participating. Zia's company is relatively weak compared to many others. Whether they can win the bid is uncertain. Don't comfort Grandma. Red Beauty Films, such a big company, how could they consider collaborating with our small Zia family Zia Shy Panel Company? Grandma, we have to try. With the current situation, the family company is in crisis, and we cannot just sit and wait. I will strive to make it happen. Zia Ruoxu says confidently, looking at Lin Feng, feeling reassured. They can't rely on the Zia family, but Lin Feng might be able to help. Yi Qingchen is Lin Feng's senior sister, and if Lin Feng seeks her help and she talks to Red Beauty Films, they might have a chance. Lin Feng feels that dealing with Red Beauty Films, owned by his fourth senior sister Song Hanyan, won't be difficult. Just a few words with Song Hanyan should suffice. If not, they can ask Yi Qingchen for help. If cooperating with Red Beauty Films doesn't work out, they can collaborate directly with Yi Qingchen, who surely has many projects where they could provide materials. Zia Laotai still feels very desperate. Tomorrow, Red Beauty Films will hold a bidding conference here. They will find out what happens, and they attend the bidding conference tomorrow afternoon. When my outing's eyes are red now, she gives a cold glance at Lin Feng and says to Zia Ruoxu, "Ruoxu, if you make that scum leave your side, there will be no problem. Do you remember me telling you about a young master from a second-rate family in the capital who has taken a liking to you? If the young master from that second-rate family comes to propose to the Zia family in the next few days, maybe even tomorrow, who knows? If the Zia family agrees with the young master's connections, they can help the Zia family, making the bid a success. Even if it doesn't work out, with his help, the Zia family will be elevated. Now that Wu Outing has been dumped, she hopes to see Zia Ruoxu experience being abandoned as well. It's none of your business." Zia Ruoxu directly responds, refusing to give any face to Wu Outing. "Am I stop meddling in other people's affairs?" Zia Ruoxu, You are getting more and more presumptuous. Your cousin is also looking out for you, for the good of our Xia family. What use does this waste have? Just now, when someone wanted to settle the bill for his kindness, he refused and made us lose tens of thousands for nothing. He doesn't know how to ask for favors. Regardless, we must drive him out of the Xia family. I'll say this now, by midnight tonight, if he's not out of the Xia family, none of you who work in the family company need to come to work tomorrow. Do whatever you like. You, the general manager, can quit too. Xia Laotai directly threatened Xia Ruoxu. Lin Feng smiles warmly and says, in ancient times, there was a woman who made a living by brewing wine. Every time a Taoist passed by her shop, he would drink a bowl of wine and always ran a tap. The Taoist said to the woman, every time I drink a bowl of wine at your place, I will draw a line on the wall. At the end of the year, we will settle the bill together. The woman thought about it and agreed, because the Taoist often came to drink, a regular customer. For a year, the Taoist drank wine. At the end of the year, he said to the woman, let me dig you a well. The water that comes up will be wine. Consider it as payment for the wine. Does wine come up from the well? The woman didn't believe it, but agreed nonetheless. The Taoist dug a well in front of her shop. The water that came up, when she scooped a cup, she was shocked because it was indeed wine. The woman was overjoyed and couldn't stop laughing. After some time, the Taoist returned. The woman directly said to him, the wine inside is good, but there's one problem. It doesn't produce wine lees. There are no wine lees to feed the pigs. Can you produce some wine lees for me? The Taoist furrowed his brows, picked up a brush, and wrote a poem on the wall. The sky is not as high as the human heart. Water being sold as wine. Who knew there would be no wine lees? After writing, he turned and left. After that, the well never produced wine again. As the saying goes, human hearts are insatiable. One shouldn't be greedy. When contentment is needed, one must learn to be content. Ruoxu, let's go. Lin Feng said this to Xia Laotai. Xia Laotai is truly too greedy. He could have prevented the disaster at the banquet today and helped the Xia family, but Xia Laotai is still not satisfied. It's truly laughable. You little scum, who are you calling greedy? Xia Laotai shouts, lifts his cane, and tries to hit Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng has already taken Xia Ruoxu's hand and left, avoiding the hit. As they head towards the Clear Moon Banquet Hall, 10 or so people walk towards them, blocking Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu's path. These guys, all dressed in white suits, each holding a bottle of red wine and a wine glass in their hands. At a glance, their presence was quite strong. Mainly, they all set their sights on Xia Ruoxu. Xia Ruoxu's outfit today was truly stunning. Wherever she went, she was the center of attention. Xia Ruoxu, holding hands with Lin Feng, tried to walk around these guys, but they blocked their way, each with a sinister smile. The leader, a middle-aged man with a big belly, a white suit with several unbuttoned buttons below, looked at Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu and said with a smile, this woman looks pretty good. Can man have a drink with our boss fan? Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu moved to the side, warmly said, gentlemen, my girlfriend and I have something to attend to. We will leave immediately. Please forgive us. We'll pass on the drink. Please go ahead. The Xia family members were still inside the banquet hall, discussing a plan, mainly discussing how to drive away Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to take Xia Ruoxu and leave first, but it seemed like these guys were looking for trouble. The middle-aged man smiled and said, you both can leave if you have something to do. Your girlfriend must stay and accompany our boss fan for a drink, otherwise, he won't leave. Do you know who our boss fan is? He's the leader of the White Dragon Society. Today is Boss Fan's 60th birthday, and his men have brought many beautiful women to contribute, but none compare to Xia Ruoxu. Xia Ruoxu was the epitome of true beauty, outshining all others. Compared to the rouge and powder on the others, Xia Ruoxu simply outshone them. Bringing Xia Ruoxu to drink a few cups with Boss Fan, offering her as a gift to entertain Boss Fan, would surely earn them merit. Once Boss Fan was happy, they would be too. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, gentlemen, why force us into a difficult situation? You all seem to be in a good mood today, so why ruin it with this matter? We'll leave first. Lin Feng finished speaking and, together with Xia Ruoxu, turned to leave. This path was blocked, so they took another. Surely Boss Fan of the White Dragon Society was no simple person, and Lin Feng truly wanted to keep a low profile and not provoke any trouble now. Refusing a toast only leads to drinking a forfeit. Stop them. Break the limbs of the male. Drag him out. Take the female to a company boss fan for a drink. The middle-aged man growled. Over a dozen men, each holding a bottle of alcohol, surrounded Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu and swiftly closed in on them. Carefully placing the glasses on the ground, they brandished the bottles and began to beat Lin Feng without hesitation. Wait. Gentlemen, my girlfriend and I have no conflict with you. Why must you make things difficult? You still want to resort to violence. Isn't that breaking the law? My girlfriend and I are ordinary citizens, kind-hearted people. But have you ever heard the saying, do not push people too far, especially not bully honest people, because within honest people, there's a deity and a demon. Once the deity is pushed aside, the demon will emerge, and you will not be able to bear the consequences. If you truly corner me, don't blame me for being ruthless. When that time comes, you will not bear the consequences. Lin Feng said a few words with a warm smile. His heart was getting increasingly cold. He wanted to keep a low profile, but others refused to allow it. Lin Feng had been retreating time and time again, but now he had reached a dead end, and the other side still wanted to entangle him. Lin Feng was truly not going to be polite. Ha ha ha. Little brat, who are you trying to threaten? Brothers, beat him to death for me. The middle-aged man laughed heartily, disregarding Lin Feng's words. The dozen or so men continued to rush towards Lin Feng, each swinging their alcohol bottles at him. Lin Feng shook his head in disbelief, smiling wordlessly. As the opponents approached, his figure moved like a ghost, and in an instant, he rushed forward. With a wide stance, he struck out with both hands, left and right. The dull thuds of impacts resounded continuously. The dozen or so men were beaten in all directions, flying out in all directions. The explosive sounds of the alcohol bottles breaking continued to echo. Each one let out a pitiful cry, their facial bone shattered on one side. Besides the cries and convulsions, their minds went blank. They didn't know how they were being thrown around. They only felt an immense force, like being struck by a car going at 200 miles per hour, hitting their faces and sending them flying. The bottles all smashed on the ground, red wine spilling everywhere, creating a mess. Without missing a beat, Lin Feng dealt with these guys, one by one, and within 2 seconds, he had settled it all. Lin Feng continued walking forward, stepping on the hands and feet of each one, with a cracking sound ringing out. All the limbs of these men were broken and crushed. In recent days, the hospitals in the Magic City had seen a surge in business. Especially in People's Hospital, amputation surgeries were conducted almost daily. At least dozens of surgeries were performed every day, and the doctors were overwhelmed. Now, the hospital's business was bound to improve even more. I can't believe it. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man was dumbfounded, his eyes wide open. He found it unbelievable. Over a dozen men writhed on the ground, quickly passing out. From the beginning to the end, the entire incident, from the attack to the moment these guys fainted, didn't take more than 30 seconds. I really didn't expect Lin Feng to be such a good fighter. When Lin Feng walked over, the middle-aged man immediately smiled and said, "Brother, I was blind and offended you. Please forgive me and let it go. We don't have to be enemies. Let's move past this and be friends. What do you think?" Although he was smiling, the middle-aged man's heart was trembling with fear. Not because he was afraid that he couldn't handle Lin Feng, but because he was afraid of getting physically hurt by him. Lin Feng responded with a warm smile. "All right, let's just leave it at that. But let me make it clear, if you ever try to cause trouble again, I will not hesitate to take you down. Think carefully about it. All right, let's go, goodbye." Since the middle-aged man suggested reconciling, Lin Feng decided not to bother with him anymore. He walked away hand in hand with Xia Ruoxu at a slow pace. He knew the middle-aged man wouldn't let it go so easily. Despite talking about reconciliation, he suspected the man would soon come back for more trouble. Lin Feng continued slowly, estimating that the man would not give up easily. The middle-aged man gathered a group of people, ready to confront Lin Feng. Knowing the man had backup, Lin Feng understood that the group of 200 people were no match for him. However, he also knew that the 12 bodyguards could pose a threat. The man's group followed him, yelling and shouting, determined to take Lin Feng down to avoid losing face at the event. The middle-aged man informed his gang about Lin Feng, and they quickly armed themselves and followed him towards Lin Feng. The sight of them in their white suits was intimidating. Xia Ruoxu watched the scene with excitement as Lin Feng calmly told her to watch from the side. The situation alarmed the hotel manager and even the boss of the venue. The White Dragon Society was causing trouble on Yi family's territory, and it was a serious matter. As the manager saw the commotion, he immediately contacted Yi Qingchen to seek guidance on how to handle the situation. Yi Qingchen understood that it must involve Lin Feng. She instructed them to lock down the hotel and only allow people to enter, not leave. She would personally come to the scene in a helicopter to handle the situation. If anything were to happen to Lin Feng, she would make sure the White Dragon Society disappeared from the city. As Lin Feng faced off against the White Dragon Society, his fists clenched with determination and excitement as he charged towards them, ready for the fight. We need a lot of people to make it enjoyable. Just a dozen people, in less than 2 seconds, were taken care of by him. That really didn't feel satisfying. As for the 12 white-robed elders in the front, Lin Feng could tell at a glance that they were all cultivators at the Che training level. The strongest among them was just at the late stage of Che training, which he didn't need to worry about at all. The first ones Lin Feng faced were the 12 white-robed elders. He jumped up and danced horizontally on the chests of the 12 white-robed elders. Each elder's chest was stepped on by Lin Feng, and only then did Lin Feng land on the ground. The 12 elders were sent flying in all directions, with a big footprint caving in their chests, lying on the ground, some knocking over several members of the White Dragon Society, motionless and bleeding continuously from their mouths. What the heck? What's going on? This made the White Dragon Society members, who wanted to charge forward, instantly dumbfounded. The 12 cultivating bodyguards who charged at the front were all sent flying in less than 2 seconds. After being kicked away, they didn't move a muscle, not even letting out a scream, as if dead. If they charge forward now, wouldn't it be a dead end for them? But the members behind them didn't know what was happening yet. They pushed and squeezed each other, pushing the dazed ones forward. Lin Feng charged directly, using a big swinging punch, striking with both fists, hitting anyone he encountered. 1 punch per person sent them all flying. Whether it was a headshot, a chest shot, or wherever it landed, it could crush and break bones. But Lin Feng was careful not to hit vital areas. Otherwise, with 1 punch, these guys would surely die. Dang, dang, dang. Lin Feng kept on fighting, unstoppable. The sound of banging kept coming, seeing each member of the White Dragon Society in white suits explode in all directions. Ah, oh, ah. The screams grew louder and louder. Within a minute, Lin Feng fought through the whole crowd, from the hall to the second-floor corridor. Everywhere he passed was littered with members of the Bailong Society writhing in pain. Some fainted from the beating. The only one standing was their boss, a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was on the verge of collapse, trembling with fear, sweat dripping down his face. At a loss about what to do, he finally realized that picking a fight with Lin Feng was a big mistake. As Lin Feng stepped back further, he kept pressing forward. Now, all his over 200 brothers, including 12 cultivating bodyguards, were all down. Even if Mayor Fen quickly grasped the situation, came out, and dealt with Lin Feng, he wouldn't have an easy time. After all, with so many brothers severely injured, the medical expenses would cost a fortune. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Lin Feng returned from the second floor, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. His movements were so fast that the surveillance footage couldn't capture him clearly. Lin Feng crushed all the limbs of the White Dragon Society members, leaving no one unharmed. These guys were so audacious, they were undoubtedly a big tumor in the city. This time, Lin Feng had to teach the White Dragon Society a bloody lesson. They had many brothers, right? Lin Feng would take care of all the current 200+ members. When Lin Feng returned in front of the middle-aged man, all 200 people had been disabled. The middle-aged man shivered with fear, sweating profusely, but mustered up the courage to say to Lin Feng, "You beast, you have severely injured and crippled so many of my White Dragon Society members. This time, you are definitely dead. Mayor Fan will receive the news soon and will come with people to kill you. You won't survive." Lin Feng never expected that this guy, at this point, was still threatening him. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Remember what I told you before. If you dare to touch me again, with one slap, your head will no longer be on your neck. Remember that." "I remember, but if you dare to harm me, your death will be even more miserable." The middle-aged man responded to Lin Feng and couldn't help but step back. In his eyes, Lin Feng seemed like a demon, too terrifying. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Just remember that. For your heinous crimes, if heaven won't punish you, I will." With that, he delivered a resounding slap. The middle-aged man's head, indeed separated from his body and rolled far away, while still looking in Lin Feng's direction. As he sought his body, a thought flashed through his mind. How did my head end up flying over here? This thought flickered before the middle-aged man's eyes, black, and he knew nothing more. But in his soul, he truly regretted messing with Lin Feng. Mayor, something big happened. On the third floor, in the King Yu Banquet Hall, a young man in a white suit rushed to Mayor Fan's side to report urgently. The King Yu Banquet Hall was the largest banquet hall at the Huiting restaurant, with over 100 tables, each seating at least 10 people, creating a lively atmosphere. At the main table sat about 20 or 30 people, half of whom were beautiful women. A man in a white tang suit sat in the main seat. The man sitting at the main seat was the president of the White Dragon Society, Master Fan. He was 60 years old, but looked like a man in his 40s, with a large flat-headed hairstyle and full black hair, his face glowing red, showing no signs of aging. After listening, Master Fan nodded and smiled, saying, "This kind of trivial matter doesn't need to be reported. Deploy all the members from the other 3 banquet halls, capture the enemy, chop them into mincemeat, feed them to the fish and dogs, then secretly execute their relatives. Also, find out who led the team and who is the leader. They were unable to defeat the enemy, humiliating the White Dragon Society. Have the team leader kneel before me later, and make sure he disappears from the City of Magic." Over 200 people were defeated, but to Master Fan, it was a minor issue. "Yes, Master Fan," the young man replied, trembling as he left to inform the other 3 banquet halls, passing on Master Fan's orders word for word. This guy was just a small and insignificant underling, but when he returned from the bathroom, man saw the White Dragon Society members defeated. He was truly shocked. As soon as the leaders of the other 3 banquet halls heard, they immediately stood up and gathered their people, weapons, and bodyguards, swiftly descending to the scene. The sight truly frightened them. Looking around, there were many White Dragon Society members lying on the ground, most of them motionless. Some were still conscious, but their screams were terrifying. Moving forward, they reached the hall without fully grasping the situation, not knowing who the mastermind was. Suddenly, a figure rushed towards them at lightning speed. Before their eyes, the dozen bodyguards were thrown in all directions, life or death unknown. The figure then began attacking, causing White Dragon Society members to fly and cry out continuously. This time, with over 600 people, Lin Feng took about 3 minutes to defeat them all. Reaching the 3rd floor, from the lobby on the 1st floor to the hallway on the 3rd floor, White Dragon Society members in white suits lay in piles. The numbers were truly overwhelming, creating an extremely horrifying scene. Screams filled the air, causing goosebumps and creating a hellish atmosphere. Lin Feng then descended from the 3rd floor, ensuring anyone who still had limbs intact had them all broken, sparing none. After taking about 2 minutes, Lin Feng returned to the lobby, which now appeared much quieter. The few remaining conscious individuals were less vociferous. "Oh my God! There's a fight outside. It's terrifying. Dead bodies everywhere in large numbers. How did it become so horrifying? The screams are spine-chilling. Who is fighting whom? I don't know, but it's terrifying. Let's lock the door of the private room and avoid going out. If we are mistaken for enemies, it will be a miserable death." Inside all the private rooms and banquet halls, everyone present was equally terrified. Even Zia Lao Tai and the others were afraid. Hearing the terrifying screams from outside, which were unbearable, they emerged but couldn't identify the attackers. All they saw were people in white suits sprawled everywhere, disturbing everyone. They quickly returned to their private rooms or banquet halls and locked the doors. Even though they had no direct involvement, almost everyone was trembling in fear. This also startled Lei Yi when he came out to take a look. The White Dragon Society was even more terrifying than the Blue Dragon Society. Seeing so many members of the White Dragon Society defeated made Lei Yi feel fearful, regardless of which powerful force had caused such a large massacre. However, it had nothing to do with the Blue Dragon Society. Lei Yi instructed others to lock the doors of the banquet halls and avoid getting involved with the chaos. One wouldn't dare provoke the Blue Dragon Society. Lin Feng, maybe we should leave. Zia Ruoxu originally admired Lin Feng passionately and felt excited, but now, she was truly scared. She didn't know how many people were sent to kill Lin Feng, but it was certainly more than 400. Surveying the scene filled with bodies, the fear was truly overwhelming. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "No need to leave, no need to fear. I wanted to keep a low profile, but they insisted on provoking me. Let's fight to the end. I must learn from Cao Cao." When Cao Cao failed in his assassination attempt on Dong Zhuo and was fleeing, he came across his father's sworn brother LV Basheng's residence. As LV Basheng went out to buy wine, he instructed his family to kill a pig to entertain Cao Cao. Hearing the sound of sharpening knives, Cao Cao thought LV Basheng was about to harm him, so he rushed out and killed all of LV Basheng's family. As Cao Cao was leaving LV's house, he encountered LV Basheng returning with wine and felt regretful, but fearing that LV Basheng would seek revenge upon seeing his family killed, he was merciless, killing LV Basheng too. That's the mentality of a great leader. Either don't act at all or act decisively. If you must act, resolve everything in one go. Until now, nearly 700 people had been disabled by Lin Feng, and all the bodyguards were eliminated. However, Lin Feng knew that the president of the White Dragon Society had yet to show up. Today, he would come face to face with the president of the White Dragon Society. Qingyu Banquet Hall. No one came to report for half a day, but we could hear the miserable cries outside. One after another, someone went outside to take a look, got a shock, then came back immediately and said to Fen Yi, "Fen Yi, it's not good. Everyone has fallen down. Hundreds of people." Fen Yi frowned. What kind of existence is this opponent? Why can't they be dealt with? Today was supposed to be a celebration for his 60th birthday. His mood was very good, but now, he was feeling frustrated and angry. Who dares to mess with the Qinglong Club? It's like poking a hornet's nest, not knowing how many eyes the Horse King has. Go bring them here. I will meet them in person. Fen Yi couldn't smile anymore. He said coldly with a face full of murderous intent, "Yes." Immediately, a dozen people went down to find Lin Feng. On Lin Feng's side, the first person to arrive was not from the White Dragon Club, but Yi Qingcheng. "Junior brother, are you okay?" When Yi Qingcheng arrived and saw Lin Feng unharmed, she felt relieved. She didn't call Lin Feng her husband, out of respect for Xia Ruoxu's presence. Yi Qingcheng had changed into casual attire, a pale pink long dress that accentuated her figure. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "I'm fine for now, but we must deal with the White Dragon Club. How can they be so arrogant?" Yi Qingcheng explained. "The White Dragon Club has a strong background. They are a force from within Kunlun Mountain, built and organized by someone. I don't know which sect from Kunlun Mountain sent them, but there is one person among them, the leader of the White Dragon Club, who is quite powerful on his own. And they have hired cultivators as bodyguards." Lin Feng nodded, his eyes filled with killing intent. In Lin Feng's eyes, they were more evil and despicable than the Cultivators Association. To come from Kunlun Mountain, the world of cultivators, and instead of staying within their own community, to build such a malicious force and cause chaos. Lin Feng said directly, "Big sister, are you afraid? If not, today we will wipe out the White Dragon Club. After removing the White Dragon Club, all resources under their control will be yours to manage. If anyone from the White Dragon Club dares to retaliate, we will deal with them together and fight to the end. What do I have to fear? If you want to eradicate the White Dragon Club, I will naturally stand by your side." Yi Qingcheng coldly replied. Lin Feng noticed that this senior sister of his always spoke coldly and never showed a smile, but somehow, it made him feel warm inside. "Count me in for eradicating the White Dragon Club." Just then, a woman approached from afar, wearing a light red silk cheongsam, her waist swaying as she walked. Lin Feng dared not look at this woman too much. She was his fifth senior sister Qin Yishan, who liked wearing cheongsams. Her natural height was around 1.77 meters, and with her high heels adding another 10 centimeters, paired with a cheongsam, her figure was truly perfect, enough to ignite a fire in the hearts of those who saw her. Yi Qingcheng remained silent. Welcoming Qin Yishan was also acceptable. Qin Yishan was the head of the intelligence network, and now that she knew Lin Feng was her junior brother, she basically knew everything Lin Feng did at all times, as long as he wasn't hiding at home. "Count me in too." Another voice chimed in as a woman in white antique clothing, Liu Shengnan, walked in alone. Liu Shengnan's height was 1.8 meters, dressed in antique clothing that exuded charm. Her looks and demeanor were not inferior to Yi Qingcheng and Qin Yishan. In fact, among all his senior sisters, she was the tallest. At present, of all the senior sisters Lin Feng had seen, Liu Shengnan was the tallest. Yi Qingcheng, Qin Yishan, Liu Shengnan, and Lin Feng's three senior sisters were all gathered together. Xia Ruoxu looked at Lin Feng's three senior sisters and felt extremely impressed. Each of them had their own unique charm and were exceptionally beautiful women. Moreover, they were all powerful. Without strength of her own, she felt somewhat inadequate in front of the three. She only hoped that Lin Feng could quickly refine the marrow-cleansing elixirs so that she could change her physique and cultivate alongside him. Otherwise, she really wouldn't be able to keep up with his senior sisters. Today, many cultivators had gathered at the Huiting restaurant. There were naturally people from the War God Temple keeping an eye on the situation. Liu Shengnan had also received the news and rushed over. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Big sister, third sister, fifth sister, let's eradicate the White Dragon Club together today. You three can split the wealth and resources under the White Dragon Club." Lin Feng wanted to make it clear that after eradicating the White Dragon Club, there would be a lot of wealth and assets left by them in the magic capital. Definitely not a small amount. He wouldn't take a single coin, but he wanted to ensure clarity among his three senior sisters to avoid conflicts between them. "Let's take care of it first, then we'll discuss." Yi Qingcheng spoke coldly. If it was only her, dealing with the White Dragon Club's assets and wealth would be simple. However, if Qin Yishan and Liu Shengnan were part of it, splitting everything among the three could get complicated. At this moment, more than 10 people from the opposite side approached tremblingly. Each time they lifted their feet, it was difficult to find a place to land. Because of the urgency, they all stepped on the bodies of the members of the White Dragon Society, quickly making their way over. After all of the people lying around were members of the White Dragon Society. These guys, who came stepping on the bodies of White Dragon Society members all along the way, were also trembling with fear. They never expected the other side to be so powerful. All these many members of the White Dragon Society didn't know their own strength. It was too terrifying. "Who are you? White Dragon Society members, are you the ones who beat them? You're dead. Our leader will summon you. We will deal with you." Coming over, they saw Lin Feng and others, more than 10 thugs all trembling, cautiously inquiring. They basically also recognized Yi Qingcheng, but not the other people. Liu Shengnan's body trembled slightly, a powerful force sweeping out. With a loud bang, all the thugs were sent flying, each one crashing into the distance, blood gushing from their mouths, quickly passing out. Lin Feng asked Xia Ruoxu to wait here, smiling warmly, saying, "Three senior sisters, let's go meet them." The three nodded, Lin Feng leading the way, ready to disable these more than 10 thugs. But suddenly, they felt two gusts of wind approaching. Yi Qingcheng and Qin Yishan flew over in an instant, one on the left and one on the right, grabbing Lin Feng's shoulders and lifting him, moving at an extreme speed, flying straight to the third floor, following the hallway. They didn't step on the bodies of the White Dragon Society members. They were about 20 centimeters away from their bodies. Liu Shengnan also followed closely behind, flying a few dozen centimeters above the ground. "Senior sister, you guard the main entrance. The third senior sister guards the right side entrance. Fifth senior sister, I ask you to go outside and guard the outside. If any cultivators try to escape from the window, kill them without mercy. The White Dragon Society members inside the Qingyu Banquet Hall are under my responsibility. If necessary, senior sister and third senior sister, please be ready to come in and support me at any time." Upon reaching the third floor, Lin Feng immediately issued a few instructions, not smiling, more serious. Since they wanted to eradicate the White Dragon Society completely, no White Dragon Society members present could be spared. And since the leader of the White Dragon Society was not simple, they had to handle things flawlessly on their side. Make the White Dragon Society disappear, and it would be difficult to uncover the mastermind behind the White Dragon Society later on. By then, all the White Dragon Society members would be temporarily turned into vegetable people. The three immediately followed Lin Feng's instructions. There were White Dragon Society members standing near the left and far right entrances. When they saw Lin Feng and the others approaching, they were about to report, but were knocked down by Yi Qingcheng and Liu Shengnan. Qin Yishan quickly went outside to guard, without having to go down the stairs, but directly from a window on the side of the third floor corridor. She jumped out. The height of the third floor was not a problem for her. She couldn't possibly fall to her death. Lin Feng pushed open the door and went in. Inside, It was very lively now. More than 1,000 people gathered inside, all wearing snow-white outfits, all members of the White Dragon Society. Regardless of who it was, they were all dressed in white suits, while the women wore white lawn dresses. Lin Feng shouted loudly, "Damn it, White Dragon Society, your doomsday has come." This loud shout quickly quieted down the entire scene. Who is this little brat? How dare he come here and say we're finished? I'm looking at this kid. He must have come here to die, right? There are over 1,000 of us gathered here, with over 200 bodyguards cultivating. Who does he think he is? Should we kill this little brat? He dares to come to our White Dragon Society's territory and act all tough. Not even a god can save him. The members of the White Dragon Society whispered among themselves, their voices very soft. They could only speak quietly because Lin Feng was too reckless, saying their doomsday had come. Only their leader had the right to respond. They couldn't take over the conversation. Where did this little brat come from, daring to come to my White Dragon Society's territory and show off? Immediately chop him into mincemeat. The leader of the White Dragon Society didn't even get up, just coldly shouted. They didn't know who Lin Feng was exactly, as he was a bit far away, sitting in front, unable to clearly see Lin Feng's appearance. But daring to say their doomsday had come for the White Dragon Society, he must not be allowed to live. Lin Feng felt it was ridiculous. This was the Yi family's territory. The White Dragon Society gathered here, yet dared to call it the White Dragon Society's territory. Come on, you bastards from the White Dragon Society. Come at me, today let me give my muscles and bones a good workout. As soon as the leader of the White Dragon Society finished speaking, Lin Feng let out a roar, his voice echoing through the entire banquet hall. There were over 1,000 people inside, but Lin Feng didn't show any fear at all. Kill the little bastard. Kill. Get him. In the banquet hall, voices shouting for fighting echoed everywhere. The White Dragon Society members who could grab wine bottles grabbed them. Those with weapons on them took them out. One by one, they crazily charged towards Lin Feng, racing to be the first. Today, with over 1,000 people inside, the White Dragon Society's top management, elite members, and bodyguards cultivating, all were present. Whoever came, they would all be killed. Lin Feng's mouth curled into a smile, fists clenched tightly, feeling the tremendous power of his arms and fists. His feet moved apart, feeling the massive power of his legs and feet as he charged forward. The big battle was about to begin. Lin Feng didn't care at all. With both feet, both fists, both elbows, both knees, big punches, big kicks, knee strikes, elbow strikes. Every part of his body was extremely powerful. He didn't bother to defend, only attack. Blow after blow hitting flesh, blood splattering, bones breaking, internal organs rupturing. The sound of pounding continued, the cries of the members of the White Dragon Society becoming more and more numerous and louder. Anyone who charged at him, no matter who it was sent flying by Lin Feng. One after another, they crashed into the banquet hall, some breaking the large tables. Once knocked down and crashing, they lay there bleeding from their mouths, unable to get up, some directly passing out. Lin Feng's fighting power was truly too strong. One punch and someone was knocked out, creating a group of fallen bodies. With one big kick, another was swept away, knocking down the others in a group. There was a burly man almost 2 meters tall, holding a large iron rod, who swung it towards Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng kicked him away, knocking down a dozen people, and the iron rod fell into Lin Feng's hands. It was about 2 meters long, 4 centimeters in diameter, and when Lin Feng held it, no one could stop him as he swung it around, taking down multiple people at a time. My God, is this kid a devil? Don't mess with him. At first, the members of the White Dragon Society were exhilarated, but when they saw the situation was not in their favor, many of them fell to the ground pretending to be dead. Some who were just knocked down lied still on the ground, not getting up, feigning death. Lin Feng's combat power was so strong that whoever faced him was doomed. Master Fen stood up. All the high-ranking members, cultivation security guards, all remained standing in place. In less than a minute, hundreds of people, who were knocked down by Lin Feng, were unable to get up. Nearly a third of the people couldn't stand up, really shocking Master Fen and the others. The large iron rod in Lin Feng's hands was truly unbeatable. Don't just stand there. Attack all at once. Master Fen roared furiously, his anger raging. This time the losses of the White Dragon Society were truly devastating. Even if the sky fell down, Master Fen was determined to eradicate Lin Feng. However, this old guy, taking advantage of their numbers, did not let the cultivators go up. The screams inside the venue were too loud, and they could be heard by the people in other boxes or banquet halls, making them feel terrified. No one dared to come out, not knowing exactly what was happening, but it was absolutely terrifying. 5 minutes later, over 1,000 people were all knocked down by Lin Feng, leaving only the high-ranking members of the White Dragon Society and the cultivation security guards. Lin Feng's big iron rod had broken during the attacks and was tossed aside. The enormous banquet hall was in complete chaos. Tables and chairs were mostly toppled over, food and drinks were scattered everywhere, and people were lying all over the place. Master Fan's face turned dark, narrowing his eyes and staring at Lin Feng. Every cell was filled with killing intent, not a sound was made, but his anger had already reached the sky. Without Master Fan's command, more than 200 cultivation security guards directly surrounded Lin Feng. However, the strongest among these security guards were only at the peak of the profound realm. There were none at the heaven realm. Kill! All the cultivation security guards roared in unison, unleashing their full strength and charging towards Lin Feng. Many of those knocked down by Lin Feng were just regular thugs, some were retired mercenaries, but none of their combat abilities were that great. With all these security guards mobilized, they could definitely take down Lin Feng. If they couldn't defeat Lin Feng, they might as well change their names to match Lin Feng's surname. Lin Feng was now peak profound realm. Facing these guys, Lin Feng no longer held back. The sound of pounding blows continued. Those close to Lin Feng were all sent flying by his big punches and kicks. Their chests caved in, leaving large footprints. Some had half of their brains crushed by Lin Feng's kicks, while others had their heads shattered by Lin Feng's punches. Anyone near Lin Feng was on a path to death. God of War met War God. Buddha met Destruction Buddha. In less than 2 minutes, over 200 security guards were all sent flying by Lin Feng. Not one was left standing. Not even one was able to catch their breath. My God, a devil, truly a devil. The high-ranking members of the White Dragon Society, as well as the remaining 20-some beautiful women, all trembled. More than half of them had been scared out of their wits, their faces full of fear, and they just wanted to escape. Now there was only one person left who could confront Lin Feng, the leader of the White Dragon Society. None of them were a match for Lin Feng. The leader of the White Dragon Society was also a cultivator with formidable combat abilities. However, it was uncertain if he could match Lin Feng. Now they were all trembling as they stepped back and seized the opportunity to run out from the main entrance. But as soon as the door opened, a burst of energy surged in, sending them flying back in, bleeding from their mouths, unable to leave. Each high-ranking member, each seductive woman, trembled and prostrated on the carpet, shivering in fear, not daring to move. The leader of the White Dragon Society breathed heavily, his eyes fixed coldly on Lin Feng, unable to contain the fury in his heart. The leader of the White Dragon Society, whose real name was Fan Daijun, was known in the martial world as Master Fan. Fan Daijun didn't pay any attention to the fact that there were other experts outside. Right now, his whole focus is on Lin Feng. He doesn't care about anything else. Even if the sky falls, he won't care. He just wants to take down Lin Feng. Lin Feng, with a warm smile, said, "You are the president of the White Dragon Association, a high-level expert from some major force or sect on Kunlun Mountain, coming out to cause trouble and seize wealth." Fan Daijun sneered, showing a mouth full of black teeth, and said, "That's right, you brat. You actually know these things. It seems like you came prepared, intending to wipe out our White Dragon Association, right?" Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Forget your nonsense. What do you mean by coming prepared? Intending to wipe out your White Dragon Association? I was just minding my own business, walking outside with my girlfriend, preparing to go home. But your White Dragon people had to drag my girlfriend to drink with you, to sleep with you. I tried to avoid, but you kept chasing me. I defeated over a dozen of your people, and you still didn't back off. Immediately, you called over more than 200 people to continue hunting me. 200 people were not enough, so then 600 or 700 more came to chase me. What audacity you have! If I don't resist, won't I just be facing a dead end? In that case, I can only fight your White Dragon Association to the end." Fan Daijun chuckled and said, "What if I kill you? You are nothing. Dare to challenge my White Dragon Association. Tell me, what kind of background do you have? With a warm smile, Lin Feng said, I have no background. I just know that you old scum would ask this. Can people without background just be bullied and slaughtered by you? As a true cultivator of Kunlun Mountain, you have your own world. If you come out here and act lawlessly, behaving without restraint, I refuse to believe that you people cannot be suppressed. Today, right now, I tell you, the White Dragon Association will be wiped out in the Devil's City and will cease to exist. Can you tell me which sect on Kunlun Mountain you are from? When you die, there will be no one to report back. At that time, I will personally go to your sect and wipe it out. Ha ha ha. Fan Daijin burst into laughter. Suddenly, his smile disappeared, his eyes growing colder as he stared at Lin Feng and said, You, this little brat, you think you can challenge me at the large circle of the earth? After that, he released his own strength. The large circle of the earth. The large circle of the earth was something Lin Feng could not handle. Not even Bloodburst could do it. Lin Feng was truly shocked. This White Dragon Association was definitely much stronger than the Blue Dragon Association. The presidents were all at the large circle of the earth level. Who could provoke them? But their senior sisters could provoke them. Old scum, trying to bully my junior brother. My junior brother can't handle you, so add me to the mix. How about that? A cold voice rang out, and Yi Qingcheng walked in from the main entrance, with her strength released up to the large circle of the earth as well. Yi Qingcheng, even with you, it's not enough. Fan Daijin instantly recognized Yi Qingcheng, sneering for a moment. He had known, long before, that Yi Qingcheng had also studied martial arts 20 years ago. She had just left the mountain early. Who her master was, he didn't know. They had always been wary of the Yi family, afraid of Yi Qingcheng's strength. Now it seemed not worth fearing, as their strengths were similar. He believed his combat power was stronger. He could handle a woman like her. Then what if I join in? Another sneer was heard, and Liu Shengnan, walking on members of the White Dragon Association, entered through the other entrance. She quickly made her way towards Lin Feng, standing alongside him, and Yi Qingcheng, releasing her strength up to the large circle of the earth as well. Temple of the War God's Master, Liu Shengnan. Fan Daijin recognized Liu Shengnan. His heart twitched and he was taken aback. In his view, Liu Shengnan was someone he could not provoke. However, soon after, he sneered again, saying, Even with you added, it's still not enough. Although the two of you have strengths equal to mine, dreaming of killing me, let me go, you can't stop me. Although Fan Daijin said that, deep down he was already trembling slightly. He had the feeling that this time, the White Dragon Association had kicked a hard stone and provoked an existence not to be trifled with. If the Temple of the War God was determined to wipe him out, he wouldn't be able to resist in the end. While Liu Shengdan's strength was much weaker than he had guessed, the Temple of the War God had many experts. Dealing with him would be effortless. Then what if I join in? Can we wipe out this old scum? A sweet voice sounded, and Qing Yishan also arrived, wearing a cheongsam, with her strength released up to the large circle of the earth. Damn, I am afraid. Fan Daijin whitened his eyes in shock, his heart pounding, fear visible in his eyes. Just Yi Qingcheng and Liu Shengnan let him slip away with a high probability, but with Qing Yishan joining, even if he grew 8 pairs of wings, he wouldn't be able to escape. In a 3-against-1 scenario, no matter how powerful he was, he had no confidence. Fan Daijin was completely unable to remain calm, completely becoming afraid. If he couldn't handle it well today, the White Dragon Society would indeed be finished. He truly faced a dead end. He didn't know who started provoking Lin Feng in the first place. Which beast was it? Why does he not have any self-awareness? Seeing a beautiful woman, wanting to bring her to drink and sleep with him, there was simply no need for that. Around him right now, there were over 20 beautiful women, all too busy to handle, only causing trouble for him. If he didn't die, and it was found out who started provoking Lin Feng first, that person would be punished mercilessly. The 9 generations of their family completely wiped out. A perfectly good birthday banquet was likely to turn into his funeral. Lin Feng and the other 4 siblings were quite united at this moment. Without Lin Feng, there was no way they could be so united. Fan Daijin knew he couldn't turn things around, so he bowed respectfully, holding his fists, and said to Lin Feng, Little brother, I am truly sorry. It was my fault for not supervising my subordinates properly. I will dissolve the White Dragon Society immediately and ensure they won't cause trouble again. As for me, I will return to Kunlun Mountain immediately and never come out again. Please, little brother, give me a chance. Lin Feng shook his head warmly and said, You still haven't said. Which sect are you from? If you truly want to submit, first tell me which sect you come from. Maybe if you say it, it will make me afraid, and we might actually let you go. I'm sorry, I can't say that, little brother, Fan Dajin replied, refusing to say. The main reason being, it was prohibited from above, and if he said it, even if Lin Feng didn't kill him, it would still be a dead end for him. Such matters were managed very strictly from above. Lin Feng continued to smile warmly and said, Then kneel down and kowtow to us. Kowtow 100 times until we are satisfied. Maybe then we will let you go. Fan Dajin wouldn't say, and Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to push further. In the end, he would be held accountable. This kind of evil sect was surely up to no good. Lin Feng detested evil deeds and would deal with them slowly in the future. Fan Dajin refused to kneel down as he held the same power as Yi Qingcheng and others. Forcing him to kneel down was impossible. Lin Feng cornered him too tightly, so he would fight back, even if it meant death and making sure they didn't have an easy time. Fan Dajin sneered and said, Don't force me. If you push me too hard, I will disregard everything. Even if it means death, I won't let you off easy. Liu Shenyan couldn't stand it anymore, sneered coldly and said, Dare to say such things with just innate perfection. How ridiculous. Go die. After speaking, Liu Shenyan unleashes all her power. Fan Dajin immediately realized how much stronger she was than him. I'll kneel. I'll do anything. Just don't kill me. Fan Dajin cried out in fear, panicked, and immediately knelt down. Liu Shenyan's power was so great that killing him would be easier than crushing an ant. Fan Dajin was truly terrified now, realizing he had provoked Lin Feng's side badly. He couldn't understand why Lin Feng's side, which was so powerful, pretended to be weak at first, letting him hope for a chance. Trash! Coming to the city to court death, let me send you to hell. Liu Shenyan didn't give Fan Dajin any chance. Before Fan Dajin could even kneel down, Liu Shenyan struck with a powerful palm attack on his head. With a loud bang, Fan Dajin was slammed onto the carpet. His body seemed intact, but his bones and flesh were crushed, leaving him motionless. Blood oozed from Fan Dajin's 7 orifices, and with a loud bang, he lost consciousness and felt nothing. Lin Feng quickly took action, using a silver needle to break their limbs one by one and then inserting a silver needle into their heads. In 3 months, these guys would all be in a vegetative state. Lin Feng didn't spare anyone. Within 3 months, Lin Feng believed that if Fan Dajin's sect behind him was discovered, he would be able to confront them. Lin Feng busied himself for over 10 minutes dealing with over 1,000 people. 3 senior sisters, I leave the rest to you. As for the assets left by the White Dragon Society, wealth and the like, you can split among yourselves. Decide how to handle it. Deal with it directly. And I'll go back now. Lin Feng settled everything and said to Yi Qingcheng and others. Liu Shenyan and the others nodded, and Lin Feng left directly. Along the way, he continued to turn those who had been crippled before into vegetative state. Liu Shenyan immediately ordered people to take the bodies of the cultivators to the crematorium for cremation. The cremation of cultivators and ordinary people had to be done separately in different places. At the scene, all these guys had been seriously injured, with their limbs broken. Yi Qingcheng had ambulances arrive to take over 1,700 to 800 people to the hospital for treatment. The hospitals in the Magic City were almost overflowing. Yi Qingcheng directly settled the medical expenses from the White Dragon Society's account. After a simple processing, the 3 of them sat down together to discuss and distribute the White Dragon Society's assets. The fixed assets weren't of interest to the 3 of them, especially considering Kunlun Mountain, where someone could come out at any time to take over. That the wealth kept by the White Dragon Society in the banks amounted to over 700 billion. Each of the 3 would get about 200 billion, leaving the remaining 100 billion to pay the medical expenses of the White Dragon Society's members, with the rest going to Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng, Liu Shenyan, Qin Yishan, all made a fortune. They hadn't made many moves, but had earned a lot, feeling grateful to Lin Feng. With the death of the White Dragon Society's leader, a sect within Kunlun Mountain instantly found out. Before Fan Dajin came out, their sect had a hermit take a bit of his blood and use mysterious methods to forge a blood token. Once Fan Dajin died, the blood token would shatter. This method was beyond regular understanding but well known within Kunlun Mountain. The sect backing Fendagen immediately sent out a strong expert to investigate Fendagen and the White Dragon Society in the Magic City to find out what had happened. The White Dragon Club is the foundation of this sect for making money outside. Once something real happens, the impact on the whole sect is not small. Inside Kunlun Mountain, all supplies need to be brought in from outside, and it all takes money. Inside, it's not self-sufficient. No vegetables, no cultivation. Yi Qingcheng and others didn't go too far with things, and there are still many remnants in the White Dragon Club that have not been touched. The White Dragon Club has nearly 3,000 members in total, with more than half of them lost, mostly high-ranking members. The chairman is gone, and the blow to the White Dragon Club is really significant. For a while, the White Dragon Club seemed to have completely disappeared from the Devil's City. Things calmed down a bit, and people from other compartments and banquet halls came out to take a look. What they saw was a lot of people from the hospital constantly carrying people out, and there were too many unconscious White Dragon Club members. Xia Laotai and others were trembling all over, quickly leaving, really scared. It's not clear who attacked whom, but anyway, more than 1,000 people were taken away, and they had never seen such a scene before. On the other hand, Uncle Lei was also shocked, seeing many high-ranking members of the White Dragon Club being taken away, including the chairman. Seeing the chairman of the White Dragon Club, black all over, is basically beyond help. There is no doubt that in this situation, the White Dragon Club is probably really finished. Who is so powerful that they completely eradicated the White Dragon Club? Uncle Lei quickly reported to Sun Hongyan. They didn't dare provoke the White Dragon Club, but now they are completely finished, indeed too terrifying. Also, ask Sun Hongyan if she wants to take over the White Dragon Club's territory. The White Dragon Club, now that they're finished, have left many territories and assets. If you take advantage of the opportunity to swallow up the White Dragon Club, it would be absolutely easy. From now on, the Devil's City will be dominated by the Blue Dragon Club alone. After hearing this, Sun Hongyan was also shocked. The premonition grew stronger, feeling that it was caused by her junior brother. Her junior brother must have appeared. The power of the White Dragon Club in the Devil's City has been uprooted, and only Yi Qingcheng could have done it. But Yi Qingcheng is her senior sister, and she hasn't dealt with the White Dragon Club for many years, so it's unlikely that she suddenly acted against them. At that time, Lin Feng was also at the waiting restaurant, and it was speculated that someone in the restaurant had provoked Lin Feng. Yi Qingcheng also took action and, together with Lin Feng, wiped out the White Dragon Club. Do not try to take over their territory or seize their assets. Once the White Dragon Club is gone, the forces behind Kunlun Mountain will likely come out soon. Absolutely do not act rashly. I am already on my way. Wait until I arrive to discuss further. One more reminder, once I arrive, I need the complete information delivered to me immediately. Sun Hongyan fell silent for a moment, then said a few words and hung up the phone. On Uncle Lei's side, he immediately sent people to find Xia Laotai and others to investigate information about Lin Feng. After an easy search, all the information found was summarized and organized, waiting for Sun Hongyan to arrive. The practitioners hired by the White Dragon Club from the Practitioners Association died, more than 200 at once, causing a stir among the president of the Practitioners Association. The president of the Practitioners Association felt that it was done by Lin Feng. The president of the Practitioners Association was so angry that he had to keep refreshing the Dark Alliance forum to see if his assigned tasks had been completed. With 100 billion spent, he wanted to see a video of Lin Feng being taken down within a week. He had no doubt about the capabilities of the Dark Alliance. On the Xia family side, after Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu returned, an hour later, Xia Jianhuo, Wang Guifan, and others also returned. However, their faces did not look good. Xia Jianhuo turned to Xia Ruoxu and said, "Ruoxu, your grandmother has decided in the end. If Lin Feng is not driven away by midnight tonight, all our family members working in the family company cannot go to work starting tomorrow. Also, there will be no year-end bonuses in the future. Before midnight, your grandmother will come to see if we have driven Lin Feng away. I don't mind at all. I will just find a new job. But these few years, you have been managing the family company with dedication. This time, you injected 1 million capital into the family company. Your grandmother, however, is ruthless and doesn't take into consideration your efforts. What do you think about this?" Zia Jianhua, Wang Weifang and the others did not agree to drive Lin Feng away. They were waiting to see what Zia Ruoxu's decision would be. Zia Jianhua wanted to persuade Zia Ruoxu that from now on, they should draw a clear line between themselves and the family company. It would be better to follow Lin Feng well and find other things to do. Lin Feng was so powerful that leaving the Zia family company, they wouldn't starve to death. Zia Ruoxu frowned slightly. She had indeed sacrificed a lot for the family company. In the past, she didn't hesitate to sacrifice her own integrity for 1 million. Would Grandma Zia really kick her out this way? Lin Feng, how do you see this? Zia Ruoxu could only look at Lin Feng. She was determined to lead the family to rise and make the family company bigger, not to disappoint her grandfather's last wish. But now it seems impossible. She felt really bad in her heart. Before, Lin Feng advised Zia Ruoxu not to work in the family company, but to come out and start a small business with him, which would be good. But Zia Ruoxu did not agree before. Zia Ruoxu really did not want to leave the family company. But if Zia Ruoxu became a cultivator, leaving the family company would be a matter of time. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, Ruoxu, don't worry about this matter for now. Tomorrow Red Beauty Film and Television Group will have a bidding conference, right? The Zia family's family company is facing a life and death crisis. Only by winning the bid at the bidding conference can it be revived. I'll help you find connections tomorrow to ensure the Zia family's company wins the bid. But when the time comes to sign the contract, you must go. Let your grandmother and the others come and beg you. They want to take away your position as general manager now, then let them take it. When they beg you to come back, we'll talk then. Zia Ruoxu immediately relaxed her brows upon hearing Lin Feng's words. With just these few sentences from Lin Feng, she believed in his abilities. As long as Yi Qingcheng helps by smoothing out the relationships, there should be no problem. If she must be the one to sign the contract when the time comes, and her grandmother and others won't come to beg her, then there's nothing she can do. Zia Jianhua and others also breathed a sigh of relief. With Lin Feng around, things weren't as difficult as they seemed. Only they knew the terror of Lin Feng. All the likes of Grandma Zia really underestimated him. I'll call my grandmother right now and quit. Zia Ruoxu directly dialed Grandma Zia's number. After getting through, Grandma Zia's tone wasn't too good, but she still said, Ruoxu, have you figured it out? You've already driven that idiot out of the Zia house, right? If you have, before noon, Grandma won't come over, and you can remain the general manager of the family company. Grandma, you really don't need to come over. Our family has unanimously decided not to drive Lin Feng away. Whoever you want to be the general manager, let them be. Those of us who work in the family company won't be going to work starting from tomorrow. Zia Ruoxu came straight to the point. Zia Ruoxu, have you gone crazy? Do you really think Grandma wouldn't dare to take away your position as general manager? The moment Grandma Zia heard this, her voice became somewhat hysterical. Zia Ruoxu was indeed capable, otherwise she wouldn't have been appointed as general manager. And as Zia Ruoxu became more and more dutiful, it was a pity that she was with that fool Lin Feng. That's it, Grandma. I've made my decision. If you want to take it away, do it. I don't care. Goodbye. Zia Ruoxu hung up the phone directly, not wanting to say anything more to Grandma Zia, but she truly felt relieved in her heart. Grandma Zia using the general manager position to pressure her really annoyed her. But now, no matter what's used to pressure her, it won't work. As long as she's unwilling, not even the heavens could separate her from Lin Feng. Grandma Zia wanted to call again, but Zia Ruoxu directly hung up and turned off her phone. Grandma Zia was furious on the other end and immediately hurried over to the Zia house with Zia Jianwo and Zia Jianjun. Grandma Zia and the others soon arrived. As soon as they entered the house, Grandma Zia began shouting, Zia Ruoxu, Zia Jianhua, you've all gone crazy. If you don't drive out that waste Lin Feng, you'll have no relationship with the Zia family in the future. Zia Ruoxu must repay the 10 million she borrowed and will have no more ties to our family company. Grandma Zia's face was so dark it could almost drip ink. Because of her urgency, she was covered in cold sweat, furious like a mother tiger. What's so great about it? If we leave the Zia family company and break ties with the Zia family, will we starve to death? Wang Guifang sneered and said a few words. Mom, you're really going too far. Ruoxu has contributed so much to the company. She has the right to pursue her own happiness. Why do you have to interfere? If she doesn't want to do it, then she won't. Break relationships if you want. Zia Jianhua also said a few words. He was truly angry with Grandma Zia. Putting aside Lin Feng's issue with Zia Ruoxu and his hidden identity, even if Lin Feng was nothing special, Grandma Zia shouldn't have been so extreme just because Zia Ruoxu liked him. What does Lin Feng have to do with Grandma Zia? Why push Lin Feng out of the Zia family? Why force him into a corner? You're really acting out of line. Do you really think I, Zia Ruoxu, won't do it? Grandma, I'm asking you one last time. Are you going to drive out that scoundrel Lin Feng? Grandma Zia was so angry she was out of breath, shouting at Zia Ruoxu. Zia Ruoxu was also very angry in that instant, but she held back. After all, she was her grandmother. Zia Ruoxu said slowly, Grandma, it's impossible to drive out Lin Feng. I won't be the general manager anymore. I'll repay the 10 million loan myself. You can leave now. If you want to break ties, then don't come to our house in the future. Zia Ruoxu saw the depths of human wickedness. Even one's closest relatives could be so extreme. What else could she say? Fine, 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 fine. Your family is very good. We're leaving. Grandma Zia was on the brink of a breakdown, not knowing what to say, unable to describe her anger. She left directly with Zia Jianwo and Zia Jianjun. Zia Jianwo, Zia Jianjun, and the others were quite happy, reveling in misfortune. With Zia Ruoxu no longer as the general manager and Zia Jianhui in a high position, now the Zia company belonged to these two families. When Grandma Zia passes away, when dividing assets, Zia Jianwo's family won't get a share. Zia Ruoxu and the others have all rested, while Lin Feng continues to keep Gu Haitong company. Zia Ruoxu originally wanted Lin Feng to rest with her, but Lin Feng said that Gu Haitong is a guest and it wouldn't be appropriate for them to stay together all the time. In reality, Lin Feng was afraid he couldn't resist being alone with Zia Ruoxu in the same room and might make a mistake. With his strength not fully recovered, he needed to keep his body pure. Zia Ruoxu also needed to maintain purity, especially since she hasn't started cultivating yet. At 2 in the morning, Lin Feng is watching over the concoction of medicine. Gu Haitong, feeling full, closes her eyes and rests on the sofa. A knocking sound is heard, and Gu Haitong immediately opens her eyes to answer the door, thinking it might be trouble. To deal with it, she lets Lin Feng focus on his task. When she opens the door, Gu Haitong is surprised to see Sun Hongyan standing outside. Sun Hongyan actually found this place. Obviously, Sun Hongyan has already identified Lin Feng's identity, otherwise she wouldn't have found this place. Upon seeing her, it's certain that Sun Hongyan has confirmed Lin Feng's identity 100%. Second senior sister. Long time no see. Sun Hongyan smiles and walks in directly, followed by Lei Yi, the dignified leader of the Green Dragon Society. Lei Yi now looks like a servant carrying many bags of gifts. What are you here for? If you have something to say it to me. Don't disturb junior brother. He's in the middle of brewing the marrow cleansing potion and doesn't have time to talk to you. Upon seeing Sun Hongyan trying to enter the kitchen, Gu Haitong calmly blocks her way. The kitchen is right inside the door. Everyone else is resting, and there's no one in the living room. Lin Feng is still working busily in the kitchen, adding water drop by drop. Lei Zhenshen is startled on the spot. Just by looking at his profile, he knows that guy is Lin Feng. Even more shocking is the fact that Lin Feng is actually Sun Hongyan's junior brother. This is even harder to handle. Sun Hongyan laughs and says, "What's wrong? Can I not come to see my junior brother? Why can you be with junior brother, but I cannot?" "No. Junior brother hasn't agreed. You need to leave now. If you insist, we will settle it outside." Gu Haitong's tone turns cold. Among Lin Feng's senior sisters, Sun Hongyan is naturally charming. Every gesture and smile of hers has a fatal attraction to men. Known as the first beauty in the entertainment industry, she's not just a name. Gu Haitong fears Lin Feng might not be able to resist Sun Hongyan's charm. In Gu Haitong's eyes, Sun Hongyan is the most attractive among all senior sisters. Just her voice alone can make many men's hearts and bones melt, and, unable to resist such a woman, Lin Feng continues to add water slowly and pays no attention to the conversation between Gu Haitong and Sun Hongyan, but he knows that his fourth senior sister, Sun Hongyan, has come looking for him. Even though he hasn't seen Sun Hongyan, her voice alone makes his heart race. Her voice sounds extremely sweet, with a magnetic quality, and most importantly, it seems to hold a power that makes him want to look back and see what she looks like. At the same time, Lin Feng senses that Gu Haitong and Song Hongyan are not getting along well, as their conversation seems to be filled with tension and sparks. What is happening to his senior sisters? Yi Qingcheng and Qing Yishan never see eye to eye and go straight to fighting after 3 sentences. It seems like the same might happen between Song Hongyan and Gu Haitong at any moment. Junior brother, can't you meet 4th senior sister first? Do you really want to see your 2nd senior sister and 4th senior sister fighting? Do you have the heart to see us, fellow disciples, turn against each other? Ignoring Gu Haitong, Song Hongyan called out to Lin Feng. Her voice truly held an infinite charm. Lin Feng didn't turn back but warmly replied, 2nd senior sister, it's okay. Since 4th senior sister is here, let her come in. You don't need to block her. Don't fight with her. I'll finish adding water, then see 4th senior sister. Lin Feng knew that concealing his identity was no longer possible, as Song Hongyan found him here and conversed with Gu Haitong. It was all exposed. He needed to talk with Song Hongyan. If there were any evil individuals among his fellow disciples, he would clean up for the sect. Regardless of who they were, no matter how beautiful, if they needed to be killed, he would do it without any mercy. Gu Haitong continues to block Song Hongyan. She just stands there waiting calmly. Since Lin Feng said he'll meet Song Hongyan, Gu Haitong can't stop it. However, Song Hongyan still feels anxious. When these senior sisters went out, their strengths were equally strong. If they haven't unlocked their cultivation shackles after all these years, their strengths would remain the same, with little difference in combat power. But if Gu Haitong and Lin Feng are already together and have unlocked their cultivation shackles, she wouldn't be a match for Gu Haitong at all. That's the frightening and dangerous part. Junior martial brother, little brother, are you okay? How long do you want sister to wait? After a few minutes, Song Hongyan smiled and said, another sentence. This time, her voice sounded even more enchanting. Junior martial brother, little brother, truly had Lin Feng feeling like his soul had left his body. His bones turned to jelly, his ears hot and eyes wide. Unsure of what to do, heart pounding uncontrollably. Her voice was as melodious as a warbler's song. Vixen, Gu Haitong said coldly, ready to make a move, but it was inconvenient to do so at home. If he were to act, he might just turn the whole place upside down. After dealing with Lin Feng, he still wanted to meet her, turning back and walking over, carefully examining Song Hongyan. He was momentarily stunned. Song Hongyan had jet black hair cascading down her temples, apricot cheeks, a delicate and graceful appearance, slender willowy waist, as if she was a beguiling temptress under the moonlit sea. Her slightly parted cherry lips and expressive eyes radiated a myriad of charm, truly alluring. She was wearing a shiny pink sequin deep V-neck short skirt from head to toe, making Lin Feng unable to directly look at her chest. Her entire body was covered in soft pink fur, strutting in pink high heels. With an inherent height of 1.76 meters, the high heels accentuated her tall figure even more. What was most frightening was the captivating aura that Song Hongyan exuded. Gu Haitong claimed that Song Hongyan was a vixen, and he was not wrong. Such a woman would definitely be likened to a calamitous existence in ancient times. Who could bear it? However, Lin Feng was only momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. Approaching her, he smiled and said, you must be the 4th martial sister, right? I am indeed your junior martial brother. Nice to meet you. Song Hongyan extended a slender jade hand and smilingly said, first meeting, how about a handshake? Lin Feng did not offer his hand. Instead, he chuckled and said, 4th martial sister, there's no need for formalities. Let me be direct. You contacted me probably to help you with unlocking your training shackles, which I cannot do at the moment. Give me a month's time, and after that, I will do my best to help you. Lin Feng tried not to look at Song Hongyan's face, especially her eyes. Her countenance, especially her eyes, seemed like they could steal a man's soul. Undoubtedly, among the martial sisters Lin Feng had encountered, Song Hongyan was the most captivating one. In terms of sheer beauty, the other martial sisters did not pale in comparison to Song Hongyan. However, in terms of allure, Song Hongyan was undoubtedly the first. Nevertheless, Lin Feng did not fancy such women. He still found the 2nd martial sister, Gu Haitong, the most appealing. Women like Song Hongyan would probably devour men whole and not spit out the bones. It was better to keep a distance. Junior martial brother, why rush with these matters upon our first meeting? Let's take things slowly. I am not pressuring you, but how about we go out, find a place, and have a nice chat. It is our first meeting after all. Let's get to know each other better. With a few more smiles and expressions, Son Hongyan truly touched people's hearts. Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, "I'm busy. There's no need to go out. I've informed you about this matter, and there's no need for further elaboration." Gu Haitong heaved a sigh of relief, fearing that Lin Feng would be swayed by Son Hongyan. She was afraid that once in the hands of Son Hongyan, Lin Feng would lose control quickly. Fortunately, Lin Feng still had strong willpower. She had been watching closely as Lin Feng and Son Hongyan interacted, not seeing any signs of Lin Feng being enchanted by Son Hongyan. "Then I won't leave. Since you have your second martial sister by your side, I am also your martial sister, and I'll be following you in the future," Son Hongyan added, not believing that Lin Feng would be able to resist her charm for long. She also had a craving for the limelight and had grown tired of her current status as a top-tier celebrity. With the emergence of the junior martial brother, she saw an opportunity to address the issue of unlocking her training shackles and resume her cultivation path. It was not that she wanted to stay with Lin Feng forever once they solved the shackle issue. She didn't hold such a concept. Her goal was to stand at the pinnacle of martial arts. She felt that Lin Feng was not qualified to be with her and viewed him merely as a tool to help lift her shackle. "If you dare touch the junior martial brother, I will fight you to the end," Gu Haitong declared coldly. Son Hongyan gave her a bad feeling, suspecting that Son Hongyan was not sincere in wanting to be with Lin Feng. She saw Lin Feng as a tool to help release her shackles. Lin Feng then inquired, "Fourth martial sister, may I ask if Red Beauty Entertainment Group is under your ownership?" Son Hongyan nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, but now it's your company. I will arrange for the transfer immediately. You will become the chairman of Red Beauty Entertainment Group, not me. In the future, it will be yours. Tomorrow, you can go to Red Beauty Entertainment Group. Familiarize yourself. If you are unwilling to manage it, that's fine too. Someone will take care of it, and all the profits will be yours. For now, in the Magic City, the branch of Red Beauty Entertainment Group is not yet fully established. There's only one office building. Once the branch is officially set up, it will be very extensive. How about this? I'll call the president of Red Beauty Entertainment Group now. She's also new to the role. Tomorrow, she will be waiting for you at the Red Beauty Entertainment building. Everything will be under your command." Son Hongyan spoke a few more words before promptly making the call. Hongyan Film and Television Tower, although not small in scale, but Son Hongyan is preparing to establish a true Hongyan Film and Television Group branch, becoming the largest film and television group in the Magic Capital. The foundation has been laid, and tomorrow afternoon, a bidding conference will be held. Every aspect, including cement, pipelines, building materials, boards, glass, alloys, construction teams, etc., will be bidding. A 99-story skyscraper is to be built to serve as a branch of the Hongyan Film and Television Group, and the scale is truly not small. Son Hongyan plans to invest billions to construct it. The content of the call from Son Hongyan was heard clearly by Lin Feng and others, directly informing the president of Hongyan Film and Television in Magic Capital that Lin Feng is the chairman of the Hongyan Group, and the information will be sent to the president's phone. After Lin Feng goes tomorrow, everything will be arranged by Lin Feng. This really caught Lin Feng off guard. Lin Feng just wanted Son Hongyan to help him out with a word, manipulate things a bit, and ensure that the board materials section goes to the Zia family company, but he never expected to be given the position of chairman directly. Since it's given, then so be it. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to say anything else. Anyway, he has no intention of managing the Hongyan Film and Television Group, fixing things for the Zia family. Let the people on Son Hongyan's side manage however they want. He doesn't need the money. He hasn't even opened a bank account for himself so far. Yi Ching gave him an ultimate black card with funds he could access up to 1 trillion, but Lin Feng hasn't used it yet. "Junior brother, it's settled. You are already the chairman of the Hongyan Group. Naturally, you are also the chairman of the Hongyan Film and Television Group branch in Magic Capital. You can go to the Hongyan Film and Television Tower tomorrow whenever. Let your team get to know you." The Hongyan Film and Television Tower includes many industries such as Tiashong Renjian, Royal Bathhouse, Hongyan Resort Mountain Villa, Red Beauty Resort Hotel, etc., all within your control. The annual net profit you can expect to receive is at least 300 billion. This is the supreme red card of the Hongyan Group. As the chairman, you can enjoy free access to any of the locations, I suggest you visit Tiashang Renjian more often. There are many beauties there. It's a man's paradise. Song Hongyan handed a red card to Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't even take it. Thoughts of Tiashang Renjian, Royal Bathhouse, and other places didn't interest him as they sounded irregular. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "For senior sister, thank you for your kindness. I think you should remain the chairman. My concern regarding the Hongyan Film and Television Group was primarily about the bidding process. The Zia family has submitted a bid, and I hope you can help ensure that their board materials company wins the bid. That's all I'm interested in." Lin Feng was straightforward to avoid any issues concerning his level of involvement in case Song Hongyan had any objections. If he were asked to take charge, he would personally inspect things, and should he find any troubles, he would shut them down one by one. Song Hongyan chuckled. It's too late to change anything. Once an agreement is in place, how can you change it? Anyway, from now on, you are the chairman of the Hongyan Group, and even when at headquarters, you will still be the chairman. The Hongyan Group is mine. What's mine is yours, and what's yours remains yours. No need to be too courteous with your senior sister. Regarding the bidding matter, wasn't it all settled with just a sentence from you? You can handle it yourself. I'm too lazy to deal with it. Lin Feng shook his head speechlessly, taking Song Hongyan's words in stride. But it seemed he would have to personally visit the Hongyan Film and Television Tower tomorrow and take care of the bidding matters. Lin Feng continued to closely watch over things. It seemed Song Hongyan refused to leave and only allowed Master Lei to go over. Gu Haitong also lost interest in refining medicinal herbs and stuck close to Lin Feng, preventing Song Hongyan from getting near him. The two of them stood firm throughout the night, almost resorting to physical confrontation at home. Early the next morning, Wang Weifan, Zia Jianhuo, and others were startled to see Song Hongyan when they woke up. Their hearts raced, unsure of what to say. They were also very familiar with Song Hongyan. They often appeared on various programs, acted in numerous TV dramas and movies, and even were singers. Song Hongyan was undeniably one of the hottest stars at the moment. The sudden appearance of such a big star in their home left them at a loss. "My goodness, you're the famous star Song Hongyan?" Zia Ruoxu came down, ready to go for a run with Lin Feng. Seeing Song Hongyan, she was equally shocked, thinking she might be mistaken. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was indeed Song Hongyan, even more beautiful than on television. Song Hongyan nodded, gave Zia Ruoxu a brief glance, also surprised to see how charming she was. If she ventured into the entertainment industry, solely relying on her looks and a bit of grooming, she could quickly become popular and known across the nation. "You're really Song Hongyan, Miss Song. I love listening to your songs. Unfortunately, I couldn't get tickets for your concert in the Magic Capital." Zia Ruoxu said a few more astonished words. However, she suddenly wondered if Song Hongyan being here had anything to do with Lin Feng. Could it be that Song Hongyan was Lin Feng's senior sister too? My goodness, Lin Feng's senior sisters are indeed formidable, aren't they? Other senior sisters posing threats to Zia Ruoxu were not significant. However, when Song Hongyan appeared here, Zia Ruoxu suddenly felt that her relationship with Lin Feng might become very dangerous. Song Hongyan, unknowingly, exuded a charming aura that even made Zia Ruoxu's heart race. How would Lin Feng react to her? Zia Ruoxu was mistaken in thinking that Song Hongyan was more attractive to Lin Feng than Gu Haitong. In reality, Gu Haitong was more appealing to Lin Feng than Song Hongyan. Song Hongyan said with a smile, "You are my junior brother Lin Feng's girlfriend, right? I didn't expect you to be so beautiful, even more beautiful than me. Why do you still need tickets for the concert? Let's exchange numbers. I will arrange for you to get the best VIP seats. Thank you." Zia Ruoxu exchanged numbers with Song Hongyan. She was always busy and desired to attend Song Hongyan's concert, but had never had the chance to get tickets, as they sold out quickly. Song Hongyan's beauty and sweet voice, especially when singing love songs, had a significant impact on her over the past 5 years. Although she had been abandoned by Tang Qingfan, the love songs sung by Song Hongyan comforted her soul. "Junior brother, don't go for a morning run today. Stay by my side. Don't go anywhere." Gu Haitong insisted that either she or Lin Feng had to stay and watch over everything. If Lin Feng went running, she would keep an eye out, preventing Song Hongyan from getting close to him. Gu Haitong could not trust women like Song Hongyan. She feared that there might be a conspiracy to break free from the constraints of training. Lin Feng didn't know how to respond to Gu Haitong's concerns. He understood she was looking out for him, but over the 3 years, he had been running with Xia Ruoxu almost every day. He couldn't leave Xia Ruoxu alone, as he was worried about her safety. I won't go for a run today. You don't have to accompany me, Lin Feng. I'll just run a few laps in the yard. Later, you can go out with me, Xia Ruoxu quickly suggested, not wanting to put Lin Feng in a difficult position. However, it was necessary for her to go out today. Her grandmother had not allowed her to work as a general manager last night, so she needed to sort out the mortgage issue and then get a card for Lin Feng. She had planned to buy a treadmill for home use to avoid any risks of going outside in the future, especially considering how dangerous it had been last time they went for a run. Is Mr. Lin at home? I need to speak to Mr. Lin about something. Just as Xia Ruoxu opened the door, a foreign man, handsome in appearance, with a not-so-standard Mandarin accent, asked for Mr. Lin. Before Xia Ruoxu could respond, the man suddenly drew a sharp dagger from his sleeve and stabbed her in the heart. Xia Ruoxu hadn't even fallen to the ground before the man rushed in. Lin Feng and the others were caught off guard. The man swiftly assessed the situation and locked onto Lin Feng. Another dagger appeared in his hand and was directed at Song Hongyan's heart. However, at that moment, the man displayed his true strength as a complete Czech cultivation expert. Song Hongyan frowned and emitted a powerful wave of energy, sending the man flying and crashing to the ground, with his dagger embedding into the wall. The man's hand that had aimed at Song Hongyan's heart was limp and lifeless, with all the bones in his arm shattered. Oh! The foreign man screamed in agony, spitting out blood and convulsing. Ruoxu, Lin Feng and Gu Haitong had already realized what was happening. Lin Feng didn't have time to concern himself with who had sent this expert. He was more worried about Xia Ruoxu, who had collapsed by the door. Rushing over, he held her in his arms. Xia Ruoxu's sportswear was stained with blood, and there was a large wound on her chest, bleeding profusely as her heart had been pierced. Unable to speak properly, tears welled up in Xia Ruoxu's eyes. She felt that her time was near and wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. Ruoxu, Lin Feng cried out in distress, his heart feeling as if it was being torn apart. Tears filled his eyes, and he quickly used his che to heal Xia Ruoxu, doing everything he could to save her and ensure she didn't die in front of him. Lin Feng couldn't imagine what he would do in the future without Xia Ruoxu. How could he go on living? Right now, every cell in his body is filled with sorrow. Even though he is 100% certain that he could save Xia Ruoxu and acted in time, Lin Feng still finds it difficult to bear such pain. With all his effort, Lin Feng just needed a dozen seconds to completely heal Xia Ruoxu's injuries. The pierced heart was also restored. Lin Feng, I thought I was going to lose you. Xia Ruoxu was unharmed, but she held on to Lin Feng tightly, tears streaming down her face. Lin Feng also held on to Xia Ruoxu's delicate body tightly. While he smiled warmly, tears accumulated in his eyes and eventually flowed down from the corners, saying, "It's okay, Ruoxu. As long as I'm here, I will always be here." Gu Haitong and Song Hongyan watched everything unfold. Both of them were very shocked and amazed, especially Song Hongyan. Lin Feng, actually capable of healing others. This truly subverted Song Hongyan's understanding. Practitioners can only heal themselves. This has always been an unchanging law. Song Hongyan had never seen anyone else heal another person before. Wang Guifan, Xia Jianhua, and Xia Jianglong ran over to take a look and were also trembling with fear. Seeing Xia Ruoxu covered in blood with blood all over the ground really startled them. Who was that foreigner? How could he come to kill Xia Ruoxu? Luckily, Lin Feng was so amazing and managed to save Xia Ruoxu. Otherwise, Xia Ruoxu might have been in grave danger and definitely would not have survived. Ruoxu, what happened? Didn't you wear your jade bangle? After embracing for a long time, Lin Feng finally stood up with Xia Ruoxu in a princess carry and warmly asked. But after asking, Xia Ruoxu was still wearing the jade bangle. Lin Feng instantly felt that the problem might lie with the jade bangle. When the foreign man attacked, maybe he didn't use force. Without using force, the jade bangle might not have sensed it and thus didn't guard against the attack. Lin Feng, I've always worn the jade bangle. I never took it off, not even when bathing. The foreign man came in and said, he was looking for you. I was about to ask who he was when suddenly, he struck too quickly and gave me a knife. Xia Ruoxu's body was still trembling slightly, filled with fear. This time she really had a close brush with death. Without Lin Feng, she would have already turned cold and become a lifeless body. Lin Feng smiled warmly and nodded, saying, I see, it might be that the Jade Bangle requires the opponent to be a practitioner using force in order to protect. Don't worry, soon you will become a practitioner too. Ordinary people won't be able to harm you. Lin Feng, holding on to Xia Ruoxu, approached the foreign man. His face turned unusually cold. Xia Ruoxu also saw Lin Feng's expression for the first time, which was truly frightening. The foreign man was still bleeding from his mouth, convulsing, unable to even lift his hand. Lin Feng coldly asked, Who sent you to kill us? After a few convulsions, the foreign man didn't respond to Lin Feng and instantly breathed his last breath, completely lifeless. Lin Feng was just about to save the foreign man, determined to find out who was behind this and make them pay. But suddenly, the foreign man's body exploded with great force. The foreign man leaned against the wall, creating a big hole upon the impact. The shockwave swept over, and Lin Feng immediately protected himself with his strength, holding on to Xia Ruoxu as they backed away. Xia Ruoxu was also enveloped in his protective shield. After taking a few steps back, they were unharmed. But the foreign man was already torn to pieces. His head had long been blown to bits, his body in disarray, turning into fragments, leaving the entire restaurant in a mess, a sight too gruesome to bear. Wang Guifang and others were standing at a distance, but they were so scared that they sat on the ground, shivering with cold sweats. It was truly their first time experiencing such a horrific event. Damn it! Lin Feng gritted his teeth and growled under his breath, still looking extremely cold. The other party's ruthlessness was beyond belief. It was possible that a small explosive device had been implanted inside the foreign man's body, controlled by his heartbeat. Once the man died, the bomb would explode. Lin Feng was enraged to an indescribable extent for the first time. Gu Haitong realized and quickly checked to see if there was anything wrong with the brood potion. Meanwhile, Sun Hongyan walked up to Lin Feng and said slowly, Junior brother, from the methods of this man and the way he died, it's highly likely that this foreigner was a member of the Dark Alliance's assassination hall. You probably offended someone, and that person posted a mission to assassinate you on the Dark Alliance's forum. The assassination hall took on the task and sent someone to kill you. I don't know if you know, but the head of the assassination hall is your 7th senior sister, Suzhou Xiao. In other words, your 7th senior sister sent someone to kill you. Perhaps she doesn't know that you are her junior brother. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't have done this. If you were to die, the shackles in your 7th senior sister's practice would never be removed. Also, don't expect to get any information out of the assassination hall's members. They won't say anything. There are capsules of poison inside their mouths. If an assassination fails, they will crush the capsules and take their own lives. Suzhou Xiao, damn your ancestors. Just wait for me. I won't kill you. I vow not to be human. Lin Feng muttered angrily, his face still appearing very frightening. His eyes made even Sun Hongyan feel a bit frightened. Previously, the first time Suzhou Xiao was mentioned, it was Gu Haitong who warned Lin Feng to be careful of Suzhou Xiao. This time, Suzhou Xiao sent someone directly to stab Xia Ruoxu. To be honest, if Lin Feng wasn't here, perhaps only Lin Feng's master, Tianji Lao Ren, could save Xia Ruoxu. Besides him, no one else could save Xia Ruoxu. She was undoubtedly going to die. And even if Tianji Lao Ren could save her, he would have to be here and intervene in time. The enmity of this knife was deeply imprinted in Lin Feng's heart. If they wanted to kill him, that was fine. They could come at him directly, and he wouldn't mind. But daring to touch Xia Ruoxu, even if it were the Lord himself, Lin Feng would absolutely not spare them. Lin Feng looked at Sun Hongyan and asked, Senior Sister 4, can you log into the Dark Alliance forum? Can you find out who issued the task to kill me? Neither Suzhou Xiao nor the instigator behind the task would be spared by Lin Feng. Sun Hongyan shook her head and said, Although I also have an account on the Dark Alliance forum and can log in, it is impossible to figure out who issued the task. Only the Dark Alliance knows. Besides the Dark Alliance, the only other option is to find your 6th senior sister, Ning Banaru. Your 6th senior sister Ning Banaru is a world-class hacker. Only she can infiltrate the Dark Alliance forum, crack the account that issued the task, and find out where the task was issued from and information about the issuer. To register an account, On the Dark Alliance, one must undergo real name authentication and ensure that the bank card linked to it has funds of over 1 billion. After registering the account, there is a membership fee of 10 million, and the funds in the bank card cannot drop below 1 billion at any time. If it does, the registered account will be automatically cancelled and one would need to pay the membership fee again to re-register. After registering the account, one must publish a task once a year. If more than a year passes without publishing a task, the account will be automatically cancelled unless one pays the 10 million fee again. If you want to publish a task, you can do so with a minimum reward of 10 million, with no upper limit. Once an account is registered, even if one is a member of the Dark Alliance forum, only the Killer Hall can accept tasks. If the Killer Hall does not accept the task, other members can take it. If the Killer Hall members do not accept, other members can also take the task. I will log into my account now to show you the details of the tasks being posted, whether it is targeting you or something else. Song Hongyan gave Lin Feng a detailed introduction to the Dark Alliance forum. Many wealthy individuals register an account there, as most want to earn money by taking on tasks from the forum. The Dark Alliance forum is vast, covering the entire world. It even has a leaderboard for assassins ranked based on each member's task acceptance and earnings. Currently, Su Zhaoxiao holds the top rank, making her the self-proclaimed world's #1 assassin. 5 years ago, Su Zhaoxiao had already claimed the top spot and still held it. This was not because Su Zhaoxiao was the most powerful in combat. It was mainly because Su Zhaoxiao was the head of the Assassin Hall, representing the entire organization. All tasks must go through the Assassin Hall, and if they do not accept it, other members cannot take it. That's why Su Zhaoxiao ranked first. Song Hongyan logged into the Dark Alliance forum, where the main page displayed various tasks, some taken, some not. However, the detailed contents of the tasks were obscure, only showing the reward amount, who accepted it, and whether it was completed. To view a task that has not been completed, one must pay 1 million. To view a completed task, one must pay 5 million. However, if the task has been accepted, one cannot attempt it nor receive any rewards. At the top was a task with a reward of 1 billion, accepted by the Assassin Hall, and marked as incomplete. Song Hongyan clicked on this task, paid the required amount, and viewed the content. The task was posted by someone named Chanwan Gaidihu, instructing to kill Lin Feng. Though there was no photo of Lin Feng, it included a detailed description, his address, the people around him, but no photos. Song Hongyan handed her phone to Lin Feng. Seeing it, Lin Feng realized that this scoundrel called Chanwan Gaidihu was ruthless enough to pay 1 billion to kill him. Who had such audacity? In Lin Feng's view, neither Chu Yunlong, Ma Wenkai, the elder Mr. Qian, who had become a vegetable because of him, nor the third-rate northern family in the imperial city, had the ability to issue such a task. Perhaps someone might dare to gamble their entire fortune to do so, but they wouldn't actually go through with it. The first suspects for Lin Feng were the Practitioners Association. It was highly probable that the head of the Practitioners Association had issued the task to kill him. The association had previously sent several experts to kill him, all of whom had failed. Even 20 experts of consummate innate realm, or no match for him. They had not sent anyone else since then. If it wasn't the head of the Practitioners Association, then who else could it be? The head of the Practitioners Association was in big trouble this time. However, this is Lin Feng's speculation and conjecture. Whether it is specific or not, there is still no 100% certainty. Lin Feng looked at Song Hongyan and said, "Fourth senior sister, do you know where my 6th senior sister Ning Banru is? Find her and let her help me figure it out. I want to expose the other party completely and confirm their identity once and for all." Lin Feng casually glanced around and asked Song Hongyan, feeling very shocked inside. This Dark Alliance is too terrifying. Just a Dark Alliance forum alone, who knows how much wealth it has accumulated? And by using this Dark Alliance forum, who knows how many heinous crimes have been committed? Lin Feng must eradicate this Dark Alliance in the future. Song Hongyan said, "Let me contact her and have her come over quickly. But from now on, you need to be more careful. Everyone around you needs to be careful too. Since the Assassination Hall has taken on this mission, they will never give up until they kill you. Although the employer requires the task to be completed within a week, if it is not done within a week, the commission will be halved according to the rules of the Assassination Hall, with an additional week given to complete the task. If the task is still not completed after another week, the assassination hall will take no commission and continue the task until it is completed. Of course, if the assassination hall is unable to complete the task, at the very least, they will offer double the commission and announce the same task, allowing members to accept it. In other words, from the moment this mission is assigned, you are destined for a dead end. Unless you destroy the assassination hall, eliminate the Dark Alliance, you will never find peace. The assassination hall often sends out tasks in groups of 10. If the first group fails, the second group continues. If the second group fails, the third continues, and so on. Each group is more terrifying than the last, increasing in number. All those who take on tasks in the Dark Forum will have an implanted sensor chip placed by the Dark Alliance in their bodies. Once they die, the Dark Forum will instantly be informed, and this chip, implanted in the brain, can only be removed by highly advanced skull-opening techniques. Such existence is rare in the world, so without a doubt, the first person who came to kill you is already dead, and the assassination hall must have known. The second group to kill you is probably on its way, so you need to be more cautious. After hearing Sun Hongyan's words, Lin Feng felt the malice of the person who issued the task, determined to eliminate him if he didn't die. Lin Feng didn't bother to say anything, while Sun Hongyan went out to make a call to contact Ning Banru. He called Yi Qingcheng, telling her about being targeted by the assassination hall and asking her to gather some people to tidy up the house, fix the walls. I have contacted your sixth senior sister. She is on her way here and should arrive within 2 hours. Sun Hongyan came back and informed Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at Zia Jianhuo, Wang Weifan, and the others, who were still trembling with fear, sweating profusely. They never expected such a terrifying existence that would lead Lin Feng to his death, and the other party, upon arrival, would kill indiscriminately. Their fear was indescribable. Lin Feng looked at Sun Hongyan directly and said, "For senior sister, could you please arrange for some people to escort by Uncle Zia and the others to a safe place to stay for now?" This situation was indeed quite serious. The assassination hall would not stop unless Lin Feng was killed. Lin Feng had to make sure Zia Jianhuo, Wang Weifan, and the others were safely hidden away. They must not get into any trouble. "No problem. I will have Lei Zhenchen come over to escort them to a safe place. We will protect them well there. Until it's safe, they cannot come out." Sun Hongyan responded, immediately calling Lei Zhenchen to come over with the most powerful ancient martial arts practitioners to protect them, sending her sword as well to ensure the safety of Zia Jianhui and the others and taking care of all their needs. It was crucial that they were kept safe. As for Zia Ruoxu, after taking a bath and changing her clothes, she continued to accompany Lin Feng. After finishing all this, Lin Feng brought out a chair, changed into sportswear, and sat in the courtyard without going anywhere. He wanted to see how many members of the assassination hall would come to kill him today. Sun Hongyan sat down next to Lin Feng, waiting. Zia Ruoxu brought a chair over and sat down as well. "Ruoxu, do we have any more wine? Go get some. I suddenly feel like having a drink. Let's kill them one by one while drinking. One by one. 2 at a time." Lin Feng looked directly at Zia Ruoxu. "Yes, we still have 2 unopened boxes of La Fight from before. I'll go get them." 20 minutes later, Yi Qingcheng's helicopter arrived and landed in the courtyard. Lin Feng's eldest senior sister Yi Qingcheng, third senior sister Liu Shengnan, and fifth senior sister Qin Yishan jumped off the helicopter. Yi Qingcheng received a phone call from Lin Feng and immediately contacted Liu Shengnan and Qin Yishan. Upon hearing that Lin Feng was in trouble, the two of them agreed without hesitation to come over. The 3 senior sisters arrived together, all naturally here to protect Lin Feng, making him feel warm. In the hands of the 3 people are each holding a long sword. Yi Qingcheng's long sword is blood red all over. Liu Shengnan's long sword is golden all over. Qin Yishan's long sword is a green long sword. Lin Feng immediately surrounded them and warmly smiled, saying, "Senior sister, third senior sister, fifth senior sister, why have you all come?" Yi Qingcheng coldly said, "Didn't you say that the assassination hall accepted a mission to kill you? Today, we want to see who can kill you." Liu Shengnan raised the golden longsword in her hand and smiled, saying, "Junior brother, don't be afraid. If anyone wants to kill you, they have to ask if I agree with my golden dragon sword." Qin Yishan also sweetly smiled and said, "Junior brother, rest assured, with us here, Anyone who wants to kill you will have to step over our bodies. Lin Feng mainly focused on the long swords in their hands and couldn't help but ask, "Senior sisters, where did you get the long swords from?" Liu Shengnan smiled and said, "Junior brother, don't you have a long sword? Master gave each of us a long sword, corresponding to red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple, 7 colors. Senior sister has the red dragon sword. Second senior sister has the flame dragon sword. I have the golden dragon sword. San Hongyan has the green dragon sword. Qin Yishan has the blue dragon sword. Ning Banru has the azure dragon sword. And Sujiaxia has the violet dragon sword. Each of us has practiced a sword technique, but in the past 10 years, my longsword has not yet been stained with blood. Today, let it drink some blood. Master really hasn't given me a longsword. That old man is biased. I'll have to find a chance to go back and ask him for one." Lin Feng said with a smile, feeling no pressure and his confidence soaring. Now, Gu Haitan cannot leave, or maybe she could leave for a few minutes. Considering this, his senior sister Ning Banru and Sujiaxia weren't by his side. Sujiaxia was fine, but Sujiaxia was the one who sent someone to kill him. With the 5 senior sisters by his side, he wanted to see if the attackers could withstand it. Senior sister, third senior sister, fifth junior sister. Long time no see. San Hongyan also came over to greet them. Only then did she realize that she was slower than her senior sister, third senior sister, and fifth junior sister, absolutely being discovered first by Yi Qingcheng and the others. It's not known whether Yi Qingcheng and the others had released their shackles of cultivation. If they had, then she was the weakest one. Yi Qingcheng coldly said, "San Hongyan, you shameless and despicable person, what are you doing here? Leave immediately. We don't need you here and we don't welcome you. Hurry up and leave. Don't be a nuisance here. You have 10 counts. Disappear from our sight immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite to you." Liu Shengnan and Qin Yishan also coldly shouted. All 3 placed their hands on the sword hilts, fully prepare. What's going on? Lin Feng could feel the intense pressure, but Lin Feng was even more puzzled. He did not expect that these 3 senior sisters had opinions about San Hongyan. With the addition of the second world Gu Haitong and the appearance of these senior sisters, they all had opinions about San Hongyan. It's also not clear where San Hongyan offended them. San Hongyan's smile froze slightly, but then she quickly recovered and said, with a smile, "Senior sister, third senior sister, fifth junior sister, do you still hate me until now? Let's put aside our grievances for now. We are all here to help junior brother. Why drive me away?" San Hongyan was indeed somewhat fearful. In a real fight, even without Yi Qingcheng and the others breaking through their cultivation shackles, she wouldn't stand a chance against them. Not to mention, they also had long swords in their hands. Not to mention, second sister Gu Haitan could come out at any time to help. Lin Feng also didn't want his senior sisters to fight. He truly didn't know what grievances existed among these senior sisters. Lin Feng's face was serious as he directly said, "Senior sisters, if you truly came to help me, then listen to me. If anyone is not sincere in helping me, then you can leave. Those willing to listen to me, don't act rashly. Put aside your grievances for now. We need to unite now to see how strong each other are, and solve it together. HMPH, for junior brother's sake, I won't settle the score with you, you despicable person." Yi Qingcheng snorted coldly, and Liu Shengnan and Qin Yishan also coldly glared at San Hongyan and went to sit down directly. Xia Ruoxu quickly brought out 2 boxes of red wine. Seeing that Lin Feng's senior sister, third senior sister, and fifth junior sister had all come, she also went to greet them, feeling quite moved. Lin Feng's senior sisters crucially never dropped the ball in critical moments and would always step up. "Junior brother, bring out some fruit. I want to eat fruit. I finished yesterday's fruit and haven't eaten anything since." Yi Qingcheng said coldly to Lin Feng. Okay. There's plenty of fruit. If there's not enough, I'll go buy some later." Lin Feng smiled and promised, going back home to bring out several boxes of fruit. He didn't bother washing them and just ate as he pleased. Then he returned, processed the fruit, sat next to Xia Ruoxu, and wiped the fruit on his clothes before everyone started devouring them. Only San Hongyan didn't move, furrowing her brow slightly and swallowing continuously. She truly couldn't understand it. The fruit's aroma was unusually strong, yet it hadn't been washed. How could Lin Feng and the others enjoy it so much? They even ate the corpse. Were they starving ghosts reincarnated? Song Hongyan still couldn't figure it out. At this moment, two middle-aged foreigners walked in through the main gate. The second batch of assassins from the assassination hall has arrived. These two middle-aged men, Lin Feng could tell at a glance that they were both cultivators at the peak level of the yellow stage. The first foreign middle-aged man who arrived earlier was at the peak level of Che cultivation, but these two were clearly a whole level stronger than him in Lin Feng's eyes. To him, they were not even worth mentioning. "Senior sister, may I borrow your lawn sword?" Lin Feng immediately looked towards Yi Qingchen, directly asking to borrow the sword. Lin Feng had never used a lawn sword before and knew nothing of sword techniques. But holding a sword in hand, who wouldn't be able to wave it around casually? Lacking sword skills, but with a sharp weapon in hand heightened the killing power. However, Yi Qingchen, busy eating, didn't even pay attention to Lin Feng's request. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered, so he went over and lifted Yi Qingchen's Crimson Dragon Sword. Only when he lifted it did he realize the sword was quite heavy, weighing nearly 99.9 kilograms, equivalent to 200 caddies. Most people wouldn't be able to lift it, and even if they could, wouldn't be able to wield it. Lin Feng held it in his hand, feeling the weight of the long sword very satisfying, making his blood boil. Last night, during the battle with the White Dragon sect, he got hold of an iron rod, but it only weighed about 50 to 60 caddies. Using that iron rod to strike people was also very satisfying, but using this long sword would be even more so. What's going on? The two foreign middle-aged men, observing the situation, furrowed their brow slightly, feeling puzzled. The target they intended to kill was right in front of them. Apart from having slightly shorter hair, everything else matched up. Adding to the scene were 5 more women devouring fruits there. This scene was truly bizarre. After exchanging a glance, they couldn't bother with the details any longer. Each of them had a sharp dagger hidden in their sleeves. A cold gleam flashed as the daggers appeared in their hands. Without saying a word, they swiftly charged towards Lin Feng. Both of them were not only cultivators, but also members of the assassination hall, trained killers who struck with deadly precision. Lin Feng stayed still, gripping the long sword with both hands. Slowly, he drew the Crimson Dragon Sword from its sheath. But before he could fully draw it out, the two middle-aged men had already reached him. Each of them leapt, one dagger aimed at Lin Feng's heart and the other at his throat. Lin Feng's eyes hardened as he increased his strength in his right hand. With a clang sound, he unsheathed the Crimson Dragon Sword, emitting a flash of red light. The two middle-aged men's heads flew upwards. Before they could reach Lin Feng, they fell in front of him, their heads soaring over 3 meters high before dropping down, their eyes wide open in disbelief. Meanwhile, Lin Feng didn't hesitate, swiftly kicking the decapitated bodies, sending them flying 7 to 8 meters away. With a thud sound, their bodies exploded upon impact, blood mist spraying everywhere. Yi Qingchen and the others were startled at this sight, momentarily frozen, before quickly resuming their gluttonous feast. The only one not fazed was Song Hongyan, who hadn't started eating fruit yet, only swallowing saliva continuously, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng. "Wow, this is indeed a fabulous sword." Lin Feng looked at the blood-red long sword in his hand. Having used it to kill 2 people without staining the sword, his eyes sparkled with excitement, his hands trembling slightly. Although the long sword was very heavy, wielding it gave him an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. Slaughtering cultivators with this long sword was definitely a perfect match. He was well aware that with his current strength, he couldn't even use martial arts, let alone sword techniques. But even if he couldn't use sword techniques, having this long sword greatly enhanced his combat prowess. It was a pity that this sword belonged to his senior sister. He would have to return it after borrowing it. No, can't be. No matter what, I must find that old guy and get myself a long sword. It's too satisfying. Gosh. Lin Feng clicked his tongue, the sight of the blood-red longsword stirring his heart further. With each cell in his body filled with a fighting spirit, he eagerly anticipated the arrival of the 3rd batch of assassins from the assassination hall. Hopefully, they would show up soon and allow him to fully indulge himself. However, instead of assassins from the assassination hall, it was Thundershock and 2 burly women who appeared, carrying a green longsword between them. Accompanied by 5 bodyguards who were cultivators, Thundershock led them inside. Song Hongyan's green dragon sword also weighed around 200 caddies. Thundershock dared not let the cultivators handle it, let alone the men. Song Hongyan immediately approached, her hands on the hilt of the sword, effortlessly lifting the green dragon sword. She then exchanged a few words with Thundershock before the latter swiftly entered the house and escorted Xia Ruoxu's parents, elder brother, sister-in-law, and child away. Lin Feng, holding the crimson dragon sword, didn't sit back down but started wielding it in the courtyard, swinging, slashing, stabbing, thrusting randomly and chaotically, without any particular technique, just indulging himself. The crimson dragon sword was indeed heavy, and waving it for over 10 minutes made Lin Feng drenched in sweat, his body burning with heat. As the boxes of fruits were nearly all devoured by Yi Qingcheng, Qin Yishan, Liu Shengnan, Xia Ruoxu, they were now lying back in their chairs, satiated in a way they had never experienced before. Song Hongyan still couldn't understand why Yi Qingcheng and the others ate so voraciously. At that moment, for foreign middle-aged individuals, to men and to women, briskly entered the scene. The third batch of high-level experts from the assassination hall had arrived. Lin Feng had already seen the four people come in and his eyes gleamed with excitement, smiling brilliantly. Just as he had finished warming up, these guys showed up. The four middle-aged men in front of him were all at the peak of the profound realm, a level stronger than the two middle-aged men Lin Feng had defeated before. Suddenly, Lin Feng thought of the Dark Alliance's potion. Could these guys have used the potion to enhance their abilities? If so, it meant that the Dark Alliance's potion technology had advanced. Members of the Practitioners Association who purchased potions usually cultivated to become old men and women, looking 50 years old and above, appearing 60 or 70 or even older. However, these guys were all in their middle ages. Lin Feng was still pondering this question when the four middle-aged men, each wielding two daggers, locked onto him and swiftly launched their attack. As assassins of the Assassin's Guild, when they struck, it was either you die, or I perish. There was no room for retreat. Lin Feng also quickly charged forward and, with a few swipes of his sword, the blood-red sword light flashed a few times. Four heads flew up. With one sword strike, Lin Feng failed to target properly, resulting in a half of an old woman's brain flying up. He hadn't successfully beheaded the opponent. After easily dealing with his opponents, Lin Feng quickly retreated, and with four booming sounds, blood mist filled the air. Wow, that was exhilarating. Ha ha ha. Lin Feng looked at the red dragon sword in his hand, excitedly laughing. The only downside was that these guys really polluted the environment. They had bombs inside their bodies, and when they die, the bombs exploded. Dealing with them would require some time to clean up and cremate their bodies. Lin Feng sat back down and saw only 3 apples left, saying, "Each one of you is a big eater. I wonder if you'll leave me some?" With that, he picked up an apple, chomping on it voraciously. Song Hongyan sat alone on the side, looking pitiful, with the others paying her no attention. In a good mood, Lin Feng tossed an apple to her, saying, "Fourth sister, taste it. This apple tastes good." Holding the apple, Song Hongyan, trembling with fear, couldn't resist the temptation of the scent. Without caring, she drew her green sword, tossed the apple into the air, and peeled it neatly with the tip of the sword, then ate it directly. After eating, she cried immediately, tears streaming down her face as she shivered. She had never tasted something so delicious in her life. However, when Song Hongyan finished eating, she still wanted more, but the fruit was already gone. Lin Feng quickly finished the last apple. Yi Qingchen looked at Lin Feng and coldly said, "Don't pity her, you will know her despicableness sooner or later." Lin Feng's smile turned somewhat awkward. How should he respond to that? Song Hongyan, looking pitifully at Lin Feng with tears in her eyes, mainly due to the overwhelming deliciousness she had just experienced, said, "Little junior brother, do you also think I am a femme fatale?" If any man in this world saw Song Hongyan in this state, they would want to pamper her. Her appearance could melt any man's heart instantly. However, Yi Qingcheng and the others stared coldly at Song Hongyan. If not for Lin Feng being there, and the words he had spoken earlier, they would have likely attacked Song Hongyan directly, feigning pity. Lin Feng warmly said, "Fourth sister, don't let your name and appearance deceive you into thinking you are some kind of femme fatale. Do you know Chen Yuanyuan? Wu Mikan, a Qing dynasty poet, composed the poem Round and Round Tune, which is renowned as the most prestigious 7-character verse in Qing poetry. The full poem goes, Dinghu that day abandoned the mortal world, defeated the enemy and took the capital down Yuguang, wept for the 6 armed forces, all in white silk, crowned in anger for the beauty. The beauty wandered, not my love, the rebel gods condemned themselves to a deserted feast. Lightning struck the yellow turbans and determined the Black Mountain, wept for the dear relatives and met again. When they first met, they passed through Chiadu's home, and the Marquis's mansion sang and danced like flowers. People say Chen Yuanyuan is a national calamity, but I lament her tragic fate. Her life influenced the fate of a dynasty. Originally a useless young man, but said to have caused chaos and disaster for the country, Chen Yuanyuan encountered misfortune at a young age, fell into the dust, excelled in both beauty and talent, and her fame spread far and wide. At a birthday banquet, Chen Yuanyuan played the zither and danced, captivating all. Wu Songui embraced her, falling in love at first sight. One was a famous opera singer, the other a warlord in a chaotic era. In the late Ming dynasty, with the nation in turmoil, the Qing troops invaded from abroad, and the Taiping rebels rose up. The Chongzhen emperor hanged himself in Meishan, and Li Zikeng occupied the capital. The treacherous man Liu Zongmin, to ingratiate himself with Li Zikeng, kidnapped Chen Yuanyuan and presented her to the Taiping leader. The exceptional beauty Chen Yuanyuan thus fell into a mere plaything. Wu Songui, still guarding the frontier, upon hearing that his beloved mistress was taken, erupted in rage, wept for the 6 armed forces, all fearing silk, crowned in anger for the beauty. Wu Songui opened Chen Haiguan, allowing the Qing troops into the city. From then on the world was no longer for the Han people. Wu Songui gained a lasting infamy for this. Since ancient times, beautiful women often meet tragic fates, and it is said women cause calamity. However, these cannot be compared with fourth sister's immense strength. She is far from the ancient beauty with exquisite talents. Lin Feng indeed disagreed with the notion of calling San Hongyan a femme fatale, but truly throughout history, there were those who wanted beauty over power, leading to the downfall of empires. King Yu of Zhou, playing with fire and provoking his vassals, ultimately leading to his dynasty's demise, just to win a smile from a beauty. This was the catalyst for his downfall. Little junior brother, your words are truly heartwarming. You say that beautiful women often have tragic fates throughout history. How did Chen Yuanyuan end up in the end? Song Hongyan's charming smile emerged. There was still a sparkle of tears in her eyes, making her even more soul-stirring. But her mood was truly great. She had also discovered that her little junior brother not only looked handsome, but spoke extraordinarily well. Lin Feng was about to say something, but at that moment, 8 middle-aged foreigners entered quickly. The 4th batch of assassins from the Assassin's Guild had arrived. Lin Feng was startled at the sight. Lin Feng was truly frightened. The 8 middle-aged people who entered were all at the Earth Tier Grand Perfection level, for men and for women. From this deduction, the Assassin Hall would send 10 groups of experts for each mission, all acting simultaneously. Each group was stronger than the last, with each subsequent group having more members than the previous one. Furthermore, their strength increased by a large margin with each group. If the same pattern continued from the 5th to the 10th group, then Lin Feng and his senior sisters would not be able to handle them in the end. The Assassin Hall was truly ruthless, wasn't it? Lin Feng lifted the Qi longsword and stood up. The 8 middle-aged people opposite him quickly rushed over, without saying a word, and they directly engaged in combat. Lin Feng was also at the Earth Tier Grand Perfection level, facing all 8 opponents at once. Yi Cheng and the others were not eager to take action, observing whether Lin Feng could handle it first. Both sides quickly engaged in battle, with red sword lights flashing everywhere. Even though all 8 individuals were at the Earth Tier Grand Perfection level like Lin Feng, as he fought through, limbs and bodies were severed, heads were decapitated, all flying into the air. This time, Lin Feng didn't aim for their necks, but went for disabling blows. In less than 2 seconds, Lin Feng moved swiftly, and even from a distance, he managed to take down all 8 of the middle-aged men and women. With consecutive explosive sounds, blood mist filled the air. Even though Lin Feng had dodged far enough, at this point, he was also stained with quite a bit of blood. Several large craters were blasted in the courtyard, and the scene was completely transformed. Seeing this, San Hongyan was once again shocked, thinking to herself, wow, this junior martial brother's combat power is truly extraordinary, so mighty. San Hongyan was indeed astonished. Among the same level, Lin Feng took down all 8 opponents effortlessly. This indicated that Lin Feng was undoubtedly invincible within his tier and level. One must note that the assassins of the Assassin Hall were also invincible within their tier and level, each one striking with deadly precision. Who would dare to provoke them? Once Lin Feng's strength became even more formidable, he would become an even more terrifying presence. After retrieving his sword and sitting down, Lin Feng felt the pressure weighing heavily on him. However, Lin Feng did not ask whether each subsequent group was stronger by a large margin. Lin Feng remained patient, waiting to see what would happen next. Junior Martial Brother, you haven't told me yet. What was Chen Yuanyuan's ultimate fate? Song Hongyun glanced at Lin Feng and smiled, asking. Every subtle movement of hers was mesmerizing. She had a natural charm, truly extraordinary. Lin Feng warmly replied, Wu Santui was granted the title Prince of Xiping due to his contributions and returned to the Southern Union cloud with Chen Yuanyuan. Chen Yuanyuan thought she could live a peaceful life, unaware of the saying, using beauty to entrap others, how long can it last? After dominating the Southern Union cloud, Wu Santui grew ambitious and indulged in extravagance and debauchery, competing for luxury. He built gardens, purchased numerous young and beautiful concubines, and indulged in sensual pleasures, reveling in feasts and carnal pleasures. As Chen Yuanyuan's age and her beauty faded, coupled with conflicts with Wu Sangui's lawful wife, she gradually fell out of favor. As the saying goes, when beauty fades, love departs. Chen Yuanyuan knew the Lord's heart had wandered. She requested to leave and departed from the prince's residence. Wu Sangui did not stop her, and from then on, her luxurious and opulent life dwindled away, ending in solitude. She donned simple attire, consumed humble meals, and spent her days worshipping the Buddha to put an end to her life. Later, as Wu Sangui rose in rebellion and failed, his whole family was executed. Chen Yuanyuan, having already renounced the world, escaped execution. May Chen Yuanyuan remain loyal throughout her life, repaying deaths with death, ultimately finding peace in the lotus-filled pond by ending her life. After listening to Lin Feng's story, Xia Ruoxu couldn't help but shed tears. Chen Yuanyuan remained loyal throughout her life, yet happy days for her were scarce. Could it be true that beauties often have tragic fates from ancient times? Song Hongyan's gaze towards Lin Feng also shifted, and she, too, was touched. Although she didn't believe in love, after hearing Chen Yuanyuan's story, a glimmer of hope emerged in her heart. If one believes in love, she would choose to spend her life with someone, growing old together. Junior Martial Brother, you really know how to tell a good story, but listening to you is quite enjoyable. Come, let's drink and chat. This wine has been sitting here for ages, Liu Shengnan said with a smile. She lifted a bottle of red wine, tapped the bottom lightly, and the cork flew out with a pop. Passing it to Lin Feng, she simply wanted him to enhance the flavor before drinking. This junior martial brother of hers was truly remarkable. Just his ability to refine exquisite flavors was beyond description. After processing it, Song Hongyan had already figured it out and quickly took a bottle for herself. Lin Feng and the others clinked their bottles and drank without acknowledging her. Taking a sip herself, she nearly cried. Her heart was pounding. She recognized this wine. Wasn't it a law fight? From 82. Was it that she hadn't drunk it before? However, compared to what she had previously drunk, the taste was nowhere near. Lin Feng took 2 bottles, processed them, and went home, handing them to Gu Haitong. Her senior sister had been looking after him, preparing medicinal concoctions and had no time to come out and chat or drink with them. Lin Feng felt a twinge of pity for Gu Haitong. As Lin Feng stepped outside, the 5th group of assassin hull killers arrived. A total of 16 people, all at the Heaven Tier Grand Perfection level, 8 men and 8 women. Damn it, Lin Feng's heart suddenly trembled a bit. The Dark Alliance, the assassination hull, is really too ruthless. As of now, each batch that appears is indeed more powerful than the previous batch by 1 big level. This trend continues, and Lin Feng cannot bear it anymore on his end. Kill. 16 middle-aged men and women, upon seeing Lin Feng, did not spare a glance at Yi Qingcheng and the others, but rather sharp knives appeared in their hands, rapidly charging towards Lin Feng, seeking death. However, Yi Qingcheng acted, holding the sheath of the red dragon sword in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the red dragon sword shot out of its sheath and soared into the sky. Yi Qingcheng also instantly pointed his toes and shot into the air, grabbing the handle of the red dragon sword at a height of 2 to 3 meters in the air, then slashed horizontally towards the 16 foreign men and women. A red sword light flashed past, and the 16 foreign men and women were all injured by the sword energy, freezing in their tracks. Yi Qingcheng landed and sat down. Suddenly, the bodies of the 16 men and women split into 2 distinct halves, falling to the ground. With a series of loud bangs, the 16 middle-aged men and women had exploded, causing even more craters in the courtyard, with stones and dirt falling rapidly while blood mist filled the air. Inside the courtyard, it gave the impression of a river of blood flowing. The earth, rocks, flowers, and grass were all tinted red. If it were in the past, Xia Ruoxu would definitely have been terrified upon seeing the situation in the courtyard. But now, while she was still startled, it wasn't as severe. Soon, she recovered. This was the world of cultivators and the world she would have to face in the future. Lin Feng approached, raised the wine bottle, clinked it with Yi Qingcheng and the others, took a sip, and couldn't help but say, "Senior sisters, the assassination hall sends out 10 batches each time, and each batch is stronger than the last. Is there really such a big difference in strength between each batch? If that's the case, then the final batch, senior sisters, won't be able to handle them." Lin Feng needed to clarify this issue. If each batch truly was stronger than the last, then Yi Qingcheng and the others might not be able to handle the ones that come later. They needed to come up with a response now to avoid situation where they're trying to escape or think of other strategies when it's too late. Lin Feng didn't want these senior sisters to sacrifice their lives here to help him. At the mention of this, the faces of Yi Qingcheng and the others indeed changed slightly, all frowning and looking towards Liu Shengnan. Liu Shengnan, the master of the War God Palace, couldn't handle it, so she would mobilize experts. The War God Palace had many powerful individuals. Liu Shengnan spoke with a hint of seriousness, saying, "Junior brother, they are indeed one big level stronger with each batch. Whenever they take on a mission, they complete it within a day. Usually, sending the strongest isn't even necessary. The previous batches were generally enough to solve the problem without much difficulty." Here Liu Shengnan paused, not continuing, seemingly hinting at something difficult to express. Everyone looked at her, and she understood their concern. Although the War God Palace had many experts, she could mobilize them. But once she deployed the War God Palace's experts, it would mean direct conflict with the Dark Alliance. Currently, the main focus of the War God Palace was dealing with the Cultivator Association, an internal matter of Huaxia. The headquarters of the Dark Alliance was in the United States, one of the top 3 global powers. The War God Palace wasn't incapable of provoking the Dark Alliance, but it was more cautious. The Cultivator Association was already a headache. Adding the Dark Alliance into the mix would complicate things further. Liu Shengnan was present here, nodding her capacity as the master of the War God Palace and as the 3rd senior sister of Lin Feng. It was unrelated to the War God Palace, but if she mobilized the experts from the War God Palace, it would change the situation significantly. Song Hongyan said, "Junior brother, don't worry. We will try to resolve it. When we can't handle it anymore, we'll deal with the last batch and then leave, find a place to hide. They won't be easy to find." Song Hongyan and the others understood the dilemma Liu Shengnan was facing. This was their initial plan to run if they couldn't fight. This wasn't the territory of the assassination hall. It wouldn't be easy for them to quickly find Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head and laughed, saying, "This time, we must kill every expert they send here. Don't let any of them escape. If we're going to face them, this first battle must be magnificent and resounding. Let them feel the pain and know my strength. Here's the deal. Do you senior sisters have items to enhance your strength? 1,000-year medicinal herbs, elemental stones, etc. Don't hide them anymore. Just give them all to me. Keep track of the cost, and I will repay you all later. Collect those items and help me restore my strength. When I reach my peak or even further, I will make sure that not a single one of the 10 batches of experts they send can return." Lin Feng spoke decisively and determinedly. This time, they had to stand strong till the end. This is Lin Feng's first encounter with the Dark Alliance. Lin Feng really doesn't want to retreat, unless there's no other way. As long as there's a sliver of hope, Lin Feng won't back down. Yi Qingcheng nodded immediately, saying coldly, "No problem. The Millennium Herbs, I don't have any more. My grandfather had one before, but he gave it to old Master Chu. However, regarding the Spirit Stones, I still have 20. I'll fly back now and get them for you." After speaking, Yi Qingcheng left directly in a helicopter. Initially, Yi Qingcheng wanted to keep these 20 Spirit Stones to use for herself after breaking through her cultivation restrictions. But since Lin Feng insisted on confronting the Assassin Hall, she would definitely support him. "Junior brother, I'm afraid I won't be able to retrieve the Spirit Stones and Millennium Herbs in time for you. My main base is in the Imperial City, so I have to go there to get them. Even if I fly back in a helicopter to bring them, it would take at least 2 hours. And as you've seen, the assassins attack in intervals of about 20 minutes, never exceeding that. By the time I gather the spirit stones and millennium herbs, the cabbages would have gotten cold. But I can have them gathered for you right now, Liu Shengnan said to Lin Feng. Indeed, time was a concern. There were still 5 groups of elite assassins who hadn't arrived yet. Essentially, within an hour and a half, they would start appearing one after another. And the quickest route from the Imperial City here would take at least 2 hours, making it impossible to get there in time. Song Hongyan also felt helpless and said, Junior brother, my situation is similar to Junior Sister 3's. The Millennium Herbs and Spirit Stones are all in the Imperial City. Me too. Qin Yishan chimed in. Only Yi Qingcheng was here in the Magic City, while the 3 of them were in the Imperial City. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, It's okay. With Big Sister's help in sending over 20 Spirit Stones, we can handle the oncoming enemies. Lin Feng knew they wouldn't be able to send them from the Imperial City in time, but secretly, Lin Feng hoped that if they could manage to send them now or later, it would be helpful. He had calculated that when the strongest group of assassins, the 10th batch, arrived, by using the 20 spirit stones Yi Qingcheng sent, along with the blood burst technique, he could deal with them. Otherwise, he'd have to start over with a great need for more spirit stones and millennium herbs. But Lin Feng couldn't directly mention this. Although Liu Shengnan, Song Hongyan, and Qin Yishan were his senior sisters and from the same sect, there was no blood relation among them. Previously, they had no personal connections either. In the end, if it weren't for the fact that they were restricted in their cultivation and needed his help, they wouldn't even care about him. In moments of crisis, true feelings show. Lin Feng didn't say anything and wanted to see if they would gather the Millennium Herbs and Spirit Stones to help him. Comparing them, Lin Feng felt that his second senior sister Gu Haidong was truly kind. Though they didn't face any crisis then, Gu Haidong had directly brought the Millennium Herbs and Spirit Stones from the Imperial City to help him. Liu Shengnan quickly sent out a message, without saying much, instructing the War God's Temple in the Imperial City to swiftly deliver 40 Spirit Stones to him. It had to be fast. These 40 Spirit Stones were accumulated by Liu Shengnan herself until now. The War God's Temple naturally had many Spirit Stones. The public duty was separate from private matters. The Spirit Stones belonging to the War God's Temple belonged to the entire temple and had to be authorized by her grandfather. In contrast, what she possessed, she could freely move. Regardless of whether it would be in time, she needed to mobilize them immediately to give to Lin Feng. Qin Yishan and Song Hongyan, on the other hand, didn't take any action. Yi Qingcheng's speed was fast. The distance from the mountain villa wasn't far, and she arrived in about 10 minutes in a helicopter. Junior brother, the 20 Spirit Stones are all here. Take them and use them. Don't return them. Consider it a gift. As soon as she arrived, Yi Qingcheng handed a red box to Lin Feng. Inside were 20 Spirit Stones, not one less. Thank you, Big Sister. Lin Feng thanked her and didn't bother with formalities. He grabbed the Spirit Stones and quickly absorbed them, swiftly regaining his strength. Lin Feng was now at the peak of the ground realm. With 5 more Spirit Stones, he would reach the Sky Realm's peak. Another 5 would take him to the Post-Sky Realm, and after that, another 5 would elevate him to the Pre-Sky Realm. By the time Lin Feng reached the Pre-Sky Realm, he had consumed 15 Spirit Stones, leaving only the last 5. For cultivators, the levels were initially divided into 9 stages. Check cultivation: Yellow Realm, Profound Realm, Earth Realm, Sky Realm, Post-Sky Realm, Pre-Sky Realm, Foundation, and Core Formation. These were the 9 stages of entry. Each stage was further divided into early, mid, late, peak, and complete stages. All of Lin Feng's senior sisters were stuck at Core Formation completion and couldn't break through. 3 years ago, Lin Feng was also at the peak of the Core Formation stage. Breaking through Core Formation completion marked the entry into the Golden Pill stage. If the assassins from the 10th group were indeed at the Golden Pill completion level, his senior sisters should be able to handle them. But if they reach the Golden Pill completion, it would be impossible to defeat them, leading to a certain death. By utilizing the last 5 Spirit Stones, Lin Feng directly advanced to the Foundation Realm completion. He hadn't even reached his true peak yet. If the Golden Pill completion assassins arrived, Lin Feng believed that by using the blood burst technique, he could surpass them by 2 major stages and take down his opponents. At this moment, the 6th group of assassins from the Assassin Hall arrived. 32 middle-aged foreign men and women, 16 middle-aged women, 16 middle-aged men, slowly walking from the main gate. Is this an assassination? This is obviously a blatant attempt to kill. This is going too far. Lin Feng saw the situation and had just recovered to the peak of foundational building stage, so he directly scolded a few words. This really isn't considered an assassination. Dozens of people, all rushing in to kill, and it's still called an assassination. Lin Feng also didn't know how these people had come here. Don't they need to go through getting passports, visas and such? They just come as they please. Senior sister, lend me your long sword. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to care. His strength had recovered to the peak of foundational building stage, feeling even stronger than before. With these guys coming to him, he made sure they had no return. Yi Qingcheng waved her hand, and the Scarlet Dragon sword flew towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng grabbed it and quickly advanced to kill. Only when he had recovered to the stage of forming the golden pill could he barely release his strength and resist against the ground or other objects. His body did not float up, not able to completely meet the standard to float up. Swish, 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 swish. Lin Feng advanced and reddish sword light kept flashing. Dozens of men and women were quickly killed by Lin Feng. They died in a very tragic manner. Their bodies hacked into pieces, not a single intact corpse. These guys kept exploding one after another. Except for Yi Qingcheng and others sitting here, most of the yard had been blown up with craters all over the place. Lin Feng felt that he needed to learn swordsmanship. Haphazardly slashing can kill, but often fails to strike the vital points, requiring an additional sword strike, wasting time. Ha ha ha, the scum of the assassination hall. Come on, one comes one dies, to come one pair dies. Venturing into the territory of Huaxia, committing heinous acts, outrageously audacious, I won't let you get away with it. Regardless, Lin Feng still felt his blood boiling, his fighting spirit surging, unable to help but burst into laughter. It was really thrilling, but not satisfying enough. Meanwhile, 64 more middle-aged foreign men and women entered. The 7th batch of strong fighters rushed in. The road outside the villa was now filled with vehicles. The 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th batches of the assassination hall's assassins had all arrived. The previous 5 batches had failed to complete the mission. It directly alarmed the headquarters, and even caught the attention of Su Zhaoxiao. Su Zhaoxiao ordered all of them to come, in batches, one after another. Regardless, the mission had to be completed. In all these years, the assassination hall had never encountered a situation where 10 batches of assassins were mobilized simultaneously and failed to complete their mission. The reason Su Zhaoxiao insisted on getting all the remaining batches in place was to ensure that the enemy had no chance of escape. There could be no escape route. If sent in batches, with intervals of at least 10 minutes, they could slip away in that time. Su Zhaoxiao was furious as all the fighters from the first 5 batches died, which was a significant loss. The chairman of the Association for Practitioners who issued the mission said that Lin Feng was a practitioner, but his strength was unknown. However, nobody expected it would be this difficult to kill him. Bring it on. Kill. As soon as Lin Feng saw these guys, he immediately charged towards them. Disregarding everything, he was out for blood. Even if bodies exploded beneath his feet, it couldn't harm him. Lin Feng wielded the giant sword in both hands, slashing and cutting indiscriminately, leaving dismembered limbs and bodies flying everywhere he went. No matter who he encountered, he directly hacked and killed, without any precautions. These experts were all at the peak of the foundational stage. Even if a sharp dagger pierced Lin Feng, it wouldn't harm him. Before Lin Feng could finish, more powerful individuals flooded in, all at the foundational building stage. This time, there were 128 individuals at the foundational building stage, fierce and unyielding. Kill. 128 individuals at the foundational building stage arrived, and Yi Qingcheng and others could no longer remain calm. In an instant, they also joined the fight. Though Lin Feng had recovered to the peak of the foundational building stage, facing off against hundreds of people, they fear any danger Lin Feng might encounter. Yi Qingcheng didn't have a long sword, but her pawn techniques were still extremely fierce, with one blow capable of killing a dozen or more. With the likes of Liu Shengnan, Song Hongyan, and Chen Yishan wielding long swords, it was even more terrifying. Golden sword rays, green sword rays, blue sword rays continued to flicker. After the sword rays dissipated, at least 20 or 30 individuals were bisected or cut in half. A large group of people rushed in. Within 3 seconds, over 100 individuals were cleanly killed. Explosions were heard everywhere. Yet, even with the continuous explosions, the villa courtyard was still piled high with body parts and bodies, the blood flowing like a river. Yi Qingcheng and the others remained unchanged, free of any dust on their bodies. In contrast, Lin Feng was now drenched in blood. Xia Ruoxu was stunned, overwhelmed by the scene. She, too, felt her blood boiling, deeply influenced by Yi Qingcheng and others. Kill. However, others didn't give Lin Feng and the others a chance to catch their breath. The 9th batch was all at the Golden Pill formation stage, with even more people this time, a total of 256 individuals. They rushed in, a rush of people flooding in. Yi Qingcheng and the others all had pale faces, their hearts trembling with fear. If it was just a few or a dozen people, they wouldn't be afraid. But with so many arriving, all at the same strength level as them, could they bear it? They had always known the assassination hall was terrifying. However, this time, they truly experienced this terror firsthand, more terrifying than they could have imagined. Yi Qingcheng and others suddenly had a sense of foreboding. They felt like they might die here today. Master Sister, catch the sword. Lin Feng yelled out, tossing the red dragon sword to Yi Qingcheng and quickly stepping back. Although all of them were at the nascent soul stage, no matter how strong Lin Feng was, he couldn't possibly take on all of them. Just encountering one of them, he estimated that he wouldn't stand a chance. Unless he used self-destruct magic, using Cha explosive balls wouldn't work either. However, Yi Qingcheng and the others had no way to retreat. The opponents were already closing in on them, leaving them no choice but to fight back. Otherwise, it would be a dead end for them. Either you die or I perish. The battle was about to erupt, escalating instantly. Yi Qingcheng, Liu Shengnan, Sun Hongyan, and Qing Yishan stood back to back, fighting against the middle-aged foreigners. Each of them was nervous and fearful. At this moment, there was an unprecedented sense of unity among them. Even if there were any disagreements with Sun Hongyan before, at this moment, there was no time to think about anything else. They had to unite, as otherwise, they would face certain death. Lin Feng watched from the side, as the opponents focused only on attacking Yi Qingcheng and the others, not targeting him at all. After so many people had died, Yi Qingcheng and the others were the strongest and had to be killed first before dealing with Lin Feng. Regardless, Lin Feng couldn't escape anyway. Lin Feng stepped onto a chair and then onto a table to get a better view. The more he watched, the more shocked he became. Yi Qingcheng and the others were indeed skilled in swordsmanship, but when facing opponents of equal strength, their sword energy couldn't harm the opponents anymore. They needed actual sword strikes, stabbing or slashing at the opponents, to cause any damage. With so many opponents, even if Yi Qingcheng and the others kept killing them, once close, the opponents could use their sharp knives to injure them. After just 1 or 2 minutes of fighting, Yi Qingcheng and the others had killed 30 or so opponents, but each of them was heavily injured. At this rate, Yi Qingcheng and the others were truly facing a dead end. Master Sister, Third Sister, you two hold on. Fourth Sister, Fifth Sister, break through the encirclement and come to my side. I'll treat your injuries. I'll have Second Sister cover for you. Go. Lin Feng shouted, directing the battle. He had the strongest fighters, Yi Qingcheng and Liu Shengnan, hold the line while pulling Qin Yishan and Sun Hongyan out. He treated their injuries and then sent them back into the fray, only to pull Yi Qingcheng and Liu Shengnan out afterward. This rotation continued. After instructing them, Lin Feng paid no attention to them, planning to rush in and call for Gu Haitong. However, Gu Haitong had already flown out on her own. She heard Lin Feng shout and knew the situation outside was dire. But she had only 3 minutes. After that, if she didn't return to watch over, Lin Feng would have to go back. Otherwise, the medicinal herbs being processed would be ruined. Gu Haitong was formidable this time with her terrifying palm technique. She pushed out one strike after another, creating a path for Sun Hongyan and Qin Yishan to break through. After they came out, they arrived in front of Lin Feng, trembling and covered in blood. Lin Feng quickly seized their hands and healed their injuries with his power. In less than 10 seconds, both of them were healed, their injuries completely recovered. Go back in and get Master Sister and Third Sister out, Lin Feng shouted, and the two of them, full of shock at how quickly Lin Feng had healed them, immediately followed his orders. They joined forces with Gu Haitong and created a path for Yi Qingcheng and Liu Shengnan to come out. Lin Feng then treated Yi Qingcheng and Liu Shengnan, who were also covered in blood, with their clothes stained red from the wounds. Yi Qingcheng's right hand had nearly been severed by a knife, but these injuries were nothing in Lin Feng's eyes, and within less than 10 seconds, he had healed them both. They continued their counterattack, supporting Song Hong and Nanqing Yishan. The assassins weren't fools. Seeing Lin Feng's prowess, they were revitalized after being at death's door. Now, more than 10 of them were targeting Lin Feng. Gu Haitong shouted to Lin Feng, "Junior brother, remember to keep an eye on the medicine." Although Gu Haitong didn't bring her sword, her formidable palm technique was the most powerful among all of Lin Feng's master sisters. She continuously pushed back the opponents, making it impossible for them to attack Lin Feng. This gave Yi Qingcheng and the others a moment to breathe and eliminate more enemies. Lin Feng checked on the medicine every 3 minutes to ensure it wasn't compromised. If any of Yi Qingcheng and the others were severely injured, Gu Haitong would clear a path for them and bring them to Lin Feng for treatment. After being healed, these master sisters quickly returned to the fight. This back and forth continued for about 10 minutes, and in the end, only a few enemies remained. Yi Qingcheng and the others were covered in blood, and they couldn't be bothered with their final injuries as they worked together to slaughter the remaining assassins. They stood on a mountain of corpses, gasping for breath, their hearts trembling, but also filled with a fervent and wild fighting spirit. Yi Qingcheng and others originally thought that this battle was a certain death, but they never expected to achieve a great victory now, killing in an unprecedentedly exhilarating and enjoyable manner. Especially Gu Haitong, who could knock opponents flying 7 or 8 meters with overwhelming force, even without getting injured. By continuously knocking them away, she could prevent them from fighting back. Combined with Lin Feng's healing ability, unmatched by anyone else, she could fully restore them within 10 seconds. The main reason for the comprehensive victory was the unity and solidarity of everyone. In the small courtyard, the ground was truly piled with a thick layer of corpses, blood flowing like a river. Truly terrifying. Lin Feng also noticed that these foundation building experts seemed to have no bombs implanted in their bodies, and they did not explode. In the assassination hall, as long as one's strength reached the foundation building level or above, no bombs would be implanted. Even if they were implanted before, they would be removed. Those above the foundation building level were truly experts. Once a bomb was implanted, they would truly die if it exploded. Without a bomb, even if they were injured and had a weak heartbeat or stopped completely, there was still a chance of being saved. Gu Haitong continued to go back and look at the medicine, while Lin Feng quickly stepped over the bodies. He healed all the injuries of Yi Qingcheng and the others, looking at them, each covered in blood, with enemy blood and their own blood. Lin Feng felt a bit heartbroken, yet also deeply moved. "Junior martial brother, you are amazing." Yi Qingcheng, with a face full of bloodstains, smiled in Lin Feng's eyes for the first time. This smile, so rare for Qingchen, left a deep impression on Lin Feng. "Senior martial sister, you should smile more." Always with a stern face. "How beautiful it is to smile," Lin Feng said with a smile, but Yi Qingcheng instantly put away her smile. Everyone was still excited, but at this moment, one strong opponent after another was flying in, with all of them at the Golden Core Perfection level. Damn. What the hell? Both Liu Shen and Nanqing Yishan couldn't help but curse. The 4 of them had drastically changed their expressions. All the fiery blood cooled in that moment, and the fervor in their eyes was replaced by fear. The courtyard was too small, yet now there were dozens of Golden Core Perfection experts entering. Faced with opponents of this level, Yi Qingcheng and the others could only be instantly killed. They trembled and stepped back. The swords they held were also trembling, their souls restless. Killing them was beyond their expectations. They hadn't anticipated that the 10th batch of strong opponents was outside. The 9th batch had been completely dealt with, and now the 10th batch appeared directly. Furthermore, not just 1 or 2, but dozens of experts at the Golden Core Perfection level were coming in, with countless powerful auras outside. At least a few hundred Golden Core Perfection experts were marching towards this place to kill. Once again, they realized the terror of the assassination hall. The ruthless extent of the assassination hall once again overturned their understanding. Damn, so many people. Lin Feng was also shocked. He never expected so many experts of Golden Core Perfection to come. With so many powerful auras, there were at least over 500 Golden Core Perfection experts. This was truly going to push them to their limits. Indeed, the number of opponents was doubling. This time, there were a total of 512 Golden Core Perfection experts arriving. The first few who came in were just dozens, while the others were waiting outside. Due to the limited space inside, in their eyes, these few could easily deal with Lin Feng and the others. Any one of them at the Golden Core Perfection level could effortlessly handle the situation. Yi Qingcheng and the others had been fighting for so long, and the strength they had was already clear to those outside. Junior Marshal brother, this time it seems like we're doomed. Song Hongyan trembled, expressing intense fear. Who wanted to die? Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, Senior Marshal sisters, don't be afraid. I am here. Even if 500, 5,000, or 50,000 Golden Core Perfection experts come, so what? I said before, for every one that comes, I'll kill one. For every two that come, I'll kill a pair. God can't stop me. Buddha can't stop me. As long as they dare to come, they won't be able to leave alive. Lin Feng's words, though calm and warm-sounding, contained an intense sense of killing intent and battle spirit. Everything was in his control. Using Bloodburst, he could easily kill to levels higher, effortlessly killing these Golden Core Perfection experts. This time, his senior martial sisters had brought their swords, and this time Lin Feng would use dual swords. With the twin swords in hand, he could easily kill the opponents, and the sword energy itself could also kill them. Sending out a sword energy attack could easily slay dozens of them. With more than 500 opponents, Lin Feng felt challenged, but he was confident he could handle it. This was self-confidence. Despite Lin Feng's reassuring words, Yi Qingcheng and the others were still immensely frightened. No matter how Lin Feng said it, they couldn't see any hope. Still trembling as they backed away, they retreated to the wall, leaving only Lin Feng standing in front to face dozens of Golden Core Perfection experts, his face unchanged, still wearing a calm and light-hearted smile. Senior Marshal Sister, Third Senior Marshal Sister, the swords are ready. Lin Feng shouted with a smile, his killing intent soaring. Today, regardless of starting from scratch, he just wanted to kill without hesitation. Yi Qingcheng and Liu Shengnan, with a wave of their hands, the red dragon sword and the golden dragon sword flew towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng reached out and grabbed them instantly, without even looking back. Sensing the two gusts of wind approaching, they could basically figure out the situation. With strong power and perception, their strength naturally grew stronger. Ha ha ha, you beasts all come at me together if you dare. I'm not afraid at all. If you want to kill me, you have to ask my two swords if they agree. Lin Feng laughed heartily, roaring and swinging his arms back. The two swords crossed at the tail. The foreign old men and women in front all rushed towards him. I did not rush to take action because they were truly shocked. They did not expect so many people to die by their assassination. Regardless of the situation, they must kill Lin Feng. In their eyes, killing Lin Feng, who had only reached the stage of foundation establishment perfection, was nothing to fear. To them, killing Lin Feng was easier than crushing an ant. Despite Lin Feng's powerful momentum, they did not see him in their eyes. Kill. Lin Feng's mouth curled into a bloodthirsty smile, roaring explosively, directly channeling his power in reverse, his skin instantly turning red, and even his eyes turning red. Yi Qingcheng and the others, standing behind, huddled together, trembling, cold sweat pouring down, their eyes filled with infinite fear as they watched everything unfold. Xia Ruoxu stood by the door, watching Lin Feng's figure. Although her heart was pounding fast and she was worried, her eyes seemed to be burning with flames. In her eyes, that figure became incredibly tall and majestic, like an unbeatable war god. Even if the sky fell, that figure seemed able to withstand it all. Only she believed that Lin Feng could definitely do it. The opponents had already come to kill. Lin Feng now used Bloodburst, and his powerful strength clashed with the bodies below, causing his body to fly up about a meter in height. Flying in the air, both swords struck out randomly and wildly. Streams of blood-red sword light and golden sword light shot out about 10 meters away, slashing down. Swish, 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 swish. These sword lights were powerful sword energy. Although they were chaotic, they formed a net-like structure that covered everything below. As the sword energy descended, any Gold Core Perfection expert below was instantly cut apart upon contact. Whether it was the dagger in their hands, any piece of flesh, or bone on their body, everything would be cut through unstoppably. Amidst the swishing sounds, Dozens of experts were all dismembered in less than a second, without a single one left alive. More experts flew in from behind. Lin Feng's sword energy continued to interweave and cover the area. Truly unstoppable, unbeatable, limbs, bodies, and blood mist flew everywhere. Those experts did not even have a chance to scream in agony, unlike what is seen on TV. I didn't even have a chance to scream before they were all directly slain by Lin Feng. Lin Feng also admired these assassins from the killing hall. They really were not afraid of death. Those who rushed in were instantly killed, dismembered, with flesh and blood flying all over the place. Yet more assassins flew in continuously. These assassins who came from behind were flying at the same height as Lin Feng or even higher, surrounding him to attack. Upon reaching the core formation stage, one could fly, but gold core experts could only fly up to 1 meter above the ground, provided they had support below them. Beyond 1 meter, they could no longer support themselves, but gold core experts could fly up to 2 meters. Swish! Lin Feng's sword energy swiftly flew out, cutting dozens of assassins who flew towards him in half, their bodies dropping with a thud. More kept coming from behind, but Lin Feng sent several more waves of sword energy out, killing them all, leaving no one alive. Out of 512 gold core experts, it only took Lin Feng about 10 seconds to kill them all. At the moment of their death, all the assassins were wondering why this seemingly ordinary Foundation establishment expert had such formidable combat power. And this time, the record of the killing hall was destined to be rewritten and shattered. Since the establishment of the assassination hall, 10 batches of elite operatives had gone on missions without a single failure. But this time, it truly couldn't be completed. Ha ha ha, is there anyone else? Get out, all of you. Flying a meter above the bodies, Lin Feng pointed his swords to the left and right, laughing madly with a sky-high fighting spirit. Lin Feng was beyond ecstatic. Having a sword in hand truly made all the difference. Previously, fighting bare-handed against a dozen strong members from the Cultivation Association had left him heavily injured. Initially, he didn't feel the injuries, but after a minute, he vomited blood and passed out. Yet this time, wielding a longsword, over 500 gold core experts were effortlessly killed by him, leaving him unscathed. If he had fought barehanded, he definitely wouldn't have been able to kill them all. After a minute, he would have been done for. Yi Qingcheng, Liu Shengnan, Sun Hongyan, and Qing Yishan murmured to themselves, their eyes wide with disbelief, unable to comprehend what they were seeing. Lin Feng's combat power has overturned their cognition, being in the Foundation establishment great perfection, surpassing to major levels, and effortlessly killing even those in the Golden Core great perfection in seconds. Over 500 people, in about 10 seconds, were all cleanly killed by Lin Feng. On average, about 51 people killed every second. They shook their heads one by one, unable to describe the shock in their hearts. This junior brother, this little cow flying on an airplane, is really ascendant. At the same time, they also do not understand. Since Lin Feng is so powerful, why didn't she take action when they were almost killed by those in the Foundation establishment great perfection before? At this moment, Gu Haitan also came out to take a look, also stunned, her eyeballs almost rolling out of her eye sockets with shock. Even though the door at home was not closed, she could still feel the aura of those in the Golden Core great perfection. They initially thought that Lin Feng and the others were sure to die, coming out to live and die together with Lin Feng and the others. They never expected that Lin Feng would result everything. In the courtyard, the pile of corpses was almost as high as the 2-meter-high wall. The level of horror was truly indescribable. The only one relatively calm, and with a sweet smile, looking at Lin Feng, was Xia Ruoxu. He just knew that Lin Feng could definitely do it, but at the same time, he also knew that Lin Feng must have gone all out this time, and he had to start over again. After Lin Feng made sure that no one else was killed, he returned the longsword to Yi Qingcheng and Liu Shengnan with a warm smile, saying, "What's wrong with you guys? Why does everyone look like their jaws are about to drop to the ground? Junior brother, why are you so terrifying?" Yi Qingcheng and the others, surprisingly, all asked in unison. Their hearts were still pounding. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Dear senior sisters, do not be surprised. What I did also caused quite a bit of harm to myself. I just recovered to the Foundation establishment great perfection, originally only one major level away from the peak. Now, going all out again, my strength will immediately be gone, and I'll have to start over again." This made Lin Feng think of 3 years ago, when he saved Xia Ruoxu. At that time, The situation was too critical. He didn't even have time to protect himself with his strength before saving Xia Ruoxu. While Xia Ruoxu was saved, it triggered the blood explosion. Although he survived, he not only lost his memory, but also lost all his strength. If 3 years ago, he had a little time to protect himself with his strength, the car wouldn't have been able to harm him at all. Now, he is still in his peak period. Since the automatic blood explosion triggered 3 years ago, he lost all his strength. To recover to the peak now, why is it so difficult? This has happened more than once or twice, which also gives Lin Feng a headache. Too many opponents, getting stronger and stronger. If it continues like this, when will he be able to return to his peak? Lin Feng has no idea. I see. Song Hongyan and the others nodded. Lin Feng became so strong that he wiped out all the opponents, allowing everyone to live. But for Lin Feng, he had to start over. This was a big blow for Lin Feng, with great losses. It can be said that killing 1,000 enemies and losing 999 oneself is not an exaggeration. Lin Feng looked at Liu Shengnan and said, with a warm smile, "Third senior sister, please summon the people from your war god hall to come and clear the bodies. Senior sister, could you please remind the people you called to come quickly and restore everything in this villa?" Lin Feng turned to Yi Qingcheng and said, "The problem has been solved, but the inside of the courtyard is in a mess. The walls inside the villa have also been bombed with a big hole that has not been repaired yet." Both of them nodded and quickly made a phone call. Previously, when Lin Feng asked Yi Qingcheng to bring people over, Yi Qingcheng did not do so promptly. The main reason was that she knew that once the assassination hall took action, if they couldn't deal with Lin Feng, 10 batches of assassins would be dispatched within a day. The people she called over were ordinary people. Even if they could handle it, others could come and cause new damage at any time. It was better to wait until the matter was completely resolved. Everyone could take a rest, continue to drink and relax. They clinked their bottles, drank a few sips, and Qin Yishan said, "Junior brother, there were really too many people involved in this assassination hall mission this time. Probably several planes were chartered from the United States. But after we solve all of them, they probably won't send anyone again today. As for what happens next, we don't know yet and need to keep an eye on it. But rest assured, I will immediately have my men start closely monitoring the Dark Alliance and the Assassination Hall. Once they have people flying to Huaxia, I will inform you immediately." With that said, Lin Feng asked directly, "Senior sisters, do they not need visas and such to come over? They just come and go as they please." Yi Qingcheng said coldly, "You know that cultivators are different from ordinary people. When cultivators come over, they naturally don't need to go through the same process as ordinary people." Lin Feng nodded. Since that was the case, he was already thinking of going directly to the Dark Alliance's headquarters and wiping out all their members. But it was just a fleeting thought. For the assassination hall to kill him, they mobilized 10 batches of strong individuals. Although they had all been dealt with, now Lin Feng still felt terrified when he thought about it. The pressure in his heart was not small. Now he had to start over. If the assassination hall sent people to kill him again, they would definitely be even stronger. Who would solve it then? Actually, Lin Feng isn't very powerful yet. His strength hasn't returned to its peak, and he hasn't even thought about provoking the Dark Alliance. But someone is willing to spend $1 billion to take him down. By the way, 4th senior sister, 6th senior sister, have they arrived yet? All the current issues have been resolved, but she still hasn't arrived. I thought she would have arrived by now and lent a hand. Lin Feng suddenly thought of 6th senior sister Ning Banner and quickly asked, "The most important thing right now is to see who was behind this mission. She be here soon. Don't worry." Song Hongyan responded lazily. Lin Feng nodded, finished 2 cases of wine, and the members of the War God Temple arrived to collect the bodies directly by truck. Seeing the scene, the members of the War God Temple were trembling in fear and disbelief. Yi Qingcheng and the others returned one after another, needing to take a good bath and change clothes. Song Hongyan, Qin Yishan, Liu Shenyan also exchanged phone numbers with Lin Feng for future contact before leaving. Lin Feng was too lazy to go out and stayed at home with Xia Ruoxu and Gu Haitong. Without strength, it would be dangerous to encounter a strong opponent outside. Assassin's Guild. In a black castle, in the hall, a woman in black sat on a large chair, wearing black boots and resting one foot on the chair, holding a purple lawn sword in her arms, calmly listening to an old woman in a black robe report. This woman, with long jade legs, dressed in a tight black leather outfit, had red hair about the same length as her face. Her tall stature and the tight leather outfit made her look even more slender, with a waist that could be gripped with one hand. A perfect S-shaped figure. Despite her charming appearance, her red hair added a touch of charm. This woman is Lin Feng's seventh senior sister, the world's #1 assassin, Suzhou Xiao. Guild Master, the mission failed. All the 10 batches of experts sent to kill Lin Feng were wiped out. None of them survived. This time, we lost 1 complete chair refinement expert, to complete Huang rank experts, for complete Chuan rank experts, 8 complete Earth rank experts, 16 complete Heaven rank experts, 32 complete post-heaven rank experts, 64 complete pre-heaven rank experts, 128 complete foundation establishment rank experts, 256 complete core formation rank experts, 512 complete golden core rank experts. In total, 1,023 assassins die. Cultivating these 1,023 assassins, taking into account their contributions, we lost 12.6 billion. Based on the information in their brains, they were all killed instantly. Moreover, at least 50 golden core experts die every second. The old woman in the black robe reported the situation respectfully. What? Suzhou Xiao, after hearing this, her mesmerizing big eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a fierce and shocked expression. Truly unbelievable. Suzhou Xiao stood up directly, estimating her height at about 1.75 meters. Due to wearing high-heeled boots, she now looked about 1.86 meters tall, with a heroic and domineering presence. Guild Master, that's the situation. We have checked it repeatedly, and it's still hard to believe, the old woman said again. Indeed, up until now, they couldn't believe it was true. This is the first failure in the history of the Assassin's Guild. Every time they take on a mission, they send out 10 batches of assassins to execute it. Even if the first 2 or 3 batches of assassins can't hold their own, the later ones can easily resolve the situation. The 8th, 9th, and 10th batches of experts have never been used before, and this time, all the experts in the 8th, 9th, and 10th batches were wiped out. The commission for the task was 10 billion, but with so many deaths, the losses exceeded 10 billion. That is without taking into account the value these assassins could have created if they had stayed alive. Otherwise, the losses would be even more devastating. Suzhou Xiao coldly said, "How is this possible? All the experts in the 10th batch are golden core experts." Looking at the entire Huaxia, besides the War God Temple, who could kill more than 500 golden core experts, although my other senior sisters are in Huaxia, even if they all join forces, they can't kill them. Talking about the golden core experts, my other senior sisters could only walk to their deaths. Have you contacted the Cultivators Association? The Cultivators Association has a pawn in the War God Temple. Did you ask if the War God Temple was involved? Suzhou Xiao furrowed her brows, unable to understand what was going on. Yes, we have contacted them. The Cultivators Association said that the strongmen of the War God Temple have not made a move, but the master of the War God Temple is now in the Demon City. Suzhou Xiao's brow furrowed even deeper. If the War God Temple hadn't taken action, why did they fail? This is truly the first failure in history. As the Guild Master of the Assassin's Guild, Suzhou Xiao's heart was also filled with rage, but she did not show it. Guild Master, what should we do now? The old woman hurriedly asked, as they had failed, and the task was still incomplete. But this was only the first day out of 7. As long as they completed the task within the specified time frame, it wouldn't really be a failure, but the losses would be significant and they would have to bear them themselves. This time, I will personally notify the Black and White Twin Killers to accompany me to Huaxia. I suspect that it's my junior brother who has appeared. This matter, either Lin Feng is my junior brother, or the Lin Feng we want to kill is related to my junior brother and those senior sisters, Suzhou Xiao said coldly, deciding to personally go to the Demon City to find out what was really going on. Through Suzhou Xiao's analysis, it seems that this matter is related to her senior sisters. Her senior sisters don't have the capability to directly eliminate the Golden Core perfection. This can only mean that her junior brother appear and helped her senior sisters break free from their cultivation constraints and become stronger. She even has a premonition that Lin Feng, whom she wants to kill, is very likely to be her junior brother. Suzhou Xiao doesn't have any feelings towards this junior brother. She has been investigating information about this junior brother, and as soon as he appears, she plans to use him to solve the constraints of cultivation and then directly eliminate him. Su Zhaoxiu's thoughts are even more sinister and malevolent than Song Hongyan's. Song Hongyan just wants to use Lin Feng to solve the constraints of cultivation and then go their separate ways. Song Hongyan has never thought of using Lin Feng and then killing him directly. Master, should I report to the alliance leader? No need to tell my senior brother. This is my own matter. I will handle it myself. Su Zhaoxiu's gaze remains firm. In that case, the leader of the Dark Alliance is her senior brother. Could it be that he and Lin Feng and others are also part of the same sect? All right, Master, shall we leave now? If we leave now, I can arrange an airplane for you. Immediately arrange it. I want to go to the Magic City at the fastest speed. After Su Zhaoxia finished speaking, she left directly. The Black and White duo are two of the three strongest assassins in the Dark Hall. The strongest in the Dark Hall is not the Black and White duo. Su Zhaoxia is not even counted. There is another even more terrifying existence. With the Black and White duo ready and the private plane arranged, Su Zhaoxia brought the Black and White duo to head towards the Magic City. On Lin Feng's side, after taking a rest, there was a knock on the door. Gu Haitan went to open it, prepared for battle. However, upon opening the door, Grandfather Chu and Chu Yunshan appeared outside. From yesterday until now, Grandfather Chu and the others decided that Grandfather Chu's condition needed Lin Feng's help to be resolved. They wanted Grandfather Chu to continue living. After all, everything has passed, the deceased have passed away. This time, they brought 5 vitality stones. Lin Feng had already promised to help, and now the vitality stones were here. However, the two of them were trembling now, mainly because they saw outside a large truck where people were constantly collecting body parts and putting them in. It was too frightening, and inside the courtyard, it was a scene of blood red, with large craters everywhere. There had definitely been a fierce battle here, with many foreign forces involved. It was unclear whether Lin Feng was still alive. Gu Master, is the little master here? Chu Yunshan trembled as he spoke, feeling like his tongue was tied up. Gu Haitan nodded and let them in. Seeing the two, Gu Haitan knew that Lin Feng had given Chu Wanzan the choice to be saved or not, and now that Chu Wanzan had come over, he definitely wanted to live. When the two saw that Lin Feng was fine with nothing wrong, they breathed a sigh of relief, but were even more stunned. Outside, many had been taken down, but Lin Feng was unscathed. It was evident how terrifying Lin Feng was. Whatever Lin Feng had done here was not something to be provoked. Supported by Chu Yunshan, Chu Wanzan respectfully bowed to Lin Feng and directly said, "Little doctor, I want to continue living. Please save me." Finished speaking, he respectfully handed the red box to Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't say anything, took the box, and opened it to see 5 vitality stones inside. Taking them in his hand, he directly absorbed them to restore his strength. Starting from scratch, with the 5 vitality stones, he could restore himself to the grand completion of Qi refinement. It was better to recover some strength first, as without it, he wouldn't be able to save Chu Wanzan. The nested heart goo poison was not easy to resolve, especially in Chu Wanzan's worsened condition. With his strength fully restored, Lin Feng looked at Chu Wanzan and said seriously, "Grandfather Chu, have you thought this through? Let me tell you, once the nested heart goo poison is removed, if the woman who planted the poison in you 20 years ago is still alive, she will be immediately aware of it. You hurt her, betrayed her, and abandoned her. The nested heart goo poison in your body represents that she will continue tormenting you until you die. If your poison is removed, and she is still alive, she may come out to kill you directly." Lin Feng made it clear that once the nested heart goo poison was removed, if that woman was still alive, she would instantly know. Since both of them had the same nested heart goo poison in their bodies, if it died in one, the other woman would definitely sense it. Coming to deal with Chu Wanzan was secondary. The main point was that Lin Feng knew the style of the Miao Zhan line. If he removed the nested heart goo poison and saved Chu Wanzan, and the woman was still alive, she might come out to kill him directly, transferring her hatred onto him. Up to now, Lin Feng still hoped that Chu Wanzan would simply die and not drag anyone else down with him. But the truth was, it was hard to have a cold heart and tough attitude. After taking something from someone else, Lin Feng couldn't just ignore it. The most basic bottom line for him was to have a clear conscience. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Chu Wanzan and Chu Yunshan were indeed taken aback. They didn't know if the other party was still alive, and what if they really came to attack. However, Chu Wanzhen gritted his teeth and said to Lin Feng, "Little divine doctor, save me. Even if I die at the hands of the other party, it would be a small redemption for my sins." Lin Feng replied, "I can save you, but remember, you must not reveal that I saved you to anyone, especially the people from the Kunlun Mountain and Miao clan. If they find out that I detoxified you, they won't spare me. You must keep it a secret and don't cause me any trouble. I already have enough problems. If you betray me later on, don't blame me for being ruthless. Little divine doctor, rest assured, we will not betray you." Both of them nodded in agreement. Lin Feng directly fetched a large bowl from the kitchen and had Chu Yunshan hold it under Chu Laoyi's right hand where the 5 fingers were. Chu Laoyi was sitting in a wheelchair. Lin Feng then took a knife and pierced the tips of Chu Wanzhen's 5 fingers, each opening a small wound. Finally, he slowly extracted a total of 9 silver needles from Chu Wanzhen's head, all of which were inserted into his head. The 9 needles kept vibrating, making a buzzing sound. Lin Feng closed his eyes and concentrated, using his 5 fingers to pluck each needle in sequence, transferring his power into Chu Wanzhen's body. The miraculous power of the 9 needles was activated, circulating within Chu Wanzhen's body. At first, Chu Wanzhen's 5 fingers were cut open, but no blood flowed out. Slowly, Chu Yunshan could clearly see Chu Wanzhen's hands starting to shake as tiny black insects the size of rice grains crawled out of the wounds on his fingers and dropped into the bowl. These black insects were terrifying, and Chu Yunshan couldn't help but shiver in fear. Watching such large black insects coming out of his body, it was chilling to imagine how many there were. After 10 minutes, the bowl was filled with countless rice grain-sized black insects, all dead as soon as they came out. Throughout this process, Chu Wanzhen felt no pain, only extreme tension. As the black insects were expelled one by one, Chu Wanzhen felt more and more at ease. With all the black insects expelled from his body, Lin Feng continued to transfer his power through the 9 needles to treat the areas in Chu Wanzhen's body affected by the poison. However, his strength was still insufficient to completely heal Chu Wanzhen, and Lin Feng exhausted himself. He collapsed on the ground, soaked in cold sweat, breathing heavily and with a pale face. Xia Ruoxu quickly helped Lin Feng up, wiping his cold sweat away. Lin Feng weakly said, "Chu Lao, it's done. You need to rest well now. The poison has been completely removed. Rest for a week, nourish your body, and you'll be mostly recovered." "That's it." Chu Yunshan was stunned. "Thank you, little divine doctor." Chu Wanzhen unexpectedly stood up from his wheelchair without assistance, feeling much stronger. He knelt down and cowed out to Lin Feng 3 times, refusing to get up. Chu Wanzhen was trembling with excitement. "You guys can leave now, but remember, if anyone from the Miao clan comes to attack, don't tell them I saved you. Don't cause me any trouble. Okay, little divine doctor." Chu Wanzhen then stood up and expressed his gratitude, before leaving with Chu Yunshan. The bowl of black insects was still there. Xia Ruoxu was about to dispose of it, but Lin Feng stopped her, saying that they were still useful. These black insects were actually late-stage poisonous insects nurtured by Tang Wanzhen's essence in his body, and exposure to sunlight would turn them into poisonous powder. This type of poison was extremely deadly upon contact with skin or blood. The fact that so many poisonous insects were bred from a tiny central insect in Tang Wanzhen's body indicated its exceptional nature, possibly even at the level of a Gu King. If alive and fed these poisonous insects, the Gu King would become even more formidable and dangerously toxic. Lin Feng quickly cut his wrist and fed the black insects his blood, feeding the Gu King inside his body. Xia Ruoxu was shocked by this act, as it seemed almost suicidal. However, Lin Feng's actions showed that he was not someone who couldn't see a way out. Lin Feng looked extremely excited, with a fanatical gleam in his eyes. His expression could even be described as a bit crazy. He warmly smiled and said, "If it's okay, don't worry about me. These black bugs are all toxic insects, and the heartworm is most likely the Gu King. Developing this type of Gu King requires at least a few hundred years, even up to 1,000 years. If I'm not mistaken, the woman injured by Chu Wanzhen 20 years ago was the saint of the Miao family. As the Gu King is developed and passed down from generation to generation, it eventually landed on the saint's body. His injury to the saint caused a Gu King toxic insect to enter his body. If there really is a Gu King toxic insect, the Miao family will definitely come to reclaim it. But now, it's in my hands, so it's mine." Lin Feng excitedly explained a few sentences. Xia Ruoxu, however, couldn't understand at all. After all, yesterday, when Chu Wanzhen arrived, Xia Ruoxu had gone to work and had no idea what the heartworm was all about. Lin Feng was still very excited, staring intently. His blood continued to flow into the large bowl, waiting to see the reaction. At this moment, when the black bugs in the bowl came into contact with Lin Feng's blood, each black bug turned into black liquid and merged with Lin Feng's blood. The blood dropped by Lin Feng turned black. Just as the bowl was about to be filled, the blood suddenly decreased at an extreme speed, as if there was a vampire in the bowl sucking blood as fast as it could. Xia Ruoxu watched in amazement. Such a phenomenon was difficult to explain scientifically. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. He knew for sure that he had succeeded in cultivating a true Gu King toxic insect. He just didn't know what its name was. To cultivate and use this Gu King, one's blood quality had to be extremely high. Not just anyone's blood could be used. It seemed that Lin Feng's blood met the requirements, so he had truly obtained this Gu King. It was a good thing to possess it, otherwise, the Gu King would be hard to kill. By devouring all the black toxic insects, the Gu King toxic insect would start looking for a host, typically the closest living person, to nourish itself. People like Chu Wanzhen were able to survive mainly because they kept their bodies in excellent condition, fearing death and resorting to various tonics. Although his body had always been weak, through tonics, he had unwittingly provided the Gu King toxic insect with nourishment. If the Gu King toxic insect were to move to someone else, it might die quickly, especially in its strengthened state, from consuming a large number of black toxic insects. If it were to re-enter Chu Wanzhen's body, it was possible that not even 20 minutes would pass before he perished. As Lin Feng's strength gradually recovered, he continued to force out his blood. Soon, he was close to passing out, having released at least half of his blood. At this point, Lin Feng stopped. No more of his blood was poured back into the container, which quickly became clean, with nothing visible inside. Xia Ruoxu leaned in to look, her vision sharp, but she couldn't see anything. Ruoxu, curiosity killed the cat. Step back, there is still a Gu King toxic insect inside. I've mentioned it before. It's only as big as a cross-section of a hair and likely transparent. If it's visible to the naked eye, it's not a Gu King toxic insect. Lin Feng, though weakened and pale, continued to smile brightly. Luckily, this Gu King toxic insect, nourished by his blood, now belonged to him. It hadn't yet entered his body and established a formal connection, making the Lonely King toxic insect undetectable. If Lin Feng hadn't used his blood to nourish it, and the Gu King toxic insect was indeed inside, Xia Ruoxu, being so close, would have had the Lonely King toxic insect enter her body long ago. Is it that terrifying? Why didn't you say so earlier? Xia Ruoxu was startled and quickly retreated. Lin Feng extended his index finger into the bowl. Instantly feeling a sharp pain and a chill at his fingertip, he sensed a small bug swiftly burrowing from his finger into his body. It stopped near his heart. In the next moment, Lin Feng and the Gu King toxic insect established a mental connection. Lin Feng could clearly perceive the almost transparent small creature. It had 8 tiny legs, nearly invisible wings, a round head with a sharp mouth like a mosquito's, fixed to his heart and slowly absorbing his blood. Yet, it wasn't greedily consuming his blood. If it did, Lin Feng might soon die. He found it all quite amazing. What was once thought to be just a legend turned out to be real. Lin Feng attempted to move the small bug with his mind, making it fly out of his body. It indeed broke through his skin from his heart region and flew out, feeling a pang in his chest. But seeing the tiny bug suspended in front of him, Lin Feng couldn't see but could sense its presence. He made the bug fly around him a few times as it obediently followed suit, conveying a sense of joy to Lin Feng. It was a real success. Lin Feng's heart raced and his smile was brighter than ever before. Thump, thump, thump. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Lin Feng was still bloodthirsty. If a skilled person were to attack him, he could silently command the little bug to enter the attacker's body. He wanted to test the power of this tiny creature. Upon opening the door, it was Chu Wanzhen and Chu Yunshan again. The two of them had no idea that Lin Feng had acquired a Gu Wang poisonous bug. However, upon entering and seeing Lin Feng still very weak, with a pale face, they felt even more grateful towards him. Lin Feng warmly smiled and asked, "Why have you come back again?" Chu Wanzhen first bowed deeply to Lin Feng before saying, "Young divine doctor, the thing is, I feel that I should tell you about what happened 20 years ago." Chu Wanzhen and Chu Yunshan had initially left, but Chu Wanzhen felt that if any trouble arose in the future, Lin Feng might be implicated. Without the guarantee of secrecy, and with their lives at stake, it was possible that they wouldn't be able to keep quiet. Hence, it was necessary to inform Lin Feng about the events that unfolded. Go on. Since Chu Wanzhen wanted to speak, Lin Feng was willing to listen and learn what had happened. Lin Feng was quite curious about how Chu Wanzhen, who was undoubtedly of saintly caliber, had managed to secure his target. 20 years ago, I escorted my granddaughter to Kunlun Mountain for martial arts study. Only one family member was allowed to accompany each person. They personally escorted her there, but upon leaving, she had to return alone. If any danger was encountered, they wouldn't intervene. I wasn't supposed to get lost since I knew the way back, but on the return day, a thick fog descended, leading me astray. Towards evening, a heavy rain started pouring, and I found a cave to seek shelter in. Inside the cave, I found an unconscious woman. She was the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. Initially, I had no intention to do anything, just wanted to wake her up, but she remained unresponsive. I stayed by her side until the next midnight. The temperature was extremely low, yet she still hadn't awakened, and I was shivering from the cold. I thought she must be very cold too. When I touched her skin, it felt like ice. In a situation where there were no outsiders around and she was unconscious, I held her delicate body to keep warm. Slowly, I lost control of myself, and things happened. The next day, she woke up, tears streaming down her face. I deeply regretted my actions, kneeling before her and repeatedly chastising myself. After a long time, she said, I should stay with her for a lifetime, forbidding me to touch other women in the future, or else I would meet a miserable end. However, I had a wife and children that I couldn't abandon, so I couldn't agree. She wanted to kill me, but for some reason her powers were ineffective, or maybe she truly wanted to spare me. In the end, when she once again fell unconscious, I escaped. At this point, Chu Wanzhen was already in tears, full of regret. He began slapping himself repeatedly. The sequence of events completely surprised him, as he could never have imagined that his selfish act at the time would lead to the death of his beloved wife. For the past 20 years, he had been tormented, feeling like life wasn't worth living. The main issue was the harm he caused, something he couldn't possibly make amends for. All right, I understand now. You may leave. Lin Feng nodded, saying this sentence without much else to add. Chu Wanzhen and Chu Yunshan left, leaving Xia Ruoxu frowning as she looked at Lin Feng, asking, Lin Feng, why would Chu Wanzhen do such a thing? Isn't this taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable situation? Xia Ruoxu was truly infuriated, and Gu Haitong, who had heard the whole account, was equally annoyed. Chu Wanzhen's actions were entirely irresponsible. If he couldn't bear the responsibility, why hurt others? Lin Feng slowly responded, Ruoxu, do you know Marina Abramovio? She is considered one of the greatest performance artists of the 20th century, often referred to as the grandmother of performance art. In 1974, she created a piece called Rhythm Zero, where she displayed 72 items to the audience, allowing them to use these items on her body as they pleased, including whip, scissors, chains, and weapons. She promised that the audience could use these objects freely without facing any consequences. Then, she drugged herself to immobilize her body. Initially, people just painted on her body, but as she remained unresponsive, they became bolder. Some used scissors to cut her clothes, others cut her skin with knives, and someone even tried to shoot a gun at her mouth. Luckily, someone stopped the weapon in time. Despite being terrified and tearful, she couldn't move her body. After 6 hours, she gradually regained consciousness, tears in her eyes, and approached the audience. The audience, feeling as if they had done something wrong, quickly fled. Afterward, she said, this experience made me realize that once you relinquish control to people, they will do as they please, even kill you. From this piece, the complexity and wickedness of human nature were fully exposed. Therefore, never test human nature. Human nature has both bright and dark sides, but once the dark side is unleashed, it's indescribable. Xia Ruoxu and Gu Haitong couldn't help but nod in shock. Lin Feng's words were indeed profound. This reminded them of news reports where women were harmed after getting drunk, men taking advantage of them on the streets, or single women forgetting to lock their doors at night, leading to intruders causing harm. Xia Ruoxu couldn't help but think of the Return of the Condor Heroes, where Xiaolonnu was immobilized by Ouyang Feng, allowing Zhen Jijing to take advantage. It made her wish to punish Zhen Jijing severely. Lin Feng, Xiang Balao, come out and face your death. At that moment, Xia Ruoxu was about to say something when a loud roar came from outside, indicating someone was indeed coming to harm Lin Feng. Upon hearing the accent outside, Lin Feng immediately guessed that it was probably Ma Wenkai, someone from Ma Wenwu's side who had come over. Yesterday, Ma Wenkai was released, granting Ma Wenwu a lifeline, but he didn't expect them to come again today. If the two of them stopped causing trouble for Lin Feng, he wouldn't bother with them anymore. Grievances settled. Also, considering Ma Jiao, Ma Wenkai's second brother, who was sent to Kunlun Mountain to learn martial arts, the 20-year deadline is approaching, and he might come out soon. Lin Feng really didn't want to continue fighting. However, since the other party wanted to continue, then let them. Junior brother, wait, don't rush out. I'll first check the situation with the medicine, then I'll go out with you. Gu Haitong hurriedly said, not feeling at ease letting Lin Feng go out alone. Lin Feng had only reached the complete check cultivation stage, but was in danger against any random yellow stage expert. Even if he could handle it, the damage to himself would be considerable. With a warm smile, Lin Feng said, Senior sister, it's okay, I'll take a look outside first, you take care of things and come out to check on me. Lin Feng's main intention now was to test the new Gu King venomous insect he had acquired and see if it was effective against cultivators. Dealing with ordinary people would be no problem. People would die quickly from the poison if an ordinary person was tainted by the Gu King venomous insect. Alright, be careful. If things go wrong, rush backing. Gu Haitong nodded and immediately went to check on the medicine. Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu walked out hand in hand. Xia Ruoxu seemed accustomed to it, finding it hard to find a moment of peace beside Lin Feng. However, that was Lin Feng's world and would be hers in the future. When they stepped out, they saw that the courtyard had been mostly cleaned up, but many construction workers had stopped working and were watching the commotion. Over a dozen people had arrived, with Ma Wenkai still lying on a stretcher, his eyes filled with malice. Ma Wenwu had 10 gray-robed old men, all cultivators with various levels of cultivation, to complete check cultivation stage, to yellow stage, to mysterious stage, to earth stage, and to heaven stage. Ma Wenwu wanted to see how Lin Feng would die this time. The ancient martial arts cultivators he brought yesterday couldn't beat Lin Feng and had been taken care of. Today, he brought 10 people directly from the Cultivator Association, all at the heaven stage, to serve as bodyguards. If they couldn't handle Lin Feng, it would be astonishing. Ma Wenwu had come prepared today to slowly torment Lin Feng. He would have the weakest one go first, even if he was taken down by Lin Feng, it didn't matter. This would make Lin Feng arrogant for a moment, giving him a false sense of hope. Then he would send in stronger opponents to make Lin Feng increasingly desperate. Lin Feng, punk, even if the God of heaven were here today, he couldn't save you. You have only one path to death. Even if you kneel down now and call us grandfathers, submitting to our disposal, it's useless. You will still die miserably. Ma Wenwu said coldly. Lin Feng was not in the mood to talk to Ma Wenwu. He had been extremely lenient with Ma Wenwu yesterday, not making a move against him. Lin Feng remained silent, but his eyes were filled with anticipation and his heart was pounding. Feeling a sharp pain in his chest, as if being pricked by needles, he released the small insect and controlled it with his mind, directing it towards the weakest gray-robed old man at the complete check cultivation stage. As soon as the insect entered the old man's body through his breath, he was unaware of any abnormality, as the insect attached itself to his heart, immobilizing him. Insect, attack! Lin Feng commanded telepathically, causing the small insect to quickly inject poison into the gray-robed old man's heart. The old man's heart rapidly turned black, convulsing violently before eventually collapsing, foaming at the mouth and breathless. From being poisoned to death, the entire process took less than 3 seconds. Damn it, what's wrong with this old beast? Having a seizure? Why did he fall? What's going on? Old man, get up quickly. I need you to act now. I didn't spend money for nothing. Ma Wenwu furrowed his brows, cursed, and kicked the old man. Lin Feng was even more excited. It seemed that the Gu King venomous insect was indeed powerful. Since it was so effective, Lin Feng needed to continue testing to determine the limits of what level of opponent the Gu King venomous insect could defeat. Within a few seconds, the first old man dropped dead, And the same fate awaited the second grey-robed cultivator at the complete check cultivation stage. He convulsed uncontrollably before succumbing to the poison, just like the first. "Damn it! What are you doing, you old fool?" Ma Wenwu glared and cursed again. Initially planning for two complete check cultivation stage cultivators to deal with Lin Feng, now both were lying dead. What a joke! Ma Wenwu, prepare to carefully examine why these two old men fell down. What exactly happened? Could it be heat stroke? That's not possible, right? Practitioners are so powerful. Generally, they wouldn't suffer from heat stroke. But before he could crouch down, another old man next to him began convulsed a few times, then also fell down, with the same symptoms. Damn! What is going on? Ma Wenwu screamed again. The other old men also furrowed their brows and quickly came over to check the situation. But following that, another old man started frothing at the mouth, convulsed a few times, then collapsed on the ground, motionless. After careful observation, all of these old men who had fallen down had all passed away, not breathing, no heartbeat. How'd they die? No one knew. And every 3 seconds or so, another old man would fall down. The speed was just too fast. Damn it, you practitioners, what are you all doing? Playing dead? My Ma family spent millions to hire you all, and you haven't done anything. Just playing dead for me. Ma Wenwu at this moment shouted in anger. Just as he finished shouting, yet another old man convulsed and fell to the ground. This made Ma Wenwu extremely furious, almost losing his sanity. They came to deal with Lin Feng this time, but before even facing Lin Feng, one by one, all the practitioner bodyguards fell down. How are we supposed to proceed? Hurry up and take down that bastard Lin Feng. What are you waiting for? Ma Wenkai shouted in agony. Lin Feng's viciousness was something they were all aware of. They had spared him yesterday and he came back causing trouble again today. If they couldn't deal with Lin Feng now, they couldn't fathom what tragedies lay ahead for them. After Ma Wen finished shouting, the last grand complete stage practitioner also began convulsing. He fell to the ground, motionless after a few convulsions. 10 practitioner bodyguards all fell to the ground within a minute, all miserable deaths. How they die? Ma Wenkai, Ma Wenwu couldn't figure out. At this time, Gu Haitan also came out, seeing all 10 experts from the opposite side dead, especially the last two who released their full strength before dying, seemingly attempting to resist, but still convulsed a few times before passing away. Gu Haitan was dumbfounded. How could all the opponent's experts die like that? Symptoms seemed to indicate poisoning, but who had administered the poison? And Lin Feng, with an excited smile, took a deep breath, also feeling shocked. He really didn't expect this Gu King poisonous insect to be so powerful. Even the grand complete stage practitioners died within seconds. Lin Feng wanted to test what level of expert this Gu King poisonous insect could eliminate. From the looks of it now, it couldn't even be detected in the grand complete stage. What about the supreme grand complete stage, or even the high-level stage? Damn it, these *****ing animals. Ma Wenwu broke down yelling, kneeling on the ground, a sense of unbearable pain, full of confidence and killing intent. Hiring the strongest existence they could, with 10 practitioner bodyguards, and they had all now miserably died before even laying a hand on Lin Feng. How they died was beyond understanding. This truly left Ma Wenkai and Ma Wenwu feeling unable to accept. Similarly, it was an unprecedented despair. Lin Feng had spared them yesterday. Would he do so again today? Bringing so many experts to kill Lin Feng, could he let them leave unharmed? That was unlikely. If they had been in Lin Feng's position, facing such a situation, they wouldn't have spared the opponent either. Junior brother, what's going on? Gu Haitan asked Lin Feng with a furrowed brow. She felt that this matter was somehow related to Lin Feng. Before this, Lin Feng had dealt with the poisonous insects that had been forced out. What gains there had been, she wasn't sure, but there had definitely been gains. Lin Feng warmly smiled and whispered to Gu Haitan, "Senior sister, it's nothing much. Just caught a poisonous insect and kept it inside me. A flying poisonous insect. I used it to test its power. Didn't expect the power to be good. But how great the power is, and the level of the experts it can defeat, is still unclear. Junior brother, you're truly amazing, can't be provoked." Gu Haitan shook her head speechlessly. She truly didn't know how to describe Lin Feng. Clearly, this was something Lin Feng had obtained after saving Zhu Wanzhen. Yet, it was truly terrifying. The opponents wouldn't have a clue how they were defeated. Lin Feng could totally use this as a killer move, stealthily killing the opponent without them knowing how they die. Lin Feng directly approached Ma Wenkai and Ma Wenwu. Ma Wenkai lying on the ground, his eyes filled with despair. It seemed like he had completely given up. Wanting revenge, seeking vengeance each time had all been in vain. Grand complete stage experts had been hired, yet it was still futile. This made him completely lose hope. His elder brother went to Kunlun Mountain to learn martial arts and still hadn't returned. Now, there was no one to help them. Ma Wenwu knelt there, crying uncontrollably, feeling helpless. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "You two brothers, you've gone too far. I seem to remember saying yesterday, let's call it even. But today you brought 10 practitioner bodyguards to kill me. How do you explain this?" Although Lin Feng was smiling, deep inside, he was ice cold, even harboring a killing intent. Although he had the intention to kill, Lin Feng still couldn't bring himself to kill them. These were not cultivators, yet sparing them wouldn't make their lives any better. And this time, Lin Feng wanted some interest. "I'm sorry, we were wrong. We won't dare again. Please give us one more chance. We have learned our lesson this time. From now on, we won't come after you again. If we do, I'd..." "Ma Wenwu, swear to the heavens, I'll have a miserable death. Please, no matter what, give us a chance." Ma Wenwu directly knelt down in front of Lin Feng, tears streaming down his face as he begged for mercy. But at this moment, what he hated the most were not Lin Feng, but those cultivator bodyguards. Hired at a high price, none of them made a move. They all went crazy, then die. Who should he cry to? Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "I can't believe your words anymore. You were speaking nicely yesterday, but today you change your tune. If it weren't for those hired cultivator bodyguards suddenly going crazy and dying, I might have met a dead end today as well. If you want to live now, call home and have your family send over the spiritual energy stones. 10 stones, one less stone means death for both of you." Lin Feng had to consider his own interests. The more spiritual energy stones, the better. Okay, I'll make the call now. Please, don't hurt us. We will definitely have the spiritual energy stones sent over. Ma Wenwu agreed immediately, quickly took out his phone, and called home. He begged his family to send over 10 spiritual energy stones. With Lin Feng watching over them, he didn't dare say anything else. If Lin Feng wasn't here, he would definitely have his family hire top-notch bodyguards at the peak of the heaven realm to come together. Upon hearing this, the head of the Ma family immediately felt that something was amiss. Cultivator bodyguards wouldn't just drop dead without warning, and even if they were to die, they wouldn't do it in front of Lin Feng. He felt that this was definitely related to Lin Feng. Although furious, he calmed down and dared not act rashly. He didn't dare to hire top-notch bodyguards at the peak of the heaven realm to come after Lin Feng anymore. His heart was bleeding, but he immediately prepared 10 spiritual energy stones, had a private jet ready, and swiftly sent them to the city. Ma Wenkai and Ma Wenwu couldn't die. If his grandson and great-grandson both die, what would he do? He had to save them first. After Ma Wenkai and Ma Wenwu's eldest brother returned from studying martial arts in Kunlun Mountain, they would settle the score with Lin Feng. After Ma Wenwu finished the call, Lin Feng took out 4 silver needles and inserted them into Ma Wenwu's limbs, rendering him immobile, as if his limbs had lost sensation. Lin Feng dragged Ma Wenwu and Ma Wenkai to a safe corner of the villa and left them there intact. Hand in hand with Xia Ruoxu, he returned, waiting for the Ma family to deliver the spiritual energy stones. "Lin Feng, do you remember the bidding for the family company?" It was almost noon. Xia Ruoxu asked Lin Feng. The bidding conference would officially start at 3 in the afternoon. Although Lin Feng was not as busy now, he still couldn't easily leave the villa, as there were too many troubles. Xia Ruoxu was genuinely concerned about the family company's matters. If the family company failed to win the bid this time, the company would gradually collapse and go bankrupt. Before her grandfather passed away, he entrusted the family company to her. She couldn't bear to see the family company go bankrupt like this. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Don't worry, Ruoxu, I haven't forgotten about this." The Ma family said they would deliver the spiritual energy stones in about 2 hours. "Once we have the stones, I'll recover some strength and take you with me to settle the family company's affairs." This was something Lin Feng had not forgotten. It was initially supposed to be handled by Song Hongyan. However, Song Hongyan unexpectedly handed over the position of chairman of the Hongyan Group to him, so he had to personally see to it. The phone rang, and Lin Feng saw that it was a call from Song Hongyan. Lin Feng, your sixth senior sister is here and she's with me now. Come directly to us, I'll send you the location. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng realized that Ning Banru hadn't come directly, but had gone to meet with Song Hongyan instead. Their relationship seemed quite good. Gu Haitong became nervous and looked at Lin Feng. She was afraid that Lin Feng would agree to go. If he did, Song Hongyan would likely use him to break free from his cultivation restraints. I'm not going. It's too dangerous outside, and I dare not move. Either you come here, or please have your sixth senior sister find out who issued the mission and let me know. Lin Feng replied directly. If he were to go, he would only go with Xia Ruoxu, but he really didn't want to go, as Song Hongyan was truly alluring, and he needed to be cautious. All right, if you're not coming, then forget it. I'll have your sixth senior sister find out and inform you. By the way, your seventh senior sister, Su Xiao, has brought the black and white duo to the city. This is the latest news I received. I just wanted to inform you. The black and white duo are extremely powerful, much more terrifying than a consummated golden core realm cultivator. So please be careful. But I suspect your seventh senior sister has guessed your identity and won't easily harm you. We won't intervene, as even if we did, we wouldn't be able to beat your seventh senior sister. After a few words, Song Hongyan hung up the phone. Lin Feng frowned instantly, feeling immense pressure within. Su Xiao arrived in the Magic City with her black and white partners. The strength of the black and white partners surpasses the perfection of the golden elixir stage. How will Lin Feng respond? Even if Su Xiao knows his identity or guesses his identity, she will directly use him to break through the shackles of cultivation. Once the shackles of cultivation are broken, Su Xiao might still kill him. Lin Feng furrowed his brow while his phone rang again. Looking at it, it was a call from Liu Shennan. Younger martial brother, the people from the War God Temple will be arriving at your place soon. They will be led by an old man in a red robe. Do not misunderstand. They are there to deliver chest stones to you. A total of 40 chest stones. After receiving the chest stones, quickly make a breakthrough. I don't know if your fourth senior sister has told you, but Su Xiao is here with her black and white partners, so be careful. After Liu Shennan finished speaking, Lin Feng was touched. Previously, Qin Yishan, Song Hongyan, and Liu Shennan knew that he needed chest stones. Without any hesitation, Yi Qingcheng flew a plane to bring all the chest stones to him. The headquarters of Liu Shennan, Song Hongyan, and Qin Yishan were all in the capital. At that time, they said it was too far and they wouldn't make it in time. But only Liu Shennan, even if she couldn't make it on time, would send them later. From these details, Lin Feng could discern who truly cared for him among his senior sisters and who was trying to use him. Lin Feng always repaid kindness with kindness. Any senior sister who was good to him, Lin Feng would definitely reciprocate and not treat her unfairly. Lin Feng thanked her and hung up the phone. Su Xiao, whether she came or not, could not escape. He would deal with it when the time comes. Even if he were to die or fall into Su Xiao's hands, he would never help her break the cultivation shackles. Su Xiao had sent someone to kill him, nearly killing Xia Ruoxu, almost causing all of their fellow disciples to die tragically. Not to mention the evil organization Dark Alliance's attempted assassination of the leader, resulting in countless heinous crimes. Lin Feng would never help a woman like Su Xiao. If it came to him, he would not show mercy. Younger martial brother, do you know why your sixth senior sister Ning Banru is on Song Hongyan's side? Do you know why she didn't come to you directly, and she knew you were here? Gu Haitong asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head directly. How could he know? But he felt that the relationship between Song Hongyan and Ning Banru was definitely not ordinary. Gu Haitong continued. Song Hongyan and Ning Banru have the best relationship. Ning Banru is like a younger sister to Song Hongyan. Ning Banru grew up in poverty and had no one to rely on, not even knowing who her parents were. It was Song Hongyan who found her beside a trash can and brought her home. At that time, Ning Banru was critically ill, and it was also the Song family who took her to the hospital and saved her. Ning Banru had good aptitude and was taken in by the master along with Song Hongyan to be nurtured as disciples. Ning Banru really treats Song Hongyan like a real sister. She listens to everything Song Hongyan says. She became a top hacker, primarily serving Song Hongyan. Song Hongyan, as a big star, often faces many negative information, haters, and the like, all of which are taken care of by Ning Banru. The two are as close as can be, so you must also be careful of them. You cannot trust Ning Banru either. Gu Haitong quickly informed Lin Feng, giving him more insight into Ning Banru. This was to prevent Song Hongyan from using Ning Banru to trap Lin Feng without him knowing. Thank you, second senior sister. Lin Feng nodded, thanking her. It was good to have this information. He felt that the old celestial master was setting him up when he sent him out to carry out tasks at the 7 senior sisters. Since arriving in the magic city and regaining his memories, one trouble after another had followed. Not only did he have to deal with enemies, but he also had to watch out for some of his senior sisters. He couldn't relax. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Gu Haitong went to open it. Outside stood more than 10 people, with an old man in a red robe at the forefront, all experts from the War God Temple. Thank you, seniors. Lin Feng went over and thanked them. The old man in the red robe handed him a red box. Mr. Lin, the items have been delivered. We'll be leaving now, and we will take away 10 corpses of practitioners outside. After the old man spoke, he left with his people, taking away the bodies outside for cremation. The person responsible for the cremation was also frustrated, as he was too busy to keep up. Opening the box, Lin Feng found 4 chest stones inside, each a small, red spherical bead, 1 centimeter in diameter, dazzling brightly. Lin Feng's blood boiled with excitement as he gripped the chest stones. In his heart, he thanked Liu Shengnan, and without any hesitation, he absorbed all the chest stones. With these 40 chest stones, he could recover 8 major levels. Currently, at the great consummation stage of Che cultivation, by absorbing all these chest stones, Lin Feng could directly return to the peak 3 years ago, reaching the great perfection stage of the golden elixir realm. Finally, he could restore his peak state. Lin Feng was overwhelmed with excitement. Once he recovered, his first step would be to resolve Gu Haitong's cultivation shackle, then call Yi Cheng and Liu Shengnan over to solve it together. As for the other senior sisters, he would have to wait. He wouldn't help them solve their cultivation shackles until he was completely convinced. Not long after, Lin Feng completed absorbing all 40 spirit stones. His strength had truly recovered to the peak of the foundation establishment stage, reaching the pinnacle. Lin Feng was so excited that his heart was trembling slightly, his eyes filled with intense fervor. Ha ha ha. I've finally reached the peak again. I finally reached the peak. Ha ha ha. Lin Feng couldn't contain his excitement. His fists clenched tightly as he laughed out loud. Originally, he thought it would take a month, if he was lucky, to recover to the peak. But to his surprise, on the 5th day of his memory recovery, he had already reached his peak directly. Congratulations, junior brother, on reaching the peak, Gu Haitong said sincerely, along with Xia Ruoxu, genuinely happy for Lin Feng, especially Gu Haitong. When Lin Feng said that reaching the peak could help them remove their cultivation shackles, could it mean that her training shackles could be resolved soon? After laughing heartily, Lin Feng looked at Gu Haitong warmly and said, Senior sister, let's give it a try now, see if I can help you remove your cultivation shackles directly. Really? Junior brother, I'm not in a rush. Gu Haitong's jaw was instant, but she tried to appear calm, smiling softly as her heart raced. In truth, when she said she wasn't in a rush, it was a lie. These senior sisters of Lin Feng had been trapped by their cultivation shackles for 10 years. Who wouldn't want to remove them as soon as possible? Although she had asked the old prophet, who said that only by being with Lin Feng could the cultivation shackles be removed. Seeing Lin Feng so confident, she wanted to give it a try. What if it worked? After all, Lin Feng's medical skills were highly advanced and mysterious. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, let's give it a try. If it works, we can resolve it quickly. Despite Lin Feng's full confidence, he remained modest in his words. After that, he had Gu Haitong sit down on a chair. 9 silver needles were taken out and slowly inserted into Gu Haitong's head, directly activating the miraculous 9 needles. In fact, it would be more effective to insert them into Gu Haitong's lower abdomen, but she was a woman, so Lin Feng couldn't do that. The abdomen had to be uncovered, even if it meant exposing some areas that shouldn't be seen. Lin Feng's 5 fingers continued to move the 9 silver needles like vibrating strings, emitting a humming sound. With all his strength, he continuously inputted energy. Utilizing the miraculous needle technique, he aimed to refine the black mist in Gu Haitong's danshan. However, within less than a minute, Lin Feng furrowed his brows slightly. As his energy inputted into Gu Haitong's Danshan, his perception also reached that area. He realized that he could not refine the black mist inside. Lin Feng tried another method, attempting to force the black mist from Gu Haitong's Danshan directly out of her body. But after another minute passed, he felt that there was no change in the black mist inside her Danshan. This deepened Lin Feng's frown, prompting him to try other methods. About a minute later, Gu Haitong reminded Lin Feng not to rush. She couldn't move now and needed to cooperate with Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng had to pause every 3 minutes to check the medicinal liquid, it didn't hinder the process. However, after an hour passed, Lin Feng had exhausted all his energy, his face pale and covered in cold sweat, yet he hadn't resolved the cultivation shackles. Lin Feng had used all his knowledge and skills, the miraculous 9 needles capable of reversing life and death, even capable of healing ghosts and gods. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't solve the cultivation shackles. In fact, after 10 minutes, Gu Haitong knew that what the old prophet had said was true. Only by being with Lin Feng could the cultivation shackles be resolved. There was no other way. But she didn't let Lin Feng stop. He needed to understand that his miraculous medical skills couldn't resolve their cultivation shackles. Otherwise, there would always be a glimmer of hope and fantasy in Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng put away the silver needles, sat slumped in the chair, his clothes soaked in sweat. His disbelief stemmed from the fact that he couldn't solve the cultivation shackles. However, reality was right in front of him, brutally slapping him in the face. "Junior brother, it's okay. Perhaps your strength is not enough yet. Maybe a little stronger and you could solve it. Don't rush. Take it slow." Gu Haitong comforted Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Senior sister, it seems I was too confident. I don't know what's wrong with your cultivation shackles. My miraculous 9 needles couldn't handle it." Lin Feng really had to admit this fact. He couldn't accept defeat. He also realized that it wasn't a matter of strength or medical skills. Did he really have to be intimate with his senior sisters to solve their cultivation shackles? This was the last thing Lin Feng wanted to face. If he doesn't face it, then how can he solve the cultivation shackles of these senior martial sisters? Forget about the rest. Senior sister Yi Qingcheng, second senior sister Gu Haitong, third senior sister Liu Shengnan. These 3 senior sisters, Lin Feng really wants to help them solve their cultivation shackles. Now can only set this matter aside and think of another solution later. Lin Feng feels that this is all an old Dan Sly trap set by him. About an hour later, the people from the Ma family arrived. By this time, the courtyard was already fully restored. They relayed new grass, spread it out, and paved the driveway for the car to come in directly with asphalt. After the workers finished rolling the final layer and spraying water to cool it down, the temperature was below 50 degrees, and cars could now come in directly. However, only one car from the Ma family arrived, with 4 middle-aged men and an elderly man in gray Zhongshan suit. The plane didn't land here, and after getting off the car, they walked directly in. In the distance, they saw Ma Wenkai and Ma Wenwu lying in a corner. The elderly man in gray Zhongshan suit was Ma Wenkai, the grandfather of Ma Wenwu. After coming over and not seeing anyone else, with the villa door also closed, this old man quietly said to the people around him, "Don't speak loudly. Quietly bring Ma Wenkai and Ma Wenwu away." 10 spirit stones had all been brought. But since they didn't see anyone, the old man from the Ma family wasn't planning to give them. Quietly taking the people away, they quickly left the city. He just didn't believe that Lin Feng could kill his way to the Ma family in Demon City. When a few people finally came over and saw Ma Grandpa, he saw with his own eyes that Ma Wenkai really had lost all limbs and was in agony. "Grandpa, you finally came. I'm fine, but each of my limbs has a silver needle embedded in it. With these 4 silver needles, my limbs can't move. Please help me remove the silver needles. After removing them, we can leave quietly." Lin Feng, that little beast, is still inside the villa. I don't know what he is doing, but he probably doesn't know you've come, so we must leave quietly, without making a big commotion. Ma Wenwu quickly whispered. He also noticed that even though his grandfather and the others didn't bring any experts, they were quite clever. After they arrived, they moved cautiously and didn't speak loudly. This way, Lin Feng inside definitely wouldn't know, unless Lin Feng's eyes could see through walls. Now they were all a bit trembling and just wanted to leave quietly, praying that Lin Feng wouldn't come out at this time. Grandpa Ma nodded and directly looked at one of the middle-aged men. The middle-aged man took a step forward and first removed the silver needle from Ma Wenwu's right leg. The silver needle was stuck in the great part of Ma Wenwu's thigh, protruding out. He grabbed the silver needle and pulled it out. Ma Wenwu instantly felt a throbbing pain inside his thigh. Before he could scream in pain, with a bang, his right leg exploded directly, breaking off. The powerful force blasted Ma Wenwu backward, hitting the wall. Ah! The middle-aged man who was helping Ma Wenwu remove the silver needle had his palm completely blown off, leaving it bare and bald. Almost at the same time as Ma Wenwu, they both let out heart-wrenching screams. Ma Wenwu's right leg and the right hand of the middle-aged man below the wrist were completely useless. Did they think it was so easy to pull out this silver needle? Lin Feng, having to obtain 10 spirit stones, naturally wouldn't do so without any precautions. When inserting the silver needles, he had already input a bowl of energy. Unless it was an expert who removed the needle and neutralized the energy inside. After pulling it out, there wouldn't be any problems. Otherwise, casually pulling it out would cause the energy inside to explode directly. The impact would be lesser for cultivators, but for ordinary people, it would be devastating. Grandpa Ma was shocked and his heart trembled. It was only now that he realized he had underestimated Lin Feng. The terrifying power of cultivators was not something that ordinary people like them could imagine. Lin Feng left Ma Wenkai and Ma Wenwu here without taking any precautions. It really was unlikely. Wanting to secretly take the people away, how could that be so easy? Unless they didn't touch the silver needles and carried the person away. But not moving the silver needles meant that Ma Wenwu's limbs were useless and he couldn't move. When the sound of the explosion came, it wasn't quiet. Lin Feng naturally heard it in the villa and walked out hand in hand with Xia Ruoxu, smiling. If Lin Feng guessed correctly, the people from the Ma family had come, broke their promise, and wanted to take the people away secretly. Upon seeing this, indeed, Ma Grandpa immediately clasped his fists and bowed to Lin Feng, saying, "Little brother, I'm really sorry. We just arrived and intended to take these two beasts to apologize to you, but we accidentally triggered the silver needles. Little brother, right, these are 10 spirit stones. Please help my grandson remove the silver needles and let us off the hook. We are just normal people with no strength at all. We won't dare to provoke you again in the future, won't dare to offend you again." Grandpa Ma was now trembling slightly, but he appeared relatively calm, speaking clearly. After all, he was the head of the family. Lin Feng took the box, looked inside, and saw all 10 spirit stones. While removing the 3 silver needles, he warmly smiled and said, "Ma Grandpa, don't think I don't know you are trying to take the people away secretly and deceive me. It's not that easy, right? However, your grandson lost a leg, which could be considered a lesson for you all. I've removed the other 3 silver needles. I know you're not convinced. Know that your family has a younger generation sent to learn martial arts at Kunlun Mountain. But it doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. The fault in this whole matter lies with me. If you still want to fight, I welcome it, and farewell." After saying all this, Lin Feng had settled everything and was ready to go back, holding Xia Ruoxu's hand. However, at this moment, a woman with short red hair, dressed in tight black leather clothes, tall and slim, carrying a purple lawn sword, walked in with an old man and an old lady in white robes. "Suzhou Xiao." Lin Feng's eyes froze for a moment when he saw her, and his heart sank suddenly. Xia Ruoxu's face also changed upon seeing Lin Feng's 7th senior sister, Suzhou Xiao, arriving with people. At their speed. Really too fast, right? Indeed too fast, faster than Lin Feng could have imagined. Lin Feng quickly seized 10 pieces of origin energy stones and began to cultivate immediately, continuing to elevate. Because Lin Feng had already sensed that the old man and old lady in black and white robes were both peak Yuan infant stage experts. He was currently at the peak core formation stage, at the highest level of the entry 9 realm. Breaking through the peak core formation stage would lead him to the gold core stage. After the gold core stage, there would be the elemental transformation stage, elemental convergence stage, and Yuan infant stage. These 10 origin energy stones could assist Lin Feng in breaking through to the peak elemental transformation stage. Being 2 major levels away from peak Yuan infant stage, he could deal with the 2 old men and old women using blood burst. After painstakingly restoring his peak strength, Lin Feng did not want to start over again. In his view, starting over would require obtaining more origin energy stones and millennium herbs for recovery. As time goes on, it becomes increasingly difficult to acquire Origin Energy Stones and Millennium Herbs, making it more challenging for him to restore to his peak state. When Lin Feng broke through to the Gold Core stage, the storage capacity of his elixir field reached its limit, and the Origin energy within his body automatically condensed into a gold core within the elixir field. Originally, after the core formation stage, the Origin energy within the body became very rich, forming a sphere-like object, yet it was gray in color. Now, it had turned into gold. Lin Feng continued to elevate, the next step being the elemental transformation stage. The gold core was transformed, turning the previously stored gold core within the elixir field into gold. Though the gold core transformed into gold, the richness of the golden Origin energy decreased, while its power underwent a qualitative transformation, increasing. With all 10 Origin energy stones used up, Lin Feng's strength elevated to the peak elemental transformation stage, at which point his strength became completely stable, unable to continue to rise. Su Zhaoxiao came in front of Lin Feng, staring at him for a while. When Lin Feng's strength reached the peak elemental transformation stage, Su Zhaoxiao hesitantly said, "Are you Lin Feng? You don't seem as described." Lin Feng was no longer wearing sportswear at the moment, with short hair and dressed in a gray casual suit. Su Zhaoxiao felt that this was the person they were supposed to kill, but was not entirely certain. Lin Feng warmly chuckled and said, "I am not Lin Feng, my surname is Anai. I am Anai Babo, the overbearing and dominant Babo." Lin Feng temporarily did not reveal himself as Lin Feng. He did not want to resort to using Bloodburst. Mr. Ma and the others did not dare to linger and promptly left with their people. They decided to wait until the members of the Ma family, who were studying martial arts at Kunlun Mountain, returned. Hearing Lin Feng claiming to be Anai Babo, they also didn't dare to expose him. "You are Anai Babo?" "Yes, I am your father." Su Zhaoxiao furrowed her brows, feeling like the other party was taking advantage of her. "Then who is the woman next to you?" Su Zhaoxiao pointed at Xia Ruoxu. Lin Feng smiled and said, "She is my wife, Xia Che. Miss, the person you are looking for, Lin Feng, likes to wear sportswear, long hair, and is handsome but useless. He is a waste raised by Xia Ruoxu. However, they don't live here. The whole family quietly left 2 hours ago. I don't know where they went. I heard they were being chased by enemies and hiding, so they asked us to help look after the house, to prevent burglars from entering and causing damage. Did you see those people who just left? They were also coming to seek revenge against Lin Feng, but since they didn't find him, they left. One of them had a broken leg, and the other had lost all 4 limbs. Lin Feng really gave them a brutal lesson. I don't know why that guy Lin Feng is causing so much trouble, offending to many enemies." Lin Feng spoke convincingly, and Su Zhaoxiao was 80% convinced. "Both of you, show me your identification cards." Still not entirely convinced, Su Zhaoxiao asked Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu to show their IDs so she could check if their names and appearances matched. If the names and appearances match, then there would be no problem. Lin Feng warmly said, "Sorry, we didn't bring our IDs when we came out. How about this? You wait here, and we will go get them by car. It won't take long, at most half an hour, and we guarantee to bring the IDs back." Lin Feng continued to dupe Su Zhaoxiao, even though he really wanted to use Blood Burst directly to kill Su Zhaoxiao and her companions on the spot. But the thought of starting all over again made Lin Feng very reluctant. "You say there's no one at home except you two? Just the 2 of you? Then let's go inside and check." Naturally, Su Zhaoxiao had no time to wait for Lin Feng to fetch the IDs, so she went inside the house first. When Lin Feng saw this, he knew he couldn't hide it anymore. Once Su Zhaoxiao entered, even if she didn't see anyone else, she would see Gu Haitan. Su Zhaoxiao naturally knew Gu Haitan, and upon seeing her, everything fell into place in her mind. Lin Feng directly blocked Su Zhaoxiao and the others, smiling as he said, "Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. I am indeed Lin Feng. Why are you looking for me? Have I offended you?" Lin Feng's fists were clenched, protecting Xia Ruoxu behind him, and ready to activate Blood Burst at any moment. Even if prepared to use Blood Explosion, Lin Feng still felt his heart bleeding. It was so uncomfortable. "I really don't want to start over again. Are you Lin Feng? You just said your name is Anai Baba. Did you take advantage of me?" At this moment, Su Zhaoxiao's gaze instantly turned cold, and she had already tightened the longsword in her hand. At that moment, Gu Haitong saw Lin Feng not entering for a while, so she hurried out to take a look. Afraid that the other party had sent some experts that Lin Feng couldn't handle. Coming out, she saw Su Zhaoxia and two others. Damn! Gu Haitong was startled. Especially since the black and white duo had arrived, she really couldn't handle it. Otherwise, with just Su Zhaoxia and Gu Haitong, even without a sword, they could resist. Gu Haitong? It seems that Lin Feng, you really are my junior brother. Seeing Gu Haitong, Su Zhaoxia sneered, instantly confirming Lin Feng's identity. Lin Feng had quietly mobilized the Gu King poison insect and entered Su Zhaoxia's body, unbeknownst to her. But whether the little bug could deal with Su Zhaoxia, Lin Feng wasn't sure. At the very least, it could cause some damage. He wanted to see if Su Zhaoxia would kill them next. If she made a move, Su Zhaoxia would definitely die today. Among the same sect, when someone like Su Zhaoxia, a traitor, appeared, Lin Feng would definitely kill her without hesitation. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Junior brother, who do you think you are calling me junior brother? You have no right to be my senior sister. Who do you think you are? Leader of the assassination hall. Damn. How arrogant. Sending someone to try to kill me. If you don't make me die, you won't let it go. And even have the nerve to say I am your junior brother. What do you want to do today? Just say it." Seeing Lin Feng's warm smile was infectiously charming, but his words were far from polite. "Junior brother, don't be impulsive." Gu Haitong hurried over to stand beside Lin Feng, whispering softly. The black and white duo had arrived, and Lin Feng was about to confront Su Zhaoxia directly, which was very dangerous. Even if Su Zhaoxia wanted to use Lin Feng to break through her cultivation restraints, she wouldn't kill him temporarily. But once she was done using Lin Feng, and if a fight broke out between them, Su Zhaoxia would probably kill Lin Feng outright. "Second sister, don't try to stop me. Today, this vile woman dares to act recklessly here, and for the sake of our sect, I will clean house." What kind of nonsense is this? She's not a good person. Who knows how many heinous things she's done. I will absolutely not spare such a wretch. Despite Gu Haitong's persuasion, Lin Feng continued to speak unabashedly, directly scolding Su Zhaoxia without any reservations. Su Zhaoxia squinted slightly, feeling some pain in her heart. She did not expect her junior brother to hold such a grudge against her. But the desire to kill in her heart only grew stronger. She was even more determined to use Lin Feng until he was of no use and then kill him directly. The elder Tianji had said that there should be no infighting among the same sect. If any member were to be killed in a conflict between fellow disciples, the elder Tianji would personally come to clean house. If it were not for the elder Tianji's warning, her senior sisters would have long been dead at her hands. But Lin Feng's lack of courtesy toward her made her even less merciful. After making use of Van disposing of Lin Feng, she would deal with the elder Tianji, if necessary. The power of the Dark Alliance, in Su Zhaoxia's eyes, was so formidable that she was not afraid of the elder Tianji. Su Zhaoxia sneered and stared coldly at Lin Feng, saying, "Very well, despicable creature, since you speak so boldly, do not blame me, Su Zhaoxia, for being rude. I, Su Zhaoxia, will make sure you have no resting place in death." Black and white duo, make a move, capture this despicable creature. Anyone who dares to obstruct will be killed without mercy. The black and white duo immediately moved to act. At that moment, Gu Haitong instantly stood in front of Lin Feng, spreading out her arms and loudly shouting, "Su Zhaoxia, had you forgotten what the master said? No infighting among fellow disciples. If you want to take the junior brother away, you'll have to step over my dead body, and the master will definitely come to clean house." Su Zhaoxia sneered and said, "Gu Haitong, if you insist on standing in front of him, you will be the first to die. I won't kill him temporarily, I will just capture him. But if you stand in the way, no one can save you. I'll count to 3. If you still stand in front of that despicable creature, you better prepare to meet Yoma." I have never taken the master's words to heart. How powerful is the master? And yet those senior brothers who betrayed the sect were never eliminated. Is the Dark Alliance so strong that even the master cannot resist it? After Su Zhaoxia finished speaking, Lin Feng's desire to kill was stronger than ever before. He had never been so eager to kill someone. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Second sister, step aside. That vile woman will certainly die today." Lin Feng approached Gu Haitong and directly controlled the little bug to bite Su Zhaoxia's heart, releasing all the poison. Oh no no no. Su Xiao was about to say something, but instantly covered her chest with one hand and let out a scream of pain. It felt like knives were continuously cutting inside her heart, causing her liver to convulse in agony. In that instant, Su Xiao nearly peed herself from the pain. But Su Xiao, using all her strength, quickly protected her heart. Immediately, she felt much relieved. Black blood continued to flow from her mouth, indicating she had been injured. What's going on? Su Xiao was also unsure, feeling extremely shocked. Black and white duo, take action, capture that despicable creature. Anyone who dares to obstruct will be killed without mercy. Su Xiao roared loudly. Whatever was happening within her body could wait. First, she had to deal with Lin Feng and take him away. The black and white duo, without saying a word, but with all their strength unleashed, their figures flashed and appeared in front of Lin Feng in an instant. One of them reached out a hand and grabbed towards Lin Feng's shoulders. This was real, not giving Lin Feng any chance. The force was so great that with one grab, even if Lin Feng wasn't killed, his shoulders would be crushed directly. But at that moment, Lin Feng had no hesitation. There was no other choice but to activate Blood Burst. Lin Feng instantly activated Blood Burst. A red light flashed, his skin turned blood red, and his pupils turned red instantly. The elderly man and woman reached out with their hands, but before they could grab Lin Feng's shoulders, Lin Feng reached out with both hands and grabbed their wrists. What's going on? When Lin Feng grabbed their wrists, the black and white duo were both shocked, their hearts sinking. Lin Feng's speed, how could it be so fast? Able to grab their wrists. And the strength was not small either. They knew very well how strong their own strength was, but being grabbed by Lin Feng, they really couldn't move. The thing is, in their perception, Lin Feng's strength was only at the essence transformation stage, to major levels lower than theirs. The black and white duo were preparing to attack Lin Feng again, but it was already too late. Lin Feng turned his wrists, twisting them instantly. Crack, crack. The sound of cracking bones came. The wide sleeves of the black and white duo flew off in the direction Lin Feng's wrist turned, revealing the emaciated arms inside. But in an instant, their arms were twisted into a spiral by Lin Feng, and all their bones shattered. The excruciating pain instantly hit the heads of the black and white duo, making them feel like their hearts and brains were going to explode. Unbearable. The black and white duo threw their heads back and let out a bone-chilling scream. What on earth? How is this possible? Su Xiao, Gu Haitong, at this moment were both shocked and couldn't help but scream. Especially Su Xiao, her eyes widened in disbelief, filled with horror. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Su Xiao was well aware of how strong the black and white duo were, both at the Yuan infant stage, ancient monsters, but to be easily twisted by Lin Feng like this. Su Xiao felt a chill running down her spine from the base, and goosebumps erupted all over her body. How could her junior brother be this powerful? No wonder he wasn't polite to her at the beginning. He really had the ability. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Two old beasts, thinking you're so great? Listening to your master's orders to attack, do you really think I'm easy to bully?" Ow! The black and white duo screamed in pain, recovering some rationality at this moment, both of them kicking towards Lin Feng's belly. With their arms twisted into a spiral, rendering them useless and painful, they had to pull back their arms first. Lin Feng saw the two of them kick out, each with a leg, and he also kicked out. But Lin Feng was faster, swooshing twice, hitting the thighs of the black and white duo directly. Crack, crack, to cracking sounds were heard, and the black and white duo each had a broken thigh. The screams of the black and white duo became even more piercing and loud. But at this point, they didn't care anymore, acting like madmen. The other two hands coming together aimed at Lin Feng's head, slapping from both sides. Lin Feng instantly released the twisted hands of the black and white duo, grabbing their hands again. With a twist, the sleeves of the black and white duo shattered and flew out, the cracking sounds quickly following. Their other arms had also been twisted into spirals by Lin Feng. Now both of them had their hands and one thigh disabled by Lin Feng, with only one leg supporting their bodies. They were making miserable cries, their faces distorted with pain. Su Xiao still had a look of horror in her eyes, every cell filled with fear, trembling as she took a few steps back, almost peeing herself in fear. Obviously, the black and white duo were no match for Lin Feng. It was effortless for Lin Feng to kill the black and white duo, and judging by how Lin Feng treated her just now, Once he finished off the black and white duo, she would be next. She had really underestimated Lin Feng. However, she had already high estimation of Lin Feng as it was, bringing the black and white duo over. How much more could she have expected from Lin Feng? Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "You two old beasts. That scream is really too ear-piercing." Lin Feng pulled back with his hands, and the black and white duo pounced. Lin Feng met both with a punch, directly striking their heads. Two solid punches landed on the faces of the black and white duo. With two loud bangs, their heads were severely dented by Lin Feng's punches. Their bodies flew out, crashing onto the lawn 6 meters away, motionless. If Lin Feng hadn't considered that smashing their heads would be to bloody and pollute the environment, the two would have lost their heads by now. Oh my god. Seeing the black and white duo instantly killed, Su Zhaoxiu's fear reached a level where she couldn't stand steadily and sat down on the ground, trembling, unable to describe the fear in her heart at this moment. Gu Haitong was also stunned. Even though she knew Lin Feng's ultimate killer move, which could surpass opponents of to higher levels, she was still shocked as never before. The boss in the Yuanying period, for levels stronger than her, was easily killed by Lin Feng. This junior brother was indescribable to powerful, unbelievably strong. Hehe. Lin Feng sneered and approached Su Zhaoxiu. "Don't come any closer. Don't come. Junior brother, I am your 7th senior sister. I am not really that bad. I have my reasons. Don't kill me. Let me explain, okay?" Su Zhaoxiu was scared, continuously shrinking back, and pleading with Lin Feng. Now, she truly felt the breath of death looming over her. Lin Feng chuckled warmly. "You still have the nerve to call yourself my 7th senior sister. Having a senior sister like you makes me feel a great shame. Today, on behalf of the sect, I will clean house and kill you. This despicable person. In your next life, be a good person. Don't join evil forces, commit crimes, and harm the world. Junior brother, can you not act hastily? Give Su Zhaoxiu a chance to explain. The task assigned by the sect instructs us to unite with 7 senior sisters to complete it. If you kill Su Zhaoxiu, the task assigned by the sect might not be fulfilled." Gu Haitong quickly interjected, but she knew that, no matter how powerful she was, she could not stop Lin Feng. The decision to kill or spare Su Zhaoxiu truly rested on a whim of Lin Feng. "Second senior sister, no matter what kind of task it is, no matter if it can be completed or not, I have zero tolerance. Su Zhaoxiu has committed heinous crimes. As the head of the assassination hall, she has shown no mercy to us fellow disciples, extremely wicked. She must die." After finishing his words, Lin Feng directly used his dragon-slaying palm, a palm towards Su Zhaoxiu, even though she was about 5 meters away. But with this palm, Lin Feng directly conjured a huge golden palm above Su Zhaoxiu and instantly smashed it down. Lin Feng couldn't care less about many things, always abhorring evil. Regardless of the task, even if Su Zhaoxiu was needed, he would not spare someone as evil as her. Lin Feng had no time to listen to Su Zhaoxiu's explanations. Blood burst only lasted for a minute. Perhaps Su Zhaoxiu wouldn't be able to say much before losing all her strength and starting over. If she couldn't speak before losing her power, what if she sought vengeance once he was defenseless? In this moment, Su Zhaoxiu felt as if the golden giant palm descending upon her was like the sky crashing down. The power contained within it made her feel more insignificant than ever before. Full of despair, Su Zhaoxiu stared with wide eyes, awaiting death. Her cultivation was only at the Jiden Great Perfection stage, nowhere near comparable to Lin Feng, who was to levels stronger and effortlessly killed someone at the Yuanying Great Perfection stage. Just as the palm was about to turn Su Zhaoxiu into a meat patty, in the blink of an eye, a whistle was heard from the sky. A small petal whizzed by so quickly that even Lin Feng couldn't see its shadow clearly. From the sky, it swiftly zoomed towards the summit's golden giant palm. With a loud bang, it shattered Lin Feng's golden giant palm directly. With another thud, it plunged into the asphalt road, disappearing without a trace, leaving only a small hole. Lin Feng's eyes instantly narrowed, his heart sank, shocked and pale, looking directly into the sky. This truly frightened Lin Feng. He was still in the blood burst state, effortlessly killing someone at the Yuanying Great Perfection stage. However, the identity and strength of the opponent were unknown. With just a whistle, the dragon-slaying palm was broken. It was evident that the opponent's combat power was superior to Lin Feng's. Su Zhaoxiu was also dumbfounded, her mind blank, thinking she was doomed. But little did she know who had suddenly intervened to save her. Lin Feng retrieved the small worm inside Su Zhaoxiu's body, trembling slightly in fear. He couldn't be certain if the other party was planning to kill him. If the other party was from the Dark Alliance, then Lin Feng was truly in danger this time. However, the fact that the other party had saved Su Zhaoxiu meant that it was unlikely for her to be killed today. Next moment, a dark shadow suddenly flickered from the sky and stood in front of Su Zhaoxiu, facing Lin Feng. Only then did Lin Feng see clearly that the person was a black-clothed masked figure. It was too strange. The person wore a veiled hat on a head and a wide black cloak. The area around the hat was draped with black gauze, making it impossible to see the person's face. The cloak enveloped the entire body, making it impossible to determine the person's gender. Lin Feng could not sense the person's strength. With his powerful perception ability, even if the other party did not release any aura, Lin Feng could still perceive it. However, in this case, Lin Feng could not sense the masked person's strength. The first simple words left Lin Feng with just one feeling: unfathomable depth. Lin Feng's back was covered in cold sweat. Despite being momentarily terrified, he remained seemingly calm, with his back feeling chilly, but his outward appearance was as steady as ever. He greeted with folded hands, warm smile on his face. "Who are you? Why are you stopping me from cleansing the sect?" It was impossible to not fear, but fearing would not solve anything. Lin Feng had to remain composed. Lin Feng also wanted to figure out who exactly was the other party. The black-clothed masked person spoke slowly. "Kid, don't you understand cherishing the fragrant and valuing the beautiful? The exquisite little beauty. You just say let's kill her. Such a pity." From the voice, it was impossible to discern whether it belonged to a man or a woman. The black-clothed masked person in the dark night was probably using ventriloquism. Lin Feng knew ventriloquism as well, just hadn't used it much. Lin Feng clasped his fists and warmly smiled. "I am here to clean up for my sect. It seems like you have no reason to intervene, right? Just because I don't understand cherishing the fragrant and valuing the beautiful, that's too ridiculous. You, sir, are extraordinary, surely a remarkable person, but meddling in my affairs without my consent, even if you were a great figure, it wouldn't be allowed. My master, Elder Tianji, will definitely have a good talk with you today." After saying this, Lin Feng actually dialed a phone number. Since the last time Elder Tianji suddenly appeared, Lin Feng knew that Elder Tianji was a hidden expert. No matter how strong this black-clothed masked person was, with one phone call, Elder Tianji would instantly appear here. If this black-clothed masked person wanted to harm him, Lin Feng believed that Elder Tianji would avenge him. If death was inevitable, Lin Feng would not fear it. Gu Haitong was shivering in fear, unable to describe this kind of presence. Lin Feng seemed to feel no fear at this moment. The black-clothed masked person hurriedly said, "Kid, don't call your master. I'm not here to kill you, just passing by. However, this little girl has decent talent. It would be a shame to kill her like this. Please give me some face and spare her life." Of course, it's not that simple. If you spare her, you'll get something in return. If you want to learn the move I just used, I can teach it to you, in exchange for sparing her life. Upon hearing the black-clothed masked person's words, Lin Feng immediately hung up the phone. He instantly realized that the black-clothed masked person was indeed not here to kill him, and it seemed that upon hearing the words Elder Tianji, the black-clothed masked person's tone changed in fear. Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, "As you said, teach me the move you just used, and I'll spare this woman's life for now." Lin Feng did want to learn that powerful move he had just witnessed. He had no idea how it was executed. It was so fast he couldn't even see it clearly. Breaking through his opponent's dragon-slaying palm in an instant, mastering this move would definitely boost his combat ability. Seeing this, the black-clothed masked person had to save Su Zhaoxiu's life and give face to Elder Tianji. Otherwise, even if he feared Elder Tianji, he could easily rescue Su Zhaoxiu in an instant. With the black-clothed masked person's speed, Lin Feng would never catch up. There was no need for the other party to stay and negotiate with him. In this situation, Lin Feng naturally accepted the offer. "Kid, I'll teach you the flower-plucking finger technique. However, I'll only give you the manual and techniques, not personally guide you. How much you can learn and remember is up to your own luck. You have an hour." The black-clothed masked person waved his hand, and a yellowed scroll flew towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng instantly caught it, and as soon as he did, all his strength disappeared. 1 minute had passed, but Lin Feng showed no signs of trouble, calmly opened the yellowed scroll and began memorizing it quickly. Lin Feng had an exceptional memory and could read 10 lines at a glance. Having read numerous books since he was young, he could remember the contents of the scroll in just a few seconds, including all the techniques, over 10,000 words and thousands of moves. In less than 10 seconds, Lin Feng closed the scroll, walked over, and handed it back to the black-clothed masked person. "Why are you back? It's only been a few seconds, not even a minute has passed." The black-clothed masked person didn't take it, looking extremely confused. Indeed, from start to finish, it was just a few seconds. Lin Feng only spent a maximum of 5 seconds looking at the scroll, so much content, he couldn't possibly remember them all. Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, "I've read this flower-plucking finger technique before. I already have it myself. I thought it was some extraordinary technique, but it's really not that special." Bullshit. The black-clothed masked person instantly thought to himself. Lin Feng was definitely talking nonsense. The flower-plucking finger technique was never leaked and only passed down to direct disciples. In the whole world, how many people would know it? How could Lin Feng remember it all with a few glances? If he didn't remember it all, it could only mean that Lin Feng wasn't interested in the technique. It was impossible for him to have seen it before and thought nothing of it. All right. The black-clothed masked person instantly took the scroll back. The speed was so fast that Lin Feng couldn't even see if the hand belonged to a man or a woman. "I wanted to take a look at this person, whether they are male or female. It seems like I won't have the chance after all. Even at such close range, I still can't tell." Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, "The Nifazi you gave me, I've seen it before, so it has no exchange value. If you want to give me another martial art, let me take a look." "Ha ha. Little guy, greediness leads to no good. Learn the Nifazi first, then we'll talk. Goodbye." The masked figure in black coldly laughed and said, then soared into the sky, leaving several residual images in the air, disappearing instantly. He had shown Lin Feng, but whether Lin Feng truly remembered or was interested was none of his concern. He left directly, thinking that if Lin Feng still wanted to kill Su Zhaoxiao, then go ahead. But he believed Lin Feng wouldn't act again. Lin Feng was definitely someone who kept his promises. Truly a master. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of these words. The other party was indeed too powerful. Just by looking at how high they flew, it exceeded Lin Feng's imagination. The other party thought Lin Feng kept his promises, but they were mistaken. Lin Feng did keep his promises, but it depended on whom. Lin Feng still wanted to kill Su Zhaoxiao, but now, without the strength, he had to start over again. It was impossible to kill Su Zhaoxiao. Su Zhaoxiao was as powerful as his second senior sister, Gu Haitong, and she even had a long sword. Even if Gu Haitong came to kill her, it might not succeed. Su Zhaoxiao was still trembling. The masked figure in black left without taking her, and she was still fearful. Lin Feng could still easily kill her if he wanted. Lin Feng looked at Su Zhaoxiao coldly and said, "You despicable person, get lost." This time someone intervened. "I'll keep my promise. I said I won't kill you, then I won't. But next time, you despicable person, if you fall into my hands again, I will definitely dismember you. Take the 2 old bastards' bodies you brought along, get out of China, disappear from my sight immediately. Don't let me see you again, get lost." Su Zhaoxiao was scolded by Lin Feng so harshly, she didn't dare say a word more. She went to grab the corpses of the 2 villains and left immediately. This time, surviving under Lin Feng's hands was truly a stroke of luck. Gu Haitong breathed a sigh of relief and hurried back to check. In Gu Haitong's view, the mission assigned by Qianji Old Man was the priority. Whether Su Zhaoxiao lived or died, it was a good thing to survive. "Lin Feng, it's already 2:30. Xia Ruoxu came over, holding Lin Feng's arm, eagerly looking at him. The bidding meeting was at 3 o'clock, and time was running out. "Let's go directly to Huiting Restaurant now. I'll go say hello to my senior sister." Lin Feng nodded, understanding Xia Ruoxu's concerns. The 2 headed straight to Huiting Restaurant, and Lin Feng didn't have time to go to Hongyan Films and Television Company. Instead, he called Song Hongyan and asked her to provide him with the contact number of the company's president. He would contact the president later. At this moment, in the Huiting Restaurant's Kinyu Banquet Hall, there were over 100 tables set up. The Xia family sat at the back, with Xia Lao Tai, Xia Zhongguo, Xia Jianjun, and others present, all with gloomy expressions. If this bidding meeting failed, the Xia family's company would be on the verge of bankruptcy. Before 3 o'clock, the place was already packed with people. When Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu entered, the Xia family immediately noticed them. Xia Laotai and the others stood up, looking angry. Xia Laotai, leaning on his cane, directly blocked Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu, angrily saying, "Xia Ruoxu, what are you and this useless person doing here? You have no relation to the family company anymore. What does today's bidding meeting have to do with you? Both of you, immediately disappear from my sight." Xia Ruoxu was truly angry, but she still said, "Grandmother, what do we have to do with you? This is a bidding meeting held by Hongyun Films and Television Company, not the Xia family. Only employees of Hongyun Films and Television Company have the right. Let us pass. What authority do you have to make us leave?" There were still 3 empty seats at the Xia family's table. Originally, Xia Ruoxu thought her grandmother and the others would be polite to her, and she and Lin Feng would sit at the Xia family's table. Lin Feng would then resolve the bidding issues. Now it seemed completely unnecessary to sit there. "You two are truly embarrassing. Let me see where you will sit." Xia Ruoxu said so, leaving Xia Laotai speechless, coldly speaking a few words. In any case, Xia Ruoxu and Lin Feng were absolutely not allowed to sit with them. "Duty. Nice to meet you. I am Su Qingshan, chairman of Su's group. Can't find a place to sit? Come to our Su family's table. We're at the very front with the best seats." Just then, Su Qingshan, from the Su family, brought his members in, smiling at Xia Ruoxu and offering his hand. He hadn't noticed before, but the Xia family, a third-rate family, actually had such a beauty as Xia Ruoxu. If they had known earlier, he would have seduced this woman and kept her as a mistress. Xia Laotai suddenly smiled brightly, pushing Xia Ruoxu and saying, "Ruoxu, quickly get to know Mr. Su. Su's group is also a leading figure in the Magic City real estate industry." Xia Laotai's expression changed quickly. The Su family was truly formidable, one of the top 3 elite families in Magic City, and Su Qingshan was not only the chairman, but also the CEO of Su's group. Xia Laotai could tell that Su Qingshan seemed interested in Xia Ruoxu. By establishing a good relationship with Su Qingshan, even if they failed this time, the Su family would definitely win the bid. If the Su family outsourced wood products to the Xia family, it could help the Xia company emerge from its crisis. This gave hope to Mrs. Xia and the others. Indeed, Xia Ruoxu was becoming more and more beautiful, more and more charming. If Xia Ruoxu was willing, she could completely revive the Xia family relying on her beauty. Furthermore, they would become richer and more prosperous. Xia Ruoxu did not shake hands with Su Qingshan, her face devoid of a smile, calmly saying, "There's no need, Mr. Su. Thank you for your kind offer." With Lin Feng present, she no longer needed to flatter anyone, let alone sell her looks. Su Qingshan, however, was unwilling to give up, smiling and saying, "Miss Xia, it seems like your Xia family is in the wood panel business, but in this area, your family's company is too small, and its competitiveness is not particularly strong. If Miss Xia is willing to give face, let's sit together and have a good chat. In terms of wood panels, we will definitely win the bid. We can outsource a part of it to Xia family for cooperation. How about it?" Su's family indeed excelled in real estate. With a strong construction team, as well as wood panel and cement companies, their foundation was solid, and in most cases, Su's family could win bids. "All right. Thank you, Mr. Su. Ruoxu, go chat with Mr. Su." Mrs. Xia immediately smiled brightly and even got excited, directly agreeing on behalf of Xia Ruoxu. However, Xia Ruoxu coldly smiled and said, "Grandma, didn't you remove me from the position of general manager? Those in our family working for the family company were all let go. You said that family matters were no longer my concern, right?" Mrs. Xia still smiled brightly and said, "Ruoxu, that was just me saying something in anger. Don't take it seriously. You are still the general manager of the family company. Your father and the others can go back to working for the family company. These are all minor matters. Hurry and chat with Mr. Su, communicate well, and try to ask Mr. Su for more help." Su Qingshan then smiled and said, "Yes. How could we speak different languages within the family? Let's have a good chat. After the bidding ends, I'll take Miss Xia out for a meal. Then we can discuss cooperation in detail." Miss Xia, please. Su Qingshan already had a plan in place, inviting Xia Ruoxu over for a productive talk. If Xia Ruoxu wanted Su's family to help Xia's family, It was quite simple. However, Xia Ruoxu would have to make sacrifices. This was an unwritten rule in the business world, and Xia Ruoxu likely understood this. As long as Xia Ruoxu went over, the deal would be sealed. I won't go. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Offering help without a reason is either harboring ulterior motives or intending to steal. At over 50 years old, with a family and children to take care of, you still want to play these games? Su Qingshan reached out to pull Xia Ruoxu, but she stepped back and retreated into Lin Feng's arms, speaking directly to him. Su Qingshan frowned, and Xia Ruoxu's actions caused him to be instantly furious. Why are you leaning on that useless person? Mrs. Xia instantly became angry, her voice much louder, her eyes blazing with anger. Su Qingshan also smiled and said, I didn't expect that Miss Xia would show no respect. Well then, in this bidding, there will definitely be no chance for Xia family. In the future, Xia family may not find any partners, and there will be no more business opportunities. Since Miss Xia doesn't give face, I hope Miss Xia doesn't come asking for my help. After Su Qingshan finished speaking, he coldly smiled. By directly pressuring Xia's family, it was so easy for him to crush them entirely. Xia Ruoxu, you unfilial daughter, do you really want to completely ruin the Xia family? Mrs. Xia screamed in anger, struggling to catch her breath. Su's family extended an olive branch, but Xia Ruoxu did not show respect. Now, with Su Qingshan's final words, he directly applied pressure to Xia's family. It was likely that only if Xia Ruoxu begged Su Qingshan would the Xia family have a chance to recover. Otherwise, Xia's family was already at a dead end, and if Su's family stepped on them in the business world, the situation would be even more hopeless for Xia's family. Lin Feng looked at Su Qingshan, smiled warmly, and said, I am not so sure about that. With your deceitful intentions, will Raid Beauty Entertainment cooperate with you? What if Xia's family wins the bid, and your Su family doesn't? What then? Don't speak so confidently, as facing embarrassment later will be quite unpleasant. Su Qingshan, irritated by Lin Feng, retorted, Little rascal, who do you think you are? Do you have the qualification to say such things? My Su family is one of the top 3 elite families in M City, and our family group has a vast foundation. If my Su family can't win a bid, then no company present can win. It's Xia's family that won't have a chance. Lin Feng smiling warmly said, Before things are confirmed, anything is possible. I really don't know where your confidence comes from, Su family. Su Qingshan became even angrier, coldly laughing and saying, You little beast, talking nonsense without thinking. If my Su family wins the bid today, what will you say then? Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, I'm saying it won't, so it won't. What do you want to say? Originally, Lin Feng did not want to get involved in the bidding process and only wanted to settle things with Xia's family. However, Su Qingshan irritated Lin Feng too much, so Su's family could forget about winning the bid this time, as there was no way they would have a chance. Upon hearing the name Su Qingshan, Lin Feng instantly understood that Su Yaowei, who he had dealt with previously, was Su Qingshan's son. Up until now, the Su family had not discovered his true identity and didn't know who he was. When he was found investigating the Magic City Academy previously, he was also dealt with. Perhaps the Su family also wanted to find him and eliminate him. Very well, impudent brat. How dare you speak so arrogantly? You think my Su family can't hit the target? I'll play along with you. If my Su family hits the target and the Xia family doesn't, I'll break your limbs and tear your filthy mouth. Su Qingshan sneered coldly, speaking a few more chilling words to Lin Feng without any politeness. Many people around were watching the commotion, ready to witness what would happen. If he openly broke Lin Feng's limbs and tore his mouth, no one would say a word against him, thinking he was bullying others. Lin Feng smiled warmly. All right, since you want to play like this, I'll play along. If your Su family doesn't hit the target and the Xia family does, I'll break your limbs and tear your filthy mouth. Fine, I'll play against you. You're finished, brat. Su Qingshan nodded, his smile turning colder as he pointed at Lin Feng and then at Grand Xia, saying, Your Xia family is truly finished. With that said, he left with his people, not worrying that Lin Feng would run away. If Lin Feng dared to flee, he would hunt him down and kill him. He already knew that Lin Feng was associated with the Su family, though he wasn't sure which member. Who is this guy? How dare he talk to Su like that and even place a bet with him? This guy is doomed this time. The most powerful contender here is the Su family. If even Su's family can't hit the target, then no company can. This guy dared to talk arrogantly and place a bet right there. He probably doesn't even know how to spell the word death. The main thing is the Xia family has a member like this. As long as Su says a word, the Xia family will soon go bankrupt and collapse. Many people around were discussing, while some from lesser-known families dared to not voice their opinions. These smaller clans were mostly second- or third-rate families such as the Shai family, Tan family, and Li family. They had all been dealt with by Lin Feng before, especially the Tang family, which suffered the most. They all knew that Lin Feng was not to be trifled with. Even the top-notch Liao families Liao Wenkai had knelt before Lin Feng to intercede for them. But when it came to Lin Feng versus the Su family, they didn't know who was stronger. Today's events were sure to be exciting. It's you who caused trouble for my Xia family. In any case, you wait, I will never let you off. Xia Jianwo, Xia Jianjun, and others cursed at Lin Feng, but they didn't dare to approach him, remembering how Lin Feng had easily slapped them in the face before. Even now, seeing Lin Feng, they felt uneasy. However, despite their dislike for Lin Feng, they didn't dare to act against him. Ah, God. Why are you treating our Su family like this? Why'd? Grandma Xia despaired, stomping and pounding her chest, tears streaming down her face. Xia Ruoxu watched, feeling a twinge of pity, but she truly believed that the members of the Xia family themselves had brought this upon them and deserved it. Grandma, what's wrong? At that moment, Wu Miaoting and a tall, lean young man entered with several others. Wu Miaoting was supposed to return home today, but at the airport, she received a call from her sister, Lu Zhanbo. Lu Zhanbo's sister said that the young master of a second-rate family had arrived in the Magic City and asked Wu Miaoting to receive him and bring him to the Xia family for a marriage proposal. Wu Miaoting didn't return to the imperial capital, but met with the young man directly. Knowing that the Xia family was participating in the bidding conference here, she brought him over. Miaoting, the Xia family is doomed. It's over. That wicked Xia Ruoxu and that beast Lin Feng have completely ruined the Xia family. Grandma Xia cried inconsolably, intermittently. It was truly despairing and heart-wrenching. Originally, Su Qingshan of the Su family, who had shown interest in Xia Ruoxu, giving her hope, had been spoiled by Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu. Whenever the two of them appeared, trouble followed. Lin Feng was undoubtedly a harbinger of misfortune, but he couldn't be killed, couldn't be driven away. What could be done? Grandma, don't cry, don't be sad. This is the young master Zhou Zhipeng of the second-rate family in the imperial capital. He knows about the current situation of the Xia family and will help resolve it. Seeing Grandma Xia so heartbroken, Wu Miaoting tried to comfort her. Zhou Zhipeng had already noticed Xia Ruoxu and was instantly captivated by her upon seeing her. But when he saw Xia Ruoxu nestling in Lin Feng's arms, he felt very displeased. When he came, Wu Miaoting had told him that Xia Ruoxu had become romantically involved with the useless man she had been raising for 3 years, and now it seemed true. This discovery made Zhou Zhipeng's heart even more sinister and wicked. But Xia Ruoxu was indeed stunningly beautiful, irresistibly so. He had to get this woman, even if she was impure. Marriage was not necessary, a short fling would suffice. Now Zhou Zhipeng seems to feel that he really needs to help the Xia family. It is most appropriate to help at this time. It will make the Xia family grateful to him. In any case, they will give the woman to him. As long as the Xia family promises to give Xia Ruoxu to him, even if Xia Ruoxu disagrees, he won't hesitate to take her. Xia Laotai looked at Zhou Zhipeng, feeling neither bitter nor hopeful. Although there is hope, Xia Ruoxu is so stubborn that she may not be willing to be with Zhou Zhipeng and help the Xia family. Zhou Zhipeng stood with his hands in his pockets, showing only his thumbs and smiling, saying, I did come today to propose. Ever since I saw Xia Ruoxu's photo, I was enchanted. By the way, let me introduce myself. I am from the second-tier Zhou family in the capital, Zhou Zhipeng. I came to propose today, without much preparation, so let's give a big gift to the Xia family. The president of the Red Beauty Film Group in the Magic City is my friend. I will call my friend and guarantee that the Xia family will win the bid. Because the president of the Red Beauty Film Group in the Magic City is in charge of this tendering conference. I am fortunate to see Miss Xia today, and I am even more enchanted. I have decided to grow old with Miss Xia by her side. Consider this gift as the betrothal gift, and of course, we will give another big gift to the Zia family at the engagement banquet. Do you agree, members of the Zia family?" When Zhou Zhipeng spoke, he appeared very arrogant, often lifting his chin and having a smirk. It seemed that everything was under his control. "Great. This is really wonderful. Young Master Zhou is interested in our Ruoxu. It's our Ruoxu's great fortune. Our Zia family naturally agrees. No objection. We all agree. Young Master Zhou's interest in Ruoxu is already an honor for our Zia family. We agree." When Zia Laotai, Zia Jianwo, and Zia Jianjun heard this, they looked at each other excitedly and all agreed. They didn't need to care about what Zia Ruoxu thought. They really didn't expect that this young master introduced by Wu Miaoting was so impressive. Leaving aside his background, he's even friends with the president of the Red Beauty Film Group in the Magic City. With a single word, he effortlessly solved the current dilemma of the Zia family. "I don't agree. Even if you all agree, it is none of my business, other my daughter is betrothed to young Master Zhou," Zia Ruoxu said directly. She really couldn't stand the attitude of Zia Laotai and others, and she finally saw through it that they were completely using her. When they needed her, they used her, then kicked her aside when they didn't. Who did they think she was? Zia Ruoxu's words made Zia Laotai and others smile stiffly and look coldly at Zia Ruoxu. They wished they could just strangle her. In their eyes, Zia Ruoxu really did not know what was good for her. The presence of young Master Zhou was so impressive that he took the initiative to propose, using this as a big gift and considering it an engagement gift. What more did they want? However, Zhou Zhipeng smiled and said to Zia Laotai, "Don't worry, as long as you all agree to betroth Zia Ruoxu to me, the rest will come slowly. I believe Miss Zia may not understand me yet, but gradually, she will realize my virtues. I have patience, young Master Zhou, we all agree. But it's just that Ruoxu has a stubborn temperament. We hope you won't blame us." Zia Laotai nodded, feeling excited again. They were not stupid. They could see that young Master Zhou didn't care whether Zia Ruoxu agreed or not, only whether they agreed. It was obvious that young Master Zhou would be uncompromising. If Zia Ruoxu disagreed, he would be forceful. What could Zia Ruoxu do? Could she really go against young Master Zhou? Zia Ruoxu sneered and said, "My parents are not here. Don't say I disagree. My whole family won't agree. I have no relationship with Zia family company now. Even if Grandma, you agree, it's useless. It's really ridiculous. Cousin, you are too much. What right do you have to say such things about your cousin?" Wu Miaoting shouted at Zia Ruoxu, appearing angry. "Do you have the right to judge me? Do you even know your own worth? You are young and reckless, trying to climb up the social ladder. In the end, you were just played with. You break up when someone says so, you are easily discarded, and you dare to talk to me like this." Zia Ruoxu didn't spare Wu Miaoting, she directly rebuked her. This sentence hit directly at Wu Miaoting's sore spot. She wanted to develop further with Lu Zhanbo and marry into the Lu family. Unexpectedly, Lu Zhanbo was heartless and just played with her. "Ow! Wu!" Instantly, Wu Miaoting burst into tears. "Zia Ruoxu, you are too much. Why do you speak to your cousin like this?" Zia Laotai shouted, feeling extremely distressed. He really felt that Wu Miaoting was always thinking about the good of the Zia family. But Zia Ruoxu's words made her burst into tears. This incident only happened last night. It was better not to mention it now. Now Wu Miaoting was brought up. How could she bear it? Zhou Zhipeng couldn't be bothered with these emotions and glanced at Lin Feng and Zia Ruoxu. His gaze turned cold the moment it locked onto Lin Feng. Because of Lin Feng, he hugged Zia Ruoxu from behind and the two of them cuddled close together, looking very intimate. It really made him burn with anger. Zhou Zhipeng had already decided in his heart that he must make Lin Feng disappear from the city of magic, disappear from this world without a trace. The woman Zhou Zhipeng had his eyes on, no one else could touch. Unless he gave up on her, then others could touch. Zhou Zhipeng smiled at Zia Ruoxu and said, "Miss Zia, following your parents' orders and the matchmaker's arrangements, since your family has agreed, once Zia Corporation wins the bid, you will be my fiancé." Zia Ruoxu sneered and said disdainfully, You look gentlemanly on the surface, but turns out you're a vile creature underneath." "I've said it, I don't agree. And my parents would never agree." "Where does the order from parents come from? Where does the matchmaker's arrangements come from? You're just flattering yourself. aren't you? She found herself really disgusted by these people as soon as she saw them. And it was better to be with Lin Feng. Lin Feng's world was truly exciting, full of battles and bloodshed. If this were Lin Feng's world, and she was also a strong individual, she could easily slap Zhou Zhipeng away with a backhand. Who did he think he was? Zhou Zhipeng was shameless indeed, still smiling as he said, "Your parents will agree. They just haven't seen me yet to know about this matter." Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, "Zhou, since things have come to this point, as Ruoxu's fiancé and true boyfriend, let me say a few words too. If you can truly help Xia Corporation win the bid on your own strength, and if Ruoxu agrees to break up with me, then being your fiancé is no problem. But I am not here to boast. You are not qualified yet to let Red Beauty Film and Television Group decide whether Xia Corporation wins the bid. Not your father, nor your grandfather, nor your ancestors for 18 generations. You truly are not qualified." He didn't want to bother with this young Zhou at first, but Zhou was truly overbearing and bullying. Lin Feng intended to slap this bull's face. Ha ha ha. Zhou Zhipeng burst into laughter. After the laughter, he looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile, "This is what you said. Does Xia Ruoxu agree?" Indeed, Zhou Zhipeng and the newly appointed president of Red Beauty Film and Television Magic City were classmates. This was something he had learned from other classmates. Although their relationship was not great, at least they had the classmate relationship to rely on. When the time comes, he would give his classmate a gift, and this matter could easily be settled. Moreover, his grandfather was friends with the boss of the Magic City Dragon Club. Even if that classmate didn't give him face, he could ask his grandfather to ask the boss of the Dragon Club for help to easily secure the bid for Xia Corporation. Did Lin Feng think he couldn't do it? And he couldn't? His power was absolutely beyond what Lin Feng could imagine. Xia Ruoxu smiled, nodded, and said, "If you have that ability, I will agree too, but with your current state, you are really not qualified." Xia Ruoxu naturally understood that Lin Feng would not harm her. Moreover, the chairman of the entire Red Beauty Group was Lin Feng's senior sister, Song Hongyan. Zhou Zhipeng was merely friends with the president of Red Beauty Film and Television Magic City. It was a long way to go to connect with Song Hongyan. One sentence from Lin Feng was definitely more effective than Zhou Zhipeng pulling strings. "Okay. Then it's settled. Let's add a condition. If I, Zhou Zhipeng, cannot help Xia Corporation win the bid, I will kneel on the spot and count out 100 times, saying, 'Grandpa, I was wrong.' If I have that ability, you will kneel down and count out 100 times, saying, 'Grandpa, I was wrong.'" Zhou Zhipeng pointed directly at Lin Feng and said a few words. Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, "That's fine. With so many witnesses here, we'll take it slowly. The bidding conference is about to start. Use your connections quickly. I'm afraid by the time it comes, you'll be kneeling and hitting your head so hard it causes a concussion." "Very well. Very well. Just wait. I'll make the call now." Zhou Zhipeng's smile turned cold, too angry. He immediately called his classmate. The classmate must be here, but probably in another meeting room, still discussing the bidding conference and hadn't come over yet. They held hands and cuddled together, waiting patiently. But Lin Feng wasn't idle either. He immediately sent a message to the president of Red Beauty Film and Television Group Magic City. "I am Lin Feng, the new chairman of Red Beauty Group. Listen carefully. No matter who calls you or approaches you for help to ensure Xia Corporation wins the bid, you must reject them, scold them thoroughly and rudely. The more outrageous the better. If you can't do that, resign immediately as president. As for whether Xia Corporation wins the bid in the end, I will decide when the time comes. For the bidding part, I have the final say." All the high-level executives of Red Beauty Film and Television Group, including Du Bingyan, the president, had been waiting for the new chairman to arrive. Late at night yesterday, Du Bingyan received a call from Song Hongyan, informing them that the chairman of Red Beauty Group was Lin Feng, and that Lin Feng would be going to the Red Beauty Film and Television building the next day to get involved in the bidding. Let them cooperate fully with Lin Feng. Anyone who doesn't cooperate well will disappear directly. The matter of bidding has already been decided by Du Bingyan, but they dare not confirm it finally. They have to wait for Chairman Lin Feng to personally go over to confirm it. Who exactly is this new Chairman Lin Feng? Du Bingyan and the others are also clueless. The only one who knows is Lord Lei of the Thundering Sky. However, Lord Lei has not informed Du Bingyan and the others about what Lin Feng looks like. Right now, Lord Lei naturally is also here, responsible for security work for such a big matter. The phone rings and Du Bingyan becomes nervous all of a sudden, as do the others. They all think it might be the new chairman Lin Feng calling, but when they pick it up, they see that it's from an old classmate of hers, Zhou Zhipeng. Du Bingyan doesn't want to take the call at all and quickly hangs up. Now, they are waiting for the new chairman Lin Feng to come over, or for Lin Feng to call. They are at the Red Beauty Film and Television building, and if they don't hear from Lin Feng by 2 p.m., they will go to the waiting restaurant and continue waiting. If Lin Feng doesn't show up, or doesn't call, they don't know whether the bidding conference will proceed today. If they want to call Lin Feng, but they don't have Lin Feng's contact information. If time passes and Lin Feng still doesn't appear, Du Bingyan can only call Son Hanyan and ask what to do. It's okay, my classmate should be in a meeting. Wait a minute, let me try again. The call is directly hung up, and Zhou Zhipeng's smile looks somewhat awkward. However, he waits for a minute before calling again. The people around, including old lady Zia and others, are all looking intently, and no one is speaking. They are nervous and excited, waiting to see how capable Zhou Zhipeng really is. Lin Feng smiles warmly and says, "Zhou, I advise you not to call. If you make that call, most likely you will get a scolding. The matters of the Red Beauty Film and Television Group are not something you can meddle in as you please. Who do you think you are? Shut up." Zhou and old lady Zia and others all shout in unison, especially Zhou, whose face instantly darkens. Failing to connect on the first call has already made him lose face, and Lin Feng's words only add fuel to the fire. After just over 10 seconds, Zhou Zhipeng can't be bothered with this and continues calling, putting it on speaker so that everyone can hear how gutsy he is. On Du Bingyan's end, after hanging up Zhou Zhipeng's call, she receives a message from Lin Feng. Initially unsure whether the message is real or fake, seeing the phone number with a series of ones followed by eights removes any doubt. Who else could have such a powerful phone number, if not their new chairman? This phone number is truly at a king's level among phone numbers. After reading the message, Du Bingyan is about to inform the senior executives, but Zhou Zhipeng's call comes in again. Du Bingyan, clever and resourceful, the CEO of the Red Beauty Film and Television Group, naturally, is not simple. She instantly guesses that Zhou Zhipeng is calling to ask for help with something, likely related to the Zia family. Du Bingyan answers the call directly. Finally getting through, Zhou Zhipeng's smile is extremely bright, and the surrounding atmosphere becomes even quieter as Zhou Zhipeng says, "Director Du, it's been a long time. I'm your old classmate from Shanghai. Zhou Zhipeng, do you remember me?" Zhou Zhipeng raises the volume of his phone and lets everyone listen. A cold voice of a woman comes from the other end, saying, "Zhou Zhipeng, oh, it's you. Do you have something to ask me about? I'm quite busy now." Zhou Zhipeng immediately says, "It's like this, Director Du. I'm in Shanghai now for a small matter and need your help. I'm currently at the bidding conference site. After it's done, I'd like to invite you for dinner and give you a big gift. Oh, what help do you need? Tell me about it." Du Bingyan sits up straight instantly, sensing that their new chairman might already be at the scene. Obviously, Zhou Zhipeng, without any surprises, is seeking help to ensure the Zia family wins the bidding. Du Bingyan is already preparing to follow the new chairman's instructions and give Zhou Zhipeng a good scolding to see just how harsh she can be. Upon hearing Du Bingyan speak like this, Zhou Zhipeng's smile grows even brighter, and old lady Zia and others become even more excited. It's clear that Zhou Zhipeng, this classmate of theirs, is indeed reliable, as he didn't reject their request directly and only asked what he could do to help. At this moment, even Su Qingshan shows up. Zhou Zhipeng mentioned helping the Zia family, causing a commotion among others behind the scene. They already knew about it, and naturally came to see what's happening. Su Qingshan had made a bet with Lin Feng that the Zia family wouldn't win the bid. If Zhou Zhipeng manages to help the Zia family win, he must make it clear that it doesn't count. Zhou Zhipeng clears his throat, making his voice clearer, and directly tells Du Bingyan through his phone, "Director Du, here's the thing. Regarding the bidding organized by the Red Beauty Film and Television Group, the Zia family company also participated. They belong to the third-tier Zia family in Shanghai, engaged in the board business. The Zia family is closely related to me. So, I'm here to ask for Director Du's help to ensure the Zia family company wins the bid. If Director Du is willing to help, I will surely express my thanks properly to you." With Zhou Zhipeng's words, many people look at him angrily, because they are also in the board business sector, Each of their families is more established than the Xia family. They have the strongest competitiveness, and it's simply impossible for the Xia family to win the bid. But with Zhou Zhipeng trying to push through the back door like this, there might be no hope left for others. Even Su Qingshan was tensed up, waiting to see how the other party would respond. Xia Laotai and the others held their breath, also feeling nervous, their blood boiling. Despite the large number of people in the room, it was surprisingly quiet, everyone just watching the spectacle. In the next moment, they only heard Du Bingyan from the opposite side, coldly shouting, "Zhou Zhipeng, who do you think you are? Were you raised eating crap? Is your brain filled with shit? This is a matter concerning my Red Beauty Film and Television Group. You, this turtle grandson, think you have the qualifications to intervene? Screw you. Even if your grandfather begged me, I still wouldn't let the Xia family win the bid. Damn it, you animal, you scum, your whole family will be run over by a car and they step out, you despicable piece of trash. What are you counting on? You are nothing but a chicken nugget. You are nothing but an egg. You bastard, asking for trouble and looking for a beating. Screw you." Originally, everyone thought Du Bingyan would agree, but unexpectedly, Zhou Zhipeng was directly scolded by Du Bingyan, the scolding extremely loud and relentless, and, from start to finish, truly, a thorough tongue lashing, lasting a full minute. After finishing the scolding, without waiting for Zhou Zhipeng to speak, she hung up the phone directly, blocking him immediately. Du Bingyan didn't care about saving face for Zhou Zhipeng. Not to mention the Red Beauty Group, even the Song family, a top-tier prominent family in the capital, held power just as Du's family did. She scolded and scolded. What could Zhou Zhipeng do? Even if the new chairman authorized her to bring people over immediately and beat Zhou Zhipeng to a pulp, she wouldn't hesitate. What in the world? What's going on? The entire banquet hall was shocked beyond belief. Truly, no one expected that the President Du, who had been talking pleasantly moments ago, would suddenly explode in a tirade when Zhou Zhipeng mentioned the Xia family. Zhou Zhipeng was scolded top to bottom, generation after generation. For some reason, whenever the Xia family was mentioned, the other party would become so angry. Logically, as Zhou Zhipeng pointed out, he had sent Mr. Du a grand gift. Even if Mr. Du disagreed, at most it would be a polite refusal. How could he be so furious? Zhou Zhipeng was completely dumbfounded by the scolding, his face turning green from the insults, breathing heavily in anger. Most perplexing was Zhou Zhipeng himself, unable to fathom why Du Bingyan would treat him this way. Could it be that the Xia family had offended Du Bingyan? He couldn't afford to provoke Du Bingyan, let alone the powerful Song family behind her. Being scolded so mercilessly, he could only accept it. How could he vent his rage then? Furthermore, this was a serious blow to his pride. He had been so confident in resolving this matter easily, yet the outcome was unbearable for him. Xia Laotai and the others slumped in their chairs, feeling utterly defeated. They never expected that Zhou Zhipeng, a young son from a second-rate family in the capital, would be humiliated in such a way. Without a doubt, in the eyes of Xia Laotai and the others, Zhou Zhipeng was the most influential person at the scene. With Zhou Zhipeng unable to help win the bid for the Xia family, no one else could possibly do it. The Xia family was truly doomed this time. The first person to burst into laughter was not Lin Feng or Xia Ruoxu, but Su Qingshan. Su Qingshan felt incredible satisfaction. He suspected that the Xia family had offended Du Bingyan in the past, leading to this furious outburst. With the Xia family's bid now impossible, he had won his bet with Lin Feng. After the bidding event passed, he could break Lin Feng's limbs on the spot and tear apart his mouth. Your Xia family is finished. Ha ha ha. Little scum, just wait. After the bidding event, all of your cronies will be crippled. Your lying mouth will be torn to shreds. Su Qingshan pointed at Lin Feng, laughing loudly before sitting back down. He had been worried earlier that Zhou Zhipeng would resolve the Xia family bidding matter, but now, he felt completely at ease. Xia Ruoxu looked at Lin Feng with tender eyes full of love. She knew for sure that it was Lin Feng who had accomplished this feat. Lin Feng was truly impressive, with each senior sister being extraordinary. Seeing Zhou Zhipeng scolded so harshly was truly gratifying. You lying mouth. Xia Laotai and the others all looked at Lin Feng, coldly remarking in unison, truly hating that they couldn't tear Lin Feng to pieces, blaming him for stirring things up. Lin Feng had predicted that Zhou Zhipeng would be scolded mercilessly, but he didn't expect it to happen so drastically. However, No one dared touch Lin Feng individually. It was too painful. The most anguished now was Zhou Zhipeng. Being publicly humiliated and scolded mercilessly in front of so many people made his body tremble, his eyes turning slightly red from the anger. He felt utterly shameful, wishing to disappear into a hole in the ground. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Zhou Xiao, it's time for you to kneel down and count 100 times, calling me grandpa, right?" Zhou Zhipeng's eyes were very cold as he stared at Lin Feng and said, "You little animal, it's all because of your foul mouth. Just wait, I will make you kneel down and count 100 times, calling me grandpa." Zhou Zhipeng really wanted to chop Lin Feng into minced meat, but this is the Red Beauty Film and Television Group, in the midst of a bidding conference, so he dared not cause trouble here. Mainly because Du Bingyan had scolded him thoroughly, and if he made a scene here and disrupted the bidding conference, Du Bingyan would send someone to deal with him, which he couldn't bear. He was now preparing to leave first, feeling too embarrassed. He would wait outside for Lin Feng to come out and then deal with him properly. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "It seems that Manager Du's scolding was not in vain. You are just a coward. You are just useless. You are just an animal. A real man keeps his word. You said it nicely before, that if you don't secure Zia's bid, you should kneel down and count 100 times, calling me grandpa, and now you're going back on your word. You're dead." Being scolded by Lin Feng like this, Zhou Zhipeng's face turned dark with anger. But he managed to restrain his fury and still did not dare to act. Later, Zhou Zhipeng left with the 2 grey-robed old men he had brought with him. "Zhou Xiao, you better not mess with me like this. If you do, you will end up miserable. You owe me 100 kodas, 100 calls of grandpa. I will make sure you pay me back one day." "Zhou Xiao, don't leave. Take it easy on Zia's family." When Miaoting quickly spoke up, it was really unexpected how things turned out. Zhou Xiao, such a powerful figure, couldn't even handle winning the bid for the Zia family. What was going on? "Zhou Xiao, we have no hope of winning the bid now. Although you didn't help us, we are still grateful. Please don't leave. As long as Zhou Xiao's family is willing to help our Zia family, we will be very grateful." Mrs. Zia also quickly stepped forward and said a few words. It was true that winning the bid was now out of the question. If Zhou Xiao's family was willing to help by finding some business or introducing projects, the Zia family's company could still be saved. Smack! Zhou Xiao slapped Wu Miaoting in the face, sending her crashing to the ground, her head buzzing and seeing stars. Then Zhou Xiao pointed at Mrs. Zia and the others, and coldly shouted, "Your Zia family is digging its own grave. Even my classmate Manager Du dares to provoke. If it weren't for you fooling around and provoking Manager Du, I wouldn't be scolded by Manager Du like that. Just wait, I'll settle the score with you in the future." After scolding Mrs. Zia and the others, Zhou Xiao left in a huff, waiting outside the Huiting restaurant. He would not rest until he took care of Lin Feng, and this time, he would directly take Zia Ruoxu away. Today's grievances must be settled, Zhou Zhipeng swore. Mrs. Zia was now in tears, sitting despondent in a chair, feeling utterly hopeless. The Zia family couldn't understand why when they had provoked this Manager Du. They didn't even know him, let alone meet him. "CEO Lin, please guide us on the work. The time has come for our bidding conference. How should we proceed?" Du Bingyan sent a message to Lin Feng, not daring to call. She didn't know if her performance satisfied Lin Feng, but no matter what, she felt extremely satisfied, exceptionally so. She had never had such a fulfilling experience of scolding someone to the point of speechlessness. "Just proceed as usual. Leave the bidding for the panels until last. I will inform you when the time comes." Upon seeing this message, Lin Feng replied with another. He and Zia Ruoxu still had no place at the Zia family's table, and they didn't want to sit there either. The two of them remained standing, leaning against each other. The only one standing, for that matter, were the two of them. Lin Feng also needed to observe whether Du Bingyan coming over would handle the situation well. Would she drive them away or find them seats? After all, at the front, there was a table reserved for the most important guests, and it was empty. After the bidding conference was over, everyone would be invited to a meal, and the main table would certainly be occupied by important figures. Even standing there, leaning against Zia Ruoxu felt like heaven to Lin Feng, feeling her warm body and catching a whiff of her scent. He still felt incredibly happy. He even felt a bit impulsive inside, wanting to be truly together with Zia Ruoxu, and they returned, skin to skin. But it wasn't possible yet. Regardless of Zia Ruoxu's agreement, His strength was completely depleted, not even fully recovered to the initial stage of Che cultivation. He had to maintain his purity. Thinking of this made Lin Feng remember Su Zhaoxiao. It was because of Su Zhaoxiao, that cunning woman, that he was forced to activate his blood rage again. Just when he had finally reached his peak, or even surpassed it, activating his blood rage had sent him back to square one. Du Bingyan arrived with her executives, and as soon as she entered, everyone tensed up, instantly quieting down. After all, Du Bingyan had scolded Zhou Zhipeng harshly before, shocking them. Obviously, Du Bingyan wasn't one to mess with. Du Bingyan and others were also very nervous. The new chairman was right here, but they didn't know who it was. The information provided by Sun Hongyan only had Lin Feng's name, gender, and approximate age, making it hard to distinguish. In case of a poor performance, the new chairman was watching and there was no room for errors. Du Bingyan did not sit down, nor did any of the senior executives come forward to the front row podium. Instead, they observed the entire scene. Du Bingyan quickly noticed two other individuals standing, exuding an extraordinary aura, seemingly a match made in heaven. Although a bit far away to clearly see Lin Feng's appearance, his temperament was evident. Being well-versed in judging people, Du Bingyan felt that Lin Feng was not ordinary and personally walked over to his side. Upon seeing Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu clearly, Du Bingyan was even more surprised. She hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so handsome and dashing. While Xia Ruoxu was exceptionally beautiful, Du Bingyan extended her hand and said with a smile, "Are you two also here for the bidding conference? I am Du Bingyan, the president of the Magic City branch of the Red Beauty Film and Television Group. If you don't mind, since there are no available seats, why don't you join me at the head table?" Lady Xia and others stood up nervously. They had not anticipated Du Bingyan taking the initiative to greet Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu. Being invited to the head table was an excellent opportunity to get closer to Du Bingyan, but they were also fearful. They didn't know when the Xia family had offended Du Bingyan. If Du Bingyan found out that Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu were from the Xia family, would she be as furious as a tigress? Lin Feng warmly said, "Du, you are too kind. In that case, my girlfriend, and I will gladly join you." While saying this, Lin Feng didn't even extend his hand to shake Du Bingyan's. It was Xia Ruoxu who politely shook hands with Du Bingyan without revealing her identity. "Please, the two of you." Du Bingyan nodded courteously, inviting them to sit. Du Bingyan sensed that Lin Feng was not simple. He looked plain in clothing but didn't even bother to shake hands in front of a big boss like her. It seemed like Lin Feng wasn't aware of her intimidating power, unless he was a fool, which he didn't think he was. Others were envious and resentful, wanting to inform Du Bingyan that Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu were from the Xia family. But it was not appropriate to create such a scene. The grand table was set for Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu. Du Bingyan then proceeded to host the bidding conference. Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu, however, started helping themselves to fruits, snacks, and treats on the table without regard for others' opinions. This behavior irritated Su Qingshan and his group, who sat at the adjacent table, their eyes turning green with anger. Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu seemed oblivious to the surroundings, engrossed in eating. Du Bingyan occasionally checked her phone and continued the announcements, eventually proclaiming that the construction and supplies for the Red Beauty Film and Television Group space would be managed by the Su family. The Su family members, especially Su Qingshan, were ecstatic and pledged to meet the group's standards. The biggest contract was awarded to the Su family, which was anticipated and perfect. As the conference progressed, the tension rose as the announcement for the last bid for panel supplies approached. Representatives stood up anxiously in anticipation. Everyone assumed it would also be awarded to the Su family. The members of the Xia family had despondent expressions, foreseeing no hope. Finally, Du Bingyan announced that the Red Beauty Film and Television Group's panel supply contract would be awarded to, and hesitated, constantly checking her phone. The decision was deferred until the new chairman decided. However, there were still no instructions given. Without giving her instructions, Du Bingyan really didn't know how to proceed, so she could only pause this project and decide on it later. At this moment, Lin Feng was feeding Xia Ruoxu, eating a few slices of oranges, clapping his hands, and taking out his phone to quickly send a message to Du Bingyan. He directly instructed Du Bingyan, regarding the plywood, give the project directly to the Xia family company, the full name being Xia Shai Plywood Group Co., Limited. At the same time, cancel all cooperation projects with the Su family, and choose another family or company from the second option. Lastly, when signing the contract tomorrow, no representative from the Zia family company can go, not even Zia Lao Tai. It must be Zia Ruoxu, the general manager of Zia Shai Plywood Group Co., Ltd., who signs the contract. You can inform the Zia family members of this when signing the contract tomorrow. Seeing the screen of her phone light up with a message, Du Bingyan finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly opened it to read. Everyone felt strange as they whispered below, wondering why Du Bingyan hadn't announced anything for a while and was instead looking at her phone. When Du Bingyan saw Lin Fang's instructions, she finally looked towards the whole room. It wasn't clear who their new chairman was, but someone must be present on site to give instructions at such a critical moment. Everyone quieted down again, all eyes on Du Bingyan as she directly spoke. Let me tell you all a piece of news. Headquarters has just issued instructions. There will be some changes in the upcoming bidding selections. Those who were not selected, please remain calm and do not act impulsively, or else you'll bear the consequences. What does that mean? Does this mean those who were previously selected might change now? Does this mean those of us who weren't selected have another chance? What does this mean? Will those who were previously selected lose their chance now? Whispers began below, some excited while others worried, thinking they might have another shot. The Zia family members continued to hang their heads, wearing pained expressions. Despite any changes, they felt the Zia family had no opportunity. Only Su Qingshan and his group seemed unaffected, showing full confidence. Su Qingshan even spoke out loud. Everyone, please calm down. We must listen to headquarters instructions. Those who should have a chance won't miss it, and those who shouldn't, even if headquarters changes things, won't have an opportunity. Stay quiet and listen to what Director Du has to say. Everyone quickly quieted down, all eyes turning towards Du Bingyan. Du Bingyan continued. According to headquarters instructions, only one company will lose the opportunity and needs to rebid. That company is the Su Group. All cooperation projects with Red Beauty Film Group and the Su Group are terminated, and a new bidding process will commence. What? Really? Su Group? Did I hear that correctly? After Du Bingyan finished speaking, the room grew even quieter, with countless people more shocked than before. They couldn't believe that all cooperation projects with the influential and powerful Su Group were suddenly terminated. Su Qingshan and his group's smile stiffened, feeling the disbelief along with everyone else. Su Qingshan furrowed his brow and couldn't help but ask, Director Du, are you sure? Please take another look. How could it be our Su Group? We are the most capable. It could be anyone but us. Never our Su Group. Su Qingshan truly felt a chill in his heart. No matter how much they thought about it, they couldn't understand why it was them. They had never offended anyone from Red Beauty Group. Du Bingyan reiterated, are you questioning me? Or are you questioning our Red Beauty Group? You've got some nerve, don't you? My vision is fine. How could I be wrong? I'll say it again. All cooperation projects with your Su Group will be terminated, and a new bidding process will begin. Now all of you from the Su family, keep quiet and don't disrupt the bidding meeting. These words left Su Qingshan feeling cold from head to toe. Working with Red Beauty Group could easily earn them billions, and to lose such an opportunity was not only a huge setback but also incredibly embarrassing. Despite their earlier confidence, the sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. How could it be the Su Group? Su Qingshan's plea, please, Director Du, give us another chance. We, the Su family, won't disappoint you. Had a slightly trembling voice and a blackened expression, hoping that Du Bingyan would give their Su Group a chance. But before he could finish, Du Bingyan coldly interrupted, shut up. This doesn't concern you anymore. Su Qingshan felt like he was about to cry but had no recourse. At this point, there was nothing they could do. The reasons behind their disqualification remained a mystery to Su Qingshan and his group. They kept pondering, but the answers remained elusive. Du Bingyan directly announced several new cooperation partners, replacing all the projects that were previously in collaboration with the Su family. Once again, it is about the board project. Everyone calmed down again. The previous incident that happened suddenly was also related to the board project. Even such a powerful presence like the Su family didn't have a chance. Who would now take over the board project? At this point, Zia Lao Tai and others still couldn't lift their heads, feeling disheartened and unsure about the future. These days have been filled with extreme emotions, causing them to feel like they cannot bear it and are on the verge of collapse. Every glimmer of hope seems to be extinguished immediately. This kind of pain, only they understand. Du Bingyan then declared loudly, for the final project concerning Red Beauty Film and Television Group, all board supplies will be handed over to Zia's Board Materials Group Limited to be responsible for. These words from Du Bingyan caused a stir. Discussions erupted among the crowd. Wait, did I hear it correctly? What? Zia Board Materials Group Limited, in charge of the board materials? How is that possible? Do they have the qualifications? Zia Board Materials Group Limited is relatively small. Among all the board companies present, they are the smallest. Can they handle such a large order, such a big project? This is impossible. The general manager must have made a mistake again. How is this possible? Exactly. This is simply impossible. Previously, when Zia's side sought help from the second-rate Zhou family, didn't that young master, who was a classmate of General Manager Du, personally call and discuss matters, only to be scolded harshly by the general manager? How come now the project is handed over to Zia's family? The discussions were rampant. Zia Laotai and others naturally heard what Du Bingyan had said, causing a sudden shift from disheartenment to excitement. Zia Laotai's face even turned red. They glanced at each other, their bodies quivering slightly. Unable to believe their ears, they found it truly unbelievable. While others were incredulous, Zia Laotai and the group were even more so. No matter how one looks at it, it seems utterly impossible. Previously, even with the help of the second-rate Zhou Zhipeng, it was not possible. How could it be now? Zia Laotai and the others remained silent, unable to believe it was true. However, Su Qingshan couldn't hold back, stood up, and exclaimed, "General Manager Du, how is this possible? Didn't your classmate Zhou Zhipeng call you and get scolded by you? And now you are giving this board project to Zia's family? You must be mistaken. General Manager Du." Losing the opportunity to cooperate with Red Beauty Film and Television Group had already caused great distress to Su Qingshan. But hearing that Zia's family had obtained the board project, Su Qingshan was even more pained and puzzled. Su Qingshan's voice was loud, silencing the ongoing discussions, as everyone wanted to hear Du Bingyan's explanation. Zia's family seemed truly unqualified to take on the board project. Smiling, Du Bingyan spoke into the microphone. "In this bidding process of ours, we do not necessarily partner with the largest or strongest company. While Zia Board Materials Group Limited is indeed smaller, we value Zia's potential and quality. Choosing them is none of your business, right? Moreover, this decision was made at the headquarters, and I have no right to interfere. Who do you think you are?" The subsequent words from Du Bingyan were icy, showing no mercy to Su Qingshan. Evidently, Su Qingshan had offended the new chairman of Red Beauty Group. Otherwise, the termination of all cooperation with the Su family would not have occurred. After all, bidding with stronger and more capable big companies would have saved a lot of trouble. Having offended the new chairman of Red Beauty Group, Su Qingshan still wanted to cooperate with them and to criticize their decisions? This was truly ridiculous. Su Qingshan was at a loss for words, his face turning green, and he sat down, fuming with no outlet for his anger. It was hard to accept, especially after betting with Lin Feng that Zia's family would not win the bid, only to have his face slapped hard by the reality. Additionally, losing the chance to incapacitate Zia Ruoxu's boyfriend, breaking his limbs and mutilating him, was another blow. The entire room fell silent as no one dared to speak up, given the lack of kindness toward Su Qingshan. Zia Laotai and the others stood up, trembling slightly. Zia Laotai took a deep breath, gathered courage, and asked loudly, "General Manager Du, are you referring to our Zia family Zia Board Materials Group Limited?" Having experienced extreme ups and downs, Zia Laotai was now more cautious. They needed to confirm whether it was their family's company to avoid any misunderstandings that could lead to false hopes. Du Bingyan's tone softened significantly, and she even smiled, then nodded gently as she spoke into the microphone, saying, "Yes, it is indeed your Zia family's company. No need to doubt. Early tomorrow morning, bring your stand and come directly to the Red Beauty Film and Television building to sign the contract with us. In the future, you will need to pay more attention to the supply of panel materials." Holy moly, holy moly, holy moly. Hearing Du Bingyan say this, Zia Laotai and the others were instantly wide-eyed, as if their eyeballs were about to pop out. In an instant, their blood rushed to their heads, incredibly excited and thrilled. The feeling at this moment was indescribable. It truly felt like they had been in hell before, but now they were in heaven. Xia Laotai and the others, including Wu Miaoding, were truly trembling with excitement. Their heartbeats were racing too fast. Their breaths were too hurried. But Xia Laotai quickly calmed down, took a deep breath, and asked, "General Du, may I ask, why did you choose us? Our Xia family truly has no competitive advantage." Xia Laotai felt that someone was helping them from behind. Someone must have helped them behind the scenes, maybe even sabotaging the Su family and causing them to lose so many project opportunities. Without someone helping in the background, the Xia family would never have had a chance. Talking about valuing quality and potential was all nonsense. Who would believe that? Du Bingying was feeling somewhat speechless, thinking Xia Laotai sounded a bit foolish. Was it necessary to go into such detail? Wasn't it time to just accept the situation? However, Du Bingying smiled gently and said, "Don't think too much. Indeed, there is someone influential in your Xia family who spoke on your behalf. But mainly, it's your Xia family's serious attitude and quality in the area of panel materials that have earned our respect." Oh my god, this is fantastic, fantastic. Xia Laotai and the others were jumping with excitement, unable to stop grinning. Indeed, someone had helped them behind the scenes. Whoever it was didn't matter, but the Xia family's company was truly saved this time. Du Bingying said a few more words, then directly arranged for food to be served and sat down at Lin Feng's table. They were all high-ranking individuals, and the others didn't have the qualifications to sit with them. Only Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu, the two outsiders. Not long after, Qinglong Society leader Lei Zhenshan arrived. He was in charge of security and it was now mealtime, so he came to accompany Du Bingying and the others. Of course, his status was on par with Du Bingying's. As soon as Lei Zhenshan arrived, he instantly recognized Lin Feng. Lin Feng was the newly appointed chairman, and not just the chairman of the Red Beauty Film and Television Group's Shanghai branch. He was also Sun Hongyan's junior brother, especially valued by Sun Hongyan. Indeed, there was no one who could provoke Lin Feng. The White Dragon Society was destroyed, and now Lei Zhenshan knew for sure that it was Lin Feng's doing. However, Lei Zhenshan thought that Du Bingying and the others already knew Lin Feng's identity. But since Du Bingying and the others hadn't talked much with Lin Feng or greeted him, he knew they were still clueless about who Lin Feng really was. Lei Zhenshan glanced at Lin Feng, nodded respectfully, and said no more. Lin Feng was the new chairman. Let Lin Feng speak for himself. As the new chairman, he was Lei Zhenshan's direct superior. If Lin Feng didn't say, Lei Zhenshan wouldn't dare to speak out of turn. Who knew if Lin Feng was here incognito? The atmosphere at Xia Laotai's table became lively. Countless companies and families came forward, offering congratulations and seeking cooperation with the Xia family. With such a big deal for the Xia family, how could they handle it all? They could cooperate as suppliers, providing materials such as panels. Even transportation companies came to collaborate. In the future, they would assist the Xia family in transporting the panels. The Xia family naturally had its own transportation team, although not as extensive as other families. The key was that these people were all astute. With backing behind the Xia family, just a simple mention could secure the Xia family's bid. While they didn't give face to the Su family, they inexplicably favored the Xia family. It was clear that the power behind the Xia family was even more formidable than the Su families. By maintaining good relations with the Xia family, they could forgo some profits or even work without profit. In the future, if help was needed, turning to the Xia family would definitely make things easier to resolve. Xia Laotai and the others were basking in glory, feeling on top of the world, beaming with joy. They felt incredibly honored, as if they had reached the pinnacle of life. Many top-tier and second-tier family company CEOs or chairmen personally approached them, seeking cooperation or simply coming to offer congratulations. Xia Laotai and the others never could have dreamed of such a situation. Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu were always looking at each other. They couldn't bear to look away, with love in their eyes and hearts full of affection for one another. Especially Xia Ruoxu. She felt truly happy. Lin Feng sighed, never having felt this happy in her life. It was also thanks to Lin Feng that the problems of the Xia family company were easily resolved, with no need to worrying about the family business being destroyed anymore. Fine and gourmet dishes were served, and Lin Feng did not hold back, continuing to feast and drink heartily with Xia Ruoxu. Earlier, they had just eaten casually to fill their stomachs, but now they were officially starting to enjoy the meal and savor the moment. However, Lin Feng only prepared the food for himself and Xia Ruoxu, not bothering to cater to others. I propose a toast to you both. Could I have the pleasure of introducing myself? I am Du Bingyan. Du Bingyan held up a glass of red wine, stood up from his seat, and approached Lin Feng to offer a toast. He wanted to truly get to know Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu. He felt that the two of them were extraordinary, especially Lin Feng. But up to this point, nobody knew who Lin Feng was. With a warm smile, Lin Feng said, "Please, no need for formality. We are all strangers here, so let's just drink and enjoy ourselves." Lin Feng still didn't reveal his identity, simply finished his glass of wine and continued to revel with Xia Ruoxu. Lin Feng had been given the position of chairman by Song Hanyan, but he had no interest in managing anything. All he wanted was to resolve the issue with the Xia family's bid. Now that it was settled, Lin Feng didn't want to have any further contact with Du Bingyan. Du Bingyan smiled, finished his glass of wine, feeling uneasy but choosing not to vocalize it. Subsequently, many people queued up to toast Du Bingyan and others. Even though there was no cooperation with Su Qingshan, he still had to put on a smile and raise a glass in respect. Business might have failed, but righteousness was still valued. Su's family had no right to challenge the Hanyan group. Su Qingshan and his group witnessed Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu indulging themselves nonchalantly, seemingly disregarding the high-ranking members of the Hanyan film and television group. Lin Feng even ignored Du Bingyan when passing the dishes. Su Qingshan, who naturally knew the leader of the Green Dragon Society, whispered to him when offering a toast, "Sir Lei, did you see that man and woman? Du Bingyan doesn't know who they are. He probably knows they are from the Xia family and holds them in high regard. However, I've heard that the Xia family doesn't care for them at all. They weren't even given seats." Du Bingyan showed some pity and let them sit here, but they are extremely rude and arrogant. I am willing to take action on behalf of Sir Lei and the Hanyan Film and Television Group to deal with them. As long as Sir Lei nods, I will immediately have them dragged out. They won't leave here unscathed. Su Qingshan was truly cunning. He thought that Du Bingyan had misunderstood Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu's identities, believing them to be extraordinary beings who he dared not provoke. However, everyone knew about the ruthlessness of Sir Lei in the underworld, and Su Qingshan was no stranger to it. If Sir Lei found out that Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu were nothing special and were behaving arrogantly, he might take matters into his own hands. Hearing this, Sir Lei furrowed his brows, glanced at Su Qingshan, and couldn't help but smile. Did Su Qingshan really want to provoke Lin Feng? Did he not know what it meant to invite trouble upon himself? With that, Sir Lei had already decided not to let Su Qingshan off easily. Even if Su Qingshan tried to flatter Lin Feng or show him respect, he would make Su Qingshan pay the price. "Come with me. As a man, don't stab me behind my back. Let's speak face to face like real men." Sir Lei put down his glass and rose, patting Su Qingshan on the shoulder with a smile. He led Su Qingshan to Lin Feng. Su Qingshan, although excited, followed eagerly, thinking that Sir Lei was angry and that they would confront Lin Feng face to face. As they reached Lin Feng, Sir Lei nodded slightly, smiling as he asked, "Young man, Su Qingshan has been speaking ill of you behind your back and plans to deal with you. What do you say?" The table fell silent, and others from nearby tables gradually quieted down, some even lifting their wine glasses to come take a look. Lin Feng also stood up, glanced at Su Qingshan, and with a warm smile, said, "General Su, I didn't expect you to be such a treacherous person, stabbing me in the back. I originally didn't want to bother with you, but since you could stoop so low, let's settle our accounts. We agreed before if the Xia family won the bid, I would shut your foul mouth and break your limbs. Now, on top of that, you've been stabbing me in the back and speaking ill of me. After I break your limbs and shut your mouth, we can slowly settle the rest. What do you think? Is it time to fulfill our bet?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Su Qingshan remained indifferent and sneered. "How dare you make such arrogant remarks in Sir Lei's presence? Members of the Xia family, come up and ascertain if those two are indeed your family members. Have they been deceitful and disrespectful at the main table, thinking they can deceive Sir Lei so easily?" With a loud voice, Su Qingshan directly pointed towards the Xia family at the back. Mrs. Xia and the others hurried over. As soon as they arrived, Mrs. Xia's expression changed drastically as she pointed at Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu vindictively, declaring, "Sir Lei, Mr. Du, General Su, These two beasts are not from our Xia family. Although Xia Ruoxu was once part of our family, she has cut all ties with us. They have no relationship with our family at all, and it's indeed time they were dealt with. I hope Sir Lei, Mr. Du, and General Su won't show any mercy. My goodness. As Xia Ruoxu listened to Mrs. Xia's words, she couldn't help but shake her head, her eyes filled with disappointment. At this moment, Xia Ruoxu decisively decided that once she settled the signing of the family company, she would no longer work for the family company. She was really not willing to contribute anything to it. She would rather start a business with Lin Feng or travel around together. Despite feeling disappointed with Grandma Xia, she had never thought of instructing others to deal with the Xia family or her grandmother. But Grandma Xia never treated her like a granddaughter. Letting others deal with them directly was not the first time. This time, Xia Ruoxu was truly disheartened. Du Bingyan did not speak, but watched calmly. She felt that this matter was not simple. If Elder Lei wanted to deal with someone, he would only do so if it was a significant figure. He would personally approach them. He didn't even bother acknowledging minor figures. He wouldn't even speak to them. Now he appeared respectful next to Lin Feng. It seemed that Lin Feng was truly extraordinary. Su Qingshan smiled brightly and said, "Have you heard? Elder Lei. Have you heard? General Du. These two have nothing to do with the Xia family. Don't pay them any mind. Please allow me to take action. Let someone drag them out and deal with them. Make sure they don't get away." Du Bingyan remained silent, observing how Elder Lei would handle the situation. Elder Lei ignored Su Qingshan and turned to Lin Feng, saying with a smile, "Young man, I didn't expect such malicious characters to exist. Although you have no relation to the Xia family, you are here to participate in the bidding event as guests of our Red Beauty film and television group. I, Elder Lei, cannot tolerate deceitful and malicious individuals. As long as you say the word, regardless of who is present, I guarantee that they won't leave unscathed." What the heck? What does this mean? Everyone present was stunned upon hearing this. Even Su Qingshan was left dumbfounded. No one expected Elder Lei to make such a statement. It was clearly taking Lin Feng's side. Grandma Xia and the others dared not utter a word and quietly left. People on the street couldn't understand. Just like yesterday, when Lin Feng casually found someone's wallet and returned it, or reminded someone to be careful crossing the street, they were grateful. This Elder Lei seemed to be protecting Lin Feng. Could it be understood in that way? However, they could only force themselves to understand it. Otherwise, it was truly incomprehensible. Grandma Xia and the others felt that Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu had probably escaped another disaster this time. Du Bingyan furrowed her brow slightly, realizing that Lin Feng might be the new chairman. Otherwise, how could Elder Lei protect him just because he was a guest? It was a huge joke. Su Qingshan frowned, his expression turning ugly. I felt that he had messed things up and should wait until everyone had eaten and dispersed before dealing with Lin Feng. If Elder Lei really helped Lin Feng, then Su's family wouldn't be able to resist the Qinglan Society. Behind the Qinglan Society was the Red Beauty Group and the Song family. They simply couldn't afford to provoke them. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "I didn't expect Elder Lei to be so just. In that case, please lend a hand. My bet with General Su is to break his limbs and rip his filthy mouth apart. As for the matter of him stabbing me behind my back, let Elder Lei handle it. How to settle the score? As long as Elder Lei takes care of it, I have no objections. I'm truly afraid of seeing red blood." After speaking, Lin Feng dismissed it and sat down with Xia Ruoxu, continuing to eat and drink heartily. He left everything to Elder Lei to handle. He didn't currently have the strength to actually break Su Qingshan's limbs. The main issue was that Lin Feng wanted to obtain some energy stones from Su Qingshan's hands. He had subtly hinted to Elder Lei about it, hoping that Elder Lei would be clever and handle it, but he couldn't say it explicitly. Su Qingshan's heart was trembling slightly. He hurriedly said to Elder Lei, "Elder Lei, I was wrong. I apologize. Please give me some face." Elder Lei was naturally shrewd. Lin Feng emphasized the color red and the fact that they were individual beads. Elder Lei understood that they were energy stones. Previously, Lin Feng had spared him, asking for all the energy stones to be handed over. So Elder Lei instantly understood that Lin Feng didn't want to reveal his identity or strength, but wanted to obtain some energy stones, so he would definitely help. Most people at the scene believed that Elder Lei would give Su Qingshan some face since Lin Feng didn't want to manage the situation himself and left it to Elder Lei. Elder Lei had no need to quarrel with Su Qingshan. The other members of the Su family didn't pay much attention either, assuming that Elder Lei would indeed favor Su Qingshan. Little did they know, Elder Lei smiled and said, "General Su, a man's word is his bond. Since you publicly made a bet, you must honor it. Otherwise, your Su family would be at a loss. Since you're in a bind, let me help you out. Someone, break General Su Qingshan's limbs and tear his mouth apart for me." Su Qingshan was instantly frightened upon hearing this. "I never expected Lei Zhenshan to be so serious." Su Qingshan directly knelt down, knocked his head to Lei Zhenshan, crying in his voice, said, "Master Lei, I was wrong. I beg you to give face to my Su family. Do not hurt me. I really admit my mistake." I apologize to the little bee. Did not say a word. There were two elderly men in gray robes who came forward. "No, no, no, Master Lei. Please give me face. Give my Su family face. In the future I can thank you in any way. Just don't hurt me." Su Qingshan was about to pee himself, kept knocking his head. Master Lei still did not speak. One of the gray-robed old men kicked Su Qingshan in the back, causing him to collapse on the carpet. The two gray-robed old men worked together, lifted their feet and stomped, making a crackling sound for times in succession. Su Qingshan's limbs were broken. However, these two gray-robed old men did not use much force, breaking bones that could be recovered in the hospital. "Ah, tilde tilde tilde." Su Qingshan's cries of misery rang out quickly, twitching in pain, wetting his pants. This was really too painful, heart-wrenching, truly heart-wrenching. In pain, Su Qingshan did not even know his last name. His face twisted, bruised, eyes on the verge of exploding with pain. One of the gray-robed old men grabbed Su Qingshan's hair, lifting him up as he continued to cry in agony. The other gray-robed old man inserted two fingers into Su Qingshan's mouth, pulling them apart, with a cracking sound, tearing Su Qingshan's mouth apart, terrifyingly gruesome. Awoo! Su Qingshan's cries became even more pitiful. The hearts of the Su family members were trembling, fearful. They never expected Master Lei to be so merciless. Su Qingshan, the next patriarch of the Su family, was actually had his limbs broken and mouth torn apart. How would he manage after this became known? Master Lei was truly as ruthless and cruel as the rumors said. But was it necessary to discipline Su Qingshan so severely over such a trivial matter? The scene fell silent. Xia Lao Tai and others trembled along. They didn't understand why Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu always had such good luck. How did people on the streets treat them so well? They even thought that perhaps Lin Feng had a powerful background that everyone had to respect. However, they found it hard to believe this. Lin Feng, raised and supported by Xia Ruoxu, was a waste, a fool, useless for 3 years. Now that he regained his memory, he was no different. If he truly had any significant background or power, he wouldn't endure being insulted without retaliating. However, Du Bingyan was convinced that Lin Feng was the new chairman of the Red Beauty Group without a doubt. Even if the sky collapsed, Lei Zhenshan would not break Su Qingshan's limbs directly for Lin Feng's sake. Du Bingyan was smart and understood Lin Feng's identity, but kept it quiet, realizing that Lin Feng was low-key and didn't want to reveal it. After 2 to 3 minutes, Su Qingshan felt his limbs go numb, the pain subsiding a bit. However, tears continued to flow, his mouth torn apart, the suffering unbearable. Lei Zhenshan stepped in front of Su Qingshan, smiling down from his high position, saying, "The bet has been settled. Now it's time to settle other scores. Stabbing others behind my back. Being a schemer, I detest this kind of treacherous behavior the most. Now, if you want to live, have the Su family send over 10 Yuanqi stones immediately. Don't tell me your family doesn't have it. If it's not delivered within half an hour, not only will you die today, but any member of the Su family here will end up as a cold corpse, carried out directly." "All right, the timer has started. I'll leave it in your hands." After saying that, Lei Zhenshan sat back down and resumed eating and drinking as usual, without acknowledging Lin Feng. Lei Zhenshan was somewhat nervous. He wondered if asking for 10 Yuanqi stones was too much or if Lin Feng would be unsatisfied. Nevertheless, he didn't dare to ask for too much. If he demanded too many and the Su family couldn't deliver, it would be embarrassing to retract his demand. 10 stones should be just about right. Lin Feng would naturally be satisfied with 10 Yuanqi stones. Even with 5 or 1 stone, Lin Feng would be content, as long as they were provided. Su Qingshan's mouth was torn apart, preventing him from speaking clearly. The people of Su family merely watched as he cried. They were too afraid to help him up. Instead, they immediately called Su's old master to inform him of the situation. Upon hearing the news, Su's old master was furious, feeling that Lei Zhenchen was taking advantage of them. Breaking someone's limbs, tearing their mouth apart, still not enough. Now you want 10 chess stones too. In Su Laoyi's eyes, if it's Lei Zhenchen wanting to take on the Su family, he wants 10 chess stones. As for Lin Feng, whom Su Qingshan wants to deal with, Su Laoyi doesn't pay him any mind. Su Laoyi really wants to directly bring people over and seek revenge, but he still doesn't dare to make a move. He has to wait for the young generation of the Su family who are sent to the Kunlun Mountains to learn martial arts to come out. Su Laoyi knows that behind Lei Zhenchen is the Song family, the top aristocratic family in the capital. However, he is not necessarily afraid. The Song family only has one young generation, Song Hongying, who learned martial arts 20 years ago. When they're to come out, they will surely settle the score with Lei Zhenchen. When the Song family steps forward, they will have a good clash with the Song family. Su Laoyi immediately arranges for 10 chess stones to be sent over. These chess stones are for the 2 young generations of the Su family who have returned from learning martial arts. Previously losing 1 chess stone made his heart bleed, and until now it hasn't been found, and the culprit hasn't been identified. Now, sending out 10 more, Su Laoyi is almost bursting with anger. He feels so much pain in his heart, as if pieces of his heart have been sliced off. Everyone continues to eat and drink, toasting all around. No one pays attention to Su Qingshan or the people of the Su family. No one can intervene in such matters. Each should clean up their own doorstep without worrying about others' affairs. In less than 20 minutes, people from the Su family arrived. Su Qingshan's younger brother came in, and upon seeing Su Qingshan lying on the carpet with blood all over his face and his mouth torn apart, it was a pitiful sight. He was still softly whimpering, every cell in his body filled with anger and killing intent, his face turning green but refraining from erupting. He approached respectfully, handed a box to Lei Yi. Lei Zhenchen took the box, opened it to confirm the 10 chess stones, and kept them for himself. He planned to secretly give them to Lin Feng later. The people from the Su family immediately carried Su Qingshan away to rush him to the hospital. All members of the Su family also left, with no one daring to stay any longer. Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu had already eaten and drunk their fill. Seeing people from the Su family bring the 10 chess stones, Lin Feng stood up directly, held Xia Ruoxu's hand, and left. Upon noticing this, Lei Zhenchen used the excuse of needing to use the restroom and quickly followed them. He caught up with Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu, handed the box to Lin Feng, and respectfully said, "Chairman, any further instructions? I hope the chairman is satisfied with my performance." This even surprised Xia Ruoxu. When did Lin Feng become the chairman? Lin Feng took the box, warmly smiled, and said, "You did well, old Lei. But remember, deal with those who deserve it ruthlessly, but spare ordinary people and do more good deeds. Don't let me find out you're doing bad things against regular people, or else I won't spare you." "Yes, Chairman. I will heed the chairman's teachings." Lei Zhenchen quickly bowed. He also decided that in the future, he would instruct his subordinates not to cause trouble all the time. They needed stricter rules in place to prevent any unwise moves that could lead to confrontation with Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't say anything more. He held the 10 chess stones in his hand, threw the box directly into the trash, and slowly left with Xia Ruoxu. At the same time, he quickly absorbed the chess stones to restore his strength. The 10 chess stones allowed Lin Feng to reach the peak of the yellow stage. This made Lin Feng breathe a sigh of relief. Without any strength, he couldn't rest easy, and encountering a cultivator, he wouldn't stand a chance, which would be extremely dangerous. Lin Feng decided that he must be more low-key in the future. This world was truly dangerous. He really didn't want to start over again. As they stepped outside, the setting sun looked beautiful. They arrived at 2 o'clock, and after a bidding conference that lasted until around 6 in the afternoon, they were ready to go home. However, just as they were about to leave in their car, they saw Zhou Zhipeng with 2 elderly men in gray robes waiting outside on the small square. Seeing Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu coming out, he quickly approached them. Zhou Zhipeng was parched and tired, having waited here for almost 4 hours just to see Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu. At this moment, Zhou Zhipeng was even more angry and had more malicious thoughts. Lin Feng, it's Zhou Zhipeng again. It seems he wants to deal with us. Xia Ruoxu frowned instantly, wishing she could slap Zhou Zhipeng dead. They hadn't offended Zhou Zhipeng much, but he deliberately caused trouble, tried to have Xia Ruoxu, and clean up Lin Feng. Earlier at the banquet hall, Zhou Zhipeng even missed calling Lin Feng by 100 kodaos and 100 grandfather salutations. Lin Feng didn't hold it against him when Zhou Zhipeng left. However, he never expected that Zhou Zhipeng hadn't actually left. He had been waiting here all along to confront them. How could there be such a savage person? Zhou Zhipeng was completely ungrateful. Zhou Zhipeng, accompanied by two old men in gray robes, Lin Feng had long known their strength was not strong. One in the preliminary stage of Che cultivation, the other in the middle stage. Before Lin Feng had fully recovered his strength, he was somewhat wary. After all, he couldn't win by force and could only resort to using small insects. Otherwise, at that time, Zhou Zhipeng would be dreaming if he thought he could easily leave the banquet hall. Now that Lin Feng has recovered to the pinnacle of the Yellow Realm, if these two old beasts dare to make any moves, Lin Feng would directly eliminate them. Zhou Zhipeng led his men to block Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu, looking at them coldly and saying, "I finally caught you, you little beast, and you wretched woman, come out." Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Zhou, why are you waiting for us to come out? You still owe us 100 kodaos and 100 calls of grandpa. I haven't taken it to heart. Are you waiting for us to come out so you can count and call me grandpa?" Zhou Zhipeng's smile turned colder, his anger rising suddenly as he shouted, "You little beast, don't you realize the severity of the situation? Have you seen the two gray-robed old men beside me? Both of them are cultivators. Maybe you don't know what a cultivator is. They are the true strong ones, impervious to weapons. Kneel down now, kowtow to me 100 times, call me grandpa 100 times, and I will let you die quickly. And as for your woman, she will soon be under me. I will tire of her and then kill her." Xia Ruoxu's eyes turned cold, growling lowly, "You despicable beast, with such evil in your heart, you are doomed this time." Xia Ruoxu was truly angry, wishing she could take action herself. It was urgent for her to cultivate. With her strength, one slap could knock Zhou Zhipeng to the ground, crush this beast to death. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "If anyone is going to kneel down and kowtow, it will be you. What's so special about the two old beasts by your side? Do you really think they can deal with me? I really don't want to take action. If you are willing to let this go, then let it go. But if you insist on coming after me, it won't be as simple as kowtowing 100 times and calling me grandpa." Lin Feng felt there was too much trouble and truly wished for less of it. Zhou Zhipeng could not bear it anymore and roared, "Dare to act arrogantly against me? Crush his bones, limb by limb, then stomp on his head, crush it with one foot." But Zhou Zhipeng was not courteous at all and did not take Lin Feng's words to heart. The two old men in gray robes immediately rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold, showing no mercy. As soon as the two old men came, they attacked ruthlessly, one targeting his leg and kicking at him, thinking he was an ordinary person. A kick like that would have broken his leg. However, Lin Feng stepped forward, dodging the two legs coming at him. With a quick movement, he grabbed the throats of the two old men. The sound of bones cracking echoed as he snapped their necks. The two old men instantly lost their lives as Lin Feng threw them in front of Zhou Zhipeng, blood trickling from their mouths, and moving with eyes wide open. Zhou Zhipeng's eyes widened in an instant, his heart pounding with fear. "Damn it! You! Are you also a cultivator?" Zhou Zhipeng's voice trembled, pointing at Lin Feng's hand, unable to stop shivering. He truly couldn't believe that Lin Feng was also a cultivator. How could he, if not a cultivator, have directly slain two cultivator bodyguards? Clapping his hands, Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, "Indeed, I am also a cultivator. Surprised, aren't you? Just a bit stronger than the strongest cultivator under your command. If the cultivator bodyguards you brought were a bit stronger, I might have met a tragic end today. Now, what do you say? You pretended to be weak and then attacked. You are a cultivator. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Zhou Zhipeng felt like crying without tears. Lin Feng was definitely pretending to be weak. Since he was a cultivator and not weak, why was he so low-key before? If Zhou Zhipeng had shown him some respect earlier, he wouldn't have acted recklessly. He might have gathered stronger cultivator bodyguards to deal with Lin Feng. Unfortunately, this caught him off guard. I don't need to tell you in advance if I'm a cultivator, do I? I kept backing off because I didn't want to clash with you, but you kept pressuring me. Unless you want to kill me, you won't let go, right? Zhou Zhipeng immediately calmed down, gaining some courage as he said, I was wrong, I really underestimated you. Spare me, please? I will leave immediately and promise not to cause trouble for you again. You know how powerful my Zhou family is. With just your level of strength, I can easily summon even stronger cultivator bodyguards to have you killed on the spot. This time, I sincerely want to reconcile with you. Let's turn hostility into friendship. I swear to heaven, as long as you let me go, I will never come after you again. Zhou Zhipeng was cunning, both admitting his mistake and subtly threatening Lin Feng. The most important thing now was to ensure his own safety and then immediately find a way to kill Lin Feng. Zhou Zhipeng's nonsense. Not only Lin Feng doesn't believe it, even Xia Ruoxu doesn't believe it. If it's really about making peace, would you still dare to threaten Lin Feng? Lin Feng looked at the evening glow in the sky, then turned to Zhou Zhipeng and said, with a smile, First call your family. 10 energy stones in exchange for your life. I will take you to Xia family's villa, and at that time, I will send the location to your family. Let them arrive within 2 hours, because I will cripple your legs first. If they come late, you might not survive. In that case, Lin Feng decided to directly confront the Zhou family. Get 10 energy stones first and deal with it later. He urgently needs them. Brother, are you serious? Are you kidding with me? Zhou Zhipeng became serious, finding it hard to believe that Lin Feng was being genuine. With Lin Feng's limited strength, would he dare to threaten him? Ask for 10 energy stones to be brought over by his family. Are you sure he's not joking with him? You think I'm joking with you, right? It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Lin Feng smiled then walked over. Zhou Zhipeng was a bit uneasy, but still couldn't believe that Lin Feng was serious. Smack. Lin Feng suddenly gave Zhou Zhipeng a big slap on the face. Smack. Zhou Zhipeng was slapped to the ground, banging loudly. Ah! For a moment, Zhou Zhipeng screamed in pain, seeing stars in his eyes, blood coming from the corner of his mouth, his head buzzing. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold as he continued to step on Zhou Zhipeng's legs. Snap snap. The sound of bones breaking echoed twice as Lin Feng crushed Zhou Zhipeng's legs, breaking bones, veins, nerves, everything. Ow! Zhou Zhipeng writhed in pain, screaming hysterically, feeling like his head was about to explode, filled with excruciating pain and chaos in his mind. Lin Feng waited for a moment, not rushing, waiting for Zhou Zhipeng to scream and become a bit more aware before continuing. Zhou Zhipeng, now somewhat lucid, was sweating cold all over, his face contorted in pain. Inside, fear filled him. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be serious, not joking with him, but every cell in his body was full of murderous intent. Lin Feng dared to deal with him like this. He was doomed. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, Beast, while your hands are still intact, quickly make a phone call. Pass on my message exactly to your family. If 10 energy stones are not delivered within 2 hours, then you won't need to live. Fine, I'll make the call. I will. You wait. As long as you don't kill me, it will be you who dies. And anyone related to you will disappear from this world. Zhou Zhipeng harshly agreed, yet also threatened Lin Feng a few times. Of course, from his perspective, this was no longer a threat but a death notice for Lin Feng. Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, I didn't expect you, an ordinary person, to be quite ruthless, always making so many people disappear. Very well, then I will play with you to the end. Zhou Zhipeng began to make a call, while Lin Feng stepped on his head, forcing him to say according to Lin Feng's words. However, he believed that his family, upon hearing that his legs were broken here, wouldn't really send over the 10 energy stones. They would definitely send experts to save him, to deal with Lin Feng. Next, Lin Feng grabbed Zhou Zhipeng by the hair and dragged him away with Xia Ruoxu. They threw Zhou Zhipeng into the trunk of the car and let him scream as they took him back to the villa. When they reached the entrance of the Su family banquet, there were a lot of people gathered there, causing significant traffic congestion. Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu went to take a look and see what was going on. Seeing so many people gathered, Lin Feng sensed the aura of cultivators. Feeling the aura of cultivators, Lin Feng became extremely angry. As long as cultivators dared to cause trouble to ordinary people, he would kill one if he saw one, two if he saw two more. Looking closer, there was a spacious area with a mother and daughter lying on the ground. The little girl was crying loudly, while the middle-aged woman held her in her arms, also silently shedding tears. Another middle-aged woman was accompanied by an old man in a gray robe, pointing and gesturing at a middle-aged man in a red robe, appearing arrogant and domineering, with a large gray dog by his side. The gray dog kept barking fiercely at the little girl and her mother. At the sight of the red robe, Lin Feng instantly knew that the other party was a member of the Hall of War Gods. However, their strength was not particularly strong. At the early stage of Chet training, the old man in the gray robe next to the alluring woman had already reached the late stage of Chet training. It was obvious they had clashed before blood was trailing from the corner of the middle-aged man in the red robe's mouth, his face dark, as he made a phone call to notify other members of the Hall of War Gods to come over. This woman is too arrogant. Not only does she let her dog off leash, it almost bit the child. She scared the child and made her fall to the ground. And when the child's mother said something, she even started a fight involving the child's parents. When someone tried to intervene, she also started a fight. Outrageous. This woman is infamous in this area, frequently walking her dog without a leash. This isn't the first time it has bitten or scared children. Someone should do something about people like her. Truly out of control. Hearing people around discussing, Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu instantly understood what was going on. Lin Feng went straight over and helped the mother and daughter off the ground. Looking at the alluring woman, he smiled and said, "You shameless person, why are you so arrogant? Walking your dog without a leash, hitting people, is there no law or justice in your eyes? Are you still sane?" This alluring woman was indeed fashionable, dressed provocatively with snow-white flared pants, a snow-white crop top, a scarf around her neck, sunglasses, and a white hat. She continued to shout at Lin Feng, "It's none of your business. Who do you think you are? Are you also asking for trouble? Get lost immediately, or I'll make you regret it." Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "You shameless person, I've seen arrogance before, but never as arrogant as you. Apologize immediately." The woman retorted, "Apologize my ass, you bastard. You're looking for a fight too. Lao Zhao, break this bastard's limbs." Still extremely arrogant, the woman instructed her guards to take action. These words instantly infuriated Lin Feng, and the guards rushed towards him, arrogantly. An elder in gray robes didn't even regard Lin Feng, kicking him in the stomach as soon as he approached. "Careful, little brother," a middle-aged person from the warrior temple shouted and lunged forward. Lin Feng was just an ordinary person and couldn't withstand the blow from the elder. As the elder came in for another attack, the middle-aged person tried to intervene, but was too slow. Lin Feng swiftly dodged the attack and counterattacked with a powerful punch to the elder's head. The impact sent the elder flying 7 to 8 meters, leaving him motionless on the ground with a bloody head wound. Lifeless. Damn. A cultivator. The middle-aged person who rushed over was astonished. They never expected Lin Feng to be a cultivator too. His strength matched that of the elder, but he swiftly took down the elder with ease, which was no simple feat. Amazing. Powerful. After witnessing the incident, the onlookers were shocked and cheered loudly, applauding Lin Feng's actions. Unbeknownst to them, the elder in gray robes had been defeated. The punch Lin Feng delivered was so powerful that it threw the elder several meters away. Such great strength. It felt like justice had been served. They had been observing for a while, and the alluring woman's arrogance was extreme. She even dared to threaten anyone who tried to stop her. Lin Feng signaled to the middle-aged man, smiling warmly, "Take that old beast away. Don't linger here. Leave the rest to me." The middle-aged man nodded and couldn't help but ask, "Young man, could you leave me your phone number?" Recognizing Lin Feng as a cultivator with a strong sense of justice, the middle-aged man wanted to introduce him to the warrior temple. Lin Feng shook his head and said nothing. The middle-aged man sighed, and quickly had the old man dragged away to prevent further panic. "Do you dare to kill my bodyguard, you insolent brat?" The alluring woman shouted coldly at Lin Feng, her eyes blazing with anger. Yet, she felt a hint of nervousness. She knew Lin Feng was no ordinary person. He must be a cultivator too. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Since you cannot take care of that dog, I'll take it away for you. You must also apologize to the mother and daughter. If you don't, I won't spare you today. Do you dare touch my dog and see what happens? I'll kill her child. I won't apologize. What then? I have money. I've hosted several sumptuous feasts. These are all my doings. Come, touch my dog now. Don't be too arrogant, understand?" Lin Feng responded, touch my dog. I have money. Not afraid. I can compensate you with millions. What are a few children worth compared to my dog? Speak more civilized. Since when did animal lives outweigh human lives? Are you still being arrogant? Lin Feng said with another smile, his anger growing as he watched the woman behave recklessly. Civilized? I'm teaching you how to behave in the future. Dare to touch my dog. I am fierce. My daughter-in-law in the Su family is tough. You want to try messing with her? I'll make a call now and end you. The alluring woman remained arrogant, and as she felt Lin Feng hesitating to confront her physically, she became even more brazen. Realizing she couldn't be provoked by him, surrounding spectators were angry. They wanted to step in but lacked the courage. Teach her a lesson. Xia Ruoxu couldn't help but shout. She couldn't believe this scene she was witnessing. An ordinary person, with a bit of money, behaving so recklessly, feeling untouchable and threatening to kill people at will. Lin Feng nodded, gazing at the alluring woman, and said warmly, the Su family's daughter-in-law. Su family folks. Great. Very well. Today, I'll show you how far the Su family's influence goes. Lin Feng was no longer polite. The big gray dog continued to bark loudly. He kicked the dog's neck, sending it flying with a loud yelp, flying high for several meters, with a loud bang as it hit the ground. Whimpering and emitting low howls, unable to climb back up, must have been severely injured by Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not kick the dog to death. The dog's sins were not that deep. The one with deep sins was the dog's owner. You dare to mess with my dog. The charming woman, in one glance, became so angry that she lost her rationality, rushing forward and delivering a big slap towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was not polite either, raising his hand to deliver a big slap back. With a crisp sound, the enchanting woman did not touch Lin Feng. Instead, she was spun around by Lin Feng's slap. Her white hat also flew spinning several meters away, and her sunglasses were also directly knocked off. This scene, truly delightful to watch. After spinning around once, the enchanting woman fell directly to the ground, not making a sound for a while, stunned. After over 10 seconds, the enchanting woman's screams were heard. Her face had been distorted by Lin Feng's slaps. The lower jaw was even dislocated. Lin Feng squatted down, and with a backhand slap, he hit the enchanting woman's chin, straightening it out so she could speak. You brat, you're dead. Your whole family is dead. No one can save you now. I'll call right now. The enchanting woman screamed, looking around for her phone. Her eyes were seeing stars from the beating, unable to see anything clearly. But her first thought was to seek help from the Su family, to have them deal with Lin Feng. Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, don't rush to make a call. Since you want to play, I'll play with you to the end. Let's move to a different place. I'll break your legs first. Once we've dragged you to the location, then you can take your time to make the call. Lin Feng thought, if this woman apologizes and admits she was wrong at this point, he would let her go. But he didn't expect this woman to still want to kill him, so he dragged her back to also settle things with Zhou Zhipeng. How dare you? How dare you? The enchanting woman, thinking Lin Feng wouldn't dare, had her legs broken by him, and her cries became more pitiful, eventually losing her voice. With her mouth open, her face twisted in pain, unable to even scream, Lin Feng didn't care. He grabbed the woman's hair and dragged her away. Likewise, he dumped her into the trunk of the car, along with Zhou Zhipeng. Opening the woman's wallet, surprisingly, there was a fixed stack of money, around 20,000. Lin Feng took the money out, tossed the wallet back in, and slammed the trunk shut. Zhou Zhipeng. Now, every cell in his body was filled with murderous intent. When the woman was thrown in, touching his broken leg, he let out a pitiful cry. At the same time, he felt that they had really encountered ruthless individuals. It's time. Another woman, who had her legs broken by Lin Feng, was dragged in too. He didn't know who she was. The mother and daughter were now trembling slightly. The evil woman who had bullied them had now been dealt with. They were also worried about possible reprisals, still quite scared. Lin Feng handed the 20,000 to the middle-aged woman, smiling warmly and saying, Sister, that woman has apologized and compensated with 20,000. You take it and leave quickly. Don't worry about her seeking revenge on you in the future. She won't have the chance. I will continue to deal with her. Also, remember my number. If anyone bothers you in the future, just call me. Standing by helplessly, while seeing others in trouble is not Lin Feng's style. If the Su family members come back to cause trouble for these women in the future, they wouldn't be able to defend themselves. The middle-aged woman nodded repeatedly, expressing her gratitude. Originally Lin Feng didn't want the money, but he directly stuffed it into her arms, and she had to accept it, feeling very grateful towards Lin Feng. Jotting down his number, Lin Feng was indeed powerful, and brave enough to stand against evil. If there are troubles in the future, asking Lin Feng for help would surely work. The little girl took off the snow-white teardrop-shaped large pearl hanging on her neck and handed it to Lin Feng, looking at him with innocent big eyes, saying, "Big brother, thank you for helping us. I don't have much to thank you with, so please accept this large pearl, big brother." Seeing the innocence in the young girl's big eyes, Lin Feng squatted down, wiped the tears from her little cheeks, and smiled warmly, saying, "Little sister, this large pearl looks very special. Are you really gifting it to me?" Lin Feng wasn't wrong. Upon seeing the large pearl, he was also slightly surprised. The big, round, transparent, snow-white pearl was truly extraordinary. Such a large pearl was indeed rare, and Lin Feng could tell that this large pearl was quite valuable. Judging by its quality, it could fetch at least 1 billion, or even several billion. Normally, natural pearls have diameters ranging from 6 millimeters to 10 millimeters, especially freshwater pearls tend to be smaller. If a pearl's diameter exceeds 12 millimeters, it can be considered a top-grade piece. Moreover, this large pearl had a diameter of at least 30 millimeters. The fact that an ordinary young girl had such a rare, large pearl shocked Lin Feng. "I don't know where this little girl came from, but there must be a story behind it." "Yes, big brother. Many people are watching, but no one is stepping forward to speak for us. You helped us, and all I have is this pearl, which I must give to you." The little girl smiled innocently and said a few words, with her chubby face looking very cute when she smiled. Lin Feng smiled warmly and whispered, "Young sister, big brother can't accept this pearl because you are still young and don't know the value of this big pearl. Do you know what billion means? This big pearl is worth at least 1 billion. That woman just now didn't care about tens of millions, but this pearl of yours is enough to surpass her. So keep this pearl safe. Don't let bad people take it away. When you grow up, you will understand the value of this big pearl." Lin Feng said all this quietly, and nobody else nearby could hear it. But the middle-aged woman and Xia Ruoxu heard it clearly, and Xia Ruoxu even felt incredulous. She thought Lin Feng was deceiving the little girl. In Xia Ruoxu's opinion, a pearl is too common to be worth 1 billion. But honestly, Xia Ruoxu thought the pearl was very beautiful. The chain was ordinary, but if it were to be worn on a different chain, it would elevate the person's whole aura by many times. The little girl still insisted on giving the big pearl to Lin Feng and said sweetly, "Big brother, you must be tricking me. How could a pearl be worth so much? To me, although I really like this pearl, it is priceless in my heart. If I were to sell it, perhaps no one would even glance at it. Big brother, please accept it. Moreover, as you said, this pearl is so precious. If bad people target me and take it from me, I won't be able to protect it. I want to give it to you, so you can take better care of it." Lin Feng frowned slightly after hearing the little girl's words. She looked about 4 years old. How could she speak so many profound words? And she seemed very mature and sophisticated. Lin Feng instantly thought of the classics he had read, mentioning that after reaching the state of returning to simplicity in cultivation, one could become rejuvenated. Just like in the book The Return of the Condor Heroes, where the character Xiaolonnu became very young and even could turn into a child. But after a year of returning to simplicity, she would grow to look like an 18-year-old and return to that age. However, reaching the state of returning to simplicity is very difficult. At least for Lin Feng now, that goal seemed very far off. Could it be that this little girl is a powerful individual who has entered the realm of returning to simplicity? During this state, one should not use their powers for a year. If they do, they will fail. Failing in returning to simplicity would lead to a dead end. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Little sister, I still can't accept this pearl. Can I hold your hand and check your body to see if you were injured before? Big brother is also a doctor, so if you were hurt before, big brother can treat you." Lin Feng said this to take the opportunity to check if this little girl was a skilled practitioner. "Big brother, I'm fine. My body is very well. I was just a little frightened before. I wasn't injured. If big brother won't take it, then forget it. I'll give this pearl to Big Brother's girlfriend instead." Then, the little girl turned and handed the big pearl to Xia Ruoxu, sweetly saying, "Big sister, this pearl is for you. Big Brother is a good person. I wish you and Big Brother a happy life together, to respect each other, grow old together, and always be loving and caring." Lin Feng was speechless and shook his head with a smile, feeling that this little girl was a bit strange, perhaps a true old monster, but currently unable to use her powers. Obviously, whether she was an old monster or genuinely wanted to give the pearl, Lin Feng had already told her the value of the pearl. If she insisted on giving it, Lin Feng wouldn't accept it, and if Xia Ruoxu wanted to take it, then she should. After all, it was a thoughtful gesture from the little girl. "All right. Thank you, little sister. Then sister will accept it. Sister also wishes you a happy and prosperous growth, becoming a pillar of society and making contributions for society in the future. Don't be like that wicked woman before, arrogant and bullying others." Seeing the little girl being so sincere and genuine, Xia Ruoxu crouched down and accepted the pearl with both hands. She also encouraged the little girl a few words. She didn't think much about it but found the little girl very sensible and adorable. She even thought that if she and Lin Feng were together and had their own child, if that child could be as clever and cute as this little girl, it would be great. Unlike Lin Feng, who kept overthinking and seemed constantly shocked. "Big sister, little sister, then let's part ways here. If you need anything, remember to call me. No matter what kind of help you need, just let me know, and I will intervene promptly." With the matter settled, Lin Feng bid farewell to the two, holding Xia Ruoxu's hand and leaving directly. He was only speculating about the little girl and didn't have any solid evidence. Wanted to check the little girl's body, but she didn't allow it, and Lin Feng couldn't be bothered. If the little girl is truly a super scary old monster, then Lin Feng should try to avoid contact as much as possible now. Who knows if the other party is good or bad? Once in the car, Xia Ruoxu held the drop-shaped pearl in her hand and couldn't help but feel more and more fond of it. It was really beautiful. Xia Ruoxu couldn't help but smile and say to Lin Feng, "Lin Feng, is this pearl really worth billions, as you said?" Lin Feng nodded, driving carefully while warmly saying, "Yes, Ruoxu, let me explain. The Wanderer's Pearl, you've heard of it, right? It belonged to the famous Hollywood actress Elizabeth Taylor. In December 2011, Christie's auctioned off the Wanderer's Pearl necklace for $11.8 million, which at the time exchange rate was nearly 70 million Chinese yuan, making it the highest priced pearl auction in history. The Wanderer's Pearl weighs in carats and is the largest and most symmetrical drop-shaped pearl that exists today. However, the Wanderer's Pearl has achieved its current fame not just because of its size. Just like its name suggests, the Wanderer's Pearl has a history of almost 5 centuries, and the weight of history has bestowed upon it unparalleled brilliance. The pearl in your hand is bigger and more beautiful than the Wanderer's Pearl, with a weight of at least 150 carats, or around 30 grams. If you were to auction it now, it would definitely cause a sensation worldwide with a minimum value in the billions. It's highly likely to go for over 10 billion. As for the specific amount it would fetch, I can't say for sure right now. Wow. 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 After Lin Feng finished speaking, Xia Ruoxu's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe that the pearl was so precious. How did the little girl get it? Lin Feng, let's hurry back and return it. It's too valuable. I never imagined it would be this expensive. I thought it would cost a couple hundred at most just because it's slightly bigger. Realizing the situation, Xia Ruoxu quickly said, "This is too valuable." She felt uneasy about not returning it. Lin Feng, on the other hand, smiled warmly and said, "Ruoxu, haven't you noticed? The little girl must have intended to give this pearl to me, or maybe to you. Maybe in her eyes, even if this pearl is worth billions, it doesn't mean much. Don't underestimate that little girl. I can't read her at all, since she insisted on giving it. From now on, this pearl is yours. Don't overthink it. At least we've done her a favor." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xia Ruoxu dispelled the idea of returning the pearl and decided to exchange it for a necklace another day to wear. She couldn't imagine how beautiful it would look. "Lin Feng, you're really amazing. I was blind not to see the value of this pearl. With your skills, you could easily hunt for treasures and, by finding a pearl like this, become a billionaire overnight," Xia Ruoxu said excitedly, admiring Lin Feng's expertise. She felt impressed, with something worth at least $1 billion in front of her. She couldn't see its value. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Ruroxu, on that note, let's talk a little more. To accumulate wealth, you must first enhance your cognitive abilities. There's a saying that makes sense. You will never earn money beyond your cognitive understanding. Every penny you earn is a manifestation of your understanding of the world. If you want to earn money beyond your cognitive understanding, it's all about luck. Let me tell you a story. A poor farmer, renovating his old house, dug up a few money jars. Rushing to retrieve the coins inside the jars, he accidentally broke the porcelain, selling the ancient coins for a few thousand. Thrilled with joy. Later, the broken pieces of the porcelain jar were identified by experts to be earthenware from the Southern Song dynasty. The estimated market price for each piece of the jar was as high as tens of millions. The farmer, upon hearing this, was filled with deep regret, feeling like dying. He picked up peanuts but lost a watermelon. Therefore, to make money, you must continuously improve your cognitive level, your understanding of the world, and everything around you, constantly improving your environment, the circles you are in, and your position in society. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Xia Ruoxu was truly shaken. She realized she needed to study more and read more in the future. As a top student from a prestigious university, her knowledge paled in comparison to Lin Feng's. Returning to the villa, she left Zhou Zhipeng and the enchanting woman in the yard. She waited for Zhou Zhipeng's family to arrive and for the enchanting woman to contact the Su family and provide the location. Several silver needles were inserted into Zhou Zhipeng and the enchanting woman's bodies, sticking them in the hands, head, and elsewhere, rendering them immobile, unable to move until their families arrived, increasing their resentment towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained unfazed, patiently waiting for the Su family to arrive to have a proper conversation. If they remained obstinate and unrepentant, Lin Feng was determined to make the Su family pay. Su Zhaoxiao did not leave the magic city. Now she is in the hotel room, looking out the window. Wrapped in a thin leather jacket and leather pants, her delicate body is graceful and alluring, but her eyes are icy cold. Although she wasn't physically harmed by Lin Feng today, her heart was deeply wounded. Lin Feng had scolded her harshly, even making her pee out of fear. The losses were not small either. The black and white duo were brutally killed by Lin Feng. If it weren't for a mysterious figure in black saving her, she would have turned into a lifeless body. However, Su Zhaoxiao had been thinking for a long time now. She felt that Lin Feng wasn't always so terrifying. It was just that when his eyes turned red and his skin flushed, his combat power surged. Once his eyes returned to normal and his skin no longer flushed, Lin Feng might lose his combat power. She couldn't believe that Lin Feng would keep his promise and spare her after the mysterious figure had left. And Lin Feng's peak combat strength could only defeat a Yuan infant grand perfection. The strongest assassin of the Emma Assassination Hall was much more powerful. It was time for the strongest assassin to come. Even if Lin Feng could still defeat Yuan infant grand perfection now, with the arrival of the strongest assassin, Lin Feng would still be taken care of. Su Zhaoxiao could not accept this situation and would not let it go. Once the strongest assassin arrived, they would eliminate Lin Feng, break through her cultivation restraints, and then deal with Lin Feng thoroughly. Su Zhaoxiao never intended to let Lin Feng live. This time, she wouldn't let Lin Feng live peacefully. Deputy Hall Master, gather the strongest assassin and have them come to the Magic City to meet with me as quickly as possible. Su Zhaoxiao directly made a call to the Deputy Hall Master of the Assassination Hall and gave the order. Yes. Hall Master, the black and white duo's red dot has disappeared. Does that mean they're dead? My goodness, Hall Master, the black and white duo were both experts at the Yuan infant grand perfection level. Besides the experts from Kunlun Mountain and the War God Temple, who else could have killed them? The person on the other end was shocked. They had heard that the black and white duo's red dot had disappeared but didn't dare to ask. Now that they knew the truth, they were taken aback. How difficult was this mission really? Su Zhaoxiao personally led the black and white duo, but now they were both dead. How powerful was the opposing force? Su Zhaoxiao coldly shouted, "Forget about that. Immediately bring the strongest assassin to meet with me as soon as possible. They must stand before me within 4 hours. Otherwise, you, as the Deputy Hall Master, can just die. Remember, it must be done in secret. Only you should know about it. If there is any leak of information, I will hold you accountable." "Yes, I will arrange it immediately." The Deputy Hall Master was taken aback. He hadn't expected Su Zhaoxiao to be so furious. It seemed like the situation was more serious than he had imagined. Lin Feng, if I can't take you down this time, Su Zhaoxiao, will stop at nothing until I do. Su Zhaoxiao hung up the phone and said with a cold sneer. Her eyes were still filled with malice. On the other hand, Qin Yishan quickly received the news that the strongest assassin of the assassination hall had arrived. The strongest assassin of the assassination hall was also known as the god of assassination. This news, even Yi Qingcheng and Liu Shengnan were unaware of. It showed that Qin Yishan, known as the leader of the intelligence agency, had a formidable information network under his command. Qin Yishan promptly called Lin Feng. Lin Feng was currently at home, meditating and practicing the Nine Hua finger technique. Although his current strength was insufficient to unleash the full power of the technique, he would be able to do so once his strength level increased. The key point in cultivating these powerful techniques was to master the mental and spiritual aspects of the practice. Once that was achieved, practicing the techniques would not be a problem. Lin Feng had always been exceptional in cultivating these techniques. He had already mastered the technique within 2 minutes. Yes, just 2 minutes. He was about to go outside to gather some leaves or flower petals to practice his techniques when his phone rang. Seeing that it was Qin Yishan calling, Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Qin Yishan was the head of the intelligence network. When he called, it meant that there was some important information to be shared. Junior brother, it's bad news. Su Zhaoxiao hasn't left the Magic City, and now she has directly summoned the strongest assassin of the assassination hall, known as the god of assassination, to come to the Magic City. It's possible that they will continue to target you. As soon as the call connected, Qin Yishan spoke nervously. Previously, when the black and white duo had arrived, they had been nervous and fearful, but they were no match for them. Qin Yishan had also received some information about how the black and white duo had been dealt with by Lin Feng. However, the god of assassination was on a different level from the black and white duo and was even more terrifying. If they were to come, Lin Feng might not be able to handle it. Damn Su Zhaoxiao. At the mention of this, Lin Feng's eyes flickered with anger and fury. If it weren't for the appearance of the black-clad masked person at that time, Su Zizi would have had nowhere to bury her dead body. Unfortunately, the black-clad masked person's appearance caused Lin Feng to miss the opportunity to kill Su Zizi, and she was let go. Lin Feng thought that if Su Zizi still had a bit of loyalty to their sect, a conscience, she would have gone back directly. But to his surprise, Su Zizi was still so vicious. Initially, Su Zizi mentioned having her own difficulties, which Lin Feng believed to some extent. But now, it seems that Su Zijiao's words cannot be trusted at all. Junior brother, in my opinion, you should hide for now and stay out of harm's way. Without a doubt, once the assassin god and Su Zizi join forces, she will go after you without hesitation. Of course, she won't kill you immediately, but she will definitely use you to get rid of the shackles of cultivation. Once the shackles of cultivation are resolved, she might just kill you directly. You can't continue staying at the Zia family villa. It's too dangerous. Senior sister is preparing to come pick you up now and take you to a safe place. So just hide for now. Qin Yishan, not hearing Lin Feng's response, continued speaking. She knew Lin Feng might be very angry, but Lin Feng never thought about retreating, about hiding. Temporarily avoiding such a thing wouldn't solve the problem. How long would he have to hide? He couldn't let Su Zizi chase him forever, right? And there was Xia Ruoxu by his side. Even if he hid with Xia Ruoxu, what if Su Zizi used threats against Xia Laotai and others to force him out? Lin Feng was not planning to hide. Moreover, there were solutions available now, and Qin Yishan's information was timely. With timely information, Lin Feng could come up with a strategy. First of all, Lin Feng could gather his senior sisters, Yi Qingcheng, Liu Shengnan, Sun Hongyan, Qin Yishan, Ning Banru, etc., and directly locate the hotel where Su Zizi was staying and capture her. Even if they didn't dare to kill her, if the assassin god came, could he move against Lin Feng when Su Zizi was in his hands? Secondly, among Lin Feng's senior sisters, Sun Hongyan, Qin Yishan, and Ning Banru must have a large amount of elemental stones and millennium herbs. As long as Lin Feng borrowed from them and became stronger, when the assassin god came, Lin Feng could confront them. Both of these approaches were feasible. These 2 points could be done simultaneously. Borrow elemental stones first to become stronger. At the same time, go and capture Su Zizi, and act accordingly when the time comes. Lin Feng thought it over and smiled warmly at Qin Yishan, saying, "Fifth senior sister, Could you do me a favor? Please bring me the Millennium Herbs and Elemental Stones you have, so I can get through this crisis. Rest assured, whatever I take, I will repay you double when the time comes." Hearing Lin Feng say this, Qin Yishan shook her head with a bitter smile. Her junior brother was truly stubborn. Actually, he could temporarily avoid it all and lay low for a while. But since Lin Feng was determined to fight to the end, Qin Yishan naturally supported him and said directly, "Okay, little junior brother, you wait. I will mobilize the elemental stones and millennium herbs. I'll bring them to you within 2 hours. As for the elemental stones and millennium herbs held by your other senior sisters, whether you can borrow them or not will depend on you. I can provide you with 40 elemental stones and 5 portions of millennium herbs." If Lin Feng himself asked for it, she would definitely lend it to him. But whether the others would lend it, Qin Yishan really didn't know. "All right. Thank you, 5th senior sister. By the way, can you please find out which hotel and room Suzizi is staying at? Then come and join me. I'll call the eldest senior sister, 3rd senior sister, 4th senior sister, etc., and have them come over together to capture Suzizi." Lin Feng was very surprised that Qin Yishan had more elemental stones and millennium herbs than Liu Shengnan. It seems that as the head of the intelligence network, she would receive news of the appearance of elemental stones and millennium herbs as soon as possible and try to obtain them as much as possible. "I'm sorry, junior brother, I can find out, but I can't tell you. You need to understand. Behind Suzizi is the Dark Alliance. We senior sisters truly cannot afford to provoke the Dark Alliance. That's why I suggested you lay low for a while earlier. If I find out where Suzizi is staying and we go capture her, that means we senior sisters will be directly pitted against the Dark Alliance. We can't bear the consequences of that. After all, as you know, I still haven't resolved the shackles of my cultivation. Coming to join you is fine. And if you can restore your peak by getting the elemental stones and millennium herbs and help us remove the shackles of cultivation, we will be even more grateful." Qin Yishan could only speak the truth. Indeed, they currently didn't have the ability to fight against the Dark Alliance. Qin Yishan also didn't disclose deeper issues to Lin Feng. "Okay then. Thank you, 5th senior sister. You don't need to come over. I'm still looking for a solution to resolve the shackles of cultivation. When I find it, I'll inform you. As for the assassin god, 5th senior sister, don't worry. Once the elemental stones and millennium herbs are in place, if he dares to come and kill me, he will regret it." Lin Feng didn't say much more after Qin Yishan spoke like that. Despite having so many senior sisters, it seemed that facing the Assassin's organization, facing the Dark Alliance, this had almost become his battle alone. Even if he is the only one, he will do his best and continue to fight against the Dark League. Lin Feng did not contact any other senior sisters anymore. Qin Yishan sent over 40 pieces of Yuanqi stones and 5 portions of millennium medicinal herbs. As long as everything is in place, Lin Feng believes he can definitely solve the problem. He doesn't believe that the god of assassination can be so powerful. On the other side, Song Hongyan and Ning Banner were in a large RV. Ning Banner was in front of a computer screen, facing a computer and operating it frantically. Soon, they cracked a piece of communication recording. "Play it. I want to know why Su Zhaoxiao called headquarters," Song Hongyan said with a serious expression. With Su Zhaoxiao, the world's top hacker in their hands, their intelligence capabilities might not be inferior to Qin Yishan's. Previously, Su Zhaoxiao brought the black and white duo to the City of Magic, and it was Song Hongyan who first informed Lin Feng of this news. Ning Banruo's technical skills were indeed very impressive. She did not install a bug in Su Zhaoxiao's phone, but with her advanced skills, she could capture the audio records of the calls and decrypt them, which was quite frightening. Ning Banner nodded and clicked the mouse lightly. The contents of Su Zhaoxiao's previous call back to headquarters were displayed clearly word by word. After listening to these conversations, both Song Hongyan and Ning Banner frowned. With this information, isn't Lin Feng doomed? Even if Lin Feng is powerful, he wouldn't be a match for the god of assassination. They also knew that Su Zhaoxiao would definitely use Lin Feng first and then kill him, but by then, they would have missed the chance. Even if they knew that Su Zhaoxiao had taken Lin Feng away, they would not be able to rescue him. "Hongyan, what should we do now? The shackles of cultivation have trapped us for 10 years. Now that we have found the junior martial brother, why don't we use him immediately to solve the shackles of cultivation? If the junior martial brother falls into Su Zhaoxiao's hands, with her cruelty, she will remove the shackles herself, and we will have no chance, Ning Banner said with confusion. Among all the senior sisters of Lin Feng, she was the last to know about Lin Feng's appearance. But Song Hongyan knew in advance. Song Hongyan was the most charming among all of Lin Feng's senior sisters. Just a beckoning gesture would make Lin Feng come running. The shackles of cultivation had already been easily resolved long ago, so why were they still unresolved? Song Hongyan sighed and said, "Sister, you don't know. The junior marshal brother is not like other men. I can't tempt him no matter what. Even if I want him to come out and talk alone, he refuses even that. He won't even shake hands with me. The only way is to remove the shackles forcibly." But at that time, second sister Gu Haitong was always by his side. It was almost impossible to take him away by force. Ning Banner still couldn't understand and said, "Sister, how is that possible? With your charm, is there any man in the world who wouldn't be moved? Unless the junior marshal brother is not a man." "Sister, you're wrong. The junior marshal brother is definitely a normal man, and he has great manly qualities. As long as he's alive, he will definitely become a prominent figure, a man of great stature and heroism. But he is indeed different from other men. Once he has his beloved woman, no matter how beautiful another woman may be, he won't even spare a glance, nor will he care." Song Hongyan's words came from the heart. She truly encountered a man like Lin Feng for the first time, who was uninterested in her advances. "Sister, is he really that faithful?" Ning Banner was shocked. At the same time, many thoughts rushed into her mind. Initially, her thoughts aligned with Song Hongyan's, just using Lin Feng and nothing more. But Lin Feng's loyalty made her think otherwise. A man this loyal, perhaps they were a dying breed in this world. If she were with Lin Feng, and he truly cared for her, then a lifetime together was not impossible. At that moment, Ning Banner truly wanted to see Lin Feng and understand what kind of person he was. "Sister, how could I deceive you? Think about it. Senior sister Yi Qingchen, second sister Gu Haitong, third sister Liu Shengnan, and your fifth sister Qin Yishan all knew about the junior marshal brother before me. They all want to break through the shackles of cultivation, but they haven't yet. They absolutely want to be with the junior marshal brother. And they might have used other means, but the junior marshal brother never satisfied them." Song Hongyan continued, slightly mistaken about Gu Haitong, who had always been solely focused on helping Lin Feng. Ning Banner stood up and said to Song Hongyan, "Sister, let's go find him now and bring him directly. Let's break the shackles of cultivation first. Otherwise, if Su Zhaoxiao gets ahead, it will be too late, and we will have no hope." Song Hongyan shook her head and said, "We can't forcibly bring him here. Gu Haitong is next to him, protecting him at all times. Gu Haitong's strength is formidable and will keep us at bay for now. Once it comes to that, the junior marshal brother can call senior sister Yi Qingchen and others to help. Besides, the junior marshal brother is very mysterious, and his combat power is strong. Although he lost all his strength afterwards, who knows if he has become powerful again? It's hard to say if we can defeat him. We need to be wise. Let me arrange for the people protecting Xia Zhanhua's family to retreat and then create trouble for Xia Zhanhua's family. This will lure the junior marshal brother out to solve the problem and draw him out. Gu Haitong must stay at home to watch over the elixirs. Once the junior marshal brother comes out alone, we'll strike while the iron is hot." Song Hongyan said resolutely, mustering up courage to seize this opportunity. "Now, I really can't wait any longer. There's simply no time. I must rush ahead of Su Zhaoxiao and help her break through her cultivation restraints. If Su Zhaoxiao arrives and Lin Feng can't defeat her, but gets killed, then they won't lose the opportunity forever." "Okay." Ning Banner also agreed. The pressure on Lin Feng at the Xia family's villa is quite intense now. Su Zhaoxiao has summoned the god of assassination, causing unprecedented anger in Lin Feng. Lin Feng has already mastered the Nirvana finger technique and is now waiting for Qin Yishan's people to deliver the vital energy stones and millennium herbs. It must be done without a hitch, must arrive before Su Zhaoxiao's attack, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Who the hell dares to touch someone from my Su family? Who the hell dares to touch my mother? Willing to die. Su Yaofeng, get out here immediately. A loud roar came from outside, very resounding. Members of the Su family arrived here in less than 20 minutes. The seductive woman is Su Qingshan's wife from the Su family, but Su Qingshan did not come in person and is currently lying in the hospital. He sent his third son, along with two old men in gray robes, all of them at the pinnacle of the yellow tier. Upon hearing this roar, Lin Feng came out to take a look. Lin Feng didn't really pay much attention to the Su family. It was mostly the pressure from Su Zhaoxiao that was too much for him. Damn it! Su Yaofeng saw his mother lying with another man, trembling with fear. Immediate burst into flames. Ah! Yaofeng, save your mother quickly. She's in so much pain. Take her to the hospital quickly. And also, kill that little bastard first. The seductive woman, upon seeing her son, also screamed and shouted in agony. Mom. Su Yaofeng took a look and saw that his mother was in so much pain. Her cold sweat soaked her clothes, her face extremely pale, with some silver needles stuck in her body. He immediately went to remove the needles from his mother's right hand. As soon as he pulled it out, with a bang, Su Yaofeng was blown back, his right hand palm blown off. The seductive woman's right hand was also blown away. Ah! The mother and son simultaneously let out bone-chilling cries, sounding very terrifying. Lin Feng came out, warmly smiling and said, "Finally arrived. Didn't even greet me first. Just went messing with the silver needles. Satisfied this time? Now one of your hands is useless. Kill him. Kill him quickly. Kill him for me. Kill him now. Kill him directly. Turn him into minced meat. Turn him into mush. Quickly kill him." The two women screamed together, instructing their cultivator bodyguards to take action. They must kill Lin Feng. Must kill him. They were really unable to bear Lin Feng's methods, completely unexpected that moving the silver needle would have such serious consequences. Kill him. The two gray-robed old men rushed towards Lin Feng, but as one took a step forward, he immediately convulsed and fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Soon, black blood came out of his mouth, motionless. The other one, before reaching Lin Feng, also started convulsing, fell to the ground, mouth foaming blood, not moving anymore. They didn't even know how they died. Lin Feng directly withdrew the small creature, very powerful. It was really convenient to use. Up to now, he still didn't know the limits of this little creature. He couldn't handle Su Zhaoxia before with it. Dealing with a peak yellow tier cultivator was easy, not to mention these two trash. It's impossible. The mother and son were both stunned. The two stronger cultivator bodyguards they expected to deal with Lin Feng died so quickly. Lin Feng suddenly roared, "Didn't you hear me? Call Su Grandpa immediately. I'll talk to him." Lin Feng didn't have time to waste with the Su family here. He needed to get the vital energy stones quickly. The mother and son stood there, dumbfounded. They truly couldn't react, thinking two stronger cultivator guards would take care of Lin Feng and help them seek revenge. But they didn't expect the two cultivator bodyguards to die so quickly. Lin Feng suddenly shouted, "Didn't you hear me? Call Su Grandpa right now and give me the phone. I'll talk to Su Grandpa. If you keep staring at me, I'll turn you both into cold corpses. Don't mess with me." Lin Feng's shout made the two tremble. Su Yaofeng, with trembling hands, took out his phone and quickly dialed his grandfather's number. As soon as the call was answered, he suddenly screamed, "Grandpa, come and save me and my mother. Come save us. You little bastard. What happened now? What the hell is going on?" Su Grandpa heard Su Yaofeng say that and immediately exploded in anger. His eldest son, Su Qingshan, had his limbs broken and mouth torn. Now in the hospital. Now Su Yaofeng said something happened again. Can't he have a moment's peace? He was filled with anger and couldn't find a way to vent. The main culprit who stole a vital energy stone hadn't been found yet. That beast, Lei Zhenshan, took 10 vital energy stones. He was still heartbroken and in pain. Su Grandpa felt like his anger was about to consume him entirely. Recently, the Su family has been constantly encountering troubles, causing the old master Su to be restless. Just as Su Yaofeng was about to say something, Lin Feng directly took away his phone and warmly said, "Master Su, don't be so angry. It's bad for your health. Who the hell are you?" But Master Su still roared. Lin Feng continued to smile warmly and said, "I have beaten your grandson and daughter-in-law. Why did I beat them? Ask yourself later. Now I am notifying you. If you want to collect their bodies, come over. If you want them to live, bring 10 vitality stones over. At least to lights, 10 vitality stones. It's not unreasonable. If you don't have the stones, or don't have so many, then ask around. I'll give Master Su half an hour. If people don't arrive in half an hour, be prepared to have someone collect their bodies. You want 10 vitality stones? You must be dreaming. Who are you?" Master Su continued to shout, even more enraged. Now he only has less than 10 vitality stones left. Only 5. Lin Feng asked for 10. How could he provide them? And with only 5 left, each stone seems even more precious. How could he just give them away? Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "Don't worry about who I am, that's all I have to say. Half an hour. If you can't get the stones, remember to send someone to collect the bodies. I will have your grandson send you the location." After saying that, Lin Feng handed the phone directly to Su Yaofeng. Su Yaofeng sent the location to Master Su. After sending it, he was struck by several silver needles. Su Yaofeng lay on the ground, unable to move, the pain causing him to wet his pants uncontrollably. He had never experienced such pain in his life. Lin Feng returned home, sat down, and waited patiently. Master Su was furious, smashing many things. Without the vitality stones, he brought along to peak-level experts hired by the Su family and rushed towards the Xia family villa. The vitality stones were impossible to give. Master Su personally took action to see who the other party really was. Anyone who dared to provoke the Su family must be destroyed. About 20 minutes later, Master Su arrived. Upon arrival, he saw his daughter-in-law and grandson were indeed in a pitiful state, with silver needles still embedded in their bodies. There was another young man, also badly beaten, on the verge of collapsing, his identity unknown. Grandpa, father-in-law, Su Yaofeng and his mother burst into tears, feeling helpless like children, tears streaming down their faces. Remove the silver needles from them. Master Su now appeared even more calm. He was about to confront the enemy directly. He had to remain calm and not act impulsively, just in case the other party had some unknown threat. Su Yaofeng hurriedly said, "Grandpa, these silver needles cannot be removed. They will explode if touched. I accidentally touched one earlier, and it blew off my mother's hand. My own palm was also blown off. We absolutely cannot move them. Please take us to the hospital quickly. I'm bleeding too much and might die." "Stop whining, you won't die. Just hold on for a few more minutes. After I deal with the other party, I'll send you to the hospital." "Where is the other person?" Master Su asked calmly. Based on the voices he heard earlier, the other person seemed to be a young man, probably nothing extraordinary. "In the villa, as long as you shout, the other party will come out, or just charge into the villa," Su Yaofeng weakly added. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Feng, who had come out at this point, without saying a word, immediately deployed his tactics and took down the 2 peak-level experts. Seeing Lin Feng, Master Su furrowed his brow slightly. Before he could say anything, an old man in a gray robe beside him convulsed, foaming at the mouth, fell to the ground, and after a few jerks, blood oozed from his mouth, breathing his last breath. "What the hell is going on?" Master Su's eyes widened, feeling a sudden surge of shock. Before he could check the old man's condition, another old man in a gray robe fell to the ground, convulsing a few times, and also breathed his last breath. Su Yaofeng and the seductive woman wanted to curse at and threaten Lin Feng, especially now that Master Su had arrived, which should guarantee Lin Feng's defeat. But before they could speak, the 2 cultivating bodyguards fell to the ground and died, their cause of death unknown. The 2 instantly fell silent, feeling truly hopeless. They couldn't understand what was happening. How could the cultivating bodyguards be dying without any apparent cause? How could they possibly fight against Lin Feng? Master Su's face turned a grayish color, his heart trembling slightly. The 2 peak-level bodyguards were currently the strongest bodyguards that could be hired from the Cultivator Association. Not knowing how they die, but it was definitely connected to Lin Feng. This indicated that hiring more cultivator bodyguards would still not be able to match up against Lin Feng. This time, the Su family was truly done for. Thinking that bringing to peak-level bodyguards would ensure no problems, they had underestimated Lin Feng. Who exactly was Lin Feng? Could it be he came from Kunlun Mountain? Old Master Su is also feeling very hopeless now. The 2 young generations of the Su family were sent to Kunlun Mountain to study martial arts. The 20-year deadline has passed, but they have yet to return. There is no way to go to Kunlun Mountain to find them, as they were sent to a designated location 20 years ago and cannot be contacted further. Old Master Su can only wait for the 2 young generations to return on their own. Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, "Old Su, where are the vitality stones? Are you here to collect the bodies or to deliver the vitality stones?" Old Master Su forced a smile and replied, "Young brother, you've misunderstood. I naturally came to deliver the vitality stones, but I only have 5 left in my hands. I simply cannot produce 10. So, I came to discuss with the young brother. I will have someone deliver the 5 vitality stones immediately, but I am still missing 5. If the young brother is willing, give me the opportunity to owe you for now, and I will definitely repay in the future. If you are not willing to owe, then young brother, do as you wish. Whether it's killing or mutilating me, I'll abide by your decision. Old Master Su put on a fearless facade. He didn't threaten Lin Feng, but he believed that as a practitioner, Lin Feng should know the rules. Practitioners cannot harm ordinary people. Otherwise, the Temple of War God would not spare Lin Feng either. Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, "All right, 5 stones it is. You do not need to owe me for the remaining 5. A simple solution would be to break your 2 legs." As soon as Old Master Su heard this, he chuckled and said, "If my 2 old legs are worth 5 vitality stones, then it's my honor. Young brother, please go ahead." After saying this, Old Master Su lay down and stretched his legs straight. With his fearless attitude, he thought Lin Feng wouldn't dare to harm him. After all, Lin Feng gave him the impression that he was warm, didn't shout or scold, wasn't arrogant, and spoke politely. But he never expected that Lin Feng would lift his foot and step on him. With 2 crackling sounds, Lin Feng directly broke Old Master Su's legs. "Oh my god, aaaao. Upon hearing the 2 cracking sounds, Old Master Su's face changed drastically. Only then did he realize that Lin Feng was not joking with him, but was truly daring to break his legs. The excruciating pain overwhelmed him, and he screamed in agony. He was in such pain that he couldn't think straight. He deeply regretted his decision, feeling remorseful and ashamed. If he had known that Lin Feng was so ruthless, he should have talked to him nicely and borrowed 5 vitality stones. After waiting for a while, Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, "Old Su, remember to bring the 5 vitality stones within 20 minutes. I see you came quickly, so delivering the stones should also be fast. If I don't see the stones within 20 minutes, the lives of the 3 of you will remain here." After that, Lin Feng stuck several silver needles into Old Master Su's body and returned to the house. Old Master Su finally realized what a true ruthless person was like. At this point, he dared not think about anything else and quickly made a phone call, instructing someone to deliver the 5 vitality stones as quickly as possible and rush them to the hospital. Otherwise, he might not be able to save his old life. Revenge and settling scores could wait until the 2 young generations of the Su family returned from their martial arts training. Back in the room, Lin Feng's phone rang, and he saw that it was Wang Guifang calling. "Lin Feng, hurry and come save us. We are in trouble. Someone is targeting Su Wenjing and deliberately causing trouble." As soon as the call connected, Lin Feng heard Wang Guifang's voice, sounding very anxious. Lin Feng immediately felt that something was wrong. Wang Guifang, Xia Jianhua, and others were personally sent by Song Hongyan to be taken to Chiashang Renjian for safety. Song Hongyan had assured them that the guards at Chiashang Renjian were numerous, and they wouldn't encounter issues. Moreover, Chiashang Renjian was under Song Hongyan's control, so how could Wang Guifang and the others be in trouble? "What about the people protecting you?" "We were being protected by 2 old men in gray robes, but they suddenly received a call and left to deal with something urgent. Although there are many people at Chiashang Renjian, they claim not to know us and refuse to help. Don't worry. Let me make a phone call to my senior sister and ask if she can send someone over to help. If my senior sister doesn't send anyone, I will come over immediately. Don't engage in any conflicts with the other party. Remember, ensuring your own safety is the most important thing." After saying a few words, Lin Feng hung up the phone, his gaze deep. The people he entrusted to Song Hongyan should have been taken care of. Even if the 2 gray-robed old men had to leave for some reason, they should have made arrangements to ensure their safety. At the very least, they should have briefed the people at Chiashang Renjian to look after them. But now, an incident had occurred. Lin Feng suspected that either the other party was too formidable, something Song Hongyan couldn't handle, or Song Hongyan deliberately orchestrated this. Why would she do that? Perhaps he wanted to lure him out and make use of him to resolve some constraints on her cultivation. The possibility of the other party being too formidable and Song Hongyan being incapable was close to 0. Even if Song Hongyan couldn't handle it, she would definitely call him immediately. Lin Feng called Song Hongyan's number, but by now he was certain that the call would not go through. As expected, the call indicated that the user was switched off. Hehe, Fourth sister, are you so sure that I am destined to die? Lin Feng chuckled, his eyes narrowing slightly. In Lin Feng's view, it seems that Sun Hongyan knew about Su Zhaoxiu's situation and brought the god of assassination over to deal with him, believing that he was destined to die this time. Therefore, he schemed to use Lin Feng, breaking free from the constraints of cultivation. Lin Feng was quite disappointed with Sun Hongyan's actions. If everyone works together, what can't be resolved? If MI lends him some vitality stones, millennium herbs, and even the Heavenly King Lazi comes down, he can make the Heavenly King Lazi retreat without a trace. Why would he be afraid of the god of assassination? However, Lin Feng had no choice but to go. If he doesn't go, what if something happens on Sun Hongyan's side, and it harms Zia Jianhuo, Wang Guifang, and others? He also had to consider Su Zhaoxiu's side, as he wouldn't want to leave loose ends. Lin Feng instructed Gu Haitan a few words directly, asking Gu Haitan to help when the Su family people bring the vitality stones, take them in, remove the silver needles from Mr. Su and others, and let them go back. On Zhou Zhipeng's side, if anyone comes, eliminate all the bodyguards and break their legs until they bring 10 vitality stones. Gu Haitong removing the needles posed no problem since Gu Haitong was skilled in medicine and a cultivator. Lin Feng trusted her completely. As for Su Zhaoxiu's side, if they came and he wasn't there, he believed Su Zhaoxiu wouldn't do anything to Gu Haitong. If she wanted to, she would have done it earlier and wouldn't let these senior sisters live until now. Lin Feng, how about I don't accompany you? I'll be fine at home with Sister Gu. Zia Ruoxu planned not to accompany Lin Feng because his strength hadn't recovered much, and it would be dangerous for him to go out. She feared becoming a burden to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiling warmly said, "It's okay, let's go together. I'll feel uneasy if you're at home." He took Zia Ruoxu's hand and they left directly. Lin Feng was indeed worried when Zia Ruoxu stayed home. Su Zhaoxiu not making a move on Gu Haitan didn't mean she wouldn't harm Zia Ruoxu. Having Zia Ruoxu by his side gave him some peace of mind. Lin Feng didn't know where heaven on earth was, so he navigated there directly. In the entire city of demons, there was only one venue named Heaven on Earth. Inside the VIP room of Heaven on Earth, Zia Jianhui and his group were surrounded and crouched on the floor, trembling. Dozens of fierce thugs surrounded them. When Lin Feng and Zia Ruoxu arrived and entered, Wang Guifang and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. They tried to stand up but couldn't, ending up sitting on the carpet, their faces contorted in pain, their hearts shaking, and cold sweat pouring down. Having squatted for a long time, their legs had gone numb, causing great discomfort. They felt like vomiting but couldn't. Their knees were also in excruciating pain. A bald middle-aged man pointed at Lin Feng and said, "Is this little bastard the reinforcements they called? You brought a woman here to her death with that scrawny look." Lin Feng, smiling warmly, said, "Stop pretending. What's the point of acting in front of me? Kneel down and kowtow a few times to apologize to Uncle Zia and the others, then leave quickly. I can spare your limbs. Otherwise, even if it's instructed by Sun Hongyan or Lord Lei, I won't let you off." Damn it! Exposed. These thugs were shocked to hear this. No one expected Lin Feng to see through their act. It was indeed Lord Lei who instructed them to act here and scare Zia Jianhui and the others without causing harm. When Lin Feng arrived, the act continued. If necessary, they would endure some flesh and blood pain. In any case, they must act in full, not allowing Lin Feng to suspect. The why continue when Lin Feng had already figured it out. "We're sorry, we were wrong." The middle-aged man leading the team knew that their act was futile. Everyone together bowed to Lin Feng and Zia Ruoxu. Then they knelt in front of Wang Guifang and kowtowed several times before getting up and leaving dejectedly. Zia Ruoxu was surprised at how Lin Feng knew they were acting. How amazing he was. Wang Guifang and the others were even more at a loss. They had genuinely been scared before but now realized they were only being intimidated and not harmed for real. Lin Feng crouched down, touched the ankle skin of Wang Guifang and the others with a finger, infused some strength, and quickly restored them, instantly relieving their pain. Lin Feng warmly said, "Uncle Zia, all of you go stay in a hotel for a night. Choose any hotel. If anyone causes trouble, call me immediately." Zia Jianhui and the others nodded. Zia Ruoxu was puzzled. "Lin Feng, aren't you coming to the hotel with us?" Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, "I wanted to go together, but I'm worried I might not be able to return temporarily." Song Hongyan intentionally lured me out. She might be waiting at the entrance of Heaven on Earth or the parking lot for me. Let's go together. If there's a real problem, Ruroxu, you stay with Uncle Zia and the others at the hotel. Without my call, don't go back to the villa. Don't worry about me. I know why Song Hongyan lured me out. She won't succeed. Zia Ruoxu nodded. Every day, they all left together. Lin Feng wouldn't let Zia Jianhui and the others stay at Heaven on Earth any longer with Song Hongyan causing trouble. Just as they left Heaven on Earth, two masked women in black came out of a Rolls-Royce parked at the entrance, both wearing sunglasses. Summer Ruoxu felt that Lin Feng was truly amazing. Everything was under control without a doubt. The two masked women in black coming towards them, one of them was definitely Song Hongyan. At that moment, Summer Ruoxu suddenly became very worried. Lin Feng definitely couldn't beat Song Hongyan and her group now. He would definitely be captured. Wouldn't he be forced to be with Song Hongyan and her group? Lin Feng was her fiancé. How could she accept if he was involved with other women? Then, Lin Feng handed the keys to the Audi Peak to Summer Ruoxu, took out the Supreme King's phone, opened the recording function, and locked the screen. From that moment on, all his conversations with Song Hongyan and the others would be recorded. Gu Haitong and the others reminded Lin Feng to be careful of Song Hongyan. He had to be cautious and keep an eye out. Also, Lin Feng secretly activated several acupuncture points on his body, sealing off his vital functions. With his low strength, he could seal himself off for about 2 hours with his current ability. The two women approached Lin Feng, suddenly unleashing their full strength, both at the late foundation establishment stage. Using a powerful wave of energy, they forced Summer Ruoxu and her companions to the side. One of them grabbed Lin Feng's shoulders and twisted his arms behind his back. Lin Feng didn't react in time. With his current strength at the late yellow stage, he really had no chance. He couldn't struggle, nor did he bother to summon his little bugs. The bugs couldn't handle Song Hongyan and her group at all. Ning Banru lowly growled, You killed so many people from the Dark Alliance's assassination hall. You're doomed. Come, see our hall master. By saying this, Summer Ruoxu and the others mistakenly thought that Lin Feng had been forcibly taken away by the assassination hall's people. Anyway, Summer Ruoxu and the others had never heard Ning Banru's voice. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said, Fourth sister, sixth sister, you don't have to pretend. Do you really think I'm a fool? Song Hongyan and Ning Banru exchanged a glance, surprised. They had just been informed by Lord Lei that Lin Feng had directly seen through his subordinates. They were still skeptical, but now Lin Feng instantly revealed their identities, and they had no choice but to believe. It seemed that Lin Feng was quite intelligent. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's go. Song Hongyan remained silent, and Ning Banru snarled, forcibly taking Lin Feng away. Lin Feng, don't betray me. Summer Ruoxu cried out in desperation, almost in tears due to her deep anxiety. But she truly felt that she was too weak. When Song Hongyan and the others approached, the energy wave pushed them back to 5 meters, making it impossible for them to stop Lin Feng from being taken away. She did have a jade bracelet with strong defensive capabilities input by Gu Haitong, but since Song Hongyan and the others didn't attack her, she couldn't activate the bracelet's defense function. Rest assured, Ruoxu, except for you, I won't touch any other women in this world. Call me if you need. Stay safe. Lin Feng only managed to shout out, and with a loud thud, he was forcibly knocked unconscious and stuffed into the Rolls-Royce. Ning Banru started the car, stepped on the gas, and disappeared in no time. The two of them dragged Lin Feng to a hotel, booked a presidential suite, and tossed Lin Feng onto the soft large bed. By this time, they both removed their black clothes, revealing more revealing clothing underneath. There was not a bit of excess flesh visible on either of them. Their figures were perfectly sculpted. Both of them had toned bodies, bewitching S-shaped figures that would make anyone's blood boil. Especially Song Hongyan, she was even more exquisite. Ning Banru was almost as tall as Song Hongyan, both reaching 1 meter and 76 centimeters in height. Even though Song Hongyan was just 1 centimeter taller, the difference was too small to be easily discerned. Looking at Lin Feng, the two extraordinarily beautiful women felt nervous and excited. Today, after years of cultivation restraint, they could finally let loose. Until now, neither of them had been intimate with any man. To break free from the shackles of cultivation, they had to ensure their bodies remained pure. Otherwise, they would not be able to break free. Once they had been with another man, no matter what happened with Lin Feng after that, the cultivation restraint would remain unbroken. Sister, I'm so nervous. Should I wake him up? Then you can go first, and I'll wait in the next room. Ning Banru said a few words and glanced at Lin Feng casually, genuinely astonished by him. She never expected that this junior brother would be so handsome and charming. Just the thought of being with Lin Feng made her heart race, and she felt dry-mouthed. Song Hongyan nodded and said, "If you don't mind, let's do it together." "Sister, you're so bad. Shameless." Ning Banru glared at Song Hongyan, her face reddening slightly, and she quickly left. Lin Feng felt a warm, jade-like body snuggled against him, which jolted him awake instantly. As he woke up, Lin Feng's heart raced. He was cuddling with Song Hongyan, covered in a thin blanket. Damn! Lin Feng's breath quickened, his blood boiling. But in an instant, he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly closed his eyes. He had tampered with his own body earlier, so there were absolutely no issues now. Nothing had happened between him and Song Hongyan. The reason why I closed my eyes is because of Lin Feng. I really dare not look at Song Hongyan. This woman is truly a femme fatale, really a seductress. At first glance, Lin Feng felt like his heart was about to explode and decided it's better to not see her at all. Lin Feng, what's wrong with you? Song Hongyan frowned, looking at Lin Feng with confusion. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, "Fourth sister, don't you know how amazing my medical skills are? I won't do anything I don't want to. No one can force me. Nobody. You better leave quickly. I haven't even looked at you. My eyes are closed tightly, so it doesn't count as offending you. As for resolving the issue of the cultivation constraints, I promise I will find a way to help you all, without using this extreme method." Song Hongyan was extremely shocked after hearing Lin Feng say all this. Lin Feng was captured by then, and was knocked out as soon as he got into the car. In this process, Lin Feng couldn't possibly have the ability to set up anything on himself. Obviously, before they caught Lin Feng was already prepared. It seems they underestimated Lin Feng. No wonder they had been together for a long time, and Lin Feng didn't show any interest. Close to Lin Feng's ear, Song Hongyan gently blew a breath, causing Lin Feng to shiver and goosebumps to rise all over his body. "Damn! Is this going to kill me?" Softly, Song Hongyan said to Lin Feng, "Lin Feng, don't I appeal to you? Are you really unmoved? I'm right in front of you now, don't you want me?" Lin Feng swore that this voice, any man in the world hearing it, wouldn't be able to resist. Lin Feng felt like his bones were melting, his hands were trembling, but he absolutely would not release his acupoints. Song Hongyan, have some shame? To what extent can a woman lack self-respect? Don't you realize it yourself? Lin Feng quickly regained his composure and directly shouted at Song Hongyan, no longer polite, just bluntly calling her out, hoping to wake Song Hongyan up. Such things must be consensual. How can one act recklessly? Lin Feng also believed that as long as he had the time, he would definitely be able to find a way to unlock the cultivation constraints within their bodies. There couldn't possibly be only one method to do so. It's just that he had too many things to do every day. One person wanted to make trouble for him, or the other. It made him overwhelmed, and it was difficult to calm down. Song Hongyan was still quite angry inside. She really didn't understand why Lin Feng was so persistent even in this situation. However, Song Hongyan did not lose her temper. She just couldn't believe that she couldn't get over Lin Feng. She directly pressed down on Lin Feng's hands, and her bright red lips directly came to kiss Lin Feng. Lin Feng's mind was chaotic. He clicked twice, breaking Lin Feng's arm. With one hand, she held Lin Feng's head in place, growling softly, "If you move around, don't blame me for breaking your legs and making you immobile." Although Song Hongyan broke Lin Feng's bones with her hands, Lin Feng still felt very painful, but his ability to endure was extremely strong. He didn't even let out a scream, but instead became even more clear-minded. However, he couldn't move himself. Even though Song Hongyan used force to hold his head, he still couldn't move. Song Hongyan directly kissed him. As a top-line celebrity, Song Hongyan uses body doubles for scenes where physical contact is involved, let alone kissing scenes. But Song Hongyan didn't need anyone to teach her how to kiss. It was just instinct. Hasn't she ever seen a pig run if she hasn't eaten pork? After kissing Lin Feng, Song Hongyan's heart raced, blood boiled. She never imagined that kissing Lin Feng would be so sweet and lovely, making it hard for her to pull away. The kiss with Lin Feng lasted for several minutes, making Lin Feng feel breathless. Lin Feng's skin even turned slightly red. However, Lin Feng didn't use his internal energy to heal his broken hands. Instead, he moved his hands deliberately to maintain his rational mind and avoid making mistakes. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed. Song Hongyan was driven mad. No matter what she did, she couldn't win Lin Feng over, which made her so angry that she almost wanted to slap Lin Feng to death. "Lin Feng, are you even a man?" Song Hongyan yelled in frustration. She was too angry. She couldn't contain herself anymore, but Lin Feng just wouldn't unlock the cultivation constraints for her. "You're funny. I already said, you can't force me to do something I don't want to do. Let's save face for each other and let me go," Lin Feng said coldly, feeling like he almost died. Countless times he tried to unlock his acupoints, but in the end, he persisted, which was truly difficult for Lin Feng. "Just wait, I don't believe I can't take you down today. Sister, come over here." Song Hongyan called Ning Banruo over, wanting to figure it out together. When the prey is in their hands, Song Hongyan couldn't believe she couldn't capture it. Ning Banruo came over, feeling very shocked and surprised. She had been in the next room, afraid to hear things she shouldn't had, but so much time had passed, and she never expected Song Hongyan still couldn't handle Lin Feng. Was Lin Feng really that hard to get a hold of? Are there really such men in this world? A man who can control himself even with a woman in his arms may not be uncommon in this world. But it all depends on who is in his arms. If it's Song Hongyan, Ning Banru can hardly believe it. In this world, there is simply no such man. Unless he's a eunuch. "Elder sister, what should we do now? Should I give it a try?" Ning Banru looked at Song Hongyan. "Song Hongyan, you can't do it. I really want to give it a try, to see if I can do it." Lin Feng quickly shouted, "Don't try. It's absolutely impossible. The only woman in my heart is my fiancée Xia Ruoxu. She's the one I love the most. The only one. No matter who it is. Don't even think about forcing me to be with them. Fourth sister, sixth sister, please let me go. Stop wasting your efforts." Lin Feng was starting to get nervous now, mainly because he was feeling really uncomfortable, even worse than death. "Sister, you don't have to try. I've tried everything, but it's still not working. We need to think of another way. Lin Feng is a bastard, very skilled in medicine. You should know that too. He did something to himself that we don't understand. It's very difficult to solve this issue," Song Hongyan said directly, realizing that despite all their efforts, even if Ning Banru try, it would be the same result. Ning Banru was feeling a bit annoyed. Even if it's ineffective, why not let her give it a try? She wanted to try too. But when Song Hongyan said this, Ning Banru chose to listen to her, saying directly, "Elder sister, don't you have a connection in the heavenly realm? There are many medicines there. Let your connection bring some over. Give him a large dose. I don't believe he can handle it." "What the heck?" Lin Feng was shocked to hear Ning Banruo's ruthless suggestion. He might not be able to endure it. It could drive him to lose his sanity. The only reason he's holding on right now is because he's still in control of his mind. Once he loses his mind, it would be unpredictable. So Lin Feng shouted again, "It's useless. No method will work. Don't waste your efforts. Just let me go home." Ning Banru and Song Hongyan glanced at each other, revealing a sinister smile. When Lin Feng became anxious, they knew they had a chance. Song Hongyan couldn't care less about Lin Feng. She went to the side to call Thunder a person, asking him to bring the medicine over, and to bring a lot. There were many medicines in the heavenly realm. Many old men who had lost their abilities liked to buy drugs to enhance their strength. Lei Zhenchen immediately arranged for someone to deliver the medicine at the fastest speed. They indeed sent over a dozen bottles. It wasn't clear why Song Hongyan wanted so many, perhaps to maximize effectiveness or to deliver the strongest impact. "Damn it, my reputation built through a lifetime is about to be ruined by these two women." Lin Feng closed his eyes instantly, feeling doomed. Before long, two old ladies brought the medicine in. Song Hongyan and Ning Banru each held several bottles in front of Lin Feng. They were beaming with joy. Song Hongyan's charming smile and irresistible voice said, "Head, Lin Feng, do you want to take the medicine? Or would you rather solve your problem yourself? Today you've fallen into the hands of us sisters. Even if the King of Heaven came, he couldn't save you. Just accept it. Solve your problem yourself. It will be more bearable and you'll feel clearer. If you continue to resist, then sister will have to force the medicine down your throat. By then, you'll be burning in flames. You might even forget your own name. Lin Feng shouted with his eyes still closed. It's useless. Nothing you do will work. This medicine is useless. Unless I unlock it myself, no other method will work. Don't waste your efforts. If you still resist, don't blame sister for being impolite. Seeing that Lin Feng still wouldn't surrender, Sun Hongyan and Ning Banru couldn't be bothered anymore. They directly restrained Lin Feng, pinched his nose, opened his mouth, and poured the medicine directly into his mouth. Usually 1 pill would suffice, but 2 or 3 pills could be terrifying. However, Sun Hongyan fed Lin Feng more than a dozen pills. Feeling it was still not enough, she poured another batch of 10 pills, patted Lin Feng's throat, and he swallowed them all. Better to die than to live in humiliation. Just kill me and spare me the torment. Lin Feng's face was red with embarrassment. He wished for death. Ning Banru chuckled and said, "Junior brother, we just won't kill you. What are you going to do? Soon, you'll obediently stay with us. The restraints of cultivation have troubled us for 10 years. Do you know how we have survived these 10 years? For a practitioner, being stuck in the same realm for 10 years is such a pain. Now that we're together, let's be happy and content. The restraints of cultivation are also removed. What are you afraid of? Don't worry. We won't tell your fiancé Xia Ruoxu. You keep quiet, I keep quiet. This matter stays between us. Don't pressure yourself." Lin Feng had already closed his eyes, feeling like there was a fire burning inside him. This time, he might truly lose control. Lin Feng, truly at a loss. Forget it. It's hard to go against fate. Let it be like this. Lin Feng has given up resistance, can only give up resistance. Having taken dozens of pills, even a stone would explode. Who can withstand this? Sister, shall I go first this time? Ning Banru looked towards Sun Hongyan, heart racing, blood boiling, eagerly looking forward. Little sister, wait a bit longer. Sister is still filled with anger from before being with Lin Feng. The fire that was burning urgently is still in my heart, really hard to control. Sun Hongyan still did not agree, mainly because of the urgency and impatience she felt being with Lin Feng before, the fire still burning inside her, unable to be restrained. All right, Ning Banru agreed and left. Historically, whatever Sun Hongyan said, went. Sun Hongyan once again lay in Lin Feng's arms, covered them with a blanket, leaned against Lin Feng, and directly kissed Lin Feng. The feeling of kissing Lin Feng was truly sweet, beautiful, and enjoyable. However, Lin Feng gradually furrowed his brows, feeling instantly that his body was not as terrible as he imagined. The horrific power of the medicine within his body seemed to have been absorbed and neutralized by his own body. It didn't really have much impact on him. Initially, it was mainly psychological. Now, it seemed like nothing. What was going on? How could his body absorb and neutralize such a terrifying drug by itself? When did Lin Feng's body become so formidable? This truly puzzled Lin Feng, not understanding why. The real reason was that the black giant snake Lin Feng had consumed the gallbladder of before was extremely toxic. After absorbing it, his body gained the ability of being immune to all poisons. Anything poisonous or evil substance, Lin Feng's body would automatically absorb without harming him. However, this particular drug was more peculiar. If Lin Feng absorbed a small amount, it may be fine, but absorbing too much would definitely cause problems. But Lin Feng, at this moment, did not think about these, just suspecting, could it be that the medicine given by Sun Hongyan was fake? Sun Hongyan and Lin Feng had been kissing for over 10 minutes, their bodies entwined, fiery like a furnace, scorching hot. Yet, it had no effect. This made Sun Hongyan furious. She truly felt like she couldn't take it anymore, that she was going to die. But why wasn't it working? Lin Feng, I really want to slap you into minced meat, make you eat all the medicine. Sun Hongyan roared, got up, grabbed all the medicine, and poured it all into Lin Feng's mouth. Lin Feng just swallowed it, not taking it seriously. Since his body could absorb it and no effect was seen, what was there to fear? Lin Feng had swallowed all the bottles of medicine. This time, there should be no problem, but consuming all those bottles would definitely be horrifying. Sun Hongyan once again leaned into Lin Feng's arms. She just couldn't believe that it still hadn't worked this time. But after a few minutes, there was still no effect. Sun Hongyan collapsed, screaming loudly, trembling all over, almost going insane. Even Ning Banru was startled by this. Was the situation so intense? Was the scream too terrifying? Little sister, come over. It's still not working. I am going crazy, Song Hongyan shouted, and could only call on Ning Banner. She was somewhat at a loss. Lin Feng's methods were really frightening, and his composure was truly remarkable. There seemed to be nothing she could do. Sister, it's still not working. Then there's really no way. Should we release the junior brother? Ning Banru came over, after learning the situation, felt speechless, facing this situation where there seemed to be no solution. Lin Feng warmly smiled and said, to senior sisters, indeed it's time to release me. I still have matters to take care of. You have no idea. How many people want to kill me? How many want to deal with me? I can't handle them all. Yet here you are, wasting my time. As long as both senior sisters release me, I can promise both of you that within a month, I will definitely find a way to break free from this cultivation shackle. For both senior sisters, I will directly dissolve the cultivation shackle. When Lin Feng speaks, it's always as good as gold. Lin Feng was actually feeling quite uncomfortable at the moment, but he forced himself to endure everything. What he didn't know was, after swallowing those dozen bottles of medicine, there were even more terrifying things awaiting him. Song Hongyan pondered, looked at Lin Feng, and said, you scoundrel, why persist like this? Just for Xia Ruoxu, for a tree, giving up an entire forest, for a flower, abandoning an entire garden? Lin Feng softly smiled and said, for sister, you don't understand. This is love. Ruoxu is worth me doing this for her, worth giving up everything for her. Song Hongyan was speechless, waved her hand and said, all right, then you go. Hearing Song Hongyan's words, Lin Feng finally felt relieved, immediately started to heal his injuries, restored his hands and quickly said, to senior sisters, please leave this place. I need to dress. Both of them rarely obliged Lin Feng. However, Ning Banner still left. Song Hongyan, holding her arms, watched Lin Feng like that, still very angry, feeling so frustrated. Lin Feng had to bring the clothes from the side, put them on, and covered himself directly with the blanket. To senior sisters, then I will take my leave. With everything settled, Lin Feng bid farewell to the two, quickly opened the door, his heart beating rapidly. He ran like the wind, and left the hotel directly. Lin Feng glanced at his phone. The recording was over an hour long. From the beginning to now, everything was recorded. He saved it first. If Xia Ruoxu didn't believe him, or Song Hongyan and Ning Banner tried anything to ruin his relationship with Xia Ruoxu, he would directly bring out this recording. If nothing happened, then he wouldn't use it. After all, if Xia Ruoxu heard the content of these recordings, she would probably not feel good. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone rang. It was a call from Gu Haitong. Did something happen? Lin Feng frowned. If Gu Haitong was at home watching the potion and actually something happened, it might mean that Su Zhaoxia had arrived. Lin Feng suddenly felt very worried and immediately answered the call. No matter what it was, Lin Feng had to face it. Hello, junior marshal brother. Su Zhaoxia is here at the villa now, and the god of assassination is also here. Su Zhaoxia says that if you do not return within half an hour, she will destroy the elixir. When the call was answered, it was just as Lin Feng had thought. Su Zhaoxia had really arrived. Su Zhaoxia, Lin Feng, in an instant, became angrier than ever before but did not show it. He was currently not at his peak strength, still at the 7th stage of the profound Huang realm. Going back now would not be able to resolve the situation with Su Zhaoxia. Even if Qin Yishan sent 40 chest stones and 5 portions of Millennium Herbs, the Su family sent 5 chest stones, and the Zhou family from the Imperial City sent 10 chest stones. Even if Lin Feng went back, Su Zhaoxia would not give him the chance to use these treasures to enhance his strength. But Lin Feng had to go back. The marrow cleansing elixir had been brewing for 2 days and still needed 2 more days to be completed. It could not be destroyed. This was for Xia Ruoxu, to change her physique, a crucial element for her cultivation. If it was destroyed, it would have to be brewed again from the beginning. With so much going on, Lin Feng couldn't handle it all. If he had to restart the brewing process, it might be interrupted for some reason. In that case, when would Xia Ruoxu be able to change her physique and start her cultivation? Threatening Lin Feng with Gu Haitong was bearable, but threatening him with the elixir was something he could not tolerate. Senior marshal sister, did they harm you? Lin Feng inquired about Gu Haitong's situation first. Gu Haitong was immediately touched and moved. In this situation, it was evident how much Lin Feng cared about her. No, junior marshal brother, don't worry about me. I'm fine. Gu Haitong responded to Lin Feng, feeling that the effort she put into their relationship was worth it. Senior Marshal sister, as long as I arrive within half an hour, tell Su Zhaoxiao not to touch my elixir. Lin Feng took a deep breath and calmly stated. He had to go back, no matter what. Gu Haitong had initially wanted to notify Lin Feng to return, knowing that it would be dangerous for him, that she had no choice. If Su Zhaoxiao threatened to destroy the elixir, Gu Haitong had to inform Lin Feng. Gu Haitong also understood how important the marrow cleansing elixir was for Lin Feng. Whether Lin Feng returned or not, if Su Zhaoxiao intended to tamper with the elixir, she had to inform Lin Feng. Okay. Gu Haitong agreed and hung up the phone. Lin Feng had made up his mind to come back, and Gu Haitong couldn't stop him. Lin Feng hailed a taxi and rushed back. He didn't even think to give Xia Ruoxu a call to let her know he was safe. Once he got into the taxi and sat down, he started feeling dizzy. His skin began to turn red, and his blood felt like it was burning intensely. Having consumed so many medicines, the side effects were now kicking in. Song Hongyan and Ning Banner were still in the room. Song Hongyan was angrier than ever before, her face devoid of any smile. Failing to capture Lin Feng and break his cultivation restraint left Song Hongyan furious and indescribably angry. Ning Banner remained silent, completely in awe of Lin Feng. At this moment, she couldn't comprehend how there could be a man like Lin Feng in this world. Could he really control himself for Xia Ruoxu's sake? After a long silence, Song Hongyan looked at Ning Banner and suddenly said, "Sister, I know what to do now. Isn't it because Lin Feng deeply loves Xia Ruoxu? Make a video of a couple, switch their faces, substitute the woman's face with ours and the man's face with Lin Feng's, and edit the dialogue to match. Adjust the voice to mimic Lin Feng's, changing the woman's voice to ours. We can find Xia Ruoxu's phone number and, once we've arranged everything, call her, asking to meet and explain that Lin Feng is now with us, hoping she be sensible enough to give up on Lin Feng and break up with him. Once Xia Ruoxu and Lin Feng break up, when she completely loses hope in him, we can then go and capture Lin Feng. I don't think, at that point, Lin Feng could hold on." Song Hongyan was truly malicious. She had decided to start by ruining Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu's relationship. In any case, if they could capture Lin Feng, once people knew the reason behind it, they would understand that Lin Feng couldn't resist. Men were fickle creatures, and when such beautiful women took the initiative, it would be even more challenging for him to resist, let alone when they were as stunning as they were. Once Xia Ruoxu and Lin Feng broke up, Lin Feng would likely stop hesitating. Moreover, just after the breakup, when Lin Feng was vulnerable and feeling defeated, it would be easier to capture him. With Ning Banruo's skills, the face swapping was effortless, and once they took care of the details, it would be perfect. "Alright, sister, let's leave the hotel and go to my RV. Let's get started right away." Ning Banru promptly agreed with Song Hongyan's plan. This was not too difficult for her. Lin Feng was now in the taxi, his eyes turning bloodshot, and his breathing was rapid. The blood was flowing too quickly, and he felt like his body couldn't handle the explosion. Damn it, this was bad. Lin Feng, in a daze, felt the world spinning, realizing the severity of the situation. Without a doubt, Lin Feng knew that this must have been caused by the dozen or so bottles of potent medicine that Song Hongyan and Ning Banru had previously made him take. Before this, he didn't feel any problems, probably because his body hadn't absorbed it and the effects of the medicine hadn't manifested. But now, it was all erupting. Who could bear to consume over a dozen bottles in one go? It's likely to cost someone's life. Even if an ordinary person took just one bottle, it would be life-threatening. Lin Feng's face was as red as a burning branding iron or a boiled prawn. Blood started to drip from his nose, and soon his eyes and ears started bleeding too, blood flowing from every opening of his body. Fortunately, Lin Feng was sitting in the back row, and the driver didn't pay much attention to his condition, or else he would have been terrified out of his wits. As the phone rang, Xia Ruoxu called, but Lin Feng seemed not to have heard a thing. "Bro, your phone is ringing." The driver reminded Lin Feng, but seeing no response from Lin Feng, he stopped bothering to talk. On the other end, Yi Cheng made several calls, but Lin Feng didn't pick up, leaving her pacing around her hotel room like an ant on a hot pan. When they arrived at Xia family's mansion, Lin Feng was still feeling dizzy. He looked like someone with blood-red skin, still bleeding from every orifice, a truly terrifying sight. "Bro, we're here, that'll be $15, the driver said, but Lin Feng only retained a last shred of rationality to protect the medicine. Ignoring the driver's words, Lin Feng stumbled out of the car towards the mansion. "Hey, bro, you haven't paid yet, $15. Realizing something was wrong, the driver shouted again. As Lin Feng continued to sway towards the mansion, the driver got out of the car and blocked him. However, when he saw Lin Feng, bleeding from every opening, his face extremely red, the driver let out a piercing scream and was scared out of his wits. He quickly got back into the car and drove away. Lin Feng stumbled towards the mansion, feeling like the ground was uneven. His steps were unsteady, and he tripped and fell several times before reaching the mansion's entrance. "Lin Feng, you finally made it. If you hadn't shown up, I would have smashed all your medicine." Su Xiao, accompanied by an old man in black robes, the god of assassins, walked swiftly towards Lin Feng. However, as Su Xiao got a clear look at Lin Feng's current condition, she was taken aback. Lin Feng was bleeding from every orifice, swaying unsteadily, barely able to stand. What on earth had happened to him? And his skin was way too red, as if it were smoking. "Junior brother, what's wrong with you?" Su Xiao rushed to support Lin Feng, genuinely worried. He looked extremely serious, and she needed him to resolve her cultivation constraints. If Lin Feng perished now, she'd never be able to progress. "Ruroxu, the medicine. Med. Ison." Lin Feng's mouth kept bleeding, repeatedly calling for the medicine, his eyes blurred, unable to recognize who was helping him. Unbeknownst to him, the tiny bugs inside his body were frantically absorbing his blood, attempting to counter and absorb the horrifying effects of the medicine. These bugs were his automatic protectors. In his current state, Lin Feng probably wouldn't survive, but these bugs had truly become a part of him, not as simple as average goo insects. If Lin Feng died, these bugs would die, their lives tied to his. A loss for one meant a loss for the other. Of course, as the master, if the bugs were killed, Lin Feng wouldn't perish with them. "Senior sister, come quickly and see what's wrong with junior brother. It looks like he's been possessed by fire." Su Xiao, also thrown off balance, hurriedly called out to Gu Haitong, as Lin Feng's condition resembled someone under the influence of evil forces. Being possessed by fire usually led to rapid blood loss from the body's orifices, ultimately resulting in death. More severe cases could result in self-explosion. "Heaven help us." Gu Haitong quickly came over, taking one look at Lin Feng and was shocked. Lin Feng truly appeared to be possessed by fire, prompting Su Xiao and Gu Haitong to lay him on the sofa. They cushioned his head with tissues and towels to prevent the blood from staining the sofa. Gu Haitong's expression was grave as she attempted to check Lin Feng's pulse. His hand felt extremely hot, his temperature exceeding 60 degrees. At such high fever levels, most people would have succumbed. Gu Haitong swiftly brought out silver needles to start acupuncture treatment for Lin Feng. "Deputy Hall Master, get my great healing pill immediately. Send it as quickly as possible. Remember, as fast as you can." Su Xiao took out her phone, calling the Assassin Hall's headquarters to have them deliver the precious Great Healing Pill she had stored. The Great Healing Pill was a highly valuable medicinal treasure. One could only purchase it on Kunlun Mountain and only with energy stones. Obtaining a single Great Healing Pill required 100 energy stones, equivalent to at least 100 billion in Chinese currency. But at this moment, when Lin Feng's situation was dire, she feared he might not last long. She urged the Assassin Hall to deliver the Great Healing Pill as quickly as possible. This pill was a divine remedy, capable of saving even those clinging to the brink of death. Once it arrived, she hoped it could save Lin Feng, though she intended to kill him. At this critical moment, his death was out of the question. If Lin Feng died, her cultivation constraints would remain, and she would lose all hopes of progress. Gu Haitong is under a lot of pressure. She can only consider Lin Feng as being possessed by evil spirits. Though when one is possessed, no one can resolve it, perhaps only the Heavenly Secrets Old Man can do it. Gu Haitong must also consider Lin Feng's medication. She inserts silver needles all over Lin Feng's head, focusing on the medication, and quickly calls the Heavenly Secrets Old Man. The Heavenly Secrets Old Man doesn't have a mobile phone, so she can only call a designated contact person and ask them to find the Heavenly Secrets Old Man. However, after the call was made, the contact person who went to find the Heavenly Secrets Old Man discovered that the Heavenly Secrets Old Man was not at home and didn't know where he had gone. Unable to reach the Heavenly Secrets Old Man, Gu Haitong is truly at a loss. but she quickly takes the Millennium Medicinal Herbs and Vitality Stones brought by Qing Yishan and others and covers Lin Feng's belly with the Vitality Stones. The Millennium Medicinal Herbs are ground into powder and fed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng completely loses consciousness, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Gu Haitong and others help crush the Millennium Medicinal Herbs into powder, add water, and make Lin Feng swallow them. They can only use poison to fight poison and hope that Lin Feng can recover. Su Zhaoxiao is also devoted to saving Lin Feng. Seeing Gu Haitong holding the Millennium Medicinal Herbs and the 40 Vitality Stones brought by Qing Yishan, along with the 5 Vitality Stones from the Su family and the 10 Vitality Stones from the Zhou family in the imperial capital, totaling 55 Vitality Stones, no one attempted to snatch them. After feeding all the Millennium Medicinal Herbs to Lin Feng, Gu Haitong checks the medication and quickly comes back. Placing the Vitality Stones on Lin Feng's abdomen proves to be ineffective. Gu Haitong takes a risky move and stuffs all the Vitality Stones into Lin Feng's mouth before making him swallow them. These treasures contain enormous energy that when introduced into Lin Feng's body, indeed fights poison with poison. Ordinary people would not dare such a method because the energy from the Vitality Stones is immense. It should be held in the palm and slowly absorbed. Once ingested, the Vitality Stones could explode. Unable to control it, the person could be directly killed by the explosion. Fortunately, Lin Feng was already in a possessed state, so when the Vitality Stones were ingested, they did not explode in his body but were rapidly absorbed, enhancing his strength. Although his power was increasing, Lin Feng's condition was deteriorating. His body was even activating its self-defense mechanisms, aiding him in resisting. 2 hours later, Lin Feng stopped breathing, but his body remained red. Gu Haitong and Su Zhaoxiao were stunned. Even though Lin Feng had stopped breathing and there was no pulse, his body's redness indicated that he had little hope left. Their despair was complete. Gu Haitong didn't say anything and went back to check the medication. Regardless of Lin Feng's condition, she was determined to help him produce the medication and assist Xia Ruoxu in resolving her cultivation issue. In the future, she would train with Xia Ruoxu. Junior brother, please don't die. 7th sister will definitely save you. Su Zhaoxiao kept calling to urge for the Grand Revival Pill. After being trapped for 10 years, with no progress in cultivation, this was the most painful situation for a cultivator. Su Zhaoxiao would never give up. Song Hongyin and Ning Banner arrived at the inn room where Xia Ruoxu was staying. Xia Ruoxu was sitting on the bed, expressionless but clearly suffering. Song Hongyin spoke first. I'm sorry, Ruoxu. Although Lin Feng didn't volunteer, we can only rely on him to break through the cultivation constraints. Now, both my sister Banner and I are Lin Feng's women. We have come to apologize to you and inform you about this. I hope you won't entangle with Lin Feng anymore. Give up on him. You are not meant for each other. Tears streamed down Xia Ruoxu's face. She listened to Song Hongyin. She knew it would come to this. Lin Feng's strength hadn't fully recovered at the time, so he couldn't resist. Being forcefully put together with Lin Feng by her two senior sisters, how could Lin Feng resist? With a beautiful woman in his arms, even the resolute Lin Feng would react. Once he reacted, no matter how unwilling Lin Feng was, it would be futile. It was simple for Song Hongyin and Ning Banner to control Lin Feng and be with him. Were Xia and Lin Feng destined never to be together? I don't believe it. Lin Feng is not that kind of person. Tears still streamed down Xia Ruoxu's face, but she spoke firmly. Sister Ruoxu, don't deceive yourself anymore. This is the reality, whether you believe it or not. Ning Banner also persuaded, feeling a pang of guilt. It was evident that Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu truly loved each other, but how could they proceed otherwise? Lin Feng was adamant, unwilling. Only by completely breaking up Lin Feng and Xia Ruoxu could they find opportunities again. I don't believe it. I won't give up on Lin Feng unless he says it in person, directly choosing to break up with me. I'll call him now. Xia Ruoxu still had tears on her face, unwilling to give up on Lin Feng and unwilling to accept this reality. She dialed Lin Feng's number again, but it was already switched off. It's not Lin Feng who turned off the phone by himself. It's the previous recording, which lasted for over an hour, close to 2 hours. His phone wasn't charged today, and shortly after returning to the Xia family, the phone automatically shut down. Xia Ruoxu made a few calls, but it was still off, causing tears to flow like rain. Song Hongyin comforted her. Ruoxu, did you see? If the phone can't connect, it means Lin Feng doesn't have the face or courage to face you. Xia Ruoxu called Lin Feng, making Song Hongyan and Ning Banner nervous. But unexpectedly, the call didn't go through. It seems like fate is really helping them. You two, get out now, you shameless and despicable people. I will not separate from Lin Feng, I said. Unless he gives up on me, you two should leave immediately. Xia Ruoxu cried, her voice hoarse, shouting at Song Hongyan and Ning Banner. If she had the strength, she would want to beat these two despicable people to death right now. Ruoxu, we know you're upset, but there's no other way. Break up with Lin Feng in the future. He is a man, forced into a corner. If you initiate the breakup, you'll give him some dignity. We also recorded a video as evidence, which has been sent to your phone. If you don't believe, you can watch it yourself. Take care of yourself. Song Hongyan said a few more words and left with Ning Banner. Now, Ning Banner had sent the video to Xia Ruoxu. Song Hongyan was really sinister, determined to force Xia Ruoxu to break up with Lin Feng herself. Without asking or saying anything, they deprived Lin Feng of the chance to explain. Even if he did explain, with the video in front of her, Xia Ruoxu wouldn't listen. And so, this matter would be settled. After the two left, Xia Ruoxu still couldn't believe it. Actually, it was not that she didn't believe, but she didn't want to believe. After watching a few moments of the video that was sent over, it was indeed Lin Feng, Song Hongyan, and Ning Banner together in the footage. She threw her phone aside, buried her head in the blanket, and cried bitterly. She felt like her heart was being torn apart, a sense of complete devastation. Xia Ruoxu didn't know how long she had been crying. Finally, when she felt like she had no more tears left, she calmed down. Lin Feng refused to answer her calls, even turning off his phone. He truly lacked the courage to face her. Song Hongyan was right. Lin Feng was a man, pushed to the extreme, deeply in love with her. She should give Lin Feng some dignity and break up with him. From now on, leaving Lin Feng's world. But she was tormented by memories of the happy moments with Lin Feng, images that continued to swirl in her mind. Tears wouldn't come out, and she couldn't even make a sound. But the grief was indescribable. At that moment, her phone rang, and when Xia Ruoxu checked, it was Gu Haitan calling. She thought that Gu Haitan already knew what had happened and was calling to persuade her to forgive Lin Feng, so she didn't pick up. But Gu Haitan called multiple times, and eventually, she answered. Regardless, she had to face this situation. Once the call connected, she could hear Gu Haitan's voice, filled with tears. It seemed like Gu Haitan was crying too, in unbearable pain, speaking intermittently. Ruoxu, where are you? Please come back quickly. The junior ... He is in critical condition. He's lost control, unconscious. He loves you so much. Please come back to see him, for one last time. Towards the end of her sentence, Gu Haitan's voice weakened, as if her throat was constricted. Tears streamed down her face. Gu Haitan cherished the junior brother greatly. His warm smile had always been infectious and comforting. Seeing Lin Feng smile, everyone felt at ease, without much stress, and was cheerful. But now that he was on the brink of death, Gu Haitan couldn't bear it. She didn't inform the other senior sisters of Lin Feng, but it was necessary to inform Xia Ruoxu to come take a look. Among these senior sisters, they didn't have particularly deep bonds. Most just wanted to use Lin Feng to break free from their cultivation restraints. If Lin Feng was truly gone, all these senior sisters of Lin Feng would go their separate ways. Therefore, at this moment, Gu Haitan had no reason to inform Yi Ching Cheng and the others. What? Xia Ruoxu was already in immense pain. Upon hearing that Lin Feng was close to death, her heart was torn apart, unable to breathe. Come back, see him one last time. Over 2 hours ago, when you left ... he was already losing control, with blood flowing from his 7 orifices. Even though his consciousness had almost faded, he kept muttering medicine, only thinking about the medicine. But in his heart, he has always been thinking of you ... Gu Haitan struggled to speak, then hung up the phone, choked with tears. Gu Haitan couldn't imagine how Xia Ruoxu would cope if Lin Feng passed away. The two of them were deeply in love, something evident to anyone observing them together. Now, with one person on the verge of departing, separated by life and death, she didn't know if Xia Ruoxu could withstand the blow. Xia Ruoxu trembled and hurriedly left, driving back to the Xia family villa. Despite everything, if Lin Feng was really dying, she would definitely go visit. Tears, long dried up, now flowed continuously from her eyes, blurring her vision. Waiting for Xia Ruoxu to return to the Xia family, Gu Haitan was still staring at the medicine, but she couldn't help wiping her eyes. Su Zhaoxia and an old man in a black robe were also at home. Su Zhaoxia was pacing back and forth, looking as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, constantly making phone calls, urging, telling the person delivering the big huandan to hurry up. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was lying on the sofa, with towels under his head and tissues around his neck, all stained red with blood. The skin on Lin Feng's body was glowing red. The bleeding from the 7 orifices had stopped, but the bloodstains from before had not dried. Lin Feng seemed motionless, eyes closed. Xia Ruoxu opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word, tears streaming down her face. Trembling, she walked over, held Lin Feng's hand, overwhelmed with grief. Lin Feng's hand was very hot, and she was not a cultivator, so her delicate hand was burnt. But she didn't care, feeling no pain even though it was hurting. Xia Ruoxu leaned her head against Lin Feng's chest, but couldn't feel his heartbeat. She closed her eyes, letting the tears flow freely. Losing Lin Feng, Xia Ruoxu finally understood what true despair, true pain, true agony meant. After some time, 2 foreign old ladies rushed in at high speed, handing a box to Su Zhaoxia. Inside was the big huandan. Su Zhaoxia snatched it away, quickly opened the box, and took out the big huandan. Without pushing Xia Ruoxu away, she hurried over to Lin Feng's head and stuffed the big huandan into his mouth. She slightly raised Lin Feng's head, patted his neck, and made him swallow the big huandan. In pain, he murmured, "Junior brother, please don't die. The big huandan is here. Seventh sister believes that you will definitely survive. You must survive. Su Zhaoxia also burst into tears at this moment. She didn't know why. She simply couldn't bear to see Lin Feng die now. Gu Haitan also came over at this time to check if the big huandan was effective. Lin Feng's skin remained bright red, and there seemed to be a glimmer of hope. However, they were truly helpless. No one knew if the big huandan would work. Fortunately, with this big huandan, Lin Feng ultimately returned from the brink of death once again. Without this big huandan, Lin Feng would not have lasted much longer and would have died for good. However, the little bugs in Lin Feng's body, in order to help him, had absorbed too much violent blood and had fallen into a deep sleep. But it was only temporary. Once they digested the violent blood, the bugs would wake up and become even more terrifying. With the big huandan, Lin Feng's skin slowly returned to normal. His heartbeat gradually grew stronger, and his breathing slowly recovered. Ruoxu, Ruoxu, don't leave me. When Lin Feng regained some consciousness, but had not fully awakened, he called out for Xia Ruoxu. Lin Feng, I'm here, right here. Xia Ruoxu thought she was dreaming, but her elation was real. Her emotion soared from the depths to the peak, rushing into Lin Feng's arms, hugging him tightly, tears streaming down her face. Junior brother, you finally woke up. Su Zhaoxia wiped away her tears, instantly smiling, as if the dark world was suddenly filled with sunshine. Gu Haitan also smiled, wiping away her tears and checking on the medicine. They never expected the big huandan to work so well. Now that Lin Feng was alive, everything else could be dealt with later. Ruoxu, I love you. Regaining some sanity, Lin Feng felt Xia Ruoxu in his arms, got up, and continued to embrace her, naturally saying, I love you, husband. I love you too. Xia Ruoxu couldn't help but respond. She used to think those 3 words, I love you, were too ordinary, too commonplace, too vulgar. Deeply in love with each other, as long as both knew each other's love, whether those 3 words were spoken or not didn't matter that much. Now she felt that only those 3 words could express the deepest and strongest love. They embraced for a long time before finally separating. Lin Feng had already noticed Su Zhaoxia and an old man in a black robe, with 2 gray-haired old ladies present. But for now, he didn't pay attention to Su Zhaoxia and the others. His eyes and heart were focused only on Xia Ruoxu. Wiping the tears from Xia Ruoxu's face, he saw that half her face was burning red, with even blisters forming. Taking Xia Ruoxu's hand, he noticed several large blisters on her delicate hand from the burns. In that moment, he felt a heartache and quickly took her hand, channeling his energy to help her recover. Before, he thought he was done for. He had been force-fed over a dozen bottles of medicine by Sun Hongyan and Ning Banru. At first, he didn't feel anything, but when he got into the car, he couldn't bear it. Later on, he didn't even know his last name. Never did he expect to come back to life now. What the hell? What's going on here? When he channeled his energy, Lin Feng was startled. He suddenly realized how much stronger his powers had become. How did this happen? There are 12 major levels, which require a total of 60 pieces of Yuanqi stones or 1,000-year medicinal herbs. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. In an instant, he thought of the 40 pieces of Yuanqi stones and 5 pieces of 1,000-year medicinal herbs that Qing Yishan had sent, as well as the 5 pieces of Yuanqi stones that should have been sent by the Su family and the 10 pieces that should have been sent by the Zhou family from the imperial capital. All of these combined exactly to 60 pieces of Yuanqi stones and 1,000-year medicinal herbs, which would allow Lin Feng to advance to the perfect completion of the Yuan gathering stage. Could it be that during the time he lost consciousness, Gu Haitong used these 60 pieces of Yuanqi stones and 1,000-year medicinal herbs to help him improve his strength? Lin Feng didn't care about that for now and instead focused on treating Xia Ruoxu, who had already stood up. Lin Feng looked directly at Su Zhaoxiao and smiled, asking, "What are you here for this time, Su Zhaoxiao?" This made Lin Feng feel truly strange. Su Zhaoxiao had come, but hadn't attacked him, probably because she had not yet lifted the restrictions on his cultivation. But with his current strength, he wasn't afraid of Su Zhaoxiao. The strongest old man Su Zhaoxiao brought was only one level above the perfect Yuan infant stage. If need be, he could use blood explosion again. Lin Feng had now come to terms with life and death. Wealth and honor rely on fate. If his strength was lost, he would start over from scratch. Su Zhaoxiao smiled and said, "Junior brother, I am here for you. Let me be frank. Since you've been revived, help me lift the restrictions on my cultivation. You have no choice." Initially, Su Zhaoxiao was quite happy to see Lin Feng alive, but as soon as he spoke, she felt something was off. Did she dislike him? Her tone was unfriendly. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Don't count on me to lift the restrictions on your cultivation. I will never help you, no matter who asks." Su Zhaoxiao sneered and said, "You have no say in this matter. Look at the current situation. When you were at the perfect Yuan infant stage, you could handle it. But now, the #1 assassin of the assassin hall has come. Can you handle it? Now go take a shower. You look filthy and disgusting. When you're clean, I'll consider it, and then we can talk." "Fine. You wait there. I'll take a shower and clean up, then deal with you." Since Su Zhaoxiao wasn't in a hurry to attack, Lin Feng wasn't either. His upper body was stained with blood, so it was best to take a shower, change clothes, and then proceed. Lin Feng's departure caused Xia Ruoxu's expression to change slightly. Previously preoccupied, she had been most concerned about Lin Feng. Now, as she calmed down, Xia Ruoxu began to think about Lin Feng, Sun Hongyan, and Ning Banru. She felt even more distressed and decided that when Lin Feng had time, she would truly bid him farewell. A few minutes later, Lin Feng returned in a suit, looking handsome and warm as before, smiling as he walked over. Meanwhile, on Su Zhaoxiao's side, the assassin suddenly moved, grabbing Xia Ruoxu by the throat, squeezing tightly. Xia Ruoxu's face turned red instantly, and her struggle seemed feeble. Lin Feng was instantly furious, shouting angrily, "Let go of Ruoxu. You damn bastard, if you have any issues, come at me. Don't harm Ruoxu." Su Zhaoxiao didn't know how strong Lin Feng was now. She thought by using Xia Ruoxu as a hostage, she could force Lin Feng to come with her, rendering him powerless. After they left, she would decide their fate. The assassin had captured Xia Ruoxu based on Su Zhaoxiao's orders. The black-robed old man didn't respond to Lin Feng and maintained a cold expression. If it weren't for Su Zhaoxiao's orders, he wouldn't have bothered with Xia Ruoxu. In this tense situation, Gu Haitong spoke up, frowning. Su Zhaoxiao's behavior surprised her. Su Zhaoxiao had been frantically trying to save Lin Feng, calling and urging everyone, ultimately having the headquarters send the big revival pill that had revived Lin Feng. Su Zhaoxiao coldly said, "Second sister, our affairs do not concern you. It's best for you to stay out of it, or you'll end up just like everyone else today." Lin Feng yelled, "Su Zhaoxiao, release Ruoxu immediately. If anything happens to her, I will rip you apart and dismember you alive." Consumed by rage, Lin Feng wanted to go all out with blood explosion, but restrained himself. He had to control his anger for Ruoxu's sake. The hostage holder was too powerful. If he used blood explosion, he risked endangering Ruoxu even more. For Xia Ruoxu, Lin Feng really endured. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng directly said, "All right, Su Zhaoxiao, bring someone over and I will surrender. But Su Zhaoxiao, if you don't keep your word, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Lin Feng chose to surrender, and the two old ladies slowly approached, still feeling some worrying. Because the black and white sages had died by Lin Feng's hands before, how could their strength compare to the black and white sages? Gu Haitong couldn't help but say to Lin Feng, "Junior brother, there is something I must tell you. Su Zhaoxiao made great efforts to save you, and I saw everything. You were able to survive because Su Zhaoxiao mobilized the Dehuandan from the headquarters at lightning speed. It can be said that Su Zhaoxiao saved your life. Regardless, second senior sister hopes that you will be able to, in consideration of Su Zhaoxiao saving your life, spare your seventh senior sister once more in your relationship as senior siblings. If you are on the winning side, spare your seventh senior sister again." Gu Haitong had to make this clear. If not explained, Lin Feng wouldn't have known at all. This time, Lin Feng was just returning from the brink of death, facing another life-or-death situation. It was hard to say if he would really die. But if Lin Feng was unharmed and then managed to take out the divine assassins and the others that Su Zhaoxiao had called for, Su Zhaoxiao, who was so anxious, was determined to do so, even resorting to using Xia Ruoxu to threaten Lin Feng. If Lin Feng wasn't informed of these things, Su Zhaoxiao would be in mortal danger in Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng furrowed his brows slightly. Honestly, he was touched deep down. He never expected that Su Zhaoxiao would contribute a Dehuandan to save his life. Lin Feng was always someone who repaid kindness. Su Zhaoxiao saved his life, so he would surely spare her life in return. Before Lin Feng could say anything, the two old ladies came over, one on each side, holding his hands and retracting them. Su Zhaoxiao's figure flashed instantly and flew in front of Lin Feng, her purple dragon sword piercing through his low abdomen. All of Lin Feng's strength drained away. "Let Ruoxu go," Lin Feng roared lowly. With his lower abdomen pierced and his strength lost, his lower belly stained with fresh blood, and his newly changed clothes ruined, but Lin Feng paid no mind to these, only concerned about Xia Ruoxu. Su Zhaoxiao, and looked at the divine assassin and nodded. The divine assassin let go, and Xia Ruoxu collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, almost suffocating to death. If a few seconds later, Xia Ruoxu felt she would suffocate. "Take him away," Su Zhaoxiao said, and the two old ladies escorted Lin Feng. Su Zhaoxiao and the divine assassin followed, quickly leaving. According to Su Zhaoxiao's plan, she would immediately take Lin Feng to the hotel and use him to remove the constraints of cultivation first. This time, Lin Feng had not anticipated that Su Zhaoxiao would take Xia Ruoxu away, so he didn't make any moves. The previous moves made had automatically been cancelled out. Once taken to the hotel, truth be told, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to control his body's instincts, and would definitely help Su Zhaoxiao succeed in resolving the constraints of cultivation. What to do? Lin Feng felt a chill in his heart. After getting on the car, Su Zhaoxiao drove directly to the hotel. With his lower abdomen pierced and his strength lost, Su Zhaoxiao wasn't concerned at all. Only when Lin Feng's lower abdomen was treated and his strength recovered would she start to worry. Truth be told, even with the divine assassin present, Su Zhaoxiao still felt wary facing Lin Feng. Her junior brother was truly too mysterious, and she couldn't afford not to be cautious. Lin Feng had been at a loss before, but now his recovery ability was too strong. Damn it, recovering so quickly? Lin Feng was suddenly shocked. Just a minute had passed, they hadn't even reached the hotel yet, but his wounds were already healing on their own, and his strength was rapidly recovering. This time, nearly losing his life, Lin Feng's biggest gain was that his body had become even stronger, with a recovery ability that was even more terrifying. This recovery ability left Lin Feng feeling extremely surprised, finding it hard to believe. However, although his injuries were healing, his strength had not yet fully recovered. Lin Feng kept silent for the time being. Su Zhaoxiao, driving the car, glanced back at Lin Feng and couldn't help but say, "Junior brother, I will definitely use you this time to break the constraints of cultivation, but I see that you and Xia Ruoxu truly love each other, so I won't ruin your relationship. If you acknowledge me as your senior sister, tell me the reasons for letting you live, and if you can convince me, I can spare your life after using you." Su Zhaoxiao didn't know why she suddenly said these words, but her heart was no longer as determined to kill Lin Feng as before. Perhaps it was because Lin Feng had kept his promise even after the black-cloaked masked men left yesterday. It was already 2 in the morning. Ha ha. Acknowledge you as my senior sister. In your dreams, I wish I could kill you. Lin Feng chuckled and sneered. Su Zhaoxiao's heart instantly turned cold, and she smiled, saying, Junior brother, are you saying that as long as you have the chance, you will kill me? You are certain? Lin Feng's words made Su Zhaoxiao's heart turn cold in an instant. She never expected Lin Feng to be so ungrateful and even want to kill her. She had decided that as long as Lin Feng's reasons could touch her, she would spare his life. If Lin Feng continued to speak like this, then there would be no mercy from her. Did he truly believe that she was kind-hearted? That would be a huge mistake. No need to be certain. Sooner or later, you will die by my hand. I will never let you go. Lin Feng replied directly, completely solidifying Su Zhaoxiao's determination to kill him. At this moment, Lin Feng was truly angry and had no intention of being polite to Su Zhaoxiao. But to be honest, ever since he heard that it was Su Zhaoxiao who used a large revival pill to bring him back from the brink of death, this time, he wouldn't kill Su Zhaoxiao. But if there's another chance and Su Zhaoxiao falls into his hands again, he won't be merciful. Right now, he owes Su Zhaoxiao life, and this life will definitely be repaid to Su Zhaoxiao. Su Zhaoxiao stopped talking, her face turning cold. Since Lin Feng doesn't know any better, he is doomed without a doubt. 20 minutes later, Su Zhaoxiao randomly found a hotel. Usually, she stays in at least a 5-star hotel, but this time she chose a 4-star hotel. However, Su Zhaoxiao couldn't care less at the moment. As soon as she got out of the car, 2 old women restrained Lin Feng. Su Zhaoxiao went straight to the front desk to check in. Just at this moment, as they entered the hotel lobby, Lin Feng's strength had already reached its peak, no longer holding back. Suddenly, his strength erupted. Originally, his hands were twisted back and pressed down by the 2 old women, but when Lin Feng clenched his fists, his strength multiplied. The immense force made it impossible for the 2 old women to resist. Lin Feng thrust his hands forward directly, forcefully pushing them together in the middle. Bang bang. The 2 old women bumped heads and were flung together by Lin Feng. Aw, ouch. The 2 old women instantly let out a cry of pain, feeling dizzy. Before they could understand what was happening, they had already released their grip on Lin Feng's hands, unable to hold on. Lin Feng grabbed their throats with both hands. He intended to crush the 2 old women to death. But suddenly, Lin Feng stopped and let go of the 2 old women. He kicked each of them, sending them flying. The 2 old women were definitely the ones who brought the revival pill, indirectly saving his life. Oh my god, what's going on? Lin Feng, you've already recovered. Su Zhaoxia and the god of assassination both had a change in expression, extremely shocked. Especially Su Zhaoxia, her heart was pounding, unable to comprehend. With fear in her eyes, she clearly stabbed Lin Feng's dantian with a sword, causing him to lose all his strength. How could it be that within just 20 minutes, Lin Feng had recovered to his peak? Su Zhaoxia was certain that her sword strike did not miss. If the strike had missed, not hitting Lin Feng's dantian from the start, then Lin Feng would have had no reason to be led to this point before they made a move. He would have acted right after Xia Ruoxu was rescued. Therefore, it was certain that Lin Feng had restored his dantian and strength along the way. But how was this possible? Lin Feng's self-recovery ability couldn't be so strong. With his dantian disabled and strength lost, unable to heal himself, he was no different from an ordinary person and would need to go to the hospital for treatment and recovery. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Are you surprised? Su Zhaoxiao, I owe you my life because you used the revival pill to save me. I can spare your life now. If you leave with the god of assassination and those 2 old women now, consider it a life for a life, and this time, I won't kill you." Lin Feng was indeed thinking like this. First, not killing Su Zhaoxia and sparing her life would be meaningless. Secondly, Lin Feng had just reached the consummation stage of gathering yuan, and he didn't want to go back to square one. The old man in black spoke a few words to Su Zhaoxia in English. As soon as Lin Feng made a move, the old man sensed his strength and didn't pay it much heed. To major levels weaker than him, he could easily kill them. Thus, he used English to tell Su Zhaoxiao not to be merciful, and if she gave the command, he would immediately go up and deal with Lin Feng directly. The man in black wanted to kill Lin Feng directly and didn't really care about Su Zhaoxiao releasing the shackles of cultivation. Su Zhaoxiao looked at Lin Feng, sneered, and said, "Junior brother, even if you have recovered, What difference does it make? The god of assassination can still take you out. Today, I'll make it clear. I must lift these cultivation shackles no matter what. Now that you have recovered, that's great, so I'll give you a chance to take advantage of your situation. I, Su Xiao, have never been touched by any man until now. The two of us can be together until I remove the cultivation shackles. If you die, I can give you a chance to battle the god of assassination. Lin Feng shook his head and said with a smile, Su Xiao, with your despicable nature, I will never touch you. I told you. Don't even think about removing those cultivation shackles. Forget it. I don't feel like fighting today. I'll spare your life today to repay you for saving mine. I'm leaving. If you want to kill me, don't rush to act now. Wait until daytime or later to make your move. Lin Feng finished and turned to leave. You don't know what's good for you. Capture him. Break all his limbs completely. Cripple his Danshan again. But don't kill him. I must use him no matter what to break the cultivation shackles first, then kill him. Su Xiao shouted a few times directly in English. The god of assassination was given to her by the Dark Alliance and followed her orders and couldn't speak Chinese. Lin Feng hadn't even left the lobby when he heard Su Xiao say this. He understood English and immediately flew out of the hotel to escape. Heh. Trying to run, the god of assassination coldly laughed and swiftly caught up, hunting down Lin Feng. Weaker than him by 2 major levels, even if Lin Feng grew wings, he wouldn't be able to escape from the palm of the god of assassination. The city of assassination. The speed is indeed fast. Lin Feng had just run outside, when directly blocked by the god of assassination, his figure flashing to cut off the way. The god of assassination, with a sly smile curling up at the corner of his mouth, hands hanging down, to sharp daggers appearing in his hands. Lin Feng turned to flee. The god of assassination believed Lin Feng lacked confidence. Even Su Xiao, who came out immediately to chase, thought Lin Feng fled without any confidence. Lin Feng turned his head to look at Su Xiao and calmly said, Su Xiao, as I said, if you want to deal with me, today during the day, or you can choose another time, I really don't want to fight now. Why do you have to force me? If you have to force me, then this old animal will be dead. Su Xiao coldly said. Lin Feng, stop pretending. If you can't win, you can't win. If you want to escape, you want to escape. Why talk about choosing a time? It's ridiculous. You can kill the god of assassination, but I'm going against you. Damn it. Lin Feng looked up at the night sky, slowly closed his eyes, speechless to the extreme. He really didn't want to fight, didn't want to resort to bloodburst, but Su Xiao insisted on fighting. He had no choice. God of assassination, attack. Disable him. Su Xiao directly ordered in English. What was the god of assassination waiting for? You little beast, go and die. The god of assassination growled low, his voice instantly flashing, leaving a trail of after images. The next moment, he appeared directly in front of Lin Feng, the dagger slashing upwards, aiming to sever both of Lin Feng's arms. As long as Lin Feng was left alive, his life force remained intact. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly opened wide, his eyeballs turning red, his skin reddening in an instant. Quickly reaching out, he grabbed the wrists of the god of assassination. MIF***** off. Go die.